Chapter 1. In the early hours of the morning, when the sky was still shrouded in a dim haze, Su Hao, a handsome youth clad in tattered garments, practiced a set of martial movements within a modest courtyard enclosed by wooden fences. Though referred to as a martial art, it resembled more of a graceful routine akin to calisthenics, characterized by its gentle and elegant motions. Thus, it was named Ba Duan Jin, or 8 pieces of brocade. Name: Su Hao. Skill acquired: Ba Duan Jin beginner, 99. Potential: 1 point of average stature. Just a little more. I am on the verge of a breakthrough in Ba Duan Jin. There's still time, let's continue practicing, he mused. After completing a full set of Ba Duan Jin, a light sheen of perspiration appeared on Su Hao's brow. Yet, he felt invigorated. Casting a glance at the sky and the translucent panel that materialized before him, he noted that it would still be a while before he needed to leave for the Zhao family blacksmith shop, prompting him to decide on further practice. Su Hao was not of this world, he was a transmigrator. Originally, he was a corporate worker, toiling from 9 to 6, striving to meet the demands of a mortgage. However, life is fragile. A single large truck was enough to bring it to an end. After a long shift, while returning home, Su Hao was struck by a truck laden with cargo. When he awoke again, he found himself in this chaotic world rife with banditry and supernatural beings. As an avid reader with over 50,000 hours spent on tomato reading, Su Hao quickly comprehended that he had indeed transmigrated. Just like most transmigrators, he possessed a golden finger, enabling him to perceive the proficiency of his skills, albeit with no additional utility. I would call you the most useless golden finger, Su Hao lamented, feeling disheartened yet resigned to his fate. As a resident of Dragon Tongue Village, orphaned and striving merely to make ends meet, he worked as an apprentice at the Zhao family blacksmith shop, handling menial tasks and delivering goods. Aside from this, Su Hao retained his passion from his previous life, maintaining fitness and practicing Ba Duan Jin. Ba Duan Jin is a regimen for health and wellness, akin to gymnastics, comprising 8 sections with graceful and natural movements, suitable for individuals of all ages. Transmigrated into this world, Su Hao, though somewhat frail due to malnutrition, experienced notable improvement in his health after practicing for some time. With each movement, Su Hao practiced with increasing proficiency, executing the routine gently and fluidly. A short while later, after completing a full set of Ba Duan Jin, he felt a warm surge rising from his feet, coursing through his body, akin to soaking in a hot spring, bringing him unparalleled comfort. Could it be that Ba Duan Jin has reached a breakthrough? The effects are so pronounced. After a moment, that sensation gradually faded, leaving Su Hao astonished as he summoned his thoughts, revealing the attributes panel before him. Name: Su Hao. Skill acquired: Ba Duan Jin minor, achievement 1. Potential: 3 points of average stature. Upon this observation, he discovered something remarkable. His potential had surged from 1 point to 3 points. My potential is not fixed. It can increase with a breakthrough in my skills. A spark of realization ignited within Su Hao, filling him with uncontainable joy. He began to comprehend that his golden finger was not as worthless as he had imagined. With each skill breakthrough, his potential would elevate. With my potential enhanced, does that mean I will learn more swiftly? With this thought in mind, he resolved to test it firsthand and resumed his practice of Ba Duan Jin. During this round of practice, Su Hao perceived significant changes. He identified and corrected previously imperfect movements with ease. This efficiency in practice is equivalent to having trained 3 times before. After another complete set of Ba Duan Jin, he could hardly contain his exhilaration and astonishment. His potential had risen from 1 to 3, effectively tripling his former capabilities. As long as I achieve breakthroughs in my skills, be it minor, major, or even perfection, my potential will continue to rise. Over time, what kind of prodigy will I become? Su Hao began to recognize the extraordinary nature of his talent, which operated like a snowball given time. He could evolve into an unparalleled genius. The future appeared promising. Alas, I must make haste to the blacksmith shop. However, a crowing rooster abruptly jolted Su Hao from his reverie. Glancing at the sky, he quickly washed up and departed Dragon Tongue Village, making his way towards the town. Tiger Mountain Town, composed of 7 villages, prospered due to its proximity to Tiger Mountain, where hunting was common, and it served as a vital route to Chongqing County. After traversing 6 or 7 li, Su Hao arrived in Tiger Mountain Town, bustling with life vendors selling breakfast, merchants peddling vegetables and fruits, and laborers heading to the fields. The Zhao family blacksmith shop was centrally located along a long street, surrounded by high walls that bore the marks of time. In a rush to the blacksmith shop, Su Hao joined a few other young apprentices in sweeping away dust and transporting coal and iron ore to the forge. "Ah Hao, come with me for a moment," a burly middle-aged man with dark skin called out to Su Hao. This man was Zhao Tai, the proprietor of the Zhao family blacksmith shop and one of the highly skilled blacksmiths within. "Yes," Su Hao replied respectfully, following Zhao Tai to the side. In the courtyard, Zhao Tai beamed at Su Hao, saying, "Ah Hao, you have been with our Zhao family blacksmith shop for a year now. Your diligence and eagerness to learn have not gone unnoticed. Starting today, you will learn forging techniques alongside Master Zhou and assist him." These words lit up Su Hao's eyes, and he could hardly contain his excitement as he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Tai. "Uncle Zhao, I will strive to learn diligently and will not bring shame to our blacksmith shop." Has that lad, Su Hao, finally begun learning a trade? He has finally made headway. If he becomes a qualified blacksmith, he will earn a wage. From a distance, several apprentices caught snippets of their conversation, feeling both envy and jealousy. Being an apprentice at the blacksmith shop, aside from meals, offered no wages whatsoever. In this chaotic world, even the skills of carpenters or cooks required starting as apprentices 3 years of labor, 3 years of study, and 3 years of service. It was not uncommon for one to spend over a decade to truly master a craft sufficient to earn a living. Having served as an apprentice at Zhao's blacksmith shop for a year, Su Hao had diligently performed menial tasks, running errands, and performing heavy labor without complaint. Being a local orphan, Zhao Tai had taken a keen interest in nurturing him. Thus, after just a year of menial work, he was finally granted the opportunity to learn the craft. Despite the envy and jealousy among the other apprentices, none dared voice their dissent otherwise. A single word from Zhao Tai could see them dismissed. After breakfast, consisting of a bowl of rice porridge and a gray steamed bun, Su Hao proceeded to the forge. Dang, dang, dang. Inside the forge, the heat was intense. Flames roared in the furnace, and the rhythmic sound of hammers striking metal echoed continuously. "Master Zhou," Su Hao greeted a middle-aged blacksmith standing nearby with respect. This blacksmith was rugged, with sturdy arms adorned with numerous healed scars, exuding strength. He was Zhou Xiong, one of the blacksmiths of the shop and Su Hao's mentor in forging techniques. "Ah Hao, pick up that hammer over there. I will strike, and you will follow with force," Zhou Xiong instructed, his demeanor serious. Su Hao immediately grasped a hefty forging hammer, while Zhou Xiong wielded a slightly smaller hammer, using a pair of tongs to grip a glowing piece of iron. Dang! Zhou Xiong struck the iron, and Su Hao followed suit, bringing his hammer down with force, sending sparks flying. Put more strength into it. Forging is a fundamental skill for a blacksmith. Weakness is not an option. Zhou Xiong continued to hammer while admonishing Su Hao, who gritted his teeth and increased his effort. Learning to forge under Zhou Xiong was arduous. It required not only physical strength, but also the ability to endure the searing heat while memorizing the techniques imparted by his master. Yet, Su Hao remained earnest and immersed in the process. For him, mastering the craft of forging meant acquiring a skill to sustain himself in this world, and he relished the journey of acquiring new abilities from scratch. This lad may indeed possess talent. He learns remarkably quickly, although his physical strength is somewhat lacking. Zhou Xiong was quietly impressed, for Su Hao's learning ability was exceptional. He grasped movements and techniques almost immediately after a single explanation, softening Zhou Xiong's demeanor toward him and leading him to believe Su Hao was a promising apprentice with considerable determination. The most worrisome were those who were both dull and unwilling to focus on learning. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xiong, Su Hao's potential had reached 3 points, 3 times that of an average individual, allowing him to learn at an accelerated pace. "I'm so tired," as the day drew to a close. Su Hao fully experienced the sensation of utter exhaustion. His palms were chafed and his arms slightly swollen. Whether it was the art of forging or managing the fire with the bellows, both required immense physical exertion. Forging beginner, level 1. Yet, Su Hao's spirit remained exuberant, for within his attribute panel, a new skill labeled forging had emerged. Although he was merely at the beginning stage, with his relentless efforts, he would undoubtedly refine his craft over time. I shall practice the 8 sections of brocade before retiring for the night. As twilight enveloped the sky, Su Hao returned to his modest abode in the village, engaged in the practice of the 8 sections of brocade to invigorate his muscles, and then retired to bed. In this world, ordinary folk had little activity during the night. As soon as darkness fell, they would seek slumber, and at dawn, they would rise to toil for their daily sustenance. Upon awakening the next day, Su Hao resumed his routine practice of the 8 sections of brocade. After achieving a minor level of proficiency, one would typically require more time and energy to advance to a greater mastery. However, due to the enhancement of his potential now, thrice what it once weighs, it was anticipated that his journey to greater mastery would consume even less time. At the blacksmith shop, Su Hao continued his diligent apprenticeship under Zhou Xiong, mastering the art of forging with remarkable speed, already capable of crafting simple agricultural tools. Yet, Su Hao was acutely aware that the true profit of the Zhao family blacksmith shop did not lie in the creation of farming implements, but rather in weaponry. A weapon forged from fine iron could fetch an exorbitant price of several taels of silver. However, the task of forging weapons from refined iron was solely within the capabilities of the shop owner, Zhao Tai, and a select few skilled blacksmiths, truly the hallmark of the establishment. As time passed, 3 months had elapsed. Clang, clang, clang. Before the anvil, with his torso bared, Su Hao swung the forging hammer with great vigor, striking the mold affixed to the hoe blade, sending forth a cascade of sparkling embers. Subsequently, Su Hao immersed the formed blade into a bucket filled with cold water for cooling and tempering. Thus, the hoe blade was successfully forged. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Hao suddenly felt a subtle tremor within his body. A warm current surged through him, and his eyes brightened as he realized that his forging skill had likely undergone a breakthrough. Forging minor mastery 1. Potential, 4 points, average stature. Indeed, within his attribute panel, the forging skill had progressed into the realm of minor mastery, thanks to Su Hao's unwavering dedication over the past 3 months. Furthermore, his potential had increased again, rising from 3 points to 4 points. My potential has risen yet again. It will not be long before I achieve another breakthrough in the 8 sections of brocade. Su Hao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Over the past 3 months, his physique had strengthened significantly compared to 3 months prior. The combination of rigorous physical labor and the continuous improvement from the 8 sections of brocade had begun to reveal the contours of his muscles, allowing him to sense his gradual growth. With 4 points of potential, he had quadrupled his initial capacity, and his practice of the 8 sections of brocade was marked by visible progress each day. With minor mastery in forging, Su Hao could skillfully create various simple agricultural tools, fulfilling the orders of the blacksmith shop, and had successfully become a prospective blacksmith, earning a modest salary of 300 won each month. Although it was not substantial, Su Hao felt invigorated by this accomplishment. Time flew by, and it had been 6 months since Su Hao commenced his forging training. 8 sections of brocade, minor mastery 99. On this particular evening, within the small courtyard of Longzhi village, Su Hao diligently practiced the 8 sections of brocade as was his custom. Before him, he could perceive that the progress of his training had reached a plateau. Su Hao was deeply focused, his body akin to a piece of silk, swaying gracefully in the wind, exuding an air of natural elegance, promoting circulation and revitalizing his muscles. Suddenly, he felt a familiar surge of warmth rising from the soles of his feet, spreading throughout his limbs and surging towards the crown of his head, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of comfort, as if his very pores were unfurling, granting him the illusion of a complete rebirth. Could the transformation from mastering the 8 pieces of brocade to its consummate form yield such profound changes? Su Hao felt a twinge of astonishment within, immediately opening his attribute panel for a glance. Name: Su Hao. Skills mastered. 8 pieces of brocade, Consummate 1. Forging, Mina Mastery 58, Potential. 6 points, Exceptional Physique. Su Hao had indeed mastered the 8 pieces of brocade to its consummate level, and his potential had risen from 4 points to 6 points. Most crucially, his potential evaluation had transformed from average talent to exceptional physique. The designation of average talent merely indicated a mediocre standing among ordinary individuals, neither particularly good nor bad. Now, however, it had undergone a qualitative transformation, evolving into exceptional physique, which explained the sensation of rebirth he felt. Su Hao's eyes brightened as he realized that, although his potential seemed to have increased by only 2 points, it represented a significant leap from quantitative change to qualitative transformation, akin to a rebirth. Exceptional physique is often used to describe those born with extraordinary gifts. They learn at a pace far surpassing others and possess a naturally stronger physique. In martial arts novels, such individuals are frequently depicted as prodigies blessed with remarkable innate abilities. Soon after, Su Hao began to perceive the immense changes brought about by the metamorphosis of his potential. While practicing the 8 pieces of brocade, he felt an acute sensitivity to the wind and nature. Every movement of his body seemed to harmonize with the breeze, flowing like a resplendent piece of brocade dancing in the wind. With each practice session, he gleaned new insights, far surpassing his previous accomplishments. With an exceptional physique, he was well on his way to becoming a true genius. Su Hao's gaze sparkled with determination, while hard work was essential. Innate talent was even more critical. Effort could only ensure a baseline, whereas talent dictated the upper limits. Beyond the changes in his comprehension, his physical form had also undergone transformations. The most significant alteration was his appetite, which had surged dramatically compared to before, indicating his body's insatiable hunger for nourishment as it grew rapidly. Additionally, his recovery capacity had greatly improved. Previously, after a day's labor in the forge, Su Hao would be utterly exhausted. However, now he completed his tasks with ease, and even after intense fatigue, he could fully recover by the next morning, feeling rejuvenated. Of course, this was not solely due to the transformation of his potential. Mastering the 8 pieces of brocade had sharpened his senses and invigorated his energy. While he could not rely on it to become a martial arts master, it certainly allowed him to tap into his latent potential. That afternoon, Su Hao was carrying a basket filled with sickles, hoes, and other tools, walking briskly along a steep path. Despite the basket weighing several dozen pounds, he moved with remarkable agility, showing no signs of strain. Compared to his previous frail self, Su Hao now epitomized the concept of exceptional physique, robust and strong. That a few days prior, he had tested his strength and found that he could effortlessly lift a 100-pound weight with one arm, raising it above his head with ease. When sprinting, he could cover 100 meters in under 10 seconds, a physical condition nearly comparable to top athletes from his past life. Both his perception and reflexes surpassed those of ordinary individuals, all thanks to the transformations brought about by the consummate practice of the 8 pieces of brocade. Hello, these are the tools ordered by the Liu family from our Zhao blacksmith shop. Su Hao politely addressed a middle-aged man clad in scholarly attire outside a grand residence in Xiaoxi village. The man in the scholarly attire inspected the items briefly and nodded in satisfaction. Yes. I trust the craftsmanship of your Zhao blacksmith shop. Please keep this receipt. The Liu family was the local landlord of Xiaoxi village, having prepaid for a batch of farming tools. With the delivery of the goods, Su Hao received the receipt issued by the Zhao blacksmith shop, signifying the transaction was settled. After securing the receipt, Su Hao turned to leave as the day was drawing to a close, and he intended to head home directly. As he navigated through the dim wilderness, walking amidst a thicket of overgrown shrubs, Su Hao traversed this path no less than 100 times. Yet, as he briskly passed through a cluster of trees, he abruptly halted, his nose detecting a salty, iron-like scent, a smell of blood. The pungent aroma was overwhelming. Instinctively following the scent, his pupils constricted as he laid eyes on a body lying amidst the trees not far away. The corpse, clad in a gray monk's robe, appeared to belong to a monk, his head severed from his body and rolling to the side, the blood from the decapitation mingling with the earth. His eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death. Beside the corpse stood two men in simple clothing, armed with weapons. One, a tall and lean figure, had a long knife stained with blood in his hand. It was evident that these two had slain the monk. Who dares to provoke our Black Snake gang? Do they think that mere martial skills enable them to meddle in affairs that do not concern them? The tall figure sneered as he gazed at the dismembered corpse on the ground. This gray-robed monk had interfered and sought justice, drawing the ire of these disciples of the Black Snake gang. They were no match for the monk's martial prowess in a direct confrontation. However, they devised a trap within the woods, employing lime powder and other underhanded tactics, overwhelming the monk and successfully slaying him there. The brutal scene before Su Hao sent a chill through his heart. Encountering such a heinous act of murder, his first instinct was to evade. Lowering his footsteps, he held his breath, making no sound as he prepared to slip away unnoticed. Yet his ears suddenly perked up, catching the faint sound of slicing air from behind. Reacting instinctively, he sidestepped to evade as a gray-clad man wielding a short staff swung down towards Su Hao's head with malicious intent. But due to Su Hao's quick reflexes, the blow missed him entirely. Another assailant. Su Hao's heart raced with alarm. Had it not been for his consummate mastery of the 8 pieces of brocade and his keen perception, he likely would have been ambushed and subdued. However, the commotion had drawn the attention of the 2 Black Snake gang members, who now regarded Su Hao with a mix of caution and ferocity. A mere boy, their eyes glinted with menace. Having been caught in the act of murder, the best course of action was undoubtedly to eliminate any witnesses. Su Hao lowered his head, hastily saying, "Gentlemen, I understand the rules. I didn't see your faces, and all my money is right here." In a hurry, Su Hao pulled out a small cloth bag containing a couple of 100 copper coins, the wages he had received that day. Faced with these ruthless murderers, his immediate thought was not to fight them, but to offer them his money, all while his body tensed, ready to flee at a moment's notice. After all, one's life is singular and precious. Su Hao's submissive gesture eased the expressions of the 3 Black Snake gang members, who recognized that this boy was merely passing by. Yet, the murderous intent in their eyes showed no signs of waning. Despite the chaotic nature of this era, with the murder of an unidentified monk, it was unlikely anyone would make trouble by investigating. However, having been seen committing the crime, silencing Su Hao became their logical course of action. This boy looks somewhat familiar. Is he from the blacksmith shop? The gray-clad man who had attempted to ambush Su Hao scrutinized his face and remarked with surprise. The Zhao blacksmith shop had previously supplied weapons to the Black Snake gang, and Su Hao had been responsible for menial tasks there. This gray-clad man recognized him now. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression stiffened, and a wave of cold dread washed over him. The fact that these 3 had identified him and his background meant they would not let him go. Even if Su Hao could escape, they would know his identity and address, ensuring they would not relent easily. The only resolution lay in a fight to the death. "Please, don't kill me," Su Hao feigned fear, waving his hands and stumbling backward. "Kill him." The gray-clad man could no longer contain himself. Aware that allowing Su Hao to leave posed a risk of being reported, he resolved to eliminate him, believing that killing one more would not matter. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he lunged at Su Hao once more, swinging the short staff towards him. Although this staff was not as sharp as a sword, it was made from resilient white wax wood, incredibly tough. A forceful blow could shatter stone. If it were to strike flesh, bones would surely shatter, making it a formidable weapon. Faced with the descending staff, Su Hao's earlier panic vanished, replaced by an unparalleled calmness. Some individuals freeze in the face of life-and-death crises, while others become remarkably composed. Su Hao, with his exceptional physique, belonged to the latter. As the trajectory of the staff became clear to him, Su Hao prepared to respond. Like a scene unfolding in slow motion, he suddenly reached out, his left hand splayed open, and with astonishing precision, seized the wrist of the man in gray, halting the strike in its tracks. Let go." The gray-clad man was taken aback, hastily attempting to shake off Su Hao's grip, but he found that this seemingly delicate and slender youth possessed an incredible strength, rendering him unable to break free. "Die!" Seizing the gray man's wrist, Su Hao exerted a powerful tug, causing the gray man to stagger, losing his balance. With his calloused right hand clenched into a fist, he viciously aimed a punch at the gray man's neck. The neck, a hub of blood vessels and dense nerves, could easily be fatal with such a blow. Crack! Su Hao's fist connected with the gray man's neck, delivering a tremendous impact that shattered his Adam's apple, sending shockwaves that fractured his cervical vertebrae. In an instant, the gray man felt a constriction in his breathing, his brain flooded with blood, his eyes reddening. He opened his mouth but could only produce garbled sounds, becoming dizzy and collapsing limply to the ground. The panic and fear that had once marred Su Hao's expression vanished entirely, replaced by an icy ferocity as he fixed his gaze on the remaining two adversaries. He understood that at this moment, words were futile. Only by eliminating them could he ensure the continuation of his own life. Third brother, kill him! The two disciples of the Black Snake Gang stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for the sight of the seemingly frail Su Hao bringing down the gray man in a single encounter. Almost immediately, they erupted in a furious outcry, brandishing their bloodied long knives and charging wildly at Su Hao. The blades sliced through the air, emitting a faint whistle, their sharpness far beyond what flesh and blood could withstand. Yet Su Hao felt as though he had melded with the wind, instinctively moving with its currents. Swish, swish, the two strikes, one from the left and one from the right, both missed their target. Mastery of the 8 brocade exercises, though it did not elevate Su Hao to the status of a martial arts master, had nonetheless unearthed his potential. His body was agile, coordinated, and his strength, speed, and reflexes were among the pinnacle of normal human capabilities, allowing him to hold his own against multiple foes unarmed. What? The tall, slender man felt his pupils constrict. Perceiving Su Hao's agility akin to that of a wild beast, as he evaded their strikes, Su Hao's right leg suddenly launched a kick at his lower body. Crack! The kick landed squarely between the tall man's legs, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking eggs. This was a pain no man could endure. The tall man dropped his short blade, clutching his groin, his eyes rolling back in agony as a piercing scream erupted from his throat. His body spasming, rendered incapable of further combat, in a life-and-death struggle, with victory hinging on incapacitating the enemy. Su Hao felt no remorse for his actions, nor did he consider them cruel or despicable. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air reached his ears. Su Hao did not need to look to know that the black-clad man's attack was imminent. Without hesitation, he grasped the collar of the tall man, using him as a shield to deflect the black-clad man's assault. Thud! The black-clad man's blade struck the tall man's shoulder, embedding itself deep within, wedged against bone. The black-clad man appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the speed of Su Hao's reaction. In that brief moment of hesitation, Su Hao lunged at him like a ravenous wolf. The black-clad man hastily attempted to withdraw his blade for defense, but it was trapped within the tall man's body, making it difficult to extract. Su Hao brought the black-clad man crashing to the ground, his hands gripping the man's neck tightly, fingers digging in as he applied pressure. The veins in his hands and arms stood out prominently from the exertion. Let go! The black-clad man struggled desperately, but was akin to a frail girl contending against a robust man, utterly powerless as Su Hao's grip distorted and ultimately shattered the man's cervical vertebrae, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Only when the black-clad man's eyes bulged, lifelessness overtaking him, did Su Hao finally release his hold, gasping for air. Though the struggle had lasted merely a fleeting moment, to Su Hao it felt far more exhausting than an entire day of labor. After catching his breath, he heard faint groans. The tall man still clung to life, curled up on the ground, laboriously uttering a few words. Dare to kill me. The Black Snake Gang will not let yet before the tall man's threat could finish. A cold glint flashed in Su Hao's eyes as he retrieved the short blade from the ground. In the tall man's terror-stricken gaze, he forcefully slashed across his neck to ensure there were no survivors. Su Hao then methodically cut the throats of the remaining two, severing their arteries to guarantee their demise. He needed to leave this perilous place swiftly. Having thoroughly eliminated the threat, Su Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and sprang into action. Before departing, he rifled through the 3 Black Snake Gang members for any valuables. However, he found nothing more than a handful of copper coins, lacking anything of worth. Next, he turned his attention to the gray-clad monk. This monk had fallen victim to the Black Snake Gang's ambush, his body now lifeless. Yet, given his robust physique, he seemed to have been a practitioner of martial arts, ambushed by the tall man and his accomplices. Leading to his demise, Su Hao noted the bloodstains on the monk's face mixed with gray powder, lime dust. Uncertain of the enmity that had led to the monk's brutal slaying, Su Hao felt no curiosity. However, something caught his attention. He vaguely noticed an object nestled within the monk's robes. He crouched down and began to search through the fabric. To his surprise, he discovered a cloth pouch containing a bit of dried food and the outline of a book. A book? Could it be a martial arts manual? Su Hao's heart quickened at the thought, and he gently felt around, forming a guess. But now was not the time for contemplation. He tucked it into his clothing, ensuring there were no visible bloodstains on himself. Before hastening toward the forest's edge, he did not waste time disposing of the corpses, as lingering too long could risk discovery. Those he had slain were members of the Black Snake Gang, not individuals he could afford to tangle with at present. As he made his way out of the woods, Su Hao took a detour, returning to the dilapidated courtyard in Longxi village from another direction, finally feeling a sense of safety. Thump, thump, thump. Su Hao could hear his own heartbeat, still racing, as he recalled the earlier events, a lingering chill coursing through his limbs. The world was perilous, despite having done no wrong. He had found himself ensnared in a life-threatening situation. Had he not diligently practiced the 8 brocade exercises to such an advanced degree, he might very well have met his end today. Without strength to rely on, even a minor mishap could lead to a fatal outcome. Su Hao silently reflected on his unexpected encounter with the Black Snake Gang, their recognition of his identity, leaving him no choice but to fight for his life. Had he been lazy in his training, the consequences of this deadly encounter would be all too clear. Curiosity piqued, he resolved to discover what the book he had found on the monk contained. Calming his racing heart, he retrieved the cloth pouch from his clothing while the sky was still bright, slowly untying it with anticipation, hoping it contained a martial arts manual. If it turned out to be a scripture or something of the sort, he would undoubtedly feel disappointed. Upon opening the pouch, he revealed an old, yellowed book. Could it truly be a martial arts manual? Su Hao's heart raced with excitement. The yellow tome was a manual on a form of boxing, its cover emblazoned with the words Diamond Fist. The Diamond Fist, focused on striking techniques, was characterized by rapid, varied movements, combining speed and power, while also enhancing physical strength and resilience. Mastering it to a profound level would allow one to touch upon the realm of refining strength. As Su Hao perused the Diamond Fist manual, he became increasingly engrossed. Though this technique may not have been the pinnacle of martial arts, it was perfectly suited to him. Tomorrow, he would begin rigorous training. It was only when night had fully descended that Su Hao reluctantly closed the manual, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. The Diamond Fist, a relatively foundational form of boxing, was ideally suited for a novice like Su Hao. He was equally eager to explore the concept of refining strength mentioned within the manual. According to Su Hao's understanding, the first major threshold for martial artists is the body threshold, which is divided into 4 realms: refining strength, tempering bones, changing muscles, and cleansing marrow. Refining strength serves as the gateway to the martial arts path. Yet it also excludes the vast majority of practitioners. As night fell, filled with anticipation, Su Hao retired to bed, exhausted both physically and mentally from the day's events, with no further incidents during the night. Morning arrived, and as was his routine, Su Hao practiced the 8 sections of brocade before setting off for the town's blacksmith shop. Everything appeared as usual, despite the deaths of several individuals the previous night. It seemed to have stirred no significant commotion. Among the 4 deceased, 3 were disciples of the Black Snake Gang. Such fatalities among the members of a gang embroiled in the underworld were hardly surprising. The authorities were unlikely to intervene extensively. Of course, the Black Snake Gang would likely conduct a discreet investigation, but they would mostly attribute the deaths to rival factions, never suspecting that a mere blacksmith named Su Hao had fortuitously crossed paths with the incident, resulting in the demise of those who sought to silence him. By the afternoon, after completing a day's work and enjoying dinner at the blacksmith shop, Su Hao returned home to delve into his training of the Diamond Fist. The first form, Red Sun enters the elixir, requires a tranquil mind, free of distractions, while visualizing the sun shining high above. illuminating the elixir field. In the modest, dilapidated courtyard, Su Hao settled into a horse stance with his knees slightly bent. His palms pressed together before his chest, envisioning himself bathed in sunlight. Every martial art necessitates a foundation of innate talent and comprehension. The difficulty of entry alone is sufficient to disqualify 90% of practitioners with wavering resolve. Yet as Su Hao practiced this diamond fist, he felt a natural ease, executing the first form. Red Sun enters elixired. In merely half an hour, he sensed his vital energy stirring, flowing like sunlight through his elixir field, warming his abdomen with a delightful radiance. Such rapid progress was not due to the simplicity of the diamond fist, but rather a testament to Su Hao's exceptional foundation and potential. Having mastered the 8 sections of brocade, his physical capabilities ranked among the finest, and with a potential rating of 6 points, he belonged to the category of extraordinary physique, boasting martial prowess several times that of ordinary individuals. As he commenced the second form, Giant Dragon reveals strength. Su Hao raised his hands, inhaling deeply into his elixir field, while his muscles seemed to come alive. Writhing with energy, he was wholly absorbed in this exquisite sensation. Only when darkness enveloped the sky and the fatigue set in, did Su Hao conclude his practice, drawing water from the well to cleanse himself before retiring for the night. The next morning, Su Hao awoke, his physical strength and spirit restored to nearly full capacity. After completing his daily routine of the 8 sections of brocade, he proceeded to the blacksmith shop to begin work. Each day was filled with purpose. A weaker individual would surely struggle to endure such a regimen. Yet for Su Hao, endowed with remarkable potential and bolstered by his practice of the 8 sections of brocade, along with ample rest, he maintained a state of vibrant energy that, in just 3 days, Su Hao had already grasped the basics of the diamond fist, which now appeared on his attributes panel, progressing visibly each day at this rate. He anticipated mastering the technique by winter. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with determination. This busy, fulfilling life was exhausting, yet he found joy in witnessing his gradual improvement. His ability to endure solitude was a necessary path toward becoming a formidable warrior. As winter approached, marking Su Hao's second winter in this world, the biting cold forced passers-by to hasten their steps, many clad in patched cotton garments. In the afternoon, within the small courtyard of Longja village, Su Hao practiced the diamond fist, clad in thin clothing, his movements steady and powerful, each punch resonating with strength, reminiscent of a mighty guardian. As he breathed, the warmth of his exhalation mingled with the frigid air, transforming into visible white mist. His body radiated heat, blood circulating vigorously, brimming with vitality. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed as Su Hao's bones clicked in response to his strikes, his punches becoming smoother and more fluid, producing a crisp sound as they sliced through the air, stirring the fallen leaves at his feet. Inside him, a gentle warmth surged, though still too feeble to manifest any extraordinary prowess, signaling a burgeoning potential. Breakthrough. After completing a set of the diamond fist, Su Hao exhaled deeply, realizing that after months of diligent practice, he had finally reached the small success stage of the diamond fist. Name: Su Hao mastered skills. 8 sections of brocade, great accomplishment 30. Forging, minor accomplishment 97. Diamond fist, minor accomplishment 1. Potential, 7 points, extraordinary physique. Upon opening his attributes panel, he confirmed that the diamond fist had indeed reached the small success stage. The potential had only increased by 1 point, indicating that as one's potential rises, each subsequent increase becomes increasingly arduous, also linked to breakthroughs in skill mastery. With the diamond fist at small success, Su Hao noted his potential had risen from 6 to 7 points. The enhancement of potential was akin to stacking boxes. The higher one climbed, the more challenging it became, thereby discouraging Su Hao from learning simple skills merely to grind his potential. The small success of the diamond fist birthed a subtle, yet palpable internal strength within him, albeit still too weak to display any remarkable characteristics. Refining strength is the first realm for martial artists. Achieving this internal strength allows one to shatter rocks with bare fists, marking the true threshold into the world of martial arts that a martial artist of this caliber can thrive wherever they go. Even in the city, They could secure a position as a guard within influential families. With the diamond fist at small success, Su Hao felt confident that he could easily overpower 3 versions of his former self, who had yet to train in the diamond fist. However, he remained humble, aware that the monkey encountered must have also practiced the diamond fist, yet had fallen victim to a few ruffians. He was far from being strong enough. Reflecting on the gruesome fate of the dismembered monk, Su Hao tempered his pride, recognizing that he had yet to reach the pinnacle within Wohu town, let alone in the vast Yin Empire. He had a long journey ahead. Presently, as he refined his strength, his body craved energy increasingly. It was said that powerful martial artists could consume a whole cow daily. Wealth and martial prowess was essential, and he needed to start earning more money. Simultaneously, Su Hao felt waves of hunger, realizing that refining strength required ample nourishment, drawing energy from food to replenish himself. He understood that he must also consider ways to increase his income. Some auxiliary elixirs for training, as well as new martial arts manuals, required funding. The next day, at dawn, Su Hao arrived at the blacksmith shop to commence work, crafting tools from various orders, primarily farming implements such as sickles, hammers, and hoes, tasks he now executed with ease. That Su Hao worked swiftly, his energy abundant, completing the day's orders by lunchtime. After enjoying a meal at the blacksmith shop, he returned to the forging room, beginning to hammer a block of pig iron. His movements were rapid, the hammer striking down, sending sparks flying amid the melodic sounds of metal clashing, creating a delightful rhythm. Under Su Hao's relentless hammering, the impurities within the pig iron gradually diminished. Forging is a fundamental skill for any blacksmith. Through repetitive hammering, one purges the iron of its flaws, enhancing its toughness to become refined iron, which can then be used as material for crafting weapons. Su Hao's current task was to refine the pig iron, repeatedly hammering, folding, and forging, which demanded both strength and patience. With his ample vitality, Su Hao wielded the heavy forging hammer, alternating his hands to complete thousands of strikes each day, drawing the admiration of other blacksmiths who marveled at his rapid growth. When he first arrived at the forging room, he was still quite slender, yet merely a year later, Su Hao had not only grown taller, but his bare physique now displayed beautifully defined muscle, a harmonious blend of strength and grace. With his extraordinary physique, Su Hao surpassed the average in both comprehension and physicality. Through his daily thousands of strikes, the once blemished iron block transformed into steel. Impurities eradicated, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen, becoming heavy and resilient enough to forge into weapons. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to shape the refined iron, meticulously using tools such as chisels and knives to craft it into the form of a longsword. Having observed the weapon-making process from seasoned blacksmiths numerous times, he had memorized each step, procedure, and important detail, and now he was ready to engage in the process himself. Quenching, grinding, polishing, coating, tempering, and other intricate steps were meticulously executed by Su Hao. In addition to fulfilling his own duties, he dedicated the remainder of his time to forging weapons. As time passed, half a month later, after completing the final tempering and quenching, Su Hao retrieved a longsword from the water bucket. This longsword was the culmination of his efforts over the past weeks. Its blade shimmered with a cold light, its edge was razor sharp, and one could feel a chill upon touching it. Forging, Mastery Level 1, Potential, 8 points, Exceptional Talent. Simultaneously, as Su Hao completed the sword, he sensed subtle changes within his body. His mind felt remarkably clearer on his attribute panel. The forging skill had reached mastery, and his potential had increased by another point. "May I have a look?" A voice interrupted, belonging to a robust man with dark skin, Zhao Tai, the owner of the Zhao blacksmith shop. "Uncle Zhao, please take a look," Su Hao replied, presenting the sword with both hands. Over the past weeks, Zhao Tai had observed Su Hao diligently crafting weapons during his spare time. Now that the forging was complete, he was here to assess Su Hao's work. The sword was heavy and resilient, displaying a commendable quality, albeit with some minor imperfections that kept it from being truly exceptional. Still, it barely met the standards of a 10 refined weapon. Zhao Tai ran his fingers along the blade, occasionally tapping it lightly, and a flicker of surprise and intrigue danced in his eyes as he offered his evaluation. A 10 refined weapon. This signifies you have entered the realm of competent craftsmanship. Typically, a novice blacksmith would require several years, often over a decade, to forge a weapon of that standard. Yet you, in just a year, have achieved this. Despite a few flaws, it is only natural for a first attempt to contain imperfections. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Tai lifted his gaze to Su Hao and declared, "From today onward, you shall be formally recognized. In addition to your regular wages, you will receive a reward of 1 tael of silver for each qualified unrefined weapon you forge." Upon hearing this, Su Hao was filled with a mix of joy and surprise. His arduous efforts in weapon forging were driven by a desire to demonstrate his progress to Zhao Tai. Recognizing Su Hao's remarkable talent, Zhao Tai did not hesitate to grant him formal status as a blacksmith, complete with the associated benefits. With Su Hao's stamina, crafting 2 or even 3 weapons a month would not pose a challenge, translating to at least 2 or 3 taels of silver in earnings each month, an increase of more than tenfold compared to his previous status as a novice blacksmith. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I will continue to strive for excellence." Su Hao expressed his gratitude. "Congratulations. Work hard now, and one day, Hao, you shall marry a good wife and enjoy life." In the forge, his fellow blacksmiths offered their heartfelt congratulations. With some playfully teasing him, Su Hao thanked them all, feeling that this young man had a bright future ahead. However, one young man, tending the bellows, kept his head down, a flicker of jealousy glimmering in his eyes. Becoming a formal blacksmith marked a promising beginning for Su Hao. Transitioning from a novice to a recognized blacksmith in less than a year was a testament to the changes brought about by his enhanced potential. He was destined to become increasingly remarkable. With his potential now at 8 points, the efficiency of his training in both the diamond fist and the 8-section brocade would see yet another boost. Days later, after practicing the 8-section brocade and diamond fist in the courtyard, Su Hao, drenched in sweat, felt quite pleased with his progress. Time to rest. It looks like it might rain today as dusk approached. He glanced at the overcast sky, then freshened up before retiring to bed. The night grew deep. Thick clouds obscured the stars, and the rumble of thunder heralded a torrential downpour. The world outside was enveloped in a misty rain. Meanwhile, outside a dilapidated courtyard, 3 men appeared through the rain, allowing the downpour to drench them. In the center stood a brawny man with a scarred face. Brother Dao. That lad named Su Hao not only possesses striking features, but also the skill to forge 10 refined weapons. Such talent is sure to attract a hefty price. A young man beside him grinned slyly. "Let's proceed swiftly," Brother Dao replied nonchalantly. "With this heavy rain, even if we make some noise, no one will notice. Besides, Su Hao is an orphan. His disappearance will go unnoticed." The 3 men easily scaled the bamboo fence enclosing the courtyard and headed towards Su Hao's room. Inside one of the rooms, Su Hao lay asleep. But the stormy night, punctuated by thunder, made it difficult to rest peacefully. Suddenly, he sensed a faint sound amidst the rain, a window being opened, followed by the sound of someone entering his room. A drenched man had joined him in the room. Removing the bolt from the door, as the other 2 swiftly opened it, their movements clearly indicating they were not new to this. "Who goes there?" Su Hao's eyes snapped open, and he sat up in bed. Tension coursing through him as he called out sharply. On such a stormy night, the sudden intrusion of multiple individuals was undoubtedly alarming. He was acutely aware of the chaos that plagued the world, with murders and disappearances occurring frequently. "It's me." One of the intruders, a young man, appeared slightly taken aback by Su Hao's alertness, but he spoke calmly, showing no signs of panic. "It's Sunfoam." Su Hao squinted in the dim light, recognizing the young man's face, his brow furrowing slightly. Sunfoam, a recent addition to Zhao's blacksmith shop, had just become a novice blacksmith. The other 2 men, a scarred face and a bald, muscular man, seemed unfamiliar. And all 3 bore weapons, armed with clubs and daggers, clearly indicating their ill intentions. "Brother Sun, what brings you here at this hour? If you need money, I have 2 or 3 taels saved up. I can give it to you." Despite the rising tension, Su Hao forced a smile, trying to ascertain the purpose of their visit. "What do you think we're here for? You, with your striking looks, are quite appealing to those with peculiar tastes among the wealthy. And with your forging skills, being an orphan, there are those who would pay handsomely for you." Sun Feng's smile was sinister, his eyes glinting with malice and jealousy, having joined Zhao's blacksmith shop together. Sun Feng, whose talent was mediocre, had struggled for 2 or 3 years to barely become a novice blacksmith, while Su Hao, with his extraordinary gift, had managed to forge 10 refined weapons in under a year. His future was bright, and it sparked immense envy in Sun Feng, leading him to take malicious action. "Brother Dao, brother Hu, let us take him down together. This lad will fetch a good price." Sun Feng then spoke respectfully to the scarred man and the gray-clad figure. Brother Dao, known as Chun Dao, had a notorious reputation in Wahoo town, feared and respected by all. His business revolved around the slave trade, providing a means for desperate individuals to sell themselves. Fueled by jealousy, Sun Feng had contacted Chun Dao, revealing the existence of a prime commodity that would surely sell for a high price. After considering Su Hao's lack of family ties, they concluded that his disappearance would go unnoticed. Leading to the events of that night, taking advantage of the heavy rain, the 3 men approached with clear intentions. "You scoundrels!" Su Hao's heart burned with fury as he overheard their conversation. Treating him as mere merchandise, the thought ignited a fierce desire for vengeance. What Chun Dao and his accomplices plotted was akin to the heinous acts of slave traders. He would not allow such a fate to befall him. "Kill them all!" Su Hao's spirit flared with righteous anger. Ever since he had crossed into this world, he had toiled at the bottom of society, striving to improve his circumstances and seize control of his destiny. Yet, for Chun Dao and Sun Feng to reduce him to a mere slave was an affront he could not endure. Diamond fury. Confronted by the approaching bald giant, Su Hao sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. His foot struck the bed with a forceful thud, akin to an enraged deity. As he abruptly rose, every muscle in his body surging with immense power, coalescing into a singular force, he lunged forward, his right fist compressing the air with a thunderous boom, trailing a series of afterimages, and launched a furious strike. What? The bald giant's pupils constricted as he instinctively braced himself for Su Hao's counterattack. However, despite his precautions, he felt as though he were facing an unstoppable force, a deity charging towards him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him as Su Hao's fist collided solidly with his chest. Crack! At the moment of impact, the bald giant was seized by a piercing agony, akin to being struck by a colossal beast. His rigid ribs emitted a tortured groan, succumbing to the unbearable strain. Snapping under the pressure, bang! He was sent reeling backward, tumbling to the ground, darkness enveloping his vision as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, gravely injured and unable to rise. Old 3, Chun Dao and Sun Feng both gasped in shock. On the surface, Su Hao appeared tall, but not overly imposing. He had just delivered a devastating blow to the robust bald man, leaving him bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Su Hao's strength, while not drastically altered from before his training in the Diamond Fist, had reached a level where he could concentrate his entire force into a singular punch, striking with the ferocity of an iron spike, unleashing tremendous lethality. "Damn it! Kill him!" Chun Dao snapped back to reality, bellowing in rage, realizing too late that this young man was no mere lamb to be slaughtered, but rather a fierce wolf. Yet, having come this far, he could only resolve to eliminate him. Kill. Chun Dao's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Accustomed to violence, he no longer cared about capturing Su Hao alive. He swung a short stick, its iron casing making it both light and deadly, aiming a vicious strike directly at Su Hao's head. Bang! But in the instant Chun Dao raised his arm, Su Hao had already anticipated the attack, deftly dodging it. The blow missed entirely, crashing against the edge of the bed and splintering the wooden frame. Having honed his martial skills to a profound level, Su Hao's judgment in combat surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Much like seasoned fighters who can read their opponent's next moves through subtle cues, Su Hao exhibited this remarkable ability. Easily evading Chun Dao's strike, Su Hao clenched his left fist tightly, his thumb nestled between his index and middle fingers, and unleashed a powerful blow aimed at the gray-clad man's throat. Crack! The sound of his throat being crushed echoed as Chun Dao's eyes bulged, his face contorting in agony as a sense of suffocation overwhelmed him. His body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Sun Feng watched in horror, his scalp tingling at the sight of his too hired muscle falling so easily at Su Hao's hands that in the darkness, Su Hao's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, instilling fear in Sun Feng's heart. "Ah, Su Hao, it's all a misunderstanding. Can we not reconcile? I can offer you money, a great deal of money." Sun Feng swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile, his voice trembling. Su Hao continued to cultivate the burgeoning energy within him, consuming a bowl of nourishing soup thrice daily, treating it as a source of sustenance for his vitality, his blood and qi growing ever stronger. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 months had passed. Within the woods on the outskirts of the city, Su Hao practiced the diamond fist, feeling the boiling energy within him that he sensed that the latent power contained within his blood was reaching a bottleneck. And if he could break through, he would ascend to a new realm. Su Hao diligently trained, believing that hard work would yield rewards, each effort contributing to a transformative breakthrough. Boom! As the barrier shattered, the acupoints throughout Su Hao's body erupted with crackling sounds, his blood and qi circulating freely, and a solidified force surged within him. An unprecedented sense of ease washed over him, the world appearing clearer through his perception. "I have successfully refined my strength." Su Hao opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, his face unable to conceal his delight. The journey of a martial artist to refine their body and cultivate strength was fraught with uncertainty. When one accumulates their blood and qi to its zenith, they may attempt to forge their strength. Failure, however, would lead to damage, necessitating a return to square one that the success rate hinged on one's innate qualities and foundational skills. Su Hao's triumph was largely due to his mastery of the 8 sections of brocade, having reached the limits of human capability with extraordinary potential and a solid foundation. This was the essence of refining strength. Feeling an elusive power within, Su Hao was eager to test the changes within him. Crack! Su Hao assumed his stance and began executing the diamond fist. His fists sliced through the air, trailing afterimages, each strike resonating with the explosive sound akin to firecrackers, the speed and power vastly surpassing his previous abilities, a sound of thunderous impact. Once a martial artist refines their strength, their physical capabilities surge dramatically, allowing them to concentrate their power into a single blow, unleashing a devastating force that shatters the air with astonishing might. That Su Hao cast his gaze upon a tree thick enough to be embraced by a person. He channeled his blood and qi, condensing his strength, and unleashed a heavy punch that thundered towards the trunk. Bang! Amidst the explosive sound, the entire tree shook violently as if caught in a tempest, leaves cascading down in a flurry, while the point of impact on the trunk bore a deep dent, the bark splintering and cracking, splinters scattering like confetti. Such a powerful strike upon a human body would be unimaginably devastating. This was the power of strength, capable of delivering the destructive force of hardened martial arts to those untrained in physical prowess, shattering solid stone without harming one's own flesh or bones. Su Hao withdrew his fist, gazing at the shattered imprint left on the tree and his unscathed skin. He couldn't help but express his astonishment. The distinction between a refined martial artist and an ordinary one lies in their mastery over strength. Both may strike a solid rock, but while one may shatter it with brute force, the backlash would inevitably inflict damage upon their own body. In contrast, a refined martial artist can deliver a powerful blow that breaks the stone while remaining unscathed, capable of slicing a standing brick in half with perfect precision, leaving the lower half undisturbed. In a confrontation between an ordinary martial artist and a refined one, even with equal strength and speed, the former would inevitably suffer a swift defeat, akin to an egg colliding with a rock, completely incomparable. Having refined his strength, Su Hao felt a twofold increase in his physical power, a significant enhancement. Savoring the changes within him, Su Hao is thoroughly satisfied that it is worth noting that as one approaches their limits, any further improvement becomes exceedingly challenging to Su Hao, having reached the pinnacle of human physicality. Achieving a twofold enhancement was a noteworthy transformation. Becoming a refined martial artist marked his entry into the realm of martial arts, enabling him to protect his territory and ensuring a prosperous life wherever he went. A smile graced Su Hao's face, knowing that his successful refinement of strength had officially ushered him into the realm of martial arts, having brought the diamond fist to the level of refinement. He had become a refined martial artist, a rarity in the vicinity of Wahoo Town, signifying his status that, of course, even as a refined martial artist, Su Hao remained unassuming that he possessed a unique talent. Choosing to steadily develop and strengthen himself rather than engage in reckless bravado. Skills mastered. 8 sections of brocade, great accomplishment 86. Forging, great accomplishment 41. Diamond fist, initial stage 1, potential. 9 points, extraordinary physique, with the diamond fist reaching great accomplishment. His potential had increased by 1 point. It appeared that 10 points of potential represented a threshold. Breaking through it would undoubtedly lead to a transformation. Moreover, Su Hao's potential continued to rise, sensing that 10 points marked the boundary for his next metamorphosis. Su Hao remained patient. Achieving perfection in the 8 sections of brocade was not beyond reach. Once he attained it, a transformation would surely follow. After completing his breakthrough, Su Hao tidied his appearance and made his way to the blacksmith shop to begin work. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the forge, Su Hao skillfully hammered the molten iron, each strike resonating with a crisp and melodious metallic sound. This the famed blacksmith, Su. His forging skills are remarkably sophisticated, far exceeding expectations based on his appearance. A new apprentice at the blacksmith shop assisted Su Hao in operating the bellows, captivated by the sight of Su Hao, who was entirely focused on his forging. The heavy hammer in Su Hao's hands seemed weightless. With each rise and fall, there was a remarkable rhythm. Even an untrained observer could discern the exceptional skill with which Su Hao wielded the hammer. His progress was nothing short of astonishing. And it seemed that, aside from the master of the Zhao family forge, none of the seasoned blacksmiths could rival his prowess. Zhou Xiong and the other blacksmiths could not help but secretly marvel at Su Hao's innate talent for forging. In just over a year, he had already attained one of the top 3 levels of skill at the Zhao family forge. While forging, he also channeled the diamond fist energy within him, with each resounding strike. The forging platform trembled slightly, and each blow refined the iron further. The more one utilizes their strength, the stronger it becomes, and Su Hao viewed the forging process as a means to hone his own power. It was, to him, a form of cultivation. His forging efficiency had dramatically increased. Where he could previously forge 2 weapons a month, he now crafted 4, thanks to advancements in his technique and a boost in his physical stamina. In other words, Su Hao earned 4 taels of silver each month. For an ordinary family, this would undoubtedly ensure a comfortable life for all 4 members. Of course, with increased earnings came increased expenses. Merely for health tonics, he spent around 2 taels a month. He also saved the remaining money, contemplating the possibility of purchasing new martial arts manuals in the future. However, there was no rush, as he had yet to perfect his diamond fist. Tomorrow was a day of rest, and he needed to venture into the city to procure ingredients for his health tonics. After finishing work, Su Hao returned home alone, mindful to gather the necessary ingredients. During this period, he made a monthly trip to Chongqing City for supplies. The next morning, he set off for Chongqing City, enjoying a bowl of beef noodles around noon before commencing his journey home. He anticipated that he would soon achieve perfection in the 8-section brocade, in the wilderness. With foliage providing ample shade, Su Hao strolled happily, his mind wandering. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of a wild beast. A flicker of alertness crossed his face as he discerned faint rustling sounds, and he instinctively directed his gaze toward the source of the noise, suspecting it to be a rabbit or perhaps a pheasant. However, his wariness intensified upon spotting a figure emerging from the thicket ahead. It was a man clad in leather armor, his body smeared with blood. Su Hao furrowed his brow. The man's appearance suggested he was far from benign. With a sudden thud, the man, clearly injured and startled, lost his footing and fell to the ground, scrambling to rise with an air of desperation. Was he not a member of the Black Deer army? Upon recognizing Su Hao's appearance, the man exhaled slightly, relieved to realize the youth was not a pursuer. Yet the bloodied man urgently shouted, "Quickly leave this place! Over there!" just as the words left his mouth. A chorus of shouts erupted from all directions, and the underbrush cracked as several figures approached rapidly. 4 robust individuals emerged, each clad in armor that, while merely cloth, exuded an oppressive aura. "Hey, why did you stop running?" One of the soldiers taunted, The head of a sergeant from the Chongqing army is worth 30 taels of silver. These armored soldiers, resembling wolves, fixated on the bloodied middle-aged man as though he were a delectable prey. This man was a sergeant in the Chongqing army, a formidable figure who had managed to escape despite his severe injuries. Killing an enemy officer would not only yield a handsome reward, but also accumulate merit for promotion. If you want my head, you'll need to pay a price. The middle-aged man mustered his remaining strength, scanning the surroundings before speaking coldly. Yet, it was evident to all that he was on the brink of collapse. Trembling as he struggled to remain upright. "Boss, there's a boy here." He just an ordinary civilian point. One of the soldiers noted Su Hao's presence, prompting a cold-faced soldier to inquire how to handle him. Su Hao quickly interjected, "Gentlemen, I am merely passing through and will depart at once." Both parties were clearly not of good character, and it was evident that a life-and-death struggle was imminent. Thus, Su Hao had no intention of intervening. However, the cold man sneered, "Of course, we'll kill him too. He is probably one of the Chongqing army." This declaration incited the middle-aged man's fury as he retorted, "You Black Deer army claim to be rebels. Yet you rob and pillage, committing every imaginable crime. Now you refuse to spare even a passing boy. What makes you any different from bandits? If you have a grudge against me, then so be it. Dante, let me look down on you." Black Deer army? Su Hao felt a stir within. He had heard of their notorious reputation as a so-called rebel army in the current turmoil of the Great Yin dynasty. Various insurgent factions had emerged like mushrooms after rain, and the Black Deer army was among them, gaining notoriety in Chongqing County under the guise of rebellion. The middle-aged man was from the Chongqing army, and it seemed that his side had been defeated, leading to his relentless pursuit by the Black Deer army. Indeed, your reaction suggests this boy is likely one of your own. Kill them both. The four soldiers of the Black Deer army smirked, indifferent to whether Su Hao was affiliated with the Chongqing army. Since they had encountered him, they intended to execute him without hesitation. Even if Su Hao was merely an innocent passerby, they could easily claim he was part of the Chongqing army, thus securing an additional 4 or 5 taels of silver for the bounty. Such ruthless acts had become second nature to them. A surge of killing intent welled up within Su Hao. He had merely stumbled upon this conflict. Yet the Black Deer army was insistent on ending his life as if he were nothing more than a common chicken to be slaughtered. Disregarding the value of human life, this so-called rebel army, under the guise of liberation, was no different from true robbers and bandits. Little brother, when the time comes, run quickly. Whether you can escape depends on your own fortune. The middle-aged man advised Su Hao in a low voice. With a flush of determination crossing his face, he drew upon his remaining strength and charged toward the cold man, aware that escape was no longer an option. He would fight with all he had while he still could. Surround him. Do not let him escape. The cold man barked, drawing his blade to meet the attack. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of their blades echoed as sparks flew. First, eliminate this boy, one Black Deer soldier, preferring to target the seemingly weaker opponent, aimed to dispatch Su Hao first, knowing that attacking the middle-aged man might lead to mutual destruction. That don't blame me. It's just your bad luck. The soldier from the Black Deer army sneered as he lunged at Su Hao, his long knife descending with lethal intent. Yet, the soldier was taken aback, instead of panic or fear. He found Su Hao's face devoid of emotion, radiating a chilling calmness. This unsettling composure alerted him to the impending danger. Yet it was too late. In a sudden burst of movement, Su Hao's left hand shot out, steady and powerful, like a steel bar intercepting the blade aimed at him. Crack! A surge of solid force erupted as the Black Deer soldier emitted a pained grunt, feeling as though his wrist had been struck by a heavy iron rod. Instantly, his wrist shattered, a piercing pain coursing through him, causing the long knife to slip from his grasp. "Spare me." The Black Deer soldier staggered backward, cold sweat beading on his forehead, desperately seeking mercy. However, Su Hao offered no room for negotiation. Stepping forward like a wrathful deity, he clenched his right fist and struck directly at the soldier's neck. Crack! The force of his punch shattered the soldier's throat, sending his body crashing to the ground, convulsing in death. This scene left the leaders of the Black Deer army, who were besieging the middle-aged man, momentarily stunned. They began to grasp that this seemingly unassuming youth was no mere lamb to the slaughter, but rather a fierce wolf. Having slain a soldier from the Black Deer Army with one decisive blow, Su Hao realized that if he chose to flee now, no one would pursue him. Yet Su Hao remained silent, his face shrouded in a layer of frost as he advanced towards the battlefield. Having made his move, true to Su Hao's nature, he intended to eradicate the threat entirely, to slay all the soldiers of the Black Deer Army who sought to claim his life for their own gain and bounty, thus putting an end to it all. It was merely a misunderstanding. They had misidentified him. The cold and sinister man sensed that Su Hao was no ordinary individual and, unwilling to relent, hastily called out, attempting to appease Su Hao in hopes of dissuading him from interfering in the fray. However, it was too late. Su Hao suddenly accelerated, forcing the two Black Deer soldiers who were besieging the middle-aged man to grit their teeth and withdraw from a melee. Lunging at Su Hao from either side, their long blades glinting ominously, capable of severing flesh and bone. With his mind focused and having mastered the 8-section brocade, Su Hao's potential was fully unleashed. His senses sharpened. After refining his body and energy, his perception and reflexes far surpassed those of the past, allowing him to discern the trajectory of the two blades as they struck. Swish, swish, as his body swayed. The two long knives sliced through empty air, while Su Hao deftly altered his footing and position, maneuvering to overlap the two Black Deer soldiers, causing them to hinder one another, thus allowing him to confront them as a single foe. Swish, swish, the Black Deer soldiers slashed repeatedly, but the moment one raised his weapon, Su Hao had already anticipated his actions by observing his posture and movements, evading in advance, rendering 3 or 4 strikes completely ineffective. This exemplified the advantage a seasoned martial artist held over one who had merely practiced basic knife techniques and boxing forms, by paying attention to the opponent's muscle tension and starting stance. One could predict their movements and react accordingly. The Black Deer soldier, having failed to land a single blow on Su Hao despite his relentless strikes, found himself momentarily winded, his movements faltering dead-eye in that instant. Su Hao surged forward, closing the distance and crashing into him, his right arm's muscles coiling as a surge of force coalesced and erupted, striking fiercely at the soldier's chest from a mere foot away. Bang! The Black Deer soldier wore padded armor, which, while offering significantly less protection than heavy armor, provided decent defense against strikes. Yet, under Su Hao's punch, augmented by vital energy, the armor crumpled with a sound akin to a firecracker exploding. The surface of the armor deeply indented while the sound of shattering bones echoed. The soldier's ribs cracked, and the force of the blow penetrated, causing his internal organs to feel as though they had been struck by a hammer, resulting in a mouthful of blood erupting as he was sent crashing to the ground. This demonstrated the might of a refined energy martial artist. Even when unarmed and facing an armored foe, they could shatter defenses and render them powerless. The other Black Deer soldier, gripped by fear, recognized that this youth was a veritable harbinger of death. His fists and feet were capable of easily shattering stone. Bang! Amidst his shock, Su Hao did not relent. Within 2 or 3 moves, he delivered a powerful sweeping kick that shattered the soldier's waist, sending him flying like a broken sack, crashing to the ground. Now is the time to cease. Do you dare to offend the Black Deer Army, risking the annihilation of your entire family? 3 out of 5 Black Deer soldiers have been swiftly defeated by Su Hao, prompting the leader, the Cold Man, to threaten fiercely. The Black Deer Army is a scourge that must be eradicated. Yet the middle-aged man, sensing the dire situation, swiftly dispatched a Black Deer soldier, sending him sprawling to the ground. The Cold Man realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee. However, just as he had taken a few steps, Su Hao lunged from the side like a ravenous wolf, his fist crashing into the man's temple. Bang! In an instant, the Cold Man's skull shattered, blood oozing from his ears and nose, his eyes wide in terror and regret as he crumpled to the ground. His gaze still reflecting a flicker of fear and remorse. It had been so simple for them, the 4 of them, to slay the squad leader of the Evergreen Army. Why provoke this seemingly unremarkable youth? They had met with a tragic end. Why had they sought death? Su Hao took a moment to calm his boiling blood, observing the bodies strewn across the ground. His pent-up rage had finally found some release, even though this matter had been of no concern to him. However, these soldiers of the Black Deer Army sought to claim his head for their own merit, leaving him with no choice but to send them on their way. Casting a glance at the middle-aged man who had collapsed onto the ground, Su Hao swiftly resumed his actions, delivering fatal blows to the remaining Black Deer soldiers while searching their bodies for any valuables. Killing without looting was akin to killing in vain. The middle-aged man swallowed hard as he witnessed the scene before him. The youth's movements were far too practiced, whether it was delivering a finishing blow or looting. He exhibited the skill of one who had done such deeds many times before. Initially, Su Hao held little hope for any rewards. After all, these men would unlikely carry their entire fortune with them. And indeed, this was the case. They bore not even a single copper coin. However, he discovered something of interest on the cold man. Within the sewn pocket of the man's clothing, Su Hao found a piece of paper adorned with vibrant red ink. A silver note? Su Hao's heart raced. A silver note, with the smallest denomination being 100 taels. The note he discovered on the cold man was indeed for 100 taels. Su Hao had earned a decent income in Wahoo Town, yet had not saved enough to reach 100 taels until now. Whether this wealth was plundered or earned through merit for the Black Deer Army, it had now fallen into Su Hao's hands. Additionally, he found a token inscribed with the words Maple Leaf Ridge Market, which appeared to be some sort of pass. However, he had no time to investigate further. Indeed, the old adage held true. Killing and plundering go hand in hand. Suppressing his excitement, Su Hao tucked the silver note away and paid no heed to the middle-aged man of the Evergreen Army, turning to leave. "Little brother, my name is Pei Chong Hong, but if you ever need anything, you can find me at Chunlu Street in the Onyu Workshop in Evergreen City. I will certainly reward you handsomely." As he saw Su Hao hastily departing, the middle-aged man realized that Su Hao wished to avoid trouble and urgently called out to his retreating figure. Had it not been for Su Hao, he surely would have met his demise today, and thus he could only express his gratitude. This young man appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. Yet he had already refined his energy. He dressed quite plainly. Could he be a martial artist from some dojo? His potential was indeed remarkable. Watching Su Hao's retreating silhouette, Pei Chong Hong mused to himself. Refining energy was the first threshold of martial arts. Yet it was enough to exclude 9 out of 10 practitioners. Those who could refine energy, whether as escorts or soldiers, would fare well in Pei Chong Hong's view. Su Hao's ability to refine energy at such a young age likely indicated he was a prodigious talent from a dojo in Evergreen City, completely unaware that Su Hao was merely a country boy who had trained himself to this level through a single manual. Su Hao continued onward, having no intention of entangling himself with Pei Chong Hong, a member of the Evergreen Army. Given his talents, he understood that his current priority was to develop quietly rather than actively immerse himself in chaos and danger. Of course, the best course of action would have been to eliminate Pei Chong Hong entirely to eradicate all potential troubles. But judging by the man's previous behavior, he did not seem malevolent, and Su Hao could not bring himself to be so ruthless. It was best to simply avoid entanglement. This venture had proven quite fruitful. 100 taels would be enough to purchase a small courtyard in Evergreen City. Su Hao stroked the silver note in his pocket, feeling a surge of joy. Naturally, had another person with insufficient strength encountered such a misfortune, they would not only lose the silver note, but their very heads would become the capital for the Black Deer soldiers to claim merit. Yet, Su Hao possessed sufficient strength to turn peril into fortune, reaping an unexpected windfall. This was the advantage of power. He returned to Longzhi village unscathed, resuming his usual routine of practicing the diamond fist and the 8-section brocade. Contented as he retired to his room for rest. This world is perilous. I have never sought out trouble, yet I have already taken nearly 10 lives. For Su Hao, this was not his first experience with killing, and his demeanor was far calmer than it had been during his initial encounter. Such was the nature of this world, survival of the fittest. He only took the lives of those who deserved it. And he felt no remorse. As dawn broke the next day, he rose early to practice the 8-section brocade. Since he possessed a unique talent, he intended to diligently cultivate that gift to its fullest potential, striving to reach heights that had never before been attained. Ba Duan Jin. This form of health cultivation is not particularly difficult, making it accessible to individuals of all ages and genders, under the diligent practice of Su Hao, whose potential is increasingly remarkable. He is gradually approaching mastery of this skill, as Su Hao's days are serene yet fulfilling. 2 months later, another calm evening arrives. As usual, Su Hao engages in Ba Duanjin, invigorating his energy and blood flow. In the midst of his movements, he sways with the breeze. Although the actions are merely simple, when executed by him, they exude a peculiar charm, embodying a beauty that returns to simplicity. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, a villager passing by Su Hao's home steals a glance and finds himself momentarily entranced. Clad in plain cloth, Su Hao seems to be draped in a vibrant tapestry. However, as the villager rubs his eyes vigorously, he realizes that Su Hao remains unchanged, his movements simple and natural, akin to gymnastics, devoid of anything extraordinary. It appears that the exhaustion from last night's labor has led to a mirage. Perhaps tonight he should exercise some restraint. With a mutter, the villager shakes his head and departs, dismissing the incident as an illusion. Meanwhile, Su Hao is immersed in a wondrous sensation, as if he is floating on clouds. His internal energy surging and his sinews vibrating, as though his body is undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. Ba Duanjin is perfected, and my potential has undergone a profound change. Su Hao understands that he has finally achieved mastery of his first skill. And this familiar feeling mirrors the sensation he experienced when his potential first transformed. As the changes gradually settle, Su Hao opens his eyes, and his immediate sensation is that the world has become clearer. His mind sharper. Matters that once eluded him during his training now present themselves with clarity, and even forgotten knowledge and memories resurface in his thoughts. Name: Su Hao mastered skills. Ba Duanjin, perfection. Forging, great achievement 41. Diamond fist, great achievement 1. Potential, 12 points, talented gem. Su Hao glances at his attributes panel and, indeed, Ba Duanjin has reached perfection. Furthermore, it seems that achieving mastery has significantly increased his potential. With his already high potential, it has surged an impressive 3 points, catapulting his potential beyond the 10-point threshold to a remarkable 12 points. My potential level has transformed from extraordinary talent to a talented gem. Su Hao's eyes gleam as he notices the transformation of his potential. Extraordinary talent denotes a rare disposition, capable of great accomplishments through diligent practice. In contrast, a talented gem represents a naturally flawless stone, possessing innate, boundless potential. With a bit of refinement, it can be unveiled as a beautiful gem. The current Su Hao embodies such a natural treasure, brimming with infinite potential and with a touch of cultivation. Destined for greatness, Su Hao attempts to execute a set of diamond fist techniques and immediately feels the difference. Previously, performing the diamond fist required all his concentration. Now, however, it feels as if a veil has been lifted, granting him a divine perspective that allows him to identify and correct the flaws in his technique, invigorating his thoughts and sparking new ideas. This the essence of a talented gem. Possessing innate potential, one can achieve success with minimal effort. With diligent endeavor, great accomplishments are assured. Su Hao marvels at the strength of his newfound potential. Talent and effort are both essential. Effort determines one's lower limits, while talent dictates the ultimate heights one can reach. Moreover, Su Hao discovers additional changes that accompany the perfection of Ba Duanjin. Whoosh! Su Hao suddenly propels himself forward, akin to a cheetah, his speed enabling him to leap from one end of the courtyard to the other in the blink of an eye. Traversing the entire small compound, such speed and explosive power surpass the limits of an ordinary person. Crack! Following that, Su Hao channels his strength in his right fist and strikes with ferocity. His fist cleaves through the air, producing a sound akin to firecrackers, sending shockwaves that stir the dust on the ground. The destructive force of such a punch against flesh is unimaginable. With Ba Duanjin perfected, I have attained flawless control over my body. I can even stimulate my muscles, releasing all limitations and pushing my physical capabilities to their true extremes, exponentially increasing the force I can deliver. After a series of movements, Su Hao comes to a halt, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The perfection of Ba Duanjin has granted him a monumental leap in strength, allowing him to masterfully control every muscle in his body, enabling true, unrestricted operation of his physical functions within a short time. It is no exaggeration to say that if the current Su Hao were to face his former self, he could dispatch him within 3 moves. This Ba Duanjin is a health cultivation technique, relatively simple to master. Yet achieving perfection has indeed bestowed immense benefits upon Su Hao. His potential has risen, with both Diamond Fist and Forging reaching great achievements. And the threshold to perfection is now within reach. Perhaps I should learn 1 or 2 more martial arts to further augment my potential. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Hongfengling to explore that location marked on the token, which seems to be a ghost market, and see if I can procure new martial arts techniques that a few days later, Su Hao is diligently working in the forging room, crafting weapons while contemplating his plans. Diamond Fist belongs to the realm of martial arts, yet its difficulty surpasses that of health cultivation. Transitioning from great achievement to perfection presents a challenge several times greater than moving from entry level to great achievement. Given this, it would be prudent to learn a couple more martial arts. With his potential, he could easily grasp the fundamentals and achieve minor success, further enhancing his potential, thus making the practice of Diamond Fist considerably easier. Previously, after defeating the soldiers of the Black Deer Army, Su Hao not only acquired 100 taels of silver notes, but also obtained a token inscribed with Hongfengling Market. After some investigation, Su Hao deduces that the Hongfengling Market is likely a so-called black market in the present-day Yin Empire. Transactions are subject to various taxes, and essential goods such as rice, flour, and oil are restricted based on household registration. This has led to the emergence of black markets, which typically operate in secret locations, allowing evasion of taxes and the trade of items difficult to sell in conventional markets, attracting a diverse array of individuals. The token serves as both a location and a pass to this black market. While visiting martial arts schools is one avenue, their fees are exorbitant, and they often teach apprentices in a manner that benefits the master over the student, leaving little room for genuine instruction. Su Hao lacks the time to slowly grind through the process. It is more efficient to acquire the manuals and practice independently. In the black market, he might indeed find martial arts manuals. With this resolution in mind, Su Hao discreetly departs Longzhi village the following afternoon, setting off towards Hongfengling. Hongfengling lies approximately 40 to 50 miles from Wohu town, surrounded by mountains and forests, with few signs of human activity. As darkness envelopes the land, Su Hao arrives at a secluded ravine, where desolation reigns. Here, weeds and towering trees flourish, obscuring sunlight and casting an aura of gloom. Over there, after scouring the ravine, Su Hao's eyes brighten as he spots a dilapidated small village nestled in the hollow. He realizes this is the location of the black market. Typically, black markets open at night and close at dawn, so Su Hao patiently awaits their arrival. As night falls, the number of visitors to the black market increases. Most conceal their identities beneath hoods or masks. Let's go. Let us take a look at Su Hao prepares himself, donning a black fabric hood that obscures his face, revealing only his eyes, and strides towards the entrance of the black market. At the entrance stands a stern-looking black-clad swordsman, a blade at his waist, who blocks Su Hao's path. With an impassive expression, he states, to enter the black market without a pass, an entrance fee must be paid. If you wish to set up a stall to sell items, an additional venue fee is required. Su Hao understands the rules. The black market is governed, maintaining its order. However, entry into this clandestine market is not without its costs. Every individual must pay an entrance fee. Su Hao produced a token obtained from the Hailu army and presented it to the cloaked assassin for inspection. The token indeed served as a pass issued by the Hongfeng Ridge Black Market. Once verified, the assassin stepped aside, gesturing for Su Hao to proceed. As he entered the marketplace, reminiscent of a quaint mountain village, Su Hao observed lanterns hanging along the dimly lit streets. The passers-by were all masked and donned conical hats, moving in silence. Even their whispers were deliberately subdued, resembling phantoms. After a leisurely stroll through the black market, Su Hao noticed numerous stalls, each showcasing an eclectic array of goods: armor, weapons, various potions, and even living creatures for sale. His footsteps eventually halted before a stall positioned close to the street, where a collection of books lay on display. The titles immediately suggested they were martial arts manuals, arranged as casually as cabbages. Here I have manuals on fist techniques, sword play, and body movement, all of exceptional quality and at fair prices, with no deceit. The stall owner, a man clad in green garb and veiled, rasped upon noticing Su Hao's interest. "May I examine them first?" Su Hao inquired, aware that it is all too easy to forge such manuals. Investing heavily in a counterfeit would be not only a waste of money but also a drain on his time and energy. Of course, the green-clad man nodded slightly as Su Hao picked up a manual titled Five Tigers Cut the Soul Blade, that he surmised that this manual was mostly genuine. After perusing it for a moment, he formed a judgment. With his mastery of the diamond fist and his understanding of human meridians and energy flow, he noted that this manual included a corresponding diagram of meridians and techniques that bore striking similarities to the diamond fist, suggesting authenticity. "Esteemed customer, you have been examining for a while now. All my manuals are genuine, and should you be interested, you may purchase one to study at your leisure," the green-clad man remarked. "What is the price of this manual?" Su Hao asked, having sifted through several manuals, and soon spotting one with the bold title 8 Steps to Chase the Cicada. Su Hao sought to learn new martial skills and deemed it essential to enhance his overall abilities, particularly in lightness and agility. After all, speed is crucial. Even if he cannot defeat an opponent, possessing the means to escape can sometimes be more vital than the ability to vanquish foes. Thus, the presence of a manual on lightness caught his immediate attention. 100 taels of silver per manual. No bargaining, the green-clad man stated. 100 taels. Su Hao's brow furrowed at once. He was well aware that martial arts manuals do not come cheap. Not only martial arts, but even trades such as carpentry or culinary arts require years of apprenticeship and dedication to acquire a skill that could sustain a living. The stall owner's opening price of 100 taels exceeded Su Hao's expectations. Moreover, manuals can be replicated, meaning selling them to others does not diminish the seller's own resources, the green-clad man rasped. "Do not be put off by the price. If you were to learn at a martial arts academy, the monthly fees would start at a minimum of 5 taels. Most academies are protective of their teachings. To achieve mastery often takes years, even decades, and you may not even acquire true knowledge. The manuals I offer may be pricey, yet they are indeed valuable. Once you master the energy cultivation, making money will no longer be a concern." Su Hao wished to negotiate, but the stall owner resolutely shook his head. To sell these manuals at a reduced price would lead to their proliferation, and he would not compromise his business. Choosing instead to endure the wait for fair profit rather than sacrificing quality for immediate gain, 100 taels is far too steep. "I can only afford to purchase one," Su Hao lamented, his brow knitting tighter. He desired the manuals, but lamented his lack of funds. Soon, however, a plan formed in his mind. He looked up the stall owner and proposed, "I possess a manual as well. May I trade it for one of yours?" The manual on the diamond fist had been thoroughly studied by Su Hao, and he had memorized it completely. To him, it had lost its value. Trading it with the stall owner for a new martial skill would yield no loss and grant him the opportunity to learn something new. Hearing this, the green-clad man readily agreed. "That is acceptable, but I must first verify the authenticity of your manual." In truth, many of the manuals at this stall had been acquired through similar exchanges. Without further ado, Su Hao retrieved the diamond fist manual from his robes and handed it to the green-clad man for examination. After a thorough review, the stall owner nodded after some time. "The manual is genuine. You may select any one manual from my stall. However, you must promise not to sell your manual in this marketplace again." Should Su Hao continue to sell the diamond fist manual in the market, it would undoubtedly impact the stall owner's business. Thus, he agreed to the exchange, under the condition that he would not sell his manual locally. Yet, Su Hao was no fool. He shook his head. "I end this exchange. You incur no loss, and you may sell my manual afterward, whereas I cannot continue to sell mine. This trade seems inequitable for me. You must offer me some additional compensation. Let us make it 3-for-1. A 1-for-1 trade would clearly disadvantage him." So Su Hao stood firm, insisting on receiving 3 manuals in exchange for a single one. 2 manuals at most for yours. You may choose any 2 from my collection, the green-clad man countered, unwilling to engage in a losing transaction. Ultimately, Su Hao conceded to the terms, accepting the condition of not selling his manual locally in exchange for 2 manuals. The trade was fair, allowing both parties to satisfy their needs. That Su Hao began to select the manuals from the stall. The 8 steps to chase the cicada is certainly essential, and for the second, I shall choose another form of fist technique. With my foundation in fist techniques, mastering a new one will yield greater efficiency. Initially, he considered selecting a weapon-based martial skill, but the stall offered only 2 such manuals, the Feiyu sword technique and the 5 tigers cut the soul blade. Between the sword and the blade, Su Hao favored the latter. Having worked in a blacksmith shop, he was accustomed to crafting blades, which he found more practical and easier to master. The 5 tigers cut the soul blade sounded like a technique meant for mere extras, so he opted for the heavy mountain fist technique instead. After careful consideration, he made his decision, choosing the heavy mountain fist, as his primary goal was to maximize his potential by selecting a technique that complemented his existing foundation, ensuring greater efficiency in his training. With the transaction completed, Su Hao exchanged the diamond fist manual for the heavy mountain fist and the 8 steps to chase the cicada. This young man is quite peculiar. Mastering a single martial skill could consume a lifetime of effort, yet he seems intent on acquiring multiple skills, which may be a bit ambitious. The green-clad man mused quietly as he watched Su Hao's departing figure. Though Su Hao's face was obscured, the stall owner could discern that he was quite young. For martial artists, it typically requires a decade, if not several decades or a lifetime, to truly master a single skill. Quality is favored over quantity, and pursuing too many skills at once may result in a lack of proficiency in all. Nevertheless, the green-clad man was unaware of Su Hao's unique talent, which defied conventional wisdom. Unbeknownst to Su Hao, the stall owner harbored these thoughts as he tucked the manuals away and continued to wander through the black market. Bang! Suddenly, Su Hao felt a jolt of surprise as a gray-clad man, seemingly in a hurry and with his head down, collided directly into him. Instinctively, Su Hao's internal strength surged slightly, causing him to sway only a moment, while the gray-clad man stumbled backward as if hitting a wall. "I am so sorry. I'm so sorry." The gray-clad man repeatedly bowed in apology. Su Hao frowned, remaining silent as he coldly scrutinized the gray-clad man, instinctively sensing that the collision was intentional. "My apologies for bumping into you. I was tripped up just now, and I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll be on my way." The gray-clad man offered another sincere apology before hurrying away, head lowered, disappearing into the shadowy market. It seemed he had attracted trouble. Su Hao watched the gray figure retreating and mused. This black market forbids conflict, yet once outside, no one would intervene. After wandering a few more circles, Su Hao felt he had accomplished his goals for the visit and decided not to linger any longer. Discreetly turning to exit the black market, a few vendors observed Su Hao's departing figure, a glimmer of pity in their eyes. That man has attracted the attention of a tiger. His fate may not be favorable. Upon departing from the black market, the responsibility for safety is entirely relinquished. One must exercise caution. At the entrance of the black market, a figure clad in black observed Su Hao's exit, offering a nonchalant warning. Su Hao merely nodded in acknowledgement before hastening his pace towards the mountain gorge. Indeed, there are those who have set their sights on me, and not just one. Moreover, those bold enough to engage in murder and smuggling are certainly not the sort of ruffians like Chun Dao. As he made his way, Su Hao slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, revealing a flicker of coldness within that in this black market, identities remain shrouded in mystery. None are privy to the other's true nature. To dare to kill and smuggle without knowledge of one's background is a gamble. While luck may favor success a time or two, one cannot traverse the river without getting wet. Should misfortune strike and one encounters a formidable opponent, it could very well be a matter of life or death. Yet now, someone has taken an interest in Su Hao, evidently confident in their ability to subdue him. That elder brother, the man in black, initially sought to purchase a manual worth 100 taels of silver, suggesting he possesses at least that sum. It appears he is a lucrative target, that I had just collided with him, deducing that he is a martial artist at the preliminary stage of strength cultivation, while my elder brother is also at that level. Together, we are almost certain to eliminate him and make a handsome profit. A mere 30 yards behind, three men wearing distinct masks closely followed Su Hao, their eyes gleaming with fervor. They had previously targeted Su Hao, knowing he was a source of potential wealth. Furthermore, to ensure their safety, they had conducted a test, deliberately bumping into Su Hao in the black market to gauge his strength. If he were a powerful adversary, he would either evade or instinctively react to mitigate the impact. After being struck, Su Hao's internal energy naturally surged, allowing the gray-clad man to ascertain Su Hao's level of prowess. He was at the preliminary stage of strength cultivation, likely having recently undergone body refinement. Among the trio, there were also strength cultivators. With the odds in their favor, they were bound to capture him and reap substantial rewards. Planning to flee, the target has noticed us. Let us pursue, the man with the tiger mask urged, observing Su Hao quickening his pace and breaking into a sprint. The trio wasted no time. Having revealed their presence, they accelerated their pursuit without hesitation. As they entered a dense thicket, the three men suddenly halted in shock. Not far away, under the shadow of a large tree, Su Hao stood poised, not continuing his flight. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light. His vital energy circulating within, muscles rippling and swelling, resembling a beast awakening from slumber. One must strike with the ferocity of a lion when hunting a rabbit. Su Hao understood that these three men daring to follow him had ulterior motives and were likely not novices in the business of murder and smuggling. They surely had their own strengths and confidence in their abilities. Therefore, Su Hao resolved to unleash his full power, denying them any opportunity to retaliate, seizing the initiative, mastering the 8 sections of brocade. Su Hao could perfectly control his vital energy and muscular groups. His blood surged rapidly, invigorating all his muscles and awakening his latent potential, propelling his bodily functions to an extraordinary peak to in the next instant. Su Hao propelled himself forward, akin to a leopard leaping from the shadows, creating an almost imperceptible afterimage as he lunged at the gray-clad man. Startled, the gray-clad man instinctively raised his hand to strike with his blade. Yet, Su Hao's sudden burst of speed was terrifying. Before the blade could descend, Su Hao was already upon him. With a fierce blow, Su Hao unleashed the diamond fist, utilizing the momentum of his charge. He stepped forward and punched, his arms seemingly extending an extra foot, fingers forming a deadly cone as he struck with blinding speed, tearing through the air like a white crane swooping down on its prey. The gray-clad man's blade had yet to fall. When Su Hao's fist pierced his throat, a sickening crunch echoed as the throat shattered, accompanied by the gruesome sound of flesh tearing. Su Hao's fist, like a sharpened spear, drove halfway into the gray-clad man's throat. Gurgling sounds emerged as the man's eyes bulged in shock, blood gushing forth from his wound. With a swift retraction, Su Hao drained the man of all strength, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Eliminating the gray-clad man in a single blow was akin to dispatching a chick. Su Hao's expression remained impassive beneath his mask. These three had pursued him with ill intent, and thus their demise was justified. Third brother, kill him, kill him! The remaining 2 men were momentarily stunned, witnessing their companion's demise, their anger boiling over as they swore not to let Su Hao escape so easily. Together, they charged at him with vengeance. The man in the tiger mask and another clad in brown surged forward to surround Su Hao. Swish! The brown-clad man's blade sliced through the air, swift and fierce like a tempest. Although he had yet to reach the level of strength cultivation, he had indeed undergone body refinement, albeit unsuccessfully, leaving him with diminished potential. Nevertheless, his power surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist, making him a formidable foe. Su Hao remained vigilant. The mastery of the 8 sections of brocade had heightened his senses to an extraordinary level, allowing him to perceive even the slightest rustle of the wind. His acute awareness was pushed to the limit, enabling him to hear the sound of the wind and see the blades flash as it cut through the air. A surge of energy roiled within Su Hao, enhancing his senses and accelerating his speed. A swift horizontal slash aimed for Su Hao's neck. However, the brown-clad man felt a sudden chill. The blade did not connect with flesh, merely slicing through an afterimage. Before he realized it, Su Hao had evaded to his side, his fist, like an iron spike, crashing into the man's temple. Bang! The sound reverberated as if a massive hammer had struck, causing the brown-clad man's eyes to bulge. Nearly popping from their sockets, his head twisted grotesquely as he collapsed, bleeding from his ears and nose, lifeless on the ground. The diamond fist, a technique birthed from the fierce spirit of diamond anger, emphasized targeting vital points with ferocity and swiftness, delivering the most devastating power with the least effort. One strike to incapacitate the enemy. This exemplified the transformation following successful body refinement. With the power of his cultivated energy, Su-Hao's punches could shatter even the hardest stone and resilient bones without harm to his own fist. The disparity between an ordinary martial artist and one who had achieved refined strength was akin to an egg striking a rock. A blow would either kill or severely injure. With his overwhelming offensive, Su-Hao swiftly eliminated two adversaries, his ferocity undeniable. Crack! After defeating two foes, Su-Hao heard a sharp sound slicing through the IT was the robust figure of the man in the tiger mask. Witnessing his companion's demise at Su-Hao's hands, enraged, he opted to retaliate, lunging like a fierce tiger. His punch tore through the air with a roar akin to a fierce beast, a martial artist at the level of body refinement. The formidable presence of the man in the tiger mask sent a chill through Su-Hao, who quickly assessed that this leader had completed his own body refinement. With years of experience in murder and theft, he masterfully employed the Black Tiger Fist, showcasing extraordinary prowess. Swish, not daring to underestimate him. Su-Hao concentrated his energy, channeling it into his arm and delivering a ferocious punch that split the air with a thunderous sound. Crack! When their fists collided, it was as if two forces of nature had met. The explosion echoed like firecrackers, their energies clashing violently, sending dust swirling around their feet. Each had cultivated their power to an equal degree. Kill! Pausing momentarily, the man in the tiger mask shouted, his fists crashing down like a tiger mauling its prey, relentlessly assaulting Su-Hao unleashed the diamond fist to its fullest extent, his agility surpassing that of the tiger-masked man as they exchanged blows in a fierce combat dance. This man's cultivated strength was evidently superior to mine. Su-Hao mused inwardly, recognizing that while he had only recently begun his journey of body refinement, the tiger-masked man had been honing his skills for years, giving him an edge in raw power. Then I shall overpower him. A flush crept across Su-Hao's face as he accelerated his vital energy, stimulating his muscles to unleash their maximum potential. Suddenly, the tiger-masked man felt a surge of pressure. Su-Hao's punches and kicks were terrifyingly heavy, and his speed was astonishing. He hardly resembled a mere preliminary cultivator. The figure wearing the tiger-headed mask was utterly astonished. What left him even more alarmed was that after just a few exchanges, Su-Hao seemed to have deciphered his boxing techniques, rendering him unable to counter effectively, causing an indescribable discomfort, with a potential surpassing 10 points. A gem in the rough, Su-Hao's heightened comprehension was evident in battle, as he swiftly grasped the enemy's moves and patterns, exploiting every flaw. After several rounds, the masked man found himself fatigued, staggering backward, unable to suppress the vulnerabilities that were now apparent. Seizing this pivotal moment, Su-Hao bent his legs, propelled himself off the ground with great force, akin to a white crane soaring, and instantly closed the distance to the tiger-masked man. His hands formed into fists, like a dart, delivering two ferocious strikes aimed at the man's head and heart. Though the tiger-headed masked man attempted to defend himself, his waning energy rendered his body unresponsive, and he could only watch helplessly as Su-Hao's lethal blows landed. Despite having undergone body tempering and possessing a physical defense superior to that of ordinary individuals, he was evidently unable to withstand attacks from a martial artist of equal caliber. Crack! Crack! The sharp sound of bones shattering echoed as the masked man's skull fractured, his brain jostled, blood and brain matter seeping from his ears and nose, while his chest caved inward, the force of Su-Hao's punch obliterating his heart. Beneath the cracked mask, a fierce visage now displayed sheer terror and resentment, his eyes wide as he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, gradually succumbing to the void of life. The trio had engaged in this murderous venture in the black market before, targeting solitary figures like Su-Hao, initially probing their strength before deciding to follow and strike. Although the tiger-headed man had previously sent his subordinates to test Su-Hao, discovering merely a level of body refining. The reality of Su Hao's combat prowess was evidently far beyond that. Unbeknownst to the tiger-headed man, Su Hao's level was indeed only that of body refining. However, having perfected the 8 sections of brocade, not only did his physical attributes exceed those of his peers, but his heightened senses allowed him to stimulate his muscles, pushing his bodily limits to their utmost, in terms of combat strength. He surpassed the typical level of body refining by a considerable margin. One might successfully navigate the waters a few times, reaping substantial rewards, but a single misstep could lead to an abyss from which one could never rise. As his bodily functions reached their limits, Su Hao thought, if there were any more of them, I would have to flee rather than engage. After catching his breath for a moment, he quickly searched the 3 men. Thoroughly and swiftly, in the end, he discovered a mere handful of broken silver, causing him to frown. They're at least body-refining martial artists. How could they be so impoverished and not strive to earn a living? Always seeking shortcuts, shaking his head, Su Hao stashed the coins away, disregarding the lifeless bodies on the ground as he turned to leave in these desolate mountains and wilds. More corpses would soon join the ranks of the forgotten, destined to decay or be devoured by wild beasts, their existence fading into oblivion. Under the sparse moonlight, Su Hao returned home safely. Despite the unexpected events of his outing, he ultimately achieved his desires, acquiring what he sought. It was not until the afternoon of the following day, during his respite, that Su Hao found time to delve into the 2 manuals he had obtained. The first he perused was the 8 steps to chase the cicada. This technique emphasized explosive bursts over short distances, signifying the ability to catch up to a swiftly flying cicada within 8 steps. Mastering this technique would yield remarkable results in times of crisis, whether in flight or pursuit. After reading the manual several times, Su Hao ventured into the wilderness outside the village to begin his training. With a swift motion, Su Hao set off through the wilderness, following the prescribed breathing and energy routes outlined in the manual, channeling his internal vitality, focusing his strength in his legs, and adjusting his running posture as if pursuing a cicada, maximizing his speed. This training enabled Su Hao's explosive velocity to surpass his previous limits. Even if he completed a 100-meter dash a second or a second and a half faster, it represented a significant breakthrough. As night fell, Su Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, concluding his training for the day, and his attribute panel reflected that he had grasped the 8 steps to chase the cicada at an introductory level. This was the hallmark of a gem in the rough potential. With a little effort, one could achieve substantial accomplishments. Not to mention, Su Hao was putting in double the effort, having perfected the 8 sections of brocade. He was filled with vigor, allowing him to temporarily forego its practice and dedicate more time to other martial arts. Upon waking the next morning, with some time to spare before heading to the blacksmith shop, Su Hao immersed himself in studying the heavy mountain fist. As he examined the technique manual, his eyes gradually brightened. This fist technique was fundamentally different from the diamond fist, which emphasized unyielding force and aggressive assaults. In contrast, the heavy mountain fist focused on the application of strength and technique, balancing offense and defense, striking with the weight of a mountain while defending like the gentle breeze caressing the hills. Remaining immovable as a mountain, embodying the principle of lifting heavy as if it were light. As Su Hao practiced the heavy mountain fist, he controlled his breath and rhythm, his fists landing with heavy force, exuding an aura of grandeur as he trained. The surrounding air felt as if it had solidified. His progression from clumsiness to proficiency was so rapid that it drew attention. In just one morning, Su Hao had already reached the introductory level of the heavy mountain fist. It was worth noting that when he first practiced the diamond fist, it took him 3 full days to reach the same stage. So this advancement was more than tenfold. Of course, this was partly due to Su Hao's exceptional potential, now far surpassing his initial capabilities, and also because he had already mastered the diamond fist, providing a solid foundation for learning a second fist technique, thus accelerating his progress considerably. Tools are an extension of the arms. Thus, I can certainly practice my fist techniques while forging, seamlessly integrating martial arts into my crafting skills. That morning, at the Zhao family blacksmith shop, with his muscular torso bare, Su Hao wielded a hammer, the flickering firelight illuminating the chiseled features of his face as he swung the massive hammer down upon the glowing iron block. Whether it be swords or hammers, they were extensions of his arms that Su endeavored to apply his mastery of fist techniques through the hammer. While forging, he could simultaneously practice his martial arts. Clang, the diamond fist was fierce and unparalleled. Each strike resonated like steel meeting steel, the force reverberating so powerfully that it caused the furnace flames to flicker and distort. Clang, clang. Meanwhile, the heavy mountain fist was unmatched in weight and subtlety. Appearing effortless as the hammer danced fluidly through the air, each strike causing the anvil to tremble slightly, accompanied by sparks flying. To merge forging with martial arts, to practice fist techniques while crafting may sound simple, but it is a feat beyond the reach of most, achievable only by Su Hao, whose potential now soared to 12 points, embodying the essence of a gem in the rough. Hao is truly a genius. Watching him forge is nothing short of spectacle, and it won't be long before his forging skills surpass my OW. As the owner of the blacksmith shop, Zhao Tai looked on with a mix of admiration and pride. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Having talent and lacking it is an entirely different matter. The other veteran blacksmiths could only smile bitterly to themselves. They had immersed themselves in the craft for decades. Yet Su Hao had caught up to them in just 2 or 3 years, and he was on the verge of surpassing them. This was not merely a result of hard work. Unbeknownst to Su Hao, the thoughts of those around him reflected his own fervor. At this rate of progress, mastering forging should come first, with perfecting the diamond fist also imminent. With renewed motivation, Su Hao's life was filled with purpose and busyness. The days of rigorous training were typically tranquil, and unexpected events were rare. Su Hao ventured out only once a month to procure medicinal herbs from Chongqing City, spending the rest of his time either in the forge or diligently honing his martial arts. Time flew by, and after a peaceful and fulfilling half-year, winter arrived once more on a frosty morning. Following a night of snow, the wilderness outside Longzhi village lay blanketed in a thick layer of snow, the air biting cold. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the trees, moving so swiftly that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. Only the imprints left in the snow and the broken branches, dusted with fallen snowflakes, suggested the passage of a powerful beast, perhaps a fierce tiger or a cheetah. Su Hao could feel the icy wind whipping past his face, and the exhilaration brought on by such speed was intoxicating. Pausing, he looked back, realizing he had covered nearly 30 zhang in an instant. Not bad. 100 meters in approximately 4 seconds. Su Hao silently assessed within himself. The technique of Babu Ganchan had been perfected a fortnight prior. The musculature of his legs had undergone remarkable transformation, becoming increasingly adept for sprinting and instantaneous bursts of speed. Now, when executing Babu Ganchan, Su Hao could achieve a terrifying velocity of 4 to 5 seconds over 100 meters. It is worth noting that the enhancement of speed and strength is not proportional. While one may train diligently to lift double the weight they once could, it is exceedingly challenging to double their running speed. Achieving 4 to 5 seconds over 100 meters is already comparable to the speed of lions, tigers, and cheetahs. With the mastery of the diamond fist, his internal strength had become ever more robust, and he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. Calming his mind after completing his warm-up, Su Hao began to practice the diamond fist. Over the past 6 months, he had made rapid progress. Both Babu Ganchan and Zhongshan Quan had reached great mastery, and even his forging skills had reached perfection, resulting in a significant surge in his potential to an astonishing 16 points. The diamond fist, the first martial art he had practiced, became increasingly responsive to his will, and as he continued to train, refine, and nurture it, his internal energy grew stronger. Su Hao could feel that he was on the brink of a qualitative transformation. As he practiced the diamond fist, he suddenly sensed the boiling of his vital energy within, a surge of power coursing through him. The perfected diamond fist was altering the essence of his internal strength. Su Hao's eyes brightened. This sensation was familiar. It was akin to the initial experience of tempering his body and honing his power. During these past 6 months, Su Hao continuously consumed health-boosting tonics, coupled with his exceptional talent and relentless daily practice, leading to a natural accumulation of strength and an impending breakthrough. With a resounding roar, his vital energy surged, spreading through his limbs and body, igniting him as if engulfed in flames. Despite the pain, impurities within his body were being expelled, cleansing him of any excess. The internal heat accumulated, making it difficult for Su Hao to release it, causing sweat to cascade down like rain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. This process of tempering his strength was far more intense than his first experience. As time trickled by, Su Hao suddenly heard a series of light cracking sounds. A meridian in his spine had been opened, and his energy flowed freely. The membranes of his body and pores were now connected, allowing his strength to dissipate without obstruction. Simultaneously, the intense heat within him was released through the pores. And Su Hao's crimson skin gradually returned to its normal hue, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of ease. Upon opening his eyes, a faint glimmer of brilliance sparkled within them, and a wave of genuine joy surged in his heart. I have broken through. Su Hao had successfully completed the second round of body tempering and energy honing, unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, allowing his strength to permeate through his membranes and pores, achieving mastery in energy honing. Both his strength and speed had once again increased significantly. Clenching his fist, he brought his fingers together, squeezing the air around him to the point of producing a cracking sound. His gaze was bright with determination. As his physical constitution approached its limits, any further enhancement became exceedingly difficult, yet the process of tempering his body and honing his strength would gradually shatter these limits. He glanced at a nearby tree, thick enough for a person to embrace, and with a mere thought, he felt his strength coalesce effortlessly. Without exerting excessive force, he delivered a punch. Bang! The strike was silent, unlike the explosive force of his previous blows. It simply landed softly against the trunk, producing a faint thud that caused the tree to sway slightly. Upon retracting his fist, Su Hao observed that the bark remained entirely unscathed. Rip! However, he swiftly grasped the bark with his fingers and tore it away with force, sending splinters flying. Upon closer inspection, a large section of the trunk beneath the bark had been shattered into powder. This sight was enough to send shivers down one's spine, evoking gasps of astonishment. One could only imagine the immense destructive power such a punch would wield against a human body. This was the result of reaching mastery in energy honing, capable of penetrating the surface of objects and damaging their internal structures. Previously, he had practiced Mingjin. Now, he had attained the ability to wield the invisible Jin. Su Hao pondered as he gazed at the wound on the tree. Jin could strike a watermelon, leaving its skin unblemished while rendering the interior mushy and pulverized. A martial artist at the pinnacle of energy honing, engaging in combat, could easily inflict damage on an opponent even if they were clad in light armor, penetrating their defenses to harm the flesh beneath. With his current mastery of the diamond fist and achieving the pinnacle of energy honing, if he were to face the masked man with the tiger head again, another practitioner of energy honing, he could effortlessly defeat him without sustaining a scratch in just 2 or 3 moves. Su Hao clenched his fist, a smile gracing his lips that, in the earlier encounter with a similarly skilled masked man, he had relied on the perfected Ba Duan Jin to manipulate his vital energy to the limits of his physical capabilities, allowing him to overpower his opponent with sheer strength. Now, with his mastery of the diamond fist and his skills elevated to a new level, combined with the attainment of a Jin, he would easily surpass any ordinary practitioner of energy honing. When he faced the masked man again, there would be no question of the outcome. Name. Su Hao mastered skills. Ba Duan Jin, perfected. Forging, perfected. Diamond fist, perfected. Zhongshan Quan, great mastery. Babu Gan Shan, great mastery. Potential, 18 points, a talented gem. Having reached a potential of 18 points. It seemed he was not far from a transformation, that a smile crept upon Su Hao's lips as he gazed at his attribute panel. Over the past 6 months, with the completion of his forging and the perfection of the diamond fist, alongside the great mastery of Zhongshan Quan and Babu Gan Shan, his potential had surged, bringing him closer to the significant threshold of 20 points. He estimated that reaching perfection in Zhongshan Quan and Babu Gan Shan would undoubtedly suffice to push his potential beyond the 20-point barrier, culminating in a qualitative change. The martial arts he had mastered, Diamond Fist and Zhongshan Quan, were relatively foundational techniques. Even reaching perfection would only lead to mastery in energy honing. Yet this posed no significant issue, as mastering several martial arts would naturally allow him to synthesize them, achieving the pinnacle of energy honing. Yes, Su Hao moved his body. He contemplated deeply within. Both Zhongshan Quan and Diamond Fist were martial arts focused on energy honing. And reaching mastery in energy honing was the limit. The more profound the martial art, the more precious it became, each school cherishing its own teachings. However, with Su Hao's innate talent, practicing multiple martial arts would inevitably lead him to higher realms. Calming his thoughts, Su Hao proceeded to the blacksmith shop in town to begin his work. Half a month had passed since Su Hao achieved mastery in energy honing. "Where is your master?" "Bring him out immediately." One afternoon, as Su Hao diligently worked in the forging room, shouts and commotion erupted outside, causing the workers within to furrow their brows and cease their tasks. Zhao Tai, the owner of the Zhao blacksmith shop, also made his way to the door. In the courtyard outside the forging room stood several tall men with extraordinary auras, their faces etched with anger. The apprentices of the blacksmith shop dared not intervene, resorting instead to fawning smiles. "Master Zhao, may I inquire if there is something we can assist you with? Let us keep the peace and avoid anger." Zhao Tai caught sight of the leader of the group, and a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. He knew trouble had arrived, yet he maintained a courteous demeanor. The individual referred to as Master, he was a robust man in his 30s, appearing somewhat portly but undeniably strong. Could he be He Ji Yong from the Black Snake Gang? "What brings this scourge here?" One of the blacksmiths, overhearing Zhao Tai's address, paled and spoke in a hushed tone. The Black Snake Gang was the largest organization in the vicinity of Wahoo Town, surviving by extorting protection fees and seemingly having official backing, acting as the government's hidden hand, with authorities turning a blind eye to their misdeeds. People were too afraid to voice their anger against them. Moreover, the three individuals who had brutally slain and dismembered an unnamed monk earlier were disciples of the Black Snake Gang. He Ji Yong, with his elevated status as a hall master, was a core member of the gang, and the onlookers understood that such a boisterous entrance would certainly spell trouble. "Master Zhao, I have been looking after your blacksmith shop's business, spending a fortune on weapons, yet you dare to present me with such shoddy goods? This sword is so inferior it wouldn't even suffice for chopping wood." He Ji Yong regarded Zhao Tai with a smile that lacked warmth, drawing forth a long sword from his waist. The sword, measuring 3 feet in length, bore a noticeable chip along its blade. With a scoff, He Ji Yong gripped the sword's body with one hand, while his left hand formed a palm and struck down upon the sword's tip with force. Crack! A surge of energy erupted, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal clashing, as the long sword shattered at its tip and embedded itself into the floor with a resounding thud. The scene caused a notable shift in the expressions of the gathered crowd. He Ji Yong boldly asserted that the long sword was forged in their blacksmith shop, and with a single hand, he shattered it before their eyes, clearly seeking trouble and demonstrating his strength to intimidate them. "Who forged this sword? Step forward." A disciple of the Black Snake Gang shouted from behind He Ji Yong. The crowd exchanged glances, some involuntarily casting their eyes towards Su Hao. How furrowed his brow. The sword in question was indeed crafted by him. However, he was confident in his work, knowing that he had never skimped on quality. With his perfected forging skills, the quality of the 10 refined weapons he produced was unparalleled in Wahoo Town. Furthermore, buyers would always inspect the goods on site before settling the transaction, ensuring everything was in order. It was evident that He Ji Yong was here to stir up trouble, having tampered with the sword beforehand merely as an excuse. Zhao Tai stepped forward hastily, saying, "Master He, there is indeed an issue with this sword, but it is certainly not the fault of our Zhao blacksmith shop. I hope you will show mercy. We are willing to forge a new sword for you at no charge, one that will surely satisfy you." Zhao Tai dared not admit that the fault lay with their shop, for doing so would ruin their hard-earned reputation and jeopardize their business. He was well aware that He Ji Yong was seeking trouble and hoped that by offering compensation, he could placate him. Show mercy, such a shoddy weapon, if used in battle, would be tantamount to handing over one's own life. It would not be unreasonable to demand your lives in compensation. A warrior from the Black Snake Gang scoffed. He Ji Yong waved his hand to silence his subordinate, smiling as he said, "Master Zhao, I believe this is merely an unintentional mistake on your part. I will not make things difficult for you. If you forge a suitable weapon for each member of our Black Snake gang, we can consider this matter settled." The moment those words were uttered, the crowd's expressions collectively darkened. The Black Snake Gang was the largest faction in the Wahoo Town area, with at least 50 members, not to mention the potential for additional affiliated members, possibly numbering close to 100. Who could say who was truly a member of the Black Snake Gang? He Jiong's demand for the Zhao blacksmith shop to forge a weapon for each of them was nothing short of extortion. "This is too much. You are not welcome here. Leave at once," boomed the burly Zhou Xiong, his temper flaring as he advanced, wielding a heavy hammer, his eyes ablaze with fury, intent on driving He Jiong away. Crack. However, He Jiong's expression turned icy. Without any visible motion, Zhou Xiong suddenly emitted a grunt, as if struck by an unseen force, and was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. That Su Hao observed keenly. It was He Jiong's lightning-fast kick, moving at a speed beyond the capability of the naked eye to perceive. He Jiong was undoubtedly a martial artist who had entered the realm of refining strength, his power surpassing that of the refining strength warrior Su Hao had previously defeated. Old Zhou. The other blacksmiths were filled with a mix of anger and fear, each seizing their hammers as blacksmiths. They possessed both strength and spirit. How could they allow themselves to be bullied? "Everyone, stop!" Zhao Tai shouted, quelling the rising tide of aggression among the blacksmiths. Zhao Tai's own expression was grim. Yet he understood that should a fight break out, the least of their troubles would be the ruin of their business. Offending the Black Snake Gang would likely lead to retaliation against them. "Master He, this matter is of great importance. I hope you will grant me 2 days to consider it." Zhao Tai spoke solemnly to He Jiong. He Jiong understood that compelling Zhao Tai to provide weapons for free would not easily bend the other party to his will. Zhao Tai's deliberate request for 2 days was likely an attempt to seek help. However, since He Jiong had already decided to take action, he would not let it go easily. That he smiled lightly and said, "Very well, Master Zhao. I shall grant you 2 days. Think it over carefully. Should you agree to my terms, your blacksmith shop will become a friend of our Black Snake Gang. Will you then have any worries about business?" Though his words seemed like advice, they were, in truth, a veiled threat. If they were not friends, they would be considered enemies. With that, He Jiong forcefully hurled the broken sword into the ground, its blade embedding itself with a resonating sound. And with his hands clasped behind his back, he departed with 2 disciples of the Black Snake Gang. I am fine." Zhou Xiong grimaced in pain as he spoke to the others who rushed to check on him. "This is troublesome. He Jiong is a formidable adversary, and he demands that our blacksmith shop compensate each of them with a weapon. It's simply outrageous." The faces of the others were clouded with worry, fully aware that being targeted by He Jiong would mean severe consequences. Would they truly be reduced to working for the Black Snake Gang? "For the next 2 days, let's all return home and rest. I will seek an audience with Lord Li and ask for his assistance," Zhao Tai announced to the group, granting them a 2-day respite while he prepared to seek out influential figures in town to negotiate with He Jiong. The others nodded reluctantly, and Zhao Tai then turned to Su Hao, reassuring him, Hao, this is not your fault. He Jiong is merely using this as a pretext to stir up trouble." Su Hao knew the sword was of his own making, and having inspected it beforehand, he was confident in its quality, so he feared Su Hao would blame himself for the incident. "Yes, I understand," Su Hao replied with a slight nod. Afterward, Zhao Tai dismissed the others, sending them home for a temporary break, while Su Hao returned home for a peaceful 2 days of rest. As time passed, however, when the 2 days had elapsed, Zhao Tai instructed everyone to continue their leave, causing a heavy weight to settle in their hearts, clearly indicating that the situation remained unresolved. Although Zhao Tai was polite, he was not one to easily submit to the Black Snake Gang's demands. On the 3rd morning, Su Hao arrived outside the blacksmith shop, his expression shifting as he caught a whiff of a burnt odor. His slight relief. Zhao Tai appeared unharmed. It seemed that a fire had been set in the blacksmith shop last night. But fortunately, it had been discovered in time and extinguished. It was undoubtedly the work of the Black Snake Gang. Zhou Xiong seethed with anger, realizing that Zhao Tai had not acquiesced to the Black Snake Gang's terms. And now, such an incident had occurred, clearly a warning from He Jiong and his cohorts. Zhao Tai was a kind-hearted man. After Su Hao's parents had passed away, leaving him destitute. It was Zhao Tai who allowed him to stay at the blacksmith shop as a helper, never once withholding any of the wages owed to him. It was a pity that such a good-hearted individual was being bullied by a rogue like He Jiong. Zhao Tai continued to grant the others leave. Yet the veteran blacksmiths like Zhou Xiong were unwilling to rest and instead armed themselves, standing guard at the blacksmith shop alongside Zhao Tai, prepared to fight should the Black Snake Gang return. They could not believe that the Black Snake Gang would dare to engage them directly in battle. Should the situation escalate, it would not bode well for anyone. As for the younger blacksmiths like Su Hao, they were forcibly sent home by Zhao Tai and the others, who feared for their safety amidst the potential conflict. Night fell again, and without work at the blacksmith shop, Su Hao's days were pleasantly idle, filled with training in martial arts and honing his skills. Late one night, however, two shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the small courtyard where Su Hao resided, nimbly climbing over the bamboo fence with barely a sound. Both were masked, seemingly searching for something, and they quietly slipped through the window into Su Hao's room. No one. As the two entered the room, they were momentarily taken aback to find the bed empty. "Could that kid be out?" muttered a tall, lean man, furrowing his brow. Yet, the room was small, leaving no place to hide. The other sighed in frustration. "Since we can't catch this kid, let's report back to Master He." The blacksmith shop was unwilling to yield, fiercely resisting, with the old blacksmiths standing guard, ready to fight to the death. This situation had begun to give He Jiong a headache, that he then devised another plan, sending his subordinates to abduct someone from the blacksmith shop, and they had chosen Su Hao. Firstly, Su Hao had no close friends or family. Should anything happen to him, it would not cause a significant uproar. Secondly, Su Hao showed great potential at the Zhao blacksmith shop and was seen as a likely successor to Zhao Tai. Kidnapping him would ensure that Zhao Tai and the others could not ignore his fate. The two men had come under He Jiong's orders to abduct Su Hao under the cover of night. However, to their dismay, he was not home, leaving them empty-handed. "Let us go back for now," they decided after waiting in vain for a while, ultimately choosing to return and report back. However, as they crept quietly along the village paths, they failed to notice a pair of icy eyes watching them from the shadows. "Is it the Black Snake Gang? Are they coming for me?" In the darkness, Su Hao fixated on the retreating figures of the two individuals, his gaze somewhat frigid, mastering the 8-section brocade to perfection and achieving consummation in the Vajra fist. He had undergone the second refinement of his body and strength, reaching the pinnacle of his prowess. His senses, keen beyond the ordinary, allowed him to detect their presence even as they were merely surveying his residence. Anticipating their intentions, he discreetly vacated his room to observe their movements from the shadows. These two had neither pilfered valuables nor caused any destruction. Upon realizing Su Hao was absent, they promptly departed. Su Hao was no fool. With a mere conjecture, he surmised their affiliations, most likely members of the Black Snake Gang, and their nocturnal visit was undoubtedly linked to his blacksmith shop that I merely wish to forge in peace, to provide for my family and cultivate my skills. Why must they court death? A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Su Hao's eyes. The trees may yearn for tranquility, yet the winds do not cease. Su Hao understood that this matter could no longer be resolved amicably. He could no longer remain a passive observer. Should the situation escalate unchecked, the blacksmith shop would undoubtedly suffer grave losses, which directly threatened his own interests. Adjusting the mask he held, he concealed all but his piercing eyes and stealthily followed the two figures from a distance, intent on tracking them down to eliminate the mastermind behind this. He Jiong. Having perfected the 8 steps to chase the cicada, Su Hao's lightness of foot was unparalleled, and the two remained blissfully unaware of the shadow trailing them. They arrived at Maple Leaf Village, which, like Dragon Tongue Village, fell under the jurisdiction of Hidden Tiger Town. The two masked individuals approached a secluded residence, gently knocking on the back door before removing their face coverings. Creak! Soon after, the gate opened just enough for passage, and the duo entered, promptly closing the door behind them. Within the courtyard, several individuals awaited, one of whom was slightly portly, yet exuded an aura of authority befitting a general on the battlefield. He was none other than He Jiong, the leader of the Black Snake Gang. "Where are they?" He Jiong frowned as he regarded his empty-handed subordinates. He had dispatched them to capture the young blacksmith to intimidate Zhao Tai and his compatriots. Yet they returned empty-handed from their mission. A tall, lean man chuckled wryly. "Master, you cannot blame us. That lad seems quite astute and was not home that we came back with nothing. Indeed, but we made no noise and were careful, leaving no traces. Once he returns, we can make another attempt. We will surely subdue him." Another chimed in eagerly. However, He Jiong's expression darkened slightly. "The leader is already quite displeased, urging me to conclude this matter swiftly. Time is of the essence. Those blacksmiths may not fear death, but their families certainly do. Let us extend them a warm welcome. They will surely submit. The sooner they coerce the Zhao family of blacksmiths into compliance, the better." He Jiong's patience was wearing thin, and he was well aware that dealing with these obstinate individuals required a measure of cunning. He was prepared to stoop to any depths. As He Jiong and his subordinates deliberated on how to intimidate the blacksmiths and their families, a sudden sound pierced the air. Whoosh! Two shadows tore through the atmosphere, launching from the courtyard wall toward He Jiong and one of his subordinates, each bearing a stone the size of a fist. Bang! The Black Snake Gang member, caught off guard by the unexpected assault, was struck by one of the flying stones on his forehead. He felt the immense force behind it, as heavy as a hammer. And before he could even scream, his skull shattered, and he crumpled to the ground, blood pooling around him. In contrast, He Jiong reacted swiftly, letting out a low growl as he infused his palm with energy and struck. Crack! The stone hurtling toward him exploded into fragments upon impact, scattering debris across the ground. "Who goes there?" He Jiong bellowed angrily, while the other members of the Black Snake Gang, filled with astonishment and rage, prepared for battle. They had not anticipated such audacity in Hidden Tiger Town, where someone would dare to strike against the Black Snake Gang. With a graceful leap, a figure descended from the wall. Landing with barely a sound, bathed in moonlight, the silhouette appeared elongated, clad in black, with only a pair of chilling eyes visible beneath a dark hood, an embodiment of death itself. Indeed, it was He Jiong. Cold light flickered in Su Hao's eyes as he surveyed the scene, spotting 4 or 5 members of the Black Snake Gang within the courtyard, including He Jiong himself. He had overheard their discussion regarding their intentions to strike against him and the families of the blacksmiths, igniting a surge of murderous intent within Su Hao. Without hesitation, he hurled 2 pebbles into the fray, incapacitating one of them. "Who are you? If there are grievances, state your name, and perhaps we can come to an understanding." He Jiong regarded Su Hao with a hint of gravity, eager to discern the identity of the figure before him. Simultaneously, the 4 other Black Snake Gang warriors drew their weapons, long knives and short swords, gleaming menacingly in the moonlight, clearly indicating that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Su Hao uttered not a word of preamble, slowly advancing toward the group of Black Snake Gang warriors. His purpose was singular: to eliminate He Jiong, who had dared to strike against him. There was no possibility of reconciliation. "Damn it, let us take him down together." Recognizing Su Hao's hostile intent, He Jiong's expression hardened. The opponent was unwilling to negotiate, so he resolved to dispatch him first before assessing his true nature. Whoosh! With a decisive command, a Black Snake Gang warrior, eager to prove himself before He Jiong, charged at Su Hao, throwing a punch aimed at his chest. The strike surged with vigor, indicating that the assailant had attained a modest proficiency in martial arts and wore metallic knuckles on his fingers. This punch could easily shatter hard stone. Yet, Su Hao appeared oblivious, allowing the punch to land squarely on his chest. Bang! The fist, encased in metal, struck Su Hao's chest, but contrary to expectations, he remained unscathed. The Black Snake Gang warrior. It felt as though he had struck a solid wall, utterly immovable, having perfected the Vajra fist and undergone the second refinement of his body. Su Hao's defenses were far superior to before. The attacks of such an amateurish practitioner barely registered as discomfort. In Su Hao's eyes, the warrior's heavy punch resembled that of a mere child, prompting him to refrain from evading. Oh no! Retreat! The Black Snake Gang warrior's pupils dilated as he realized that he was clearly outmatched. He hastily attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Su Hao raised a hand and struck down decisively upon the warrior's head. Crack! The force of his palm crushed the warrior's skull, causing it to cave in and split, blood and brain matter oozing forth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The remaining 3 Black Snake Gang warriors charged in, their blades slashing towards Su Hao from all directions. These were He Jiong's trusted subordinates, elite fighters trained in martial arts, not mere thugs, and they wielded formidable weapons. The siege against them could easily prove fatal for even seasoned practitioners, with knives and swords descending swiftly. The air crackled with danger. Swoosh! However, the blade swept through Su Hao's form, merely passing through an afterimage. One Black Snake Gang warrior screamed in shock and fury as he realized that Su Hao had unleashed astonishing speed, evading their strikes and crashing into him with devastating force, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his left chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the brutal elbow shattered ribs, ruptured the heart, and the warrior coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! The other 2 Black Snake Gang warriors broke into a cold sweat, swinging their blades savagely, but Su Hao moved with an agility akin to a nimble cicada, evading their attacks effortlessly, never once allowing them to graze his clothing. With the 8 steps to chase the cicada perfected and his body refined, Su Hao's physique and agility far surpassed his former self, allowing him to toy with them with ease. Get away! He Jiong's voice boomed, for he recognized that Su Hao was undoubtedly a practitioner of refined strength. Only he could personally confront this formidable opponent to eliminate him. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as He Jiong closed the distance, his steps rapid and sure. In the blink of an eye, he approached Su Hao, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Su Hao was slightly taken aback. He Jiong's punch, though seemingly slow, was in fact executed with astonishing speed and contained a force capable of shattering bones and rocks. Despite his surprise, Su Hao's movements remained swift as he unleashed the heavy mountain fist, his right arm a heavy yet remarkably agile barrier to intercept the strike. Bang! The collision of fists and arms resonated, producing a sharp, explosive sound akin to a firecracker. Kill! With the first strike yielding no advantage, He Jiong let out a low growl, intensifying his assault, showcasing the martial arts he had honed for over 2 or 3 decades to their fullest extent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! He Jiong's fists flew in succession, appearing both slow and fast, both illusory and real. The movement of his arms created a haze of shadowy phantoms, making it nearly impossible for the eye to track the trajectory of his strikes. A moment's distraction could spell certain doom. Every encounter with the Hall Master's elusive punches left onlookers bewildered, and the remaining 2 warriors from the Black Snake Gang could not help but marvel at the profundity of He Jiong's technique. The misty fist that He Jiong practiced emphasized a blend of speed and slowness, a transformation between the illusory and the tangible, rendering his martial arts nearly incomprehensible that a single misstep could lead to defeat. Having diligently trained this set of techniques for over 30 years, He Jiong had mastered it to perfection, his refined strength elevating him to the position of Hall Master within the Black Snake Gang. One of its few formidable experts. Now, facing Su Hao's full force display, he was mesmerizingly formidable. The 2 remaining warriors from the Black Snake Gang watched with predatory intent, waiting for the slightest opening from Su Hao to launch their deadly assault, hoping to eliminate the intruder in tandem with He Jiong. He Jiong's techniques were indeed intriguing. Merely relying on the fully developed heavy mountain fist provided ample defense. However, defeating him would not be a feat accomplished in a short span of time. As Su Hao unleashed the heavy mountain fist, his fists resembled towering peaks, absorbing all of He Jiong's ferocious attacks. He mused internally, recognizing He Jiong's strength as considerable, surpassing that of the seasoned warrior he had encountered at the black market. The man with the tiger mask, Su Hao was eager to engage in further combat, wishing to refine his practical experience. Yet he had come tonight with the intent to kill, to avoid attracting undue attention. He needed to conclude matters swiftly. He Jiong unleashed his full power, his long refined strength brought to bear as his fists danced with an ethereal quality. Each punch was a formidable force, capable of rending stone, aimed at obliterating Su Hao in one fell swoop. The diamond fist, akin to a titan colliding with a mountain. However, in a sudden shift, Su Hao's offensive posture transformed. What had begun as a defensive stance erupted into a ferocious onslaught. His energy surged, his blood boiling, reminiscent of a murmuring brook, his entire being resembling an enraged titan, muscles taut and power radiating from every pore as he withstood He relentless barrage, charging forward with unyielding force. To hell with all the embellishments. I shall break through with sheer might. Boom! He felt as if a small mountain was barreling towards him, staggering back from the impact. Even though his powerful punch connected solidly with Su Hao's body, it only left him feeling numb. Was this the second refinement of strength? He pupils constricted slightly as he realized that the figure before him was no ordinary opponent of the same realm, but rather a warrior who had achieved the second refinement of strength. The first threshold of martial arts encompasses refining strength, tempering bones, altering tendons, and cleansing marrow. Refining strength is the gateway to martial prowess, yet it is of paramount importance. Much like the foundation of a towering edifice, one's potential height is contingent upon the strength of that foundation. Whether it be tempering bones, altering tendons, or cleansing marrow, these stages require the individual to refine their strength and physique, advancing step by step towards an extraordinary state. Thus, the more times one refines their strength, the smoother their subsequent training becomes. Theoretically, a single refinement of strength, combined with a bone-tempering elixir, could propel one into the bone-tempering realm, albeit with low efficiency and success rates. Yet, most warriors only achieve the first refinement, and the journey to the second or even third refinement becomes increasingly arduous. The mysterious figure before him had achieved the second refinement of strength, a level far beyond his capability to contend with. He hastily attempted to withdraw, but Su had already grasped his right wrist firmly, his fingers tightening with tremendous force, causing He wrist bones to crack ominously as if they would snap. His right fist was already coalescing into a powerful punch, the surface imbued with the dark energy resulting from the second refinement, exuding a faint golden sheen. With an unparalleled might, he unleashed a diamond fist, tearing through the air with explosive force. He hair stood on end as he sensed the imminent threat of death. He had no choice but to summon all his latent potential, letting out a primal roar from his throat, channeling his entire strength into a punch to counter Su Hao's devastating blow, hoping to withstand it. Crack, crack, crack. At the moment their fists collided, He heard a series of explosive sounds. His power was utterly crushed before Su Hao's blow infused with dark energy, crumbling like dry twigs. One of his arms was torn apart by Su Hao's dark energy, the muscles rupturing, bones fracturing. Shards of bone protruding gruesomely from his flesh. One hand was rendered useless, while the other was crushed under Su Hao's grip, unable to free itself. Cold sweat poured down He forehead. Earlier, he had thought he had subdued Su Hao. In truth, Su Hao had merely been toying with him, not exerting his full strength. Pain contorted He face as he, filled with fear and fury, stammered, Who are you? What enmity do we share? The second refinement of strength was a rarity in the entire Wahoo town. Only the hall master of the Black Snake Gang and a few others might contend with such a master. He had no idea when he had offended such a formidable expert, who was now intent on extinguishing his life. Leaning in slightly, Su Hao whispered, Hall Master, did you not say that the sword I forged was flawed, barely suitable for chopping vegetables? At this, He eyes widened in disbelief, fixating incredulously on the masked Su Hao. Previously, He had deliberately sought trouble, ordering a commendable 10-refinement long sword from the Zhao blacksmith shop, then tampering with it to provoke Zhao Ti's for Su Hao. A mere youth, He had never regarded him seriously, viewing him merely as leverage to coerce Zhao Tai, even sending men to kidnap him. Yet He never anticipated that this mysterious master of the second refinement of strength was actually the young blacksmith from the forge. You are Su, He blurted out, but before he could finish his sentence, Su Hao's hand was already pressing against his heart, dark energy seeping from his pores in a concentrated force, collapsing He ribs and shattering his heart. He eyes bulged as his body crumpled to the ground. Lifeless from a single strike, he would never have imagined that in his attempt to extort the Zhao blacksmith shop, he would pay with his life, nor could he fathom that a lowly youth hailing from humble beginnings could conceal such profound depth. Hall Master, he is dead. The remaining 2 warriors from the Black Snake gang, who had been lurking nearby, poised to find an opportunity to ambush Su Hao, were taken aback as they witnessed the rapid turn of events, He Jiong being slain in an instant. Run, run, they snapped back to reality, their hearts racing as they turned to flee towards the back door of the courtyard, lacking the courage to continue the fight with Su Hao. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they heard a whoosh behind them. Su Hao had swiftly closed the distance, seizing their heads and forcefully colliding them together. Crack! The sharp sound of impact echoed as their skulls collided, blood splattering as their bodies crumpled to the ground. The courtyard, once rife with conspiratorial discussions on how to deal with the blacksmith shop, fell silent. The disciples of the Black Snake gang, including He Jiong, all meeting their demise at Su Hao's hands. Acting swiftly, Su Hao knew he must clean up and depart. Aware that the commotion from their earlier confrontation would have attracted the attention of others in the village, he needed to leave post-haste. He immediately entered He Jiong's room to search for anything of value. Within the confines of He Jiong's bedroom, he indeed made some intriguing discoveries. In a wooden cabinet, he found 30 or so taels of silver, along with a book inscribed with the characters Misty Fist, presumably the martial art He Jiong excelled in, which he could study later. There was also a vial of pills. Could this be the blood-fortifying pill? Additionally, Su Hao uncovered a bottle containing thumb-sized dark pills, exuding a potent medicinal aroma that invigorated the senses. Recognizing their origin, he felt a spark of excitement. The blood-fortifying pill, which he had seen in the black market, was known to enhance blood and energy, proving exceptionally effective for warriors refining their strength. The price was steep, with each pill valued at 5 taels of silver. This vial contained 12, worth around 50 to 60 taels in total. As the hall master of the Black Snake gang, He Jiong indeed possessed some wealth. Su Hao felt quite satisfied with this haul, gathering everything together. Without delay, he swiftly vanished from Maple Leaf Village. Continuing his journey, as night passed and dawn broke, a new day began in Wahoo Town, where merchants and farmers busied themselves for their livelihoods. Last night, it was heard that He Jiong and several of his close associates were murdered in his residence. Good riddance to that scoundrel. Who knows which brave soul took it upon themselves to rid us of this menace. Su Hao arrived at the blacksmith shop, where he immediately overheard Zhou Xiong and others joyfully discussing the news. Undoubtedly, last night, Zhou Xiong and his companions had armed themselves and stood guard at the shop, but the anticipated clash never occurred. Instead, early this morning, they learned that He Jiong had met a grisly fate in his own home, slain by unknown assailants. Listening to the chatter, Su Hao secretly shook his head. Zhou Xiong, Zhao Tai, and the others had no inkling that He Jiong had sent someone to abduct him the previous night, which had ignited Su Hao's murderous intent, leading him to follow the trail and eliminate He Jiong and his cohorts. A visitor arrived, claiming to be Li Shuqing, the leader of the Black Snake gang. At this moment, an apprentice hurried over to Zhao Tai, reporting with a slight stutter. The leader of the Black Snake gang? Could it be that they suspect us of being involved in He Jiong's death? Zhou Xiong and the others exchanged startled glances. He Jiong had recently clashed with Zhao's blacksmith shop, and naturally, anyone would immediately connect the dots between his murder and the shop. Zhao Tai's expression grew solemn, yet he maintained a semblance of composure. Quickly, invite leader Li in, he instructed soon. Amidst a throng of followers, Li Shuqing entered the blacksmith shop at the eye. Li Shuqing appeared cultured and amiable, likely in his 30s, exuding an air of refinement that made it hard to believe he was the leader of the Black Snake gang, known for his ability to soothe the cries of children in Wahoo Town. Zhou Xiong and the others tensed, discreetly gripping their weapon handles, fearing that Li Shuqing had come to cause trouble. Leader Li, Zhao Tai greeted politely, feeling reassured that in broad daylight, Li Shuqing would not act violently in front of everyone. Li Shuqing wore a gentle smile. Shopkeeper Zhao, I recently had some weapons crafted by your esteemed shop. I've always trusted your craftsmanship. I just heard that He Jiong had troubled you and was about to intervene. But, here, Li Shuqing let out a deep sigh, shaking his head in lament. In any case, He Jiong was too impulsive in his actions, and I hope you won't dwell on it. This statement left everyone astonished. Li Shuqing had come not to cause trouble, but to seek reconciliation with Zhao's blacksmith shop. Placing all blame on He Jiong and claiming ignorance of the event, Li Shuqing appeared to believe that the master who killed He Jiong was connected to their shop. Zhao Tai and the others quickly understood Li Shuqing's motive for seeking a truce. The individual who could eliminate He Jiong and several elite members of the Black Snake Gang was undoubtedly a formidable martial artist. Perhaps even one who had begun to forge their own path in martial arts. Given that this person had acted during the conflict between He Jiong and the blacksmith shop, Li Shuqing would certainly not believe that Zhao's shop was uninvolved. Moreover, with the assailant lurking in the shadows, should they choose to strike against the Black Snake Gang, the losses would be catastrophic. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, Li Shuqing opted for a diplomatic approach. Placing all blame on He Jiong, knowing that the dead cannot speak. Having reached a position like Li Shuqing's, one naturally understands the art of strategy. The blacksmith shop had incurred little loss, and Zhao Tai expressed his sorrow over the matter concerning He Jiong. With Li Shuqing unwilling to pursue grievances against the blacksmith shop, Zhao Tai let out a sigh of relief and engaged in pleasantries with him. "Shopkeeper Zhao, you all continue your work. I shall take my leave," Li Shuqing said. Exchanging a few casual words with Zhao Tai before departing with his entourage, it seemed that Li Shuqing believed that the one who killed He Jiong was connected to their shop. The timing of the assassination was merely coincidental. Had they known such a master, they wouldn't have endured so much trouble in recent days. Zhou Xiong and the other blacksmiths exchanged glances, since the matter is resolved. "Let us all return to work. We must expedite our orders," Zhao Tai smiled. Urging everyone to resume their tasks, he felt a sense of relief and gratitude towards the mysterious martial artist who had taken down He Jiong and his associates in one night. Their timely intervention had instilled fear in Li Shuqing, prompting him to seek reconciliation. Of course, no matter how much Zhao Tai and the others speculated, they could not fathom that last night's events had not been a coincidence, but rather a direct consequence of He Jiong provoking Su Hao, leading to his untimely demise. In any case, the matter had reached a temporary resolution. Su Hao, who preferred to remain in the shadows, also exhaled in relief. After the events involving the Black Snake Gang, tranquility returned once more. Su Hao did not forget his own cultivation. In this chaotic world, without strength to protect oneself, even a humble establishment like Zhao's blacksmith shop could fall victim to nefarious individuals. I must perfect the heavy mountain fist and the 8 steps to chase the cicada. Only then can my potential truly transform. With renewed vigor, Su Hao dedicated himself to rigorous training, with a potential rating of 18 points. Both the heavy mountain fist and the 8 steps to chase the cicada progressed steadily towards perfection. Surprisingly, it was the heavy mountain fist, already possessing considerable skill, that achieved the first breakthrough. 2 to 3 months after the Black Snake Gang incident. During a moment of respite, Su Hao practiced the heavy mountain fist. This set of movements, balancing offense and defense, was executed with an air of grandeur by Su Hao, whose seemingly simple techniques exuded an extraordinary fluidity. As if every joint in his body had come alive, the vital energy within him surged, effortlessly flowing from his meridians and pores, striking with unseen force. The heavy mountain fist was perfected. At that moment, Su Hao felt a profound sense of spiritual elevation, as if transcending into a realm of enlightenment, perceiving the rhythm of life and the growth of flora around him without even needing to see it. With the completion of the heavy mountain fist, his potential had once again increased, leading to a qualitative transformation. Name: Su Hao mastered skills: 8 sections of silk, perfection; forging, perfection; diamond fist, perfection; heavy mountain fist, perfection. 8 steps to chase the cicada, great achievement; potential, 20 points, 1 in a million. As the transformation gradually concluded, Su Hao opened his attributes panel and observed the changes within himself. His potential had risen to 20 points, elevating his potential rank from merely a promising talent to that of 1 in a million. Being 1 in a million does not merely imply a numerical rarity, but signifies an exceptional uniqueness. Even among thousands, a true genius may not emerge. Such individuals are rare, even in a county with a population of 1 million, often gaining significant recognition in various fields, achieving great accomplishments along their paths. With a potential rating of 1 in a million, Su Hao possessed an innate talent for martial arts, able to advance rapidly and establish a formidable reputation in the realm of literature. He could achieve top honors. In politics, he could ascend to prominence. In business, he could open avenues for wealth. Such talents are exceedingly scarce, destined to shine in any industry they choose. Now that Su Hao's potential had reached 20 points, he belonged among this elite group of extraordinary individuals. Let me see just how exceptional I have become. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Hao's eyes as he eagerly sought to test his newfound abilities. He began practicing a set of boxing techniques derived from He Jiong's elusive boxing style. This technique emphasized the fluidity of movements and demanded a high level of comprehension. He Jiong had dedicated 2 to 3 decades to its practice and had only just achieved a commendable level of mastery. As Su Hao engaged in rhythmic breathing, he meticulously followed the patterns laid out in the technique's manual. The first attempt felt awkward, but by the second, he had already gained a degree of fluidity. With each repetition, he absorbed insights and transformed them into practical application. After the third and fourth attempts, the elusive boxing style began to take shape in Su Hao's hands. Just an hour later, Su Hao was able to execute a complete set of the elusive boxing style with ease and grace, marking it as a preliminary achievement on his attributes panel. I mastered this challenging technique in just 1 hour. Even Su Hao himself was astonished by his current aptitude and comprehension. Typically, it takes a practitioner half a month to a month of diligent training to achieve a basic level of proficiency in a boxing style. However, Su Hao made tangible progress with each iteration, visibly advancing each day. At this pace, he could master the elusive boxing style in just a few months. As Su Hao estimated the situation, a hint of a smile gracing the corners of his mouth. Furthermore, he had noticed that since he had perfected his 2 martial arts, his body had evidently increased its demand for nutritional intake. Previously, he would consume a nourishing soup daily, but he had to augment the dosage to satisfy his needs. The burgeoning strength within him naturally required more energy. Thus, starting tomorrow, he would begin taking the blood-boosting pills. Su Hao understood that having completed the second refinement of his internal energy, the consumption required for the third refinement would inevitably escalate. With the 2 martial arts perfected, the vigor within him was growing increasingly formidable. Once he mastered the third martial art, his comprehension and control over his internal energy would surely reach new heights, possibly even advancing him into the realm of the third refinement. This realization prompted Su Hao to start taking the blood-boosting pills. He had procured a total of 12 such pills from He Jiong, each valued at approximately 5 taels of silver, and their efficacy was indeed extraordinary, being a potent tonic that could overwhelm an ordinary person if taken excessively, leading to detrimental effects on their health. Under Su Hao's training, which possessed a rare potential, the third martial art, the mysterious shadow fist, progressed at a rate equivalent to the effort others would expend over 10 or even dozens of days. Consequently, the internal energy within him was steadily amplifying. Dang, dang, dang. 3 months had elapsed, the sweltering summer had passed, and autumn was approaching. Within the forge, the atmosphere was as vibrant as ever, the heated air filling the space as every blacksmith toiled away. Drenched in sweat, this knife, forged by a Hao, it should have a level of 30 refinements. The craftsmanship is impeccable. Moreover, this is not his limit, but merely constrained by the materials that in one room. Zhao Tai caressed a long knife that shimmered with a cold, azure light, emanating a chilling aura, his eyes revealing a glimmer of astonishment. Zhao Tai, Su Hao was diligent and eager to learn. His innate talent for forging was indeed exceptional. In just around 2 years, Su Hao had surpassed the standards set by Zhao Tai, the shop owner himself, evoking a sense of awe and a tinge of melancholy in Zhao Tai. Sometimes hard work pales in comparison to innate talent, not to mention those with talent who work even harder. Su Hao undoubtedly belonged to this latter category. A Hao's talents are too obscure in my humble forge. I should recommend him to a weapons foundry. With his gifts, he might even become a master blacksmith, crafting extraordinary weaponry. The more Zhao Tai examined the weapon in his hands, the more he marveled at Su Hao's forging talent. Thoughts began to swirl in his mind, realizing that a genius like Su Hao should not be confined to the little town of Wahoo. Reflecting on this, Zhao Tai resolved to take action. Unfortunately, the forging materials were somewhat unsatisfactory. Ordinary wrought iron had its limitations, and producing weapons of 30 refinements was already the pinnacle. If only I had better materials, I could attempt to forge a weapon of 100 refinements. In the forge, Su Hao paused his tasks, taking a few hearty gulps from his water jug to replenish his hydration, while feeling a hint of regret. Su Hao's forging skills had reached perfection, intricately weaving in his martial techniques, and he was still making progress. Yet, as the saying goes, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. With ordinary wrought iron, maximizing its potential could only yield so much. After some time, without any further advancements, he would request Uncle Zhao to allow him to leave. Su Hao mused quietly, aware that there was a contract binding him to the Zhao blacksmith shop. If he wished to leave, he would need Zhao Tai's consent as his employer. However, there was no rush for Su Hao. He still had room for improvement. After work, everyone be cautious of sparks and remember to seal the furnace. As afternoon approached, Zhao Tai called out for everyone to finish their tasks. After having dinner at the blacksmith shop, Su Hao made his way home alone, as was his routine, heading towards a grove located 2 to 3 miles beyond Longzhi village. The open space there was more suitable for Su Hao to practice his footwork and boxing techniques that in the wilderness. A figure advanced with purpose, effortlessly covering nearly 10 feet with each stride. Moving with a speed akin to a cicada gliding close to the ground, traversing great distances in mere moments. The 8-step chase cicada, a technique Su Hao had perfected over a month ago, allowed him to run with a swiftness that surpassed even the finest steeds, leaving others in his wake. In less than half a minute, Su Hao had crossed several miles and entered a wild forest. He raised his head and swallowed a blood-boosting pill in one gulp, then commenced his boxing practice, hastening the refinement of the pill's effects to further enhance his internal energy, making it more powerful and fluid. Swish, swish, swish. As Su Hao threw his punches, the speed fluctuated, seemingly slow, yet incredibly swift, and what appeared rapid was actually a half-beat behind, rendering it challenging to gauge. With each step, his fists wove layers of illusions. Should anyone be present to witness, they would undoubtedly be left dizzy and disoriented. If Hijiong were to return and witness Su Hao executing the mysterious shadow fist, he would surely be left aghast, questioning his own existence. After all, Hijiong had spent 2 to 3 decades perfecting the technique, while Su Hao had achieved mastery in merely 3 months, far surpassing him. Su Hao's boxing style shifted, at times fierce and unmatched, at others heavy as a mountain, occasionally conjuring elusive phantoms. All 3 martial arts had reached perfection within him, each embodying distinct energies, some gentle, others fierce, some weighty, each with its unique characteristics. And Su Hao endeavored to harmonize these 3 energies gradually. With a whoosh, Su Hao heard the sound of his blood surging, and he endeavored to initiate the 3rd body refinement. This time, the difficulty was markedly greater than in the previous 2 attempts. The consumption of energy left him feeling parched and dizzy. Without hesitation, Su Hao retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. Swallowing the remaining 3 blood-boosting pills in one go, he then resumed his practice, circulating his energy to expedite the pill's refinement. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and Su Hao's skin flushed red, his boiling blood growing ever more robust. The 3 distinct energies within him began to merge. This newfound energy spread like a chemical reaction, permeating Su Hao's entire being. His muscles, internal organs, even his teeth, tongue, nails, and hair. With a mere thought, the energy surged like a tidal wave, flowing freely throughout his body, as if his nails could morph into sharp blades, cleaving through rock, and his hair could transform into arrows, piercing flesh. A gust of wind swept through, causing the trees to sway, and with it, dry, yellow leaves fell, drifting toward Su Hao's figure. Yet upon nearing him, they seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, sliding away before they could touch him, landing on the ground instead. Huff, huff, huff. As Su Hao panted, his heated breath formed visible white streams of energy. As his blood circulated, with a mere thought, all his energies were mobilized, emitting a sound akin to thunderous roars. The resonating of his tendons and bones was enough to startle anyone into retreating in fear. At that moment, Su Hao's blood began to stabilize, the intense heat around him receding like a tide. He slowly opened his eyes, and within them flickered a glimmer of lightning-like brilliance had he broken through to the realm of the third refinement. The transformation of energy, Su Hao exhaled a long breath, a smile of delight curving his lips, his heart swelling with satisfaction and joy. Having perfected a martial art, coupled with the nourishing soup, had allowed Su Hao to achieve the second refinement of his internal energy. Yet, after mastering 3 distinct martial arts, integrating their unique characteristics into one, he had finally completed the third body refinement, stepping into an entirely new realm. The process of body refinement. Most martial artists, with a certain degree of talent and relentless practice, have the opportunity to achieve the first refinement, manifesting clear energy that a select few, endowed with exceptional talent and ample resources, may labor hard enough to attain the next level. The dark energy. As for the transformation of energy, that transcends mere hard work. It relies on insight and innate ability. Otherwise, even an ordinary martial artist practicing diligently for 100 years may never accomplish the third body refinement, achieving energy that extends to the extremities, enveloping the entire body, leaving no room for even a feather to land or a fly to settle. That is the realm of transformed energy. As Su Hao sensed the changes within his body, his eyes sparkled with joy and astonishment. The realms of refined energy, clear energy, dark energy, and transformed energy. When one cultivates to the level of clear energy, even those without tempered bones can deliver punches comparable to those who have practiced hard techniques. Upon advancing to the level of dark energy, the energy can penetrate, allowing a punch to appear intact externally while causing internal damage. As for transformed energy, it envelopes the body, skin, hair, and nails, suffusing every sinew and bone with its essence. Reaching this level of energy signifies that Su Hao is perpetually enveloped in a layer of latent energy, making it difficult for insects to alight upon him, even if a heavy punch were to strike. The energy on his surface would dissipate the force. Su Hao scanned the surroundings with a subtle determination, eventually locating a sturdy rock, which he grasped firmly in his palm, with a gentle press of his right index finger downwards. An astonishing phenomenon occurred, despite the minimal force he exerted. Merely a release of pressure. The stone was punctured as if struck by a 1,000-pound iron spike. This was the remarkable power of transformation of strength, enabling the concentration of force. It was akin to a martial artist utilizing their full might in a punch, capable of demolishing a wall. However, with Su Hao employing transformation of strength, his strike merely created a hole in the wall without causing it to collapse entirely. From surface to point, the force remained contained, resulting in a vastly different level of destructive capability. Crack, crack, crack. The energy from Su Hao's palm surged forth, causing the rock to emit sharp cracking sounds. Strangely, its surface remained unblemished. But once Su Hao opened his hand, the stone crumbled to dust upon hitting the ground, disintegrating like a pile of sand. With a series of explosive impacts, Su Hao commenced his training in the woods. Each punch and kick compressed and refined into a singular force. This made every strike resemble a galloping stallion, unstoppable and unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds in the air. Should anyone hear the commotion of Su Hao's practice, they would surely be awestruck by the terrifying racket, which was far beyond what an ordinary human body could produce, resembling instead the rampage of a frenzied beast, radiating an aura of dread. Truly, he was formidable, even in close combat. Without employing the transformation of strength, the enhancement from merely 3 rounds of body tempering would suffice to overpower a martial artist who had undergone 1 or even 2 rounds of refinement. If he were to use transformation of strength, even martial artists at the bone-forging level would likely be no match for him. Su Hao could not help but marvel at his own prowess. Typically, upon completing 1 round of strength refinement, one would begin the process of bone forging, albeit at a rather ordinary efficiency. Yet a martial artist like Su Hao, who had not yet commenced bone forging but had completed 3 rounds of strength refinement, was an exceedingly rare phenomenon that he felt confident that with his strength stemming from 3 rounds of body tempering, he could easily surpass any ordinary bone-forging martial artist. Am I now the foremost expert in Wahoo Town? Clenching his fist and feeling the abundant vitality coursing through his veins, Su Hao felt a surge of excitement and satisfaction. Since he began his martial training, he had diligently practiced every day, and his efforts had borne fruit. He was confident that with his current strength, he would find no one in Wahoo Town capable of matching him. Nevertheless, Suhao remained humble, acutely aware of the vastness of the world. What he had seen was but the tip of the iceberg, and he still had a long journey ahead. Name. Suhao skills. 8 sections of brocade, perfect. Forging, perfect. Diamond fist, perfect. Heavy mountain fist, perfect. 8-step catching cicada, perfect. Mysterious shadow fist, perfect. Potential, 25 points, 1 in 10,000. Glancing at his attribute panel, Suhao noted that both his 8-step catching cicada and mysterious shadow fist had reached perfection, and his potential had increased to 25 points. He was becoming increasingly extraordinary. The next step was to begin bone forging. With the foundation of 3 rounds of body tempering, his efficiency in bone forging would undoubtedly far exceed that of ordinary martial artists. But now he required bone forging elixir. Reigning in his thoughts, Suhao contemplated his next course of action. Bone forging necessitated the combination of vitality and strength alongside the bone forging elixir to refine his 206 bones, rendering them as resilient as iron and as solid as steel, thereby significantly enhancing his body's endurance and explosive power. A martial artist who achieves the bone forging stage could don heavy armor weighing hundreds of pounds and move with ease, transforming into a killing machine on the battlefield, instilling fear in all. With Suhao's 3 rounds of body tempering, his foundation was formidable, as long as he had the assistance of the bone forging elixir. Entering the bone forging realm was merely a matter of time. However, the formulas for bone forging elixirs were often closely guarded secrets of various families and factions, and in many respects, they were even more valuable than martial arts manuals. While martial arts manuals could be shared without fundamentally harming the family, the leakage of an elixir formula would lead to a surge in the prices of its ingredients, adversely affecting the business of selling bone forging elixirs. Therefore, every family and faction held their elixir formulas in high esteem, ensuring they were not easily divulged. Even among their own, they would provide only the genuine elixir without revealing the formula. It would be best for me to acquire a formula to reduce costs. Suhao mused at in Wahoo Town. Perhaps there was one person who possessed the formula for a bone forging elixir, the leader of the Black Snake Gang. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Suhao's eyes as he recalled the name of that formidable individual, Li Shuqing. Li Shuqing was regarded as one of the top experts in the vicinity of Wahoo Town, being the leader of the Black Snake Gang, a position of considerable power. Suhao had encountered him once when Li Shuqing visited to negotiate peace with the blacksmith shop, and he sensed that Li Shuqing was a rather dangerous character, likely having already commenced his own bone forging. It was plausible that Li Shuqing possessed the formula for bone forging elixirs. Of course, it was also possible that he had purchased the finished elixirs from elsewhere, but in any case, it was worth a try. Thus, after a couple of days of rest, Suhao resolved to meet with Li Shuqing. Suhao had already made up his mind that Li Shuqing was not a good person. Even if Suhao resorted to forceful means against him, he would harbor no psychological burden, especially considering that Li Jiong's previous actions against the Zhao family blacksmith shop were likely instigated by Li Shuqing. Therefore, Suhao decided to confront this local tyrant of Wahoo Town to obtain what he desired. With Suhao's current strength, combined with his perfected 8-step catching cicada, he was confident that in Wahoo Town, no one could detain him. 2 days later, the night arrived. Within a residence in Wahoo Town, lanterns were hung, and several martial artists clad in combat attire and armed with blades stood guard at the entrance. Even during the day, the residents of Wahoo Town would likely choose to take a detour, wary of passing by. This was the stronghold of the Black Snake Gang, a presence in Wahoo Town that no one dared to provoke. Their leader, Li Shuqing, was akin to a local emperor. Offending the authorities might result in a few days of confinement and some hardship. However, crossing Li Shuqing could lead to a fate worse than death. At that moment, within a quiet chamber of the Black Snake Gang stronghold, a refined gentleman sat cross-legged. His skin was a deep crimson, a sign of vitality and energy coursing through him, while the bones within his body resonated softly under the influence of his vitality and strength. This gentleman was none other than Li Shuqing, the leader of the Black Snake Gang. The effect of the Magneto bone forging ointment is commendable, yet regrettably, after completing 1 round of bone forging, My bones have become as resilient as those of an ox. However, no matter how much I refine them, the improvement has become negligible. To advance any further, I fear it will take at least a decade. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to break into the Yi realm in this lifetime. Shuqing concluded his training for the day, letting out a quiet sigh. Bone forging demands a substantial amount of resources and arduous practice to achieve success, and it cannot be rushed. Haste leads to injury, potentially resulting in weeks of recovery or even lasting repercussions. Shuqing had risen to the status of local ruler in Wahoo Town due to his martial prowess. Having obtained a formula for bone forging elixirs years ago and commenced his own bone forging, successfully entering the bone forging realm. However, after completing one round of bone forging, he found the potency of the elixirs diminishing and the progression of his strength becoming ever more sluggish. This was a natural occurrence. Much like physical training, once a certain height is reached, making any further advancements becomes extraordinarily challenging. Li Bangzhu, are you finished? May I have a moment of your time? As Li Shuqing pondered, a voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. A tall figure clad in black had been waiting silently outside for some time. Who goes there? Li Shuqing felt a jolt of surprise. The stronghold of the Black Snake Gang was heavily guarded, with watchdogs on patrol, yet this intruder had stealthily infiltrated his training chamber without a sound. It was only upon speaking that he became aware of the presence. Nevertheless, Li Shuqing was no ordinary man. Having weathered many storms, he remained composed despite his astonishment at the visitor's formidable aura. "Please come in," he said, extending an invitation. However, he made no move to open the door, which remained securely fastened. Yet a mere door would not deter Su Hao. He placed his palm against the door, channeling his energy, and with a surge of force akin to an arrow, pierced through the barrier. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the wooden bolt, thick as a forearm, shattered as if struck by lightning. Inexpert. The scene caused Li Shuqing to furrow his brow, a hint of gravity involuntarily creeping onto his face. Rather than demolishing the door, the intruder had shattered the wooden bolt behind it with a force that evidenced an extraordinary mastery of power. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing Su Hao, clad in black attire and a matching hood, his eyes the only visible feature. He stepped inside and met Li Shuqing's gaze. Su Hao lowered his voice. Rasping, "Leader Li, I apologize for my uninvited intrusion and hope for your understanding." Shuqing responded with a smile, his outwardly refined demeanor concealing a depth of restraint. "Not at all. I am always keen to forge connections with heroes and exceptional individuals. Although I am unaware of your name, a guest is a guest. Should you have any guidance to offer, please feel free to express it." Had it been anyone else arriving at such an hour, Li Shuqing would have surely been enraged. Yet, recognizing the visitor's identity and impressive prowess, he understood that this individual was no ordinary character. Thus, he exhibited remarkable courtesy, reluctant to shatter their delicate rapport. Such is the nature of the world. Even though Su Hao had disrupted the night, Li Shuqing remained unperturbed, responding instead with grace. Su Hao wasted no time and stated bluntly, "Leader Li, let us speak plainly. I seek the formula for the bone-tempering elixir that you possess." At these words, Li Shuqing's brow knitted in concern. The formula for the bone-tempering elixir was indeed precious, yet a martial artist who had already begun the tempering process should not find it impossible to acquire the elixir. Could it be that this individual had not yet embarked on that journey? Clearly, the black-clad figure's aim was the formula. Maintaining his composure, Li Shuqing replied gravely, "I do indeed possess the formula you seek. But what do you offer in exchange? Surely, it cannot be given without compensation. I'm not one to engage in unfavorable dealings." Su Hao fixed his gaze on Li Shuqing and calmly stated, "One of your subordinates previously wronged me. Though I have taken his life, he was under your command, which creates a debt between us. Provide me with the formula, and I shall consider our grievances settled. And I will no longer trouble you." Li Shuqing was taken aback by Su Hao's words, exclaiming, "You are the one who killed He Jiong?" Li Shuqing was no fool. He recalled the recent demise of He Jiong, along with several of his elite subordinates, in their own residence at the hands of an enigmatic assailant. The implications of Su Hao's words were clear. He was the murderer, and now he sought to barter the formula for the resolution of their enmity. Are you from the Zhao family blacksmith shop? How did Yi Jiong offend you? Li Shuqing asked, his gaze fixed intently on Su Hao. This is not your concern. Hand over the formula, and I shall leave immediately. Otherwise, we shall settle our accounts. Su Hao replied dismissively. Unwilling to divulge further details, Li Shuqing's heart raced with a mix of anger and alarm. The fact that Su Hao claimed Yi Jiong had wronged him only added to the complexity of their situation. Despite his fury, Li Shuqing, a man of deep cunning, took a moment to ponder before responding. While I may not understand the nature of our grievances, if you desire the formula, I am willing to engage in a brief exchange of blows. Afterward, I shall present you with the formula, and we can clear our debts. Li Shuqing had no intention of easily parting with a formula he had acquired at great cost. He proposed a spar, believing that by testing Su Hao's abilities, he could gauge whether to relinquish the formula. Su Hao, recognizing the opportunity to assess the prowess of this bone-tempering warrior, understood that mere words would not suffice to secure the formula. It would require the demonstration of strength. Very well. Let us proceed. Su Hao agreed, eager to witness the capabilities of the bone-tempering warrior firsthand. Li Shuqing licked his lips, his previously genteel demeanor shifting into something more perilous. Akin to a serpent poised to strike, in an instant, his body contorted in an unusual manner, resembling a long snake as he coiled, his form drawing back like a taut bow. The sound of cracking bones echoed as an immense force built within him, far surpassing ordinary human limits. As a bone-tempering warrior, his physical prowess was 2 to 3 times that of an average person, capable of tearing apart tigers and wolves with bare hands. Thus, when Li Shuqing unleashed his full strength, the impact was formidable. His body twisted and coiled, springing forth with tremendous force. He charged toward Su Hao, his right fist propelled forward, producing a sharp sonic boom. Even a solid wall would shatter under the might of this blow, rendering flesh and bone incapable of withstanding such force. Yet, to Li Shuqing's astonishment, Su Hao did not evade or counterattack, merely standing still, seemingly unfazed as Li Shuqing's fist struck his chest. The anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, Li Shuqing felt a shock of disbelief. What? He gasped as his fist connected with Su Hao's body. It felt as though he had struck a mighty tree deeply rooted in the ground. A strange, pliable membrane seemed to envelop the surface of this tree, dispersing the force of his punch as it flowed through. Su Hao's towering form swayed slightly, as if a gentle breeze had passed through. Yet not a single leaf felled. It was as if Li Shuqing's powerful strike had been rendered utterly inconsequential. However, the ground beneath Su Hao's feet cracked and splintered, stones flying as the force of Li Shuqing's punch left deep impressions in the door and wall, signifying the sheer magnitude of his strength. What? My punch's force was entirely dissipated. Li Shuqing's mind raced as he instinctively retreated, a chill running down his spine. Had Su Hao merely absorbed the blow with brute strength, Li Shuqing might not have been so shaken. Yet, it was clear that Su Hao had employed an advanced technique to neutralize the impact, which left Li Shuqing in a state of alarm. The ability to disperse force. Was this a manifestation of dissipation technique? Li Shuqing's heart raced with dread as he realized the implications. He was a martial artist of considerable talent, having achieved the 2nd level of body tempering. Yet he could not grasp the higher levels of mastery. The black-clad figure before him was likely a master who had completed the 3rd level of body tempering and had attained the elusive dissipation technique, a level of skill Li Shuqing had never encountered before. What noise is that? An intruder. To the leader's training chamber. Quickly. The commotion from their brief confrontation had drawn the attention of other disciples within the Black Serpent gang, who rushed to the scene. Stay outside. No one is to enter without my permission, Li Shuqing barked, halting their advance. The disciples paused, uncertainty etched on their faces, unsure of what had transpired. Turning back to Su Hao, Li Shuqing adopted a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Your strength is truly unfathomable, and I am deeply impressed for the formula we agreed upon. I am prepared to present it to you, without hesitation, that I shall keep my word. The brief exchange had instilled in Li Shuqing a profound respect for Su Hao's seemingly dissipation technique, prompting him to recognize the futility of further conflict. He opted instead to yield and offer the coveted bone-tempering elixir's formula. Very well. Su Hao replied with a slight nod. You, Zhou Ti, may come in. Subsequently, Li Shuqing raised his voice to address those present. Please give your instructions. Master let a man receive the command and quickly enter the room, immediately spotting the masked figure of Su Hao clad in black. Though his heart raced at the identity of this individual, he dared not inquire further and approached Li Shuqing's side. In a low voice, Li Shuqing whispered some instructions to him, which caused a flicker of astonishment to cross Zhou Ti's face. Nevertheless, he obediently nodded in response. Soon after, Zhou Ti departed swiftly, only to return shortly with a small wooden box in hand, which he presented to Li Shuqing. Li Shuqing reached out to accept it, opening the box with a smile directed at Su Hao. This is the prescription for the bone-forging elixir you require. It details the formula for Meng Niu bone-forging ointment, and I hope you will accept it. He Jiong frequently brings trouble upon himself. I have long advised him, yet he remains oblivious to his impending doom. Thus, I implore you to accept this formula. Li Shuqing, unaware of how He Jiong had entangled himself with such a formidable figure, sought to distance himself from the matter while extending the prescription, hoping to resolve any animosity with Su Hao. Inside the wooden box lay a scroll, which Su Hao took without examining it closely. Trusting that Li Shuqing was an astute individual who would not tamper with the prescription, he said, Master Li, let us part ways here. With Li Shuqing having willingly provided the formula, Su Hao felt no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle. He took his leave, departing with the prescription before Li Shuqing could bid him farewell. In a flash, Su Hao's figure vanished, leaping over the towering courtyard wall as if it were non-existent, disappearing into the night. This display of lightness and movement caused a slight twitch in the corner of Li Shuqing's eye. Who is this person? The ability to cultivate such remarkable prowess is indeed terrifying, and yet, one such as he still seeks the formula for the bone-forging elixir. Could it be that he has yet to commence his bone-forging journey? It is entirely possible that he hails from the vicinity of Wohu Town, a place that truly conceals dragons and tigers. Li Shuqing exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not made an enemy, but rather resolved the conflict. However, he could not help but ponder the true identity of this expert. No matter how he speculated, the enigmatic figure he regarded with such awe was merely a humble blacksmith from a nearby shop, a fact he had entirely overlooked, with the prescription for the bone-forging elixir secured. Su Hao noted that several of the required herbs were rather rare. He could procure these from the black market and test their efficacy. Additionally, he could exchange for a few more manuals to continue his studies. In the small courtyard where he resided, Su Hao had already shed his night attire and, by the light of the moon, examined the recently acquired prescription. Having successfully obtained what he desired, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Su Hao's current objective was bone forging, alongside mastering more martial arts. This not only aimed to elevate his potential, but also to enhance his martial wisdom and foundational knowledge, thereby refining his strength to a more profound and intricate level. On the following day, during his rest period, Su Hao ventured out to gather the necessary materials for Meng Niu bone forging ointment. He also sought to trade the manual on Mitzi boxing with a merchant dealing in black market manuscripts, engaging in a swap of 1 for 2, acquiring 2 additional manuals in the process. These comprised a leg technique, known as the 12 roads of tan leg, and a palm technique called soft cloud palm. The 12 roads of tan leg relies solely on the legs to deliver powerful strikes, moving with lightning speed. Even when besieged by multiple adversaries, a practitioner can maneuver with agility. Meanwhile, the soft cloud palm, true to its name, is soft as a cloud, capable of overcoming rigidity through flexibility, yet remains unpredictable, blending softness with strength. Each of these martial arts could occupy an ordinary individual for a lifetime of diligent practice to reach advanced mastery. However, for Su Hao, who possessed extraordinary potential, had honed multiple martial arts to perfection, and had cultivated his strength to a remarkable level, several months would suffice for him to thoroughly comprehend and achieve mastery in them. As dusk descended, Su Hao practiced his boxing techniques beside a medicinal furnace. With his blood boiling and his body weary, he opened the furnace, revealing a viscous concoction that had been simmering for quite some time. This batch of Meng Niu bone forging ointment had cost him 10 taels of silver, and he was eager to test its effects. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Hao stripped off his garments and, following the instructions on the prescription, meticulously applied the ointment evenly across his body. The ointment felt cool against his skin as Su Hao sat cross-legged, circulating his internal energy. He could feel the medicinal properties permeating his pores, seeping into his bones, while the energy coursing through his skeletal structure began to refine the ointment's potency into a force that would promote bone growth. Su Hao experienced a tingling sensation throughout his bones, a sign of their growth. Typically, the process of bone forging is exceedingly gradual, relying on minuscule daily changes to accumulate and transform. Yet in Su Hao's case, the sensation of his bones growing indicated that his process was remarkably efficient. Compared to him, the bone forging pace of other martial artists was akin to that of a snail. Undoubtedly, this efficiency stemmed from Su Hao's 3 rounds of energy refining. Bone forging entails utilizing blood and energy to refine the medicinal power, strengthening one's skeletal structure. The denser and more profound the energy, the higher the efficiency of the bone forging process. I shall apply another round of ointment. Before long, Su Hao sensed that the medicinal power of the ointment had been nearly exhausted. He promptly cleansed himself and applied a new layer, continuing to circulate his energy to refine it. After repeating this process 3 times, he felt a sense of fullness in his bones, akin to how one might feel after a hearty meal. Therefore, he decided to halt his bone forging for the day and retire to be at this rate. It would not be long before he entered the realm of bone forging. Lying in bed, Su Hao felt a deep satisfaction. With his foundation in energy refining, the efficiency of his bone forging surpassed that of ordinary martial artists by 10-fold, if not more. For him, advancing into the realm of bone forging was merely a matter of time. However, Su Hao's journey toward bone forging would not be without its challenges. Soon, he encountered a significant obstacle. I have nearly exhausted my savings. Time had swiftly passed, and 4 to 5 months had elapsed. Su Hao retrieved a wooden box from beneath his bed. Gazing at the few remaining taels of silver within, a trace of helplessness crossed his face. His current efficiency in bone forging. He could refine 4 batches of Mang Neo bone forging ointment each month, amounting to an expenditure of 40 taels of silver. While he had previously saved over 200 taels, what had seemed like a substantial sum had dwindled considerably over just a few months. The adage, "the scholar is impoverished while the warrior flourishes," was not merely a saying. The cultivation of a powerful martial artist, including martial arts manuals and secret medicines, entailed immense costs, with money flowing like water. Even if an ordinary martial artist possessed considerable talent, rising from humble beginnings proved to be an arduous endeavor. My forging skills have matured significantly, yet the market in Wohu Town is limited, preventing me from earning substantial profits. Su Hao mused silently. He indeed had a knack for earning, primarily through forging. However, Wohu Town was but a small locale, where ordinary citizens could scarcely afford a few taels for the 10 refinements of the elite soldier. Crafting common utensils yielded minimal profit. As for resorting to theft, even acts of robbing the rich to aid the poor carried risks. Such actions could not be conducted frequently. Should an unexpected event arise, the consequences could be dire, akin to the fate of those bandits and rogues who perished at Su Hao's hands. Moreover, in this world, those possessing wealth were invariably formidable in strength and foundation. Otherwise, they would have long been plundered by more powerful beings. It seemed time to depart from Wohu Town. After the new year, I shall discuss my plans with Uncle Zhao. In his heart, Su Hao could not help but contemplate leaving Wohu Town, recognizing that shallow waters could not nurture true dragons. To foster his development more rapidly and smoothly, he needed to venture to grander places. Yet the expenses he incurred brought him substantial progress as well. With a focused mind, Su Hao was able to look within at his skeletal structure. He observed that his bones had grown significantly thicker and more resilient, resembling those of a bull. His capacity for impact resistance and explosive power had surpassed his previous capabilities by more than double. This marked the fruition of his initial bone forging, achieving a state where his bones resembled those of a bull. Now, I can confidently say I have officially entered the realm of bone forging, and employing my refined energy has become even more effortless and natural. Su Hao moved his body, feeling a sense of inner satisfaction. After 3 rounds of body refining, he had cultivated a body imbued with refined energy, rendering each punch and kick as powerful as a galloping steed. However, this also imposed a significant burden on his body. Striking a brick, for instance, could shatter it into pieces, yet the recoil could also fracture his own bones, now that he had entered the realm of bone forging. His skeletal structure was robust, not only enhancing his physical form, but also allowing him to wield refined energy with abandon, unleashing terrifying destructive power. A few days later, on an afternoon, Su Hao completed the forging of a weapon he had been working on. After meticulously inspecting it, he nodded in satisfaction and took a hearty drink from his water flask. "Ah Hao, come here for a moment." I could tea that moment. Zhao Tai entered, waving to Su Hao. "All right." Although Su Hao was puzzled about Zhao Tai's intentions, he nodded in agreement. He followed Zhao Tai to the backyard. In the backyard, Zhao Tai, with a beaming smile, looked at Su Hao and said, "Ah Hao, this marks your 4th year at our Zhao blacksmith shop. Your forging skills have become unparalleled within our establishment, all thanks to the excellent teachings from Uncle Zhou and the others." Su Hao humbly acknowledged this, though his gratitude was sincere. The seasoned blacksmiths like Zhao Tai and Zhou Xiong had been generous with their knowledge, always ready to assist him in his craft. Zhao Tai continued, "Ah Hao, with your innate talent, I believe you should not confine yourself to this modest blacksmith shop." The implication of his words caught Su Hao off guard. It was evident that Zhao Tai was encouraging him to leave the Zhao blacksmith shop for greater opportunities. Zhao Tai elaborated, "I once worked at the weapon forging workshop in Chongqing City, which is renowned for its exceptional forging techniques, particularly in weapon crafting. There, skilled blacksmiths are honored with titles such as Forging Master or even Forging Grandmaster, and the remuneration is quite extraordinary." The weapon forging workshop. Su Hao's interest was piqued. Zhao Tai had previously trained there before returning to this town to establish his own shop. According to Zhao Tai, the workshop specialized in weapon forging, and the benefits for forging masters were remarkable. "I can write you a letter of introduction to the forging master, Chun Yuanzheng, who was my mentor. With his endorsement and your forging skills, joining the weapon forging workshop should pose no issues." Zhao Tai shared his thoughts, his eyes filled with warmth and encouragement that he had witnessed Su Hao's dedication and viewed himself as a mentor of sorts, genuinely pleased to help Su Hao forge a path forward. Uncle Zhao. Su Hao felt a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. He had previously considered offering Zhao Tai compensation to stay, wrongly assuming he wished to keep him for profit. In truth, Zhao Tai never intended to force Su Hao to remain, but sought to facilitate his future. Su Hao was also moved by the kindness he had encountered since his arrival in this world, having faced many malevolent individuals, such as those from the Black Snake Gang and other ruthless brigands. However, it was clear that good people like Zhao Tai and the others of the blacksmith shop far outnumbered the bad. "Well, young man, it's time for you to venture out. After the new year, make your way to the weapon forging workshop. Who knows, the weapons you forge may be remembered for generations." Zhao Tai clapped Su Hao on the shoulder with a smile. "Indeed, I will strive for further progress." Su Hao replied, suppressing his complex emotions as he nodded firmly. They agreed upon his departure after the new year, which was only a few days away, and Su Hao continued with his daily work. Practicing martial arts and enjoying a leisurely life as the new year approached, Zhao Tai treated all the blacksmith shop workers to a meal, during which everyone learned of Su Hao's impending departure and offered their well wishes. After the spring festival, in a desolate forest blanketed by freshly fallen snow, the serene landscape was suddenly pierced by a series of swift sounds. Crack, crack. A tall young man was practicing a series of leg techniques. His kicks and strikes like a tempest, swift and clean, exuding a captivating beauty as he interspersed punches amidst his movements. To an observer, it appeared as though Su Hao possessed 4 legs, a sight that would leave both men and spirits in awe. This technique, the 12 paths of tan legs, had been perfected by Su Hao. Soft cloud palm. He transitioned into a series of palm techniques, his movements seemingly slow and gentle. Yet as he pushed left and struck right, his arms flowed like soft clouds, powerful despite their softness. Su Hao's palms, embodying both gentleness and strength, drew in the surrounding snow, which coalesced into a perfect sphere with a sudden thrust of his hands. The snowball burst forth, scattering in all directions. The shattered snowball either struck the ground, leaving trails in the snow, or crashed into trees, breaking branches and shattering leaves, transforming the area into a scene reminiscent of a rain of arrows. Any martial artist witnessing this would surely be astonished by Su Hao's mastery over his internal energy, achieving a level of skill that was beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. As he trained in various styles of martial arts, Su Hao felt his internal energy growing stronger. He contemplated that once his foundation deepened and he could seamlessly integrate various energies, he would surely reach new heights, breathing out a stream of warm air. He calmed the turbulent energy within him. Each time he perfected a martial art, his wisdom and foundation in martial arts grew. Just as a scholar with rare talent must read extensively and learn profoundly to become a master in their field, Su Hao was navigating this very phase. Potential, 28 points, rare talent. Having perfected 2 more martial arts, the increase in his potential value had slowed significantly. Even after achieving mastery in these 2 arts, his potential only slightly improved. Su Hao mused that the higher his talent, the more challenging it became to make progress. Just like physical training, the higher the foundation, the more difficult it is to advance further. He needed to delve into deeper, more esoteric martial arts. Tomorrow marked his departure from Wohu Town, so he decided to rest early. The following day, Su Hao set off, saying his goodbyes to Zhao Tai and the others. Hao, once you arrive in Chongqing City, you will likely incur some expenses. Please accept this small token from everyone. Such offerings from elders are not to be declined. Before he left, Zhao Tai handed Su Hao a cloth bag containing approximately 20 taels of silver. A collective gift from the blacksmith shop workers. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Su Hao ultimately accepted it. Uncle Zhao, I shall take my leave now. Early the next morning, Su Hao bid farewell to Zhao Tai and the others. Embarking on his journey, I have a feeling this young man is destined for greatness. They mused, a sense of pride washing over them for having nurtured such talent within their blacksmith shop. They watched as Su Hao departed, shaking their heads in amazement while returning to their tasks. Su Hao had started as a mere apprentice at the blacksmith shop, but within a few years, he had become the finest blacksmith in town, even receiving Zhao Tai's recommendation to study at the weapon forging workshop. Nevertheless, everyone had their own responsibilities to attend to, and life continued irrespective of anyone's departure. The weapon forging workshop awaited a new beginning. With his belongings slung over his back, Su Hao glanced back at the place he had called home for so long before stepping forward with renewed vigor toward Chongqing City. It's snowing. As he walked along the road, he looked up to see delicate snowflakes falling, the winter chill still biting. However, with his robust physique, Su Hao was unfazed by the minor snowfall. As he walked, the snowflakes fell around him but seemed to slide off as if repelled by an invisible barrier. Having cultivated his inner strength, he was impervious to even the smallest disturbances. What was that sound? While traversing the official road, roughly 10 miles from Chongqing City, Su Hao suddenly heard the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. He looked up to see a cavalry of nearly 100 riders braving the snowstorm. Each knight rode a magnificent steed, clad in armor, exuding an air of disciplined training. The sound of their hooves echoed like a drumbeat, stirring the snowflakes into a flurry, creating a scene both awe-inspiring and daunting. Are those soldiers from the Chongqing army? Su Hao thought. Recognizing their attire, he recalled the encounter with Pei Changhong, a sergeant from the Chongqing army who had pursued him, and their uniforms bore a striking resemblance. It seemed evident that this cavalry was indeed from the Chongqing army. Best to step aside. Su Hao, naturally averse to unnecessary trouble, promptly veered to the roadside, granting passage to a throng of cavalry that thundered past, their presence imposing and resonant. These cavalrymen of the Evergreen Army appeared to be on a hurried march, leaving Su Hao mildly curious about the unfolding events. However, he was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Thus refraining from any inquiry, the young man exhibited a peculiar demeanor. Some of the riders took note of Su Hao standing by the roadside, feeling a tinge of oddity at his apparent indifference to the wintry chill, for he bore little snow or dampness upon his person. Yet, preoccupied with their urgent mission, none had the time to engage with him. Hurry, we must hasten, for a band of rebels is pillaging Wohu Town. This time, we must capture them and eradicate them entirely. Do not underestimate them. These rebels are not a mere rabble. As Su Hao watched the cavalry depart, his ears caught the fervent conversation carried by the wind, revealing their intent to confront the rebels. What? A band of rebels has attacked Wahoo Town. Su Hao, initially standing in shock, lifted his gaze to absorb the information conveyed in their discourse. Wahoo Town had indeed fallen victim to a rebel assault. The urgency of the Evergreen Army's march was spurred by news relayed via carrier pigeon, compelling them to eliminate the insurgents. He resolved to return and ascertain the situation. Having been close to Evergreen City, Su Hao made a swift decision to head back to Wahoo Town. He hastened in the direction he had come from, employing the technique of 8 steps to chase the cicada. His form blurring as he moved faster than a galloping steed, covering several dozen li in under half an hour. Upon reaching the entrance of Wahoo Town, he was met with the acrid stench of blood and the faint echoes of wailing. At the town's entrance lay numerous corpses, some with severed heads, others pierced through the chest. They were all townsfolk of Wahoo. The tranquility of the morning had been shattered by the afternoon's carnage, as the town lay ravaged by the rebels. Indeed, as the cavalry had indicated, rebels had plundered Wahoo Town. What had become of Uncle Zhao and the others? Anxiety gripped Su Hao as he hurried into the town. On the streets, he witnessed mourners clutching the dead and shops that had been ransacked. The entrance to Zhao's blacksmith shop was shattered, as though forcefully broken open, with a lingering scent of blood in the air. Who goes there? At the entrance stood 2 blacksmiths, their nerves taut, brandishing long knives, and upon hearing footsteps, they quickly turned to assess the situation. How? Upon recognizing the visitor, relief washed over them as they identified Su Hao. What of Uncle Zhao? Su Hao immediately inquired. Having noted the broken door, he feared for the safety of the Zhao family. Hao, what brings you back? A familiar voice called out as Zhao Tai emerged. Wielding a long knife, his shoulder wrapped in bandages stained with blood, his complexion pale. Seeing that Zhao Tai was unharmed, Su Hao felt a wave of relief. Zhao Tai had always looked after him, and he regarded him as a mentor. On my way, I overheard a group of Evergreen soldiers mention the attack on Wahoo Town. Concerned, I returned to check on everyone. Everyone all safe? Su Hao explained, his voice tinged with worry. Let us speak inside. However, Zhao Tai's expression bore traces of anger and sorrow, leaving him momentarily speechless. Su Hao felt a foreboding sense as he entered the courtyard of the blacksmith shop, where he was met with the sight of several familiar corpses strewn across the ground. Among them were apprentices and fellow blacksmiths. Master Zhou, one body, in particular, caused Su Hao's eyes to well with tears. It was a middle-aged man, Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong had been his instructor when he first learned blacksmithing, nurturing and guiding him. Just that morning, he had jested about Su Hao moving to Evergreen City and forgetting his humble origins. Yet now, Zhou Xiong lay lifeless, his death a grim spectacle. Su Hao noted the severed right arm and the numerous deep wounds that marred his body. Zhao Tai's eyes were red-rimmed. The Black Deer rebels launched a sudden assault. The militia of Wahoo Town stood no chance against them. They stormed in and massacred indiscriminately. We fortified the blacksmith shop, but a burly man in black armor shattered our door with a single blow. They sought to capture us, forcing us to serve them, and before our eyes, they brutally slaughtered old Zhou, coercing us into submission. Fortunately, the rebels retreated upon learning that the Evergreen Army was approaching. Alas, how am I to explain this to old Zhou's mother? He has no children of his own. Zhao Tai lamented, his voice a mixture of rage and sorrow. These accursed rebels, who claimed to be freedom fighters, were nothing more than marauders, pillaging and burning, indistinguishable from bandits. The remaining survivors in the blacksmith shop were filled with a burning desire for vengeance. The Black Deer Army, the most formidable insurrectionist group within the Evergreen County, cloaked themselves in the guise of rebellion. Yet their actions were nothing short of massacre and plunder. Uncle Zhao, I shall step outside for some air. Suppressing his emotions, Su Hao excused himself, making his way to the town's entrance. Observing the traces left behind, he discerned that the marauding Black Deer rebels had retreated southward to the town's entrance. Su Hao scrutinized the multitude of hoof prints stamped into the snow. He inhaled deeply, a chill enveloping him, more biting than the wintry winds. Zhou Xiong had been a mentor to him, who had even lent him silver coins before his departure, akin to a familial figure. Now he had met a tragic end at the hands of the Black Deer rebels, and Su Hao could not feign ignorance. He vowed to ensure they paid a grievous price. Following the trail left behind, Su Hao set off in pursuit of the fleeing Black Deer army. 20 li from Wahoo Town, a fierce battle erupted. The combatants were none other than the Black Deer army and the Evergreen army. Shortly after the Black Deer rebels had plundered Wahoo Town, they were pursued by a contingent of Evergreen cavalry that had received word of their misdeeds, leading to an immediate clash. Kill. Annihilate these rebels. The soldiers on both sides roared, engaging in a tumultuous conflict. The clashing of blades and the cries of battle intertwining into a cacophony of chaos. The scene was nothing short of a spectacle, with nearly 200 soldiers embroiled in a fierce struggle. Chaos reigning as men and horses fell, die. On the Evergreen Army's side, a burly man clad in silver armor wielded a long knife, slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance, cleaving a Black Deer soldier in half. In the midst of the clash, the formidable Captain Ji Gang led the charge, his prowess in battle rendering him a veritable instrument of slaughter. Several Evergreen soldiers followed the silver-armored captain into the fray. Cutting through the ranks of the Black Deer soldiers like a razor, their spirits soaring as they beheld the almost divine presence of Ji Gang. The Evergreen Army, the protectors of Evergreen City, selected only the finest to join their ranks, and those aspiring to hold positions of authority were expected to possess exceptional martial prowess. Ji Gang, a captain of their cavalry, had long attained the level of bone forging. Wielding strength capable of lifting 1,000 pounds, the winds generated by his blade capable of tearing through any obstacle. Kill. Meanwhile, a fierce roar erupted from the Black Deer army as a towering figure surged forth like a beast unleashed. This 7-foot-tall warrior, enveloped in heavy metal armor, revealed only his piercing eyes. Clutching a massive two-handed hammer, he bellowed as he swung it down with tremendous force. The air whistling in its wake, the Ji Gang's expression grew solemn as he raised his knife to block the incoming strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, accompanied by the anguished cries of horses. The Ji Gang's steed buckled beneath him as the hammer met his blade, the overwhelming force causing his mount to collapse under the strain. Damn it! I will slay you! The beloved war steed was wounded, and in a fit of rage, Ji Gang felt his bones creak ominously, his blood surging as he pushed his physical abilities to the utmost. With the battle blade in hand, imbued with the essence of valiant warriors, he charged fiercely at the burly man clad in black armor. Huh! Let me witness your pathetic tricks, lackey! The black-armored giant laughed maniacally. Wielding a heavy war hammer, as if it were weightless, summoning a howling gale with each swing to meet Ji Gang's blade. Yes, the blade and hammer collided repeatedly. The air was rent with the shrill sound of clashing metal. Accompanied by showers of sparks, the shockwaves reverberated through the battlefield, causing combatants to instinctively recoil. It was as if two monstrous beasts were locked in a deadly struggle. The soldiers on both sides were awestruck by the formidable prowess of these two warriors at the bone-forging stage, each capable of felling 100 foes single-handedly. With every clash, the ground quaked and debris flew. Captain Gao Feilu of the Longqing army held the advantage. The lackey of the Longqing army was no match for him. Meanwhile, the Black Deer army rejoiced, recognizing that the upper hand in this fierce exchange belonged to their own Gao Feilu, a valiant captain known for his martial prowess. Damn it, this brigand seems to have reached the second level of bone forging. Moreover, his armor, crafted from fine iron, is extraordinarily heavy. My blade cannot penetrate it. He can attack without defense. Ji Gang's expression darkened, a foreboding feeling gnawing in combat. Aside from the realm of power, the significance of weapons and armor is paramount. Even a child wielding a knife could slay an adult. Before him stood the black-armored giant, brandishing a heavy weapon and encased in formidable armor, making it exceedingly difficult for Ji Gang, also at the bone-forging stage, to breach his defenses. Each strike from the giant's hammer, imbued with 1,000 pounds of force, sent tingling pain through Ji Gang's wrist, nearly dislodging the blade from his grasp. Gritting his teeth, Ji Gang persevered, acutely aware that if he faltered against the black-armored giant, his opponent would unleash a massacre upon his soldiers. That moment, a sudden cry pierced the air down on the outskirts of the battlefield. A peculiar figure emerged, clad entirely in black, with only his eyes visible beneath a hood. This was, of course, Su Hao, who had been tracking the conflict. From a distance, he beheld the brutal clash between nearly 200 soldiers. One faction being the Black Deer Army, responsible for the massacre at Wohuzan. I shall see them bathe in their own blood. The tragic demise of his benefactor at the hands of these marauders ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Su Hao. He understood that only by unleashing his wrath could he quell the turmoil within. Su Hao concealed his identity to avoid complications. Should he slaughter the Black Deer Army indiscriminately, they might retaliate upon learning of his identity, potentially endangering Wohuzan. Thus, he donned the black attire from his satchel, obscuring his visage. Die. A soldier of the Black Deer Army, noticing the strange figure approaching the battlefield, felt a flash of malice. Though the garb was odd, it was clear he was not one of their own. He was an enemy. The soldier raised his blade to strike down Su Hao. However, before the blow could land, the soldier grunted as a searing pain erupted in his abdomen. Su Hao's right leg, imbued with tremendous force, struck like a phantom, shattering the soldier's waist and sending his innards spilling forth, blood mingling with fragments of flesh. Kill him, slay him. A sergeant of the Black Deer Army, clad in superior armor, was taken aback by the scene. Realizing that the cloaked figure was no ordinary foe, he quickly rallied his comrades to join the assault. Kill. 4 or 5 ferocious soldiers of the Black Deer Army surrounded Su Hao, their blades slicing through the air, glinting with a chilling light. Even the most formidable martial artist is still flesh and blood, vulnerable to the onslaught of trained soldiers wielding weapons. Su Hao, his face hidden beneath the hood, emanated an icy aura. These soldiers were all complicit in the heinous acts of arson and plunder. Each one deserved death, and he would show them no mercy with a flurry of rapid kicks. He unleashed the 12-path tan legs. As the long blade descended from all directions, he sprang into action, his feet a whirlwind of motion, kicking with such ferocity that the ground trembled beneath him. In what seemed an instant, a series of dull thuds echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones splintering. The soldiers assaulting Su Hao fell, their flimsy armor providing no protection against the sheer force of his strikes. Their bones shattering like decayed wood, blood gushing forth as they collapsed. It was a one-sided massacre, an encounter of unequal power. The sergeant of the Black Deer Army, a seasoned warrior himself, felt a chill of fear as he witnessed this display. Comprehending that the cloaked figure was a terror beyond their capacity to confront, desperate to escape, he attempted to retreat. Yet, with a deft motion, Su Hao summoned a surge of force that flowed like a tempest. A blend of gentleness and ferocity. The sergeant felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to an ant facing a colossal beast, unable to resist, merely awaiting his demise. Crack. The sergeant, skilled in body tempering, could not even emit a cry before being hurled several yards away. His body contorted and blood pouring from his mouth and nose as he breathed his last. Who is this person? Even seasoned warriors crumble like paper before him. Yet, he seems to have no interest in us. The Longqing army, do not impede him, do not provoke him. Even the soldiers of the Longqing army were struck with dread at Su Hao's display of power. The only solace they found was that this masked figure appeared to be targeting the Black Deer Army. And since no Longqing soldiers had engaged him, he chose to ignore them entirely. Clang. At that moment, in the heart of the battlefield, Ji Gang uttered a muffled groan as another clash ensued. His blade, unable to withstand the force, finally shattered, sending him staggering back. Across from him, the black-armored giant, wielding his heavy hammer and clad in impenetrable armor, appeared as a demonic deity, once a leader of a band of thieves. He had joined the Black Deer Army after being hunted, rising to the rank of captain, and his strength was formidable, a master. Having repelled Ji Gang, the black-armored giant refrained from pursuing, sensing a piercing gaze fixated upon him, an icy stare that sent a shiver down his spine. Turning to investigate, he beheld the cloaked figure, whose presence struck fear into the hearts of the surrounding Black Deer soldiers, causing many to flee or fall in death. This was the very man who had led the assault on the blacksmith shop, resulting in the tragic demise of Master Zhou. Su Hao's eyes gleamed with unrestrained murderous intent. Earlier, he had heard from Zhao Tai that a black-armored giant had smashed the door of the blacksmith shop with a hammer, ultimately slaying Zhou Xiong. That it was evident that this giant was the one responsible. Is he coming for me? The black-armored giant sensed the overwhelming bloodlust radiating from Su Hao, bewildered as to why he had attracted such ire. He had slain many of Su Hao's kin. He was the enemy. There was but one path to take, death. Yet a fierce glimmer of malice emerged on the giant's rugged visage, regardless of who this figure might be. He had no choice but to eliminate him. Kill. The black-armored giant abandoned his pursuit of Ji Gang and charged towards Su Hao. Though clad in heavy armor, weighing over 100 pounds, coupled with his massive hammer, he moved with the grace of a galloping steed, the metallic clinking of his armor echoing as he closed the distance, the hammer soaring towards Su Hao's head with a thunderous roar. Be careful, Ji Gang, witnessing the unfolding scene from afar, could not help but shout a warning. Having clashed with the black-armored giant and suffered the breaking of his weapon, he understood the giant's formidable mastery and the superiority of his equipment. Yet, as the hammer descended, Su Hao stood his ground, immovable. Boom! A heavy hammer descended upon Su Hao's head, shattering his body and crashing down onto the ground, creating a deep dent in the earth and sending fragments flying, with the force reverberating several yards away. Yet, the rugged face of the black-armored giant was twisted in a fierce grimace as he observed closely. In the moment he struck, Su Hao had seemingly traversed more than half a meter, deftly evading the blow, striking only an afterimage. Tempest, the black-armored giant bellowed, gripping the hammer's handle with both hands, unleashing a long howl. His body, honed through the second stage of body refinement, combined with the dark energy he wielded, transformed his hammer into a whirling windmill, unleashing a torrential downpour of relentless strikes upon Su Hao. It was unfathomable how this hammer, weighing dozens of pounds, could achieve such nimble speed, akin to a tempestuous storm that threatened to tear everything apart. However, the onslaught of this tempest failed to touch Su Hao even in the slightest. Within the maelstrom of hammer strikes, he deftly dodged left and right, avoiding each ferocious blow with minimal movement. To an onlooker, he appeared as nothing more than an ethereal phantom. Such mastery of movement was astonishing. Jiang Gang watched in stunned silence, his heart pounding with fear. The black-armored giant had unleashed his hammer technique to its utmost. Each strike as swift as the wind, yet he could not graze the edge of Su Hao's garment. With effortless grace, Su Hao evaded every attack. He had perfected the 8 steps to chase the cicada. And not only that, every martial art he practiced was paired with an accompanying technique of movement. Having mastered 6 martial arts, his agility had reached a breathtaking level. The moment the black-armored giant struck, Su Hao could predict the trajectory of the attack and evade accordingly. "Oh, you dare to just evade? Take a hammer from me," roared the black-armored giant in a fit of rage. "Then, as you wish." A glint of coldness flickered in Su Hao's eyes. He would no longer rely on agility to evade. He intended for the black-armored giant to suffer dearly. In the next instant, the hammer, infused with a force akin to 1,000 pounds, came crashing down again, its might capable of crushing even a fierce tiger on the spot. Yet, Su Hao merely extended his palm, pressing and deflecting the side of the hammer, an act that would seem utterly suicidal to any ordinary person. The black-armored giant's expression changed drastically. What appeared to be a light and casual deflection was, in truth, a display of incredible skill, which altered the hammer's center of gravity. The black-armored giant nearly lost his grip on the handle, causing the hammer to veer uncontrollably and slam into the ground, creating another deep impact. This was the pinnacle of energy manipulation, utilizing finesse to overcome brute strength. Having deflected the black-armored giant strike, Su Hao's left palm, seemingly slow, delivered a gentle blow to the giant's chest. Despite the weight of his heavy armor, which could withstand blades and swords, this seemingly insubstantial strike proved devastating. Clang! At the moment Su Hao's hand met the black-armored giant's chest, a surge of overwhelming force erupted, creating a deep imprint in the armor's surface. The shockwave sent the giant staggering backward, pain radiating from his chest, forcing him to swallow back a mouthful of blood. "How is this possible? I wear heavy armor, impervious to blades, and yet he can injure me with a mere palm strike. The black armor giant's face was filled with terror, though he had undergone the second stage of body refinement, rendering his bones as tough as bronze and his physique formidable. He had never anticipated that this black-clad figure could so easily inflict harm upon him. "Master Zhou, I shall avenge you. You will die a most wretched death." A fierce, murderous intent ignited in Su Hao's eyes. In truth, a direct strike to the black armor giant's head would have been sufficient to severely injure or even kill him. However, Su Hao sought to ensure the giant's demise was far from swift. Whoosh! Su Hao's figure flickered as he closed in on the black armor giant, who roared angrily and swung his hammer again. Yet, Su Hao, employing the perfected soft cloud palm in conjunction with energy manipulation, executed a wave of his palm, akin to a soft mist swirling, causing the black armor giant to lose his grip on the heavy hammer, which flew from his hands. Clang, clang, clang. In the next heartbeat, Su Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the black armored giant's chest, shoulders, back, and abdomen, each palm infused with energy manipulation, capable of shattering walls and obliterating stone tablets. The black armored giant felt as if he had plunged into a quagmire, despite his desire to struggle and resist. His limbs betrayed him, ensnared by a profound and mysterious force, becoming mere targets for Su Hao's relentless assault. This was the might of the third stage of body refinement. Even with the black-armored giant's strength surpassing Su Hao's, he stood no chance against Su Hao's deployment of energy manipulation coupled with perfected martial arts. Crack, crack, crack. The black-armored giant's eyes brimmed with agony and terror as he heard his own bones, honed through countless trials, creaking under the pressure. Even clad in armor that could withstand slashes and stabs, the force of Su Hao's every blow, akin to a galloping steed, inflicted damage upon his bones and internal organs. After a relentless barrage of strikes, Su Hao gradually withdrew his hands. Blood seeped from the cracks in the black-armored giant's armor, dripping steadily onto the ground. Thud! With a sound of clanging metal, the towering figure of the black-armored giant crumpled to the ground. Under Su Hao's series of devastating blows, his body was reduced to a mere pulp, his death excruciatingly tragic, with remnants of fear and a hint of relief lingering in his eyes, as Su Hao was typically efficient in his killings. Yet this black-armored giant had slain his revered elder, and thus Su Hao intended for him to die in utter misery. The scene unfolded too swiftly. The confrontation lasted but a fleeting moment, culminating in the black-armored giant's demise. Captain Gao had fallen. From the ranks of the Black Deer Army arose terrified cries. The black-armored giant was their leader, yet he had been brutally slain in battle. A blow to their morale that could only be imagined. Kill. Annihilate these bandits. The leader has met his end. Meanwhile, Jiang Gang of the Evergreen Army, aside from being awestruck by Su Hao's formidable prowess, felt a surge of determination and called for the extermination of the remaining Black Deer bandits. Kill. Kill. The soldiers of the Evergreen Army, invigorated by the turn of events, surged forward with renewed vigor, while the beleaguered Black Deer Army found itself unable to mount any effective resistance, many choosing to flee in panic. With the black-armored giant's death, the battle had become a foregone conclusion. "Thank you, honorable sir, for your noble intervention." Jiang Gang expressed his gratitude with a solemn bow, realizing that had it not been for Su Hao's decisive strike against the black-armored giant, the battle would not have unfolded so smoothly. Su Hao, however, paid no heed to Jiang Gang's words. His purpose here was solely to avenge Zhou Xiong and the others. With his objective achieved, he turned to leave. The black-armored giant, nearing the second stage of body refinement and heavily equipped, had been utterly overpowered by this black-clad figure, who wielded his bare hands to reduce the giant to a state of near mud, a testament to his unfathomable depth. Could he possibly be a practitioner of the muscle transformation technique? As Jiang Gang observed Su Hao's departing figure, curiosity about the man's identity blossomed within him, leading him to suspect that he could very well be a master of the muscle transformation level. In the realm of martial cultivation, the first threshold is known as the 4 stages of body refinement: energy manipulation, bone refinement, muscle transformation, and marrow cleansing, each stage holding immense significance. Energy manipulation is the starting point. enhancing explosive power and resilience through the refinement of the body's skeletal structure. With sufficient resources and diligent effort, many can achieve this stage. However, the muscle transformation stage presents a steep challenge, as it involves refining the tendons. The tendons are delicate. Any misstep could result in crippling injury, causing many who have succeeded in bone refinement to falter at this juncture, fearful of the perilous process leading to potential disability. Yet once one transcends into the muscle transformation realm, their strength multiplies. Practitioners of the muscle transformation technique possess resilient tendons, akin to bowstrings, enabling them to unleash muscle power, delivering punches and kicks that strike with the ferocity of arrows, exponentially increasing their potential. The ability to convert visible energy into hidden power and to transform hidden power into the might of energy manipulation. Suhao's capacity to wield bare hands and, through the weight of heavy armor, reduce a seasoned practitioner of bone refinement to mere pulp, led Jiang to firmly believe that the man was likely a master of the muscle transformation level. Certainly, Ji Gang could never have imagined that Su Hao had only recently stepped into the realm of bone tempering, yet was capable of decisively slaying the formidable black-armored warrior, relying solely on his mastery of multiple martial arts to perfection, which had culminated in his remarkable internal strength. Ji Gang was also not so foolish as to inquire about Su Hao's name. The very sight of his black-clad, masked figure suggested an intent to conceal his identity, likely out of fear of provoking the Black Deer Army. The Black Deer Army was no ordinary force, and its leader, the King of Yellow Heaven, was even more inscrutable, having single-handedly shaped the Black Deer Army into a formidable entity. Even among martial arts experts, few dared to provoke the Black Deer Army. This mysterious master, who had intervened against them, had no choice but to remain incognito. Vengeance for Master Zhou had been exacted. Su Hao, oblivious to Ji Gang's thoughts, set off to return to Wuhu Town. With death being irreversible, the only recourse Su Hao had for Zhou Xiong was to ensure that the killer met his just deserts. Upon returning to Wuhu Town, he lingered at home for a few more days and, after attending Zhou Xiong's funeral, he embarked on his journey once more. Life is indeed brief, yet powerful warriors can lead longer, more resplendent lives. I must grow strong enough to seize control of my own destiny. The snowstorm had subsided, and with his pack slung over his shoulder, Su Hao gazed at the sun rising on the horizon, reaffirming his resolve to become stronger. This time, he encountered no unforeseen events, and by afternoon, he arrived at Chongqing City. First, I shall head to the blacksmith shop. Without delay, Su Hao inquired about the location of the blacksmith shop as he made his way through the city, and soon he was on his way. The blacksmith shop was quite renowned in Chongqing City, known for its apolitical stance and its exceptional craftsmanship in weapon forging, making a living solely from this trade. Many martial artists were willing to spend a fortune to forge a weapon that suited them perfectly. After all, for a martial artist, a fine weapon is far more valuable than any luxury vehicle, as it is meant for combat and should not be taken lightly. Clang, clang, clang. The blacksmith shop, located in the Anyu Square of Chongqing City, appeared from the outside like a grand estate, with towering walls that muffled the sounds of forging emanating from within. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop stood a man responsible for welcoming guests. "Are you here to purchase a weapon?" "This is the weapon shop," that a young man greeted Su Hao courteously and offered to guide him. Su Hao shook his head and replied honestly, "I am here to find Master Chen Yuanzheng. Could you deliver this letter to him on my behalf?" Su Hao retrieved the introduction letter that Zhao Tai had given him. Master Chen Yuanzheng, the blacksmith? The young man's demeanor shifted slightly as he accepted the letter and proceeded into the blacksmith shop to report. Chen Yuanzheng was a blacksmith of considerable renown. Those who achieved the status of a blacksmith in the shop were elite craftsmen capable of forging exceptional weapons. His standing in the blacksmith shop was significant, and upon hearing that Su Hao seemed to know Chen Yuanzheng, the young man naturally treated him with utmost respect. After a brief wait, the young man returned, accompanied by a robust elder whose hair was partially white, but whose physique was remarkably strong and spirited. "You are Su Hao, are you not?" "I am Chen Yuanzheng. Please, come in and let us speak." The imposing elder appraised Su Hao with keen eyes before extending the invitation. "Yes, Master Chen." Su Hao nodded and followed the burly elder, Chen Yuanzheng, into the blacksmith shop. Once inside a room, Chen Yuanzheng invited Su Hao to sit down before speaking. I am aware of your purpose. Zhao Tai mentioned in the letter that you possess exceptional forging talent, having forged 10 refined weapons in merely 3 to 4 years. You have surpassed your predecessors, and I hope you will consider joining our blacksmith shop. However, our selection process is exceedingly rigorous. You must forge a weapon independently, and your eligibility to join will be determined by the quality of the weapon you produce, Chen Yuanzheng stated. Although Zhao Tai's letter praised Su Hao's extraordinary forging skills and boundless potential, Chen Yuanzheng would not simply allow him to join the blacksmith shop based on a letter alone. A practical assessment was necessary. Very well, then I will rely on Master Chen to arrange this. Su Hao readily agreed, understanding that to earn the respect of others, he needed to demonstrate his strength and value. Then allow me to take you to the forging room. Chen Yuanzheng was a man of decisive action. Master Chen they made their way to the forging room. Many greeted Chen Yuanzheng along the way. The forging room, considerably larger than Zhao's blacksmith shop, was bustling with blacksmiths laboring at their forges. The sound of metal clashing echoing continuously to the forge. Chen Yuanzheng declared, "You may freely use the materials and tools here. Shaoli, assist with the fire." He also instructed a young blacksmith to help Su Hao with the bellows. "Is this Qinglin copper?" Su Hao's eyes brightened as he spotted a type of, or in a nearby basket, its surface a striking blue with scale-like patterns. He recognized it as the finest Qinglin copper. This copper, mixed with iron, would significantly enhance the metal's durability and allow for further refinement. Then let us begin. I shall test the limits of my forging. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly stripped off his outer garments, revealing a well-proportioned, muscular physique. Grasping a pair of iron tongs in one hand and a forging hammer in the other, he commenced his work. Clang, clang, clang. As the hammer flew, the clear, melodious sound of metal striking metal resonated, forming a harmonious symphony. Each strike of the hammer refined the iron further, with impurities being eliminated with every blow. Impressive, Chen Yuanzheng observed with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. For blacksmith, the ability to forge ore was fundamental, and being an expert in the field, he could instantly discern that Su Hao's foundational skills surpassed even those of a seasoned blacksmith, indicating that he must have devoted considerable effort and possessed significant innate talent. Clang, clang, clang. Su Hao was wholly focused on his task. Beginning from scratch to forge a weapon, he had done this numerous times at Zhao's blacksmith shop, but here he had access to superior tools and rarer ores, allowing him to push his limits. As dusk settled, Chen Yuanzheng remarked, "That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow to forge a fine weapon. It typically takes at least 10 days to half a month." "1 day is insufficient." Understood. Su Hao complied and ceased his work. Chen Yuanzheng, curious, inquired, "You seem quite vigorous. Have you practiced martial arts?" Based on his observations, forging iron was a physically demanding task, and Su Hao had worked tirelessly without a break or even a hint of perspiration. Suggesting an extraordinary constitution, "I have practiced some martial arts and dabbled in health cultivation since childhood," Su Hao replied, feeling no need to conceal his identity as a martial artist here. "I see. Indeed, forging is a labor-intensive endeavor. One must possess sufficient strength to work with high-grade iron." Chen Yuanjing nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further inquiries that, in truth, many blacksmiths in the shop had martial training, including Chen Yuanjing himself. Although his martial arts talent was average, as a blacksmith, he earned a considerable income, which allowed him to train at martial arts schools with ample resources, leading to accelerated progress in his training. Chen Yuanzheng thought to himself, "I wonder what the limits of this young man's abilities are. It seems we may have another promising talent for our blacksmith shop." That Su Hao temporarily resided in the guest quarters of the blacksmith shop. And the following morning, he awoke to continue forging weapons. Su Hao relentlessly hammered the iron ore, refining it repeatedly, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. The limit for ordinary wrought iron was 30 refinements, but with the addition of Qinglin copper, its durability increased. Su Hao had previously experimented with this at Zhao's blacksmith shop. Ordinary wrought iron could not be refined indefinitely, with 30 times being the maximum, as further refinement would compromise its integrity. However, This rare Qinglin copper, when combined with fine iron, could enhance its durability and allow for more refinements. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer flew, sparks flying as Su Hao relentlessly hammered the fine iron, melding it with the Qinglin copper, thereby enhancing its resilience. 40 refinements. 50 refinements. It became 100 refined iron. 10 days later, gazing at the hefty piece of refined iron before him, which exuded a faint azure sheen, Su Hao's eyes sparkled with joy. Previously, at the Zhao blacksmith shop, he was constrained by the materials available, only managing to forge 30 refinements of fine iron. However, now at the weapon forge, with access to rarer ores, he had successfully crafted a 100 refinement fine iron sword. Without hesitation, Su Hao commenced the sword-making process. His skills were deft and practiced. Every step of forging, shaping, quenching, polishing, coating the blade, and tempering was second nature to him. It is complete. After another 5 days, Su Hao extracted a long sword from the cooling liquid. This sword glimmered with a brilliant azure light, the edge sharp and gleaming, embodying a cold, fierce beauty. Merely gazing upon it imbued one with the understanding of its ability to slice through iron as if it were mud. Excellent, 100 refinement weapon. Your craftsmanship is indeed remarkable. May I take a look at this sword? At that moment, a voice of admiration rang out. Su Hao turned to see Chen Yuanzheng, accompanied by a burly man. This imposing figure, standing 7 feet tall and in his 40s, with a dark complexion, resembled a small giant, emanating an undeniable sense of intimidation. It was he who had just expressed his admiration. This man possessed formidable martial prowess. And Su Hao discerned that the weighty presence he exuded indicated he was no ordinary opponent, certainly stronger than the centurion of the Black Deer army, whom Su Hao had previously defeated. Su Hao, allow me to introduce you to our weapon forge's master, Su Hanjin. Chen Yuanzheng promptly introduced, his gaze filled with admiration for the 100 refinement longsword in Su Hao's hand. Su Hanjin, the burly master of the forge, had heard of Su Hao's extraordinary talent during his time crafting weapons and had come to witness it firsthand upon completion. Master Su, it is a pleasure to meet you, Su Hao greeted, presenting the 100 refinement longsword for Su Hanjin's examination. Whoosh! Su Hanjin took the sword, flicking his wrist to infuse it with his strength, creating an elegant flourish. The surface of the sword shimmered with azure light, dazzling and chilling to the bone. A fine sword, Su Hanjin exclaimed. Master, Su Hao has skills that rival ours. Can he not join our forge? Chen Yuanzheng interjected. Su Hanjin, momentarily suppressing his smile, regarded Su Hao and spoke. You are Su Hao, correct? Your forging talent is exceptionally high. At such a young age, you can craft a 100 refinement weapon. It is not far-fetched to envision you as a master forger in the future. I would like to invite you to be a forger at our weapon forge. What do you think? A forger? Su Hao was taken aback that in the forge, ordinary members were referred to as artisans, while a forger was a pillar of the establishment, holding a position of great esteem. However, considering his ability to forge a 100 refinement weapon at such a young age, it was only natural to offer him the best treatment. I accept. Su Hao nodded eagerly, grateful for the opportunity. Very well. From now on, you are a member of our weapon forge. We have few other rules. As a forger, you will receive a monthly base salary of 5 taels of silver. And for every 100 refinement weapon you craft, you will earn an additional 10 taels. However, you are required to produce at least 100 refinement weapon each month. Su Hanjin explained the terms of Su Hao's new position. With a base salary of 5 taels of silver and 10 taels for each crafted weapon, Su Hao realized that, given his efficiency, he could easily produce at least 200 refinement weapons a month. If he employed techniques like transforming strength, he could potentially forge 3 in a month without difficulty. 30 taels of income per month. This is the life of a forger. Su Hao felt a surge of excitement. In Wohu Town, many ordinary families, with 2 working members, struggled to earn even 2 taels per month through hard labor. In every profession, excellence can lead to success, whether as a chef, musician, or blacksmith, as long as one possesses skill. Making a living and achieving wealth is not an insurmountable challenge. Su Hao's forging skills were already exceptional, and becoming a forger meant he would be among the few of such caliber in the weapon forge. Weapons 100 refinements would be highly sought after by powerful warriors and even officers in the army, ensuring a steady demand and lucrative sales. How would you like to reside in our weapon forge? We have available rooms, Chun Yuanzheng inquired, his tone growing more familiar as he offered to arrange accommodation for Su Hao. No, I prefer a bit of solitude when I rest. I would like to stay outside. Su Hao replied after a moment's thought. Shaking his head, he wished to practice martial arts, and given his level, any noise he made during training could be quite substantial. Thus, he sought a spacious residence to better facilitate his practice. Subsequently, Su Hao rented a residence in Anyu Fong, complete with a garden and trees, the ambience significantly more elegant than the dilapidated dwelling he had in the village. The rent was steep, amounting to 3 taels of silver per month. Finally settled, Su Hao was eager to commence work at the weapon forge the following day. With diligent effort, he aimed to forge 300 refinement weapons monthly, while also learning additional martial arts to accumulate foundational skills. Hoping to elevate his strength to new heights, Su Hao was filled with motivation. Now that he earned well, his expenses were also considerable. Primarily, he needed the magnia bone forging ointment for his training, which cost him 20 taels of silver monthly. Additionally, he indulged in meals that included meat at every sitting. For an ordinary family, his dining standards were akin to festive occasions, representing a significant expense. Earning more meant spending more, and thus, Su Hao had to work doubly hard. Life for Su Hao became serene, as he devoted his days to forging weapons at the forge, while his rest periods were spent in the rented residence in Anyufang, where he practiced diligently before bed by completing his daily bone forging routine. During this time, he also ventured to the black market to acquire new martial arts manuals, trading the formula for magnia bone forging ointment obtained from the chief of the Black Snake Gang, Li Shuqing, for 4 martial arts manuals. The collection included sword techniques, knife techniques, and finger techniques. However, the most delightful surprise for Su Hao was receiving a particularly intriguing martial art known as bone shrinking technique. This technique allowed the practitioner to contract their bones, altering their physique and even their bone structure, making it an essential skill for assassins. For Su Hao, it was imperative to learn various martial arts. In addition to enhancing his potential, he sought to broaden his knowledge and accumulate martial arts expertise, aiming to increase the intensity and comprehension of his strength, and to attempt the 4th stage of body quenching and strength refinement. Su Hao found himself immersed in an exceptionally busy yet tranquil year. Although there were certainly disturbances within the city of Chongqing, with various factions and gangs frequently clashing, these matters did not concern him. Even when he occasionally heard commotion at night, he, like others, would securely shut his doors and windows, remaining oblivious to the world outside. The weapon forge. Su Hao consistently crafted 300 to 400 refinement weapons each month, solidifying his footing in Chongqing City. The remainder of his time passed without incident, as days swiftly turned into months. Before he knew it, a year had elapsed since Su Hao's arrival in Chongqing City. Once again, the cold winter had arrived, with frigid temperatures and snowflakes falling gently, causing some merchants to close their shops early to return home in a residence within Anyu Fong of Chongqing County. The flowers and grass lay withered, while the trees were blanketed in white snow. Su Hao, clad in thin cloth, felt no chill amidst the harsh weather. Whoosh, 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 in the courtyard, Su Hao wielded his fingers as if they were swords, unleashing air currents that sliced through the air, seamlessly integrating multiple martial arts into a fluid dance of movement. 10 martial arts perfected. I shall merge these diverse energies. A glimmer of determination shone in Su Hao's eyes. Since he began his martial training, he had mastered 10 martial arts, encompassing punches, kicks, swordplay, and palm techniques. It is worth noting that mastering even a single martial art can occupy a warrior's lifetime. Yet Su Hao had achieved perfection in each, a feat unattainable by mere effort. Within Su Hao's body, a multitude of potent energies surged forth. Each martial art, upon reaching its zenith, would generate such energies. The energies within Su Hao varied in nature. Some were light and agile, others dense and heavy, some soft and yielding, while others were hard and unyielding. Each strand of energy represented a perfected martial discipline, Su Hao's comprehension of martial arts, and these energies had reached a level unattainable by ordinary practitioners. Naturally, he touched upon a certain boundary and began to experiment with the fusion of his diverse energies. Whoosh! His heart pounded vigorously, propelling the vital essence within his body to accelerate its circulation. The sound of blood flowing was audible, akin to a rushing stream, making it hard to fathom the sheer might of the essence contained within Su Hao's physique, so robust, so grand. His body resembled a great furnace, with waves of vital essence crashing like tsunamis, exuding an overwhelming heat that even melted the snow upon the ground. Su Hao's skin took on a deep crimson hue. Had one dared to touch him, they would surely feel the searing heat akin to that of a glowing iron forge. Su Hao entered a state of transcendence, immersed in the meticulous refinement of his inner energies. Embrace the core. Stabilize the dantian. The human body is akin to a cauldron. The purer the mind, the purer the essence, he silently recited, contemplating his understanding of these energies. A rare prodigy among thousands. Su Hao's intellect and potential in martial arts were nothing short of astonishing. The temperature around him soared as his skin glowed red, radiating intense warmth that caused the ice and snow on the eaves to melt away, dripping steadily. The various energies enveloping Su Hao were continuously tempered and refined by this personal cauldron. Strands of energy, tangible in essence, were meticulously honing his limbs and bones, compressing and gradually retracting into his dantian. The intertwining energies coalesced into a compact mass, resembling small elixirs that spun and circulated endlessly. Exhale, the agonies endured earlier dissipated swiftly, replaced by an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Su Hao released a deep breath, resembling a plume of white smoke rising into the air. He opened his eyes, and within his bright gaze, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shone before retreating into the void. His understanding of the fourth stage of refining body and energy had ascended to an entirely new dimension. A smile graced Su Hao's lips. After years of arduous training and bolstered by his extraordinary potential, he had attained a profound mastery of his martial arts, seamlessly blending them together, thereby elevating his prowess in the refinement of body and energy. Su Hao quietly absorbed the transformations within the fourth stage of refining body and energy. His energies had become more refined and adaptable, capable of coalescing instantaneously and unleashing terrifying power upon command. Eager to test his newfound abilities, Su Hao found that night had fully descended, and fine snowflakes drifted down from the sky, accompanied by a howling cold wind. Yet Su Hao remained unfazed. Snowflakes landed upon his head and shoulders. But before they could make contact, an invisible force repelled them, causing them to slide off his body without leaving a trace. Standing beneath the ancient locust tree, its trunk thick with age, he placed his palm gently upon its surface. The strength of his arm unexerted, yet energies swirled within his palm. Boom! In the next instant, the energies coiling within his dantian began to whirl at an astonishing speed, compressing until they erupted with a colossal force. Whoosh! The robust locust tree, large enough to be embraced by two people, quaked under the impact of this immense power, swaying violently as if buffeted by a raging tempest, the accumulated snow cascading down from its crown. This sturdy tree, impervious even to the strikes of seasoned warriors, trembled under Su Hao's gentle touch. Were a person to be met with such a light press from Su Hao, they would likely be sent flying several yards. Bones shattered. With a flourish, Su Hao embraced the snow cascading from the tree crown, palms facing each other, moving up and down as if cradling a sphere. The vast amounts of snow were drawn towards him by an unseen force, gathering and compressing into a snowball with a diameter of 1 meter, its density surpassing that of stone, weighing an impressive 100 pounds. Remarkably, his palms did not directly touch the snowball. An invisible attraction kept it suspended in the air. Light as a feather, such mastery over energy manipulation astonished all who beheld it, leaving them in disbelief that someone could refine their energies to such an extraordinary degree. With a sudden change in motion, Su Hao propelled the snowball with great force. Crack! Crack! The massive snowball burst apart, scattering into flurries of snowflakes that charged forth, carving deep furrows into the snow-covered ground. accompanied by the howling wind and swirling snow. It was as if a herd of wild stallions had galloped through, leaving a profound impact. Powerful indeed, the fourth stage of refining body and energy had led to the embrace of the core energy. With every movement, his punches unleashed ferocity akin to a stampede of wild horses, a force that no mere mortal could withstand. Su Hao gazed at his hands, observing the deep furrows etched into the ground by the snow. And he could not help but feel a sense of awe. Compared to his previous state of energy transformation, the most significant change in core energy was its explosive power by compressing the energies into a spherical form. They could unleash horrific strength upon detonation, revealing the quintessence of this mastery. The tighter the embrace, the greater the devastation unleashed in an instant. Now, should I confront my former self, I could easily overpower him with a single strike. Even the burly warrior clad in heavy armor would fall before me, struck down in an instant. Su Hao's gaze burned with intensity, having mastered the fourth stage of refining body and energy and embraced core energy. His strength had undergone a metamorphosis akin to rebirth. Ordinary bone-forging warriors appeared as fragile as mere sheets of paper before him. Name: Su Hao skills mastered. 8-section brocade, perfection. Forging, perfection. Diamond fist, perfection. Heavy mountain fist, perfection. 8 steps to chase the cicada, perfection. Mysterious shadow fist, perfection. 12 paths of tan leg, perfection. Soft cloud palm, perfection. Tuine sword technique, perfection. Black tiger knife technique, perfection. Pulse cutting finger, perfection. Bone shrinking skill, perfection. Potential, 33 points, 1 in a million. Upon glancing at his attributes panel, Su Hao noted that he had mastered no less than 10 martial arts, each reaching perfection, with his potential peaking at an impressive 33 points. The completion of 4 martial arts granted an increase of 4 points of potential. Generally, the increase in potential for martial arts diminishes progressively. Su Hao mused that the 4 martial arts he had recently learned had not significantly enhanced his potential. The martial arts he had studied were somewhat rudimentary, and as his potential grew, the simpler forms of martial arts contributed less to its enhancement. Furthermore, since the second bone forging, the bull's strength bone forging ointment had nearly lost its efficacy. Focusing inwardly, Su Hao's his skeletal structure gleaming with a faint metallic luster. Each thick bone was unyielding, as if forged from bronze and iron. After a year dedicated to martial arts, he had devoted the remaining time to bone forging, and with an expenditure of 20 taels of silver each month. Su Hao's bone forging rank had progressed rapidly, recently entering the second stage of bone forging. Bronze bones, Su Hao's skeletal framework had become more resilient, resembling the strength of bronze and iron. Not only had his explosive power surged, but his resistance to strikes had also vastly improved. Even when faced with heavy weapons like hammers or iron rods, he could withstand the blows without sustaining significant harm. The bull's strength bone forging ointment had proven ineffective, barely assisting him in completing the second stage of bone forging, rendering it nearly useless for him. Now, Su Hao frowned in contemplation. The bull's strength bone forging ointment was considered a relatively basic remedy among bone forging elixirs. For practitioners with lower bone forging ranks, its effects were commendable, enabling them to achieve the strength comparable to that of an ox or tiger, yet that was nearly its limit. Take, for instance, Li Shuqing, the former leader of the Black Serpent gang. After completing a single bone forging, he found it nearly impossible to progress further using the ointment. Point 1 was limited by their innate qualities, while the other faced the inadequacies of the elixir's quality. Su Hao's ability to complete the second stage of bone forging in a mere year, despite the ointment's lack of potency, was solely due to his exceptionally solid foundation in martial arts. Having cultivated an increasingly profound mastery of energy transformation, his capacity to refine the elixir's effects surpassed that of other practitioners by tenfold, enabling him to forcibly achieve the second stage of bone forging. However, for Su Hao, the efficacy of the Mang Nyo bone tempering ointment is utterly insufficient for his aspirations to break through to the third level of bone tempering. He requires a superior bone tempering elixir. If he were to acquire a more advanced bone tempering secret medicine, coupled with his formidable strength that has already reached the Dan level, the efficiency of refining its medicinal properties would reach a terrifying magnitude. Achieving the third and even the fourth level of bone tempering would not be an unattainable goal. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Hao's eyes. The thicker his strength, the higher the efficiency of refining the medicinal essence. Having completed the fourth level of strength refinement, his Dan-level prowess is indeed an existence that ordinary martial artists can only look up to. Provided he has sufficient resources, his progress in bone tempering would undoubtedly be rapid and astounding. His current objective is to practice more advanced martial arts to further enhance his potential and acquire formulas for superior bone tempering secret medicines. Tomorrow, he would inquire with Old Wong in the black market about whether he could obtain more advanced martial arts. Su Hao felt resolute in his decision. Old Wong is the vendor of martial arts manuals in the black market of Hafeng Ridge, with whom Su Hao has traded numerous times, exchanging goods for the martial arts manuals in his possession. Their collaboration has been quite amicable, with no incidents of falling out, as the evening of the following day arrived. During the rest period of the smithy, Su Hao, clad in black and masked, paused before a stall owner dressed in blue, who was also veiled. "Brother one, do you have any new manuals you wish to exchange with me?" The stall owner inquired with keen interest. In the past, when Su Hao sought him out, he always brought manuals that the stall owner did not possess. Engaging in exchanges, Wen Tai Lai is Su Hao's pseudonym, adopted for dealings with these enigmatic figures of the black market, naturally to conceal his true identity. "Old Wong, to be candid, I am quite intrigued by advanced martial arts. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether you have any means of acquiring them." Su Hao spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Practicing ordinary martial arts, even to the point of perfection, yields negligible enhancement to Su Hao's potential at this stage. Hence, he must delve into deeper, more esoteric martial arts to expedite his potential growth and undergo another transformation. Upon hearing this, the stall owner appeared momentarily taken aback before responding. "Advanced martial arts? Are you referring to mainstream martial arts?" "Mainstream martial arts would suffice," Su Hao replied. His interest peaked as he gradually nodded, realizing that martial arts indeed vary in quality and depth. Various martial arts are categorized into multiple tiers based on their profundity. Ordinary martial arts are the most prevalent, easy to practice, and do not demand high qualifications. These are referred to as basic martial arts, or, in other terms, non-mainstream martial arts. The stall owner, Old Wong, elaborated, the most widely circulated martial arts are almost all basic. And within the realm of martial arts, they are merely considered non-mainstream. Just like Su Hao, the martial arts he has practiced are mostly commonplace, basic styles. His ability to reach the Dan level through basic martial arts is entirely due to his exceptional potential. Coupled with his comprehensive understanding of multiple martial arts, allowing qualitative changes to emerge from quantitative accumulation, Old Wong continued, beyond basic martial arts lies a more profound category known as mainstream martial arts, which is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and ultimate tiers. Any mainstream martial art, for those lacking insight and talent, poses immense challenges, making mastery exceedingly difficult. The hierarchy of martial arts is thus: basic, lower, middle, upper, and ultimate. What I practice is merely the most pedestrian sort of basic martial arts. If I could obtain even lower-tier mainstream martial arts, it would undoubtedly yield immediate benefits to my progress. Su Hao's heart raced with fervor at the prospect of acquiring more profound mainstream martial arts. Without hesitation, Su Hao addressed the stall owner, Old Wong. "Do you have any mainstream martial arts here? I can continue to barter with you or offer other compensations." The stall owner chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Brother one, you might be overestimating my abilities. While I do have certain connections, my business primarily involves selling basic martial arts. Even the lower-tier mainstream martial arts, if found in Chongqing County, are closely guarded secrets of certain families and sections. To gain access, one must be among the most outstanding, and it is not so easily obtained," he added with a sigh. "Even if I could procure them, I am well aware of my own limitations and would not dare to sell them, as it would undoubtedly attract fatal consequences." This stall owner, Old Wong, engages in the trade of martial arts manuals in the black market, possessing some degree of confidence and strength, unafraid of others harboring ill intentions. Yet he only sells non-mainstream basic martial arts, which higher-tier figures would not even glance at. However, if he were to sell lower-tier martial arts, he would certainly attract the attention of experts and significant figures, bringing about perilous consequences. Given his status, he could not access mainstream martial artists, and even if he could, he would not dare display them for sale. Is that so? A wave of disappointment washed over Su Hao, realizing that Old Wang was indeed being truthful. The rarity and preciousness of mainstream martial arts far surpass those of ordinary basic martial arts by tenfold or even 100-fold. For an ordinary person to learn them is nearly impossible, even if one joins a sect or martial arts school. Gaining access to such teachings is an arduous endeavor. One must possess exceptional talent and a trustworthy background, either as a direct disciple or a descendant of core members, to have any chance of obtaining instruction. Is there truly no other way to acquire mainstream martial arts? Su Hao inquired, slightly disheartened. Old Wang regarded Su Hao with a curious expression. Of course there is, provided you possess the strength. Becoming a local tyrant would be a piece of cake. Let alone acquiring martial arts manuals. Su Hao's eyes brightened, and he promptly pressed for details, eager to learn of Old Wang's so-called connections. Old Wang shook his head with a light chuckle. I wouldn't call it guidance. It's not really a secret. Given our pleasant cooperation, I don't mind sharing this information with you for free. Su Hao listened attentively, sensing that the path Old Wang was referring to might not be devoid of challenges. Have you heard of bounty hunters? Old Wang asked, gazing at Su Hao. Bounty hunters? Su Hao felt a stir of realization, vaguely grasping the implication of Old Wang's words. He had heard of bounty hunters, individuals hired by the authorities to apprehend wanted criminals in exchange for bounties, akin to a profession that dances on the edge of danger. Those sought after by the authorities are usually heinous criminals. Without adequate strength, attempting to become a bounty hunter would be tantamount to courting death. Old Wang chuckled. You don't appear to come from a prominent family. The avenues to acquire mainstream martial arts are limited to a few: joining a gang, being invited as a guest by certain families, enlisting in the military, or working for the authorities. Becoming a bounty hunter is a commendable job. It offers freedom, rewards for good service, and if one possesses skill, they can obtain what they desire, including mainstream martial arts. Of course, the prerequisite is having strength. Otherwise, the wanted criminals are not to be trifled with. Old Wang spoke solemnly. Many bounty hunters have thrived, reaping substantial rewards and living comfortably for the rest of their lives. Yet far more have met untimely ends, fading into obscurity without a trace. I understand now. Thank you. Su Hao expressed his gratitude to the stall owner. After their conversation, he took his leave, acquiring lower-tier martial arts as a bounty hunter. That would not be an easy feat. Watching Su Hao's departing figure, the stall owner shook his head inwardly, fully aware that lower-tier martial arts belong to the mainstream level. Such martial arts are generally inaccessible to ordinary bounty hunters. Only significant big fish might garner lower-tier martial arts as a reward from the authorities. I wish to avoid being entangled in the conflicts of major powers, Su Hao contemplated. Therefore, for him, becoming a bounty hunter indeed seems like a viable option for obtaining mainstream-level martial arts. Joining a large gang, even if one could become a core member, gaining trust and obtaining lower-tier martial arts is no simple task. Moreover, one would undoubtedly bear corresponding obligations required to serve a gang. Nothing comes free. In contrast, bounty hunting appears more straightforward. Capturing or eliminating wanted criminals can yield appropriate rewards. Su Hao possesses considerable confidence in his abilities, having undergone the second level of bone tempering and the fourth level of strength refinement. With 10 martial arts practiced to perfection, even if he encounters danger, he believes he can escape without much difficulty. The information he acquired from Old Wang, the black market manual vendor, is undoubtedly valuable to Su Hao. Regardless, he should first visit the authorities to ascertain whether this so-called bounty hunting could fulfill his objectives. Su Hao silently mused that after departing from the black market, he returned to Chongqing City with certain thoughts in mind, deciding to first inspect the situation at the yamen. However, before doing so, he needed to prepare. Su Hao had no intention of presenting his true self as a hired killer. Firstly, it was precisely to avoid trouble that he contemplated obtaining what he desired under the guise of a hired killer. Secondly, such a role would surely offend others. Thus, concealing his true identity would prevent him from being targeted for revenge. In the courtyard where Su Hao resided, he stood before a mirror. The reflection revealed a young man in his 20s. Tall and handsome, ate tea that moment. With a slight shift in his thoughts, something extraordinary occurred. With a series of cracking sounds echoing through the air, Su Hao's bones began to twist and compress, causing his height and physique to diminish significantly. The once tall figure had transformed into an inconspicuous average stature. Even the bones in his face underwent alteration. His cheekbones slightly receded, his eyes elongated, and his appearance aged by over a decade, suddenly exuding a cold and piercing aura. The bone compression technique, a martial skill Su Hao had exchanged for in the black market, augmented combat strength almost not at all. Its sole effect was the ability to manipulate bone compression. With his innate talent, Su Hao had effortlessly reached the perfected realm of this technique, enabling him to control the bones in his face and alter his appearance to a certain degree. Moreover, he retrieved various cosmetic materials purchased from the black market, applying them to his skin to give it a rougher texture, while allowing his black hair to fall loosely, gazing at his reflection. He resembled a seasoned wanderer in his 30s, rugged and formidable. Even if acquaintances stood before him, they would surely fail to recognize him. After a thorough examination, Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. This technique of disguise, achieved through the combination of the bone compression technique and makeup skills, was indeed impressive. Having completed his preparations, he quietly departed through the back door, making his way through the secluded alleys toward the county yamen. The Chongqing County Patrol Office was responsible for apprehending criminals and managing the hired killers and other hired individuals from the martial world. To become a hired killer, one must register with the patrol office. The notice board at the entrance displayed various notices. Mostly bounties. Two officers from the patrol office cast their gazes toward the notice board, where stood a man in black, his hair disheveled. They exchanged glances. For this man had been scrutinizing the board for nearly half an hour without taking a bounty. This man in black was, of course, Su Hao in his disguised form. Among the bounties was one for a slave from the Zhang family in Qingsang town, who had stolen property and, upon being discovered, murdered and fled. That a bounty was now issued for his capture, offering a reward of 20 taels of silver for any leads or assistance in apprehending him. Su Hao shook his head inwardly. As the bounties posted were primarily for ordinary criminals, common folk, they were heinous villains. Yet to Su Hao, they were mere trifles. The primary reason was that Su Hao deemed such rewards unworthy of his efforts. He sought martial skills of a higher echelon. It appeared he needed to find a person of significance within the patrol office. With that thought, Su Hao strode confidently toward the entrance of the patrol office, intent on discussing matters directly with someone of stature. "May I inquire what business you have?" "If there are no pressing matters, the patrol office does not readily entertain outsiders," one officer intercepted Su Hao. Noting that his demeanor and appearance were anything but ordinary, Su Hao wasted no words, stating directly, "I wish to become a hired killer employed by the yamen. The bounties outside do not warrant my involvement. I demand to see your superior." This statement left the two officers astonished, as the notices contained bounties of considerable weight, even involving martial artists of the bone-forging realm. Yet this man in black boldly claimed that the bounties outside were beneath him. If not sheer arrogance, he certainly possessed confidence in his own prowess. Exchanging glances, the younger officer on the right, realizing the potential strength of this individual, politely replied, "Please, wait a moment while I report this inside." Su Hao nodded, and the young officer hastily entered the patrol office. Shortly after, he returned and respectfully gestured for Su Hao to follow, saying, "Our patrol office's Chief Gongsun, Gongsun Xiu, request your presence for a discussion." Gongsun Xiu was the chief of the patrol office, a figure of considerable importance. It seemed he had taken an interest in the arrival of a potential talent, and, having some leisure time, decided to meet this visitor personally to ascertain whether he was indeed a remarkable individual or merely someone with inflated self-esteem. "Lead the way," Su Hao replied curtly, adopting an aloof demeanor. Following the young officer, he entered the encircled, red-walled patrol office, traversing a shaded path that led to a tranquil back garden. There, Su Hao encountered Chief Gongsun Xiu, a man nearing 40, clad in fine garments, a sword at his waist, and possessing an imposing demeanor. Upon seeing Su Hao approach from a distance, Gongsun Xiu laughed heartily, saying, "I hear someone wishes to meet me. Though I do not know your identity, a guest is a guest. Please allow me to offer you a cup of tea." With that, Gongsun Xiu tossed a teacup filled with tea towards Su Hao. The cup spun gracefully as it flew through the air, clearly a test of Su Hao's capabilities to determine whether he was worthy of such hospitality. Maintaining a calm expression, Su Hao simply extended his hand, palm open as the teacup neared him. It seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, landing gently in his grasp, coming to a halt without spilling a single drop. The young officer who had escorted Su Hao watched in awe, astonished by his control over power. To catch a teacup infused with Gong Sun Xiu's energy, without damage and without spilling a drop, was nothing short of extraordinary. A master, Gong Sun Xiu's eyes sparkled with realization. The man before him was not merely a boastful fool, but a genuinely capable individual. After catching the teacup, Su Hao took a moment to savor its aroma before drinking it in one go. "Thank you for your hospitality, Chief Gong Sun. It is only proper to reciprocate that." Su Hao expressed his gratitude, and, with a flick of his wrist, returned the teacup. In contrast to Gong Sun Xiu's forceful throw, Su Hao's toss appeared light and effortless. Gong Sun Xiu's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice, attempting to catch the cup with a gentle sweep of his sleeve, aiming to use softness to counterbalance strength. However, the seemingly light teacup contained a weight more than 100 pounds, akin to a heavy hammer striking against Gong Sun Xiu's sleeve. With a sharp crack, the teacup shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. The young officer watching this spectacle broke into a cold sweat, utterly astonished. A seemingly delicate teacup could carry such force. Had he attempted to catch it, his bones would surely have been shattered, suffering a grievous injury. "Excellent! Such skill is truly admirable," Gong Sun Xiu exclaimed, not in anger, but with genuine admiration as he surveyed the remnants of a shattered teacup. Su Hao nodded inwardly, recognizing that Gong Sun Xiu had tested him, just as he had tested Gong Sun Xiu in return. Their brief exchange had concluded with Gong Sun Xiu revealing a minor flaw. Yet, Gong Sun Xiu bore no shame or anger. Displaying considerable magnanimity, a warm smile spread across Gong Sun Xiu's face, resembling that of an old friend reuniting after many years. "Please, come inside. I apologize for not greeting you properly." The young officer discreetly withdrew, granting the two men the space for a private conversation. Once seated in a meeting hall within the garden, Gong Sun Xiu smiled and inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "I enjoy forging connections with heroes of the martial world." "Wen Tai Lai," Su Hao replied, naturally providing a false name rather than his true identity. Wen Tai Lai. Gong Sun Xiu swiftly recalled the name in his mind, ultimately concluding with certainty that he had never heard of such a master in the vicinity of Chongqing City. However, he did not dwell on this. He remarked, "I just heard from my subordinate that you wish to become a hired blade." "Indeed, I have something I desire," Su Hao nodded. "Typically, to become a hired blade for the Yamen, one must undergo a trial, completing a bounty issued by the Yamen to register as a hired blade and receive a token of authority, which bestows certain privileges in their dealings. What do you seek?" Gong Sun Xiu inquired, feigning an attentive demeanor, well aware that Su Hao's desires were likely not trivial. "That I wish to obtain martial arts manuals of the entry level," Su Hao stated plainly and directly. Martial arts of the entry level. Gong Sun Xiu's heart stirred momentarily. The martial arts of the entry level are closely guarded secrets among the great families and factions, and it is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to acquire them. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Gong Sun Xiu's eyes as he seemed to conceive something. "Brother One, you must understand the rarity of entry-level martial arts. The lower-tier martial arts involve the application of power and are profoundly intricate. As for the mid-tier martial arts, there are scarcely a few varieties throughout the entire Chongqing County." Gong Sun Xiu elaborated, "I am indeed aware of this, which is why I have come," Su Hao replied with unwavering calmness. "Excellent, Brother One. You speak plainly, and so will I. Our patrol division indeed possesses several lower-tier entry-level martial arts that can be imparted to outsiders. However, the condition is that you must work for us." "Fairly and justly," Gong Sun Xiu declared with a clap of his hands, "that entry-level martial arts are invaluable, yet the government possesses them." And Gong Sun Xiu openly stated that they could be taught to outsiders, but only in exchange for a corresponding contribution. "What is it that you wish me to do?" Su Hao responded succinctly, fully aware that no one would generously impart precious lower-tier martial arts without expectation. "Brother One, please observe." Gong Sun Xiu immediately rose and retrieved a scroll from a drawer. handing it to Su Hao unfurled the scroll, his heart stirring as he absorbed the contents. That Wu Huacheng, the leader of the Bloodwind Bandits, possesses formidable strength and commands several powerful subordinates. He is notorious for his ruthless deeds, and slaying him will earn one a third-class merit. The scroll contained a wanted notice, complete with a descriptive text and a portrait of a man with a cold visage and triangular eyes, emanating a chilling aura reminiscent of a venomous serpent. This moment, Gong Sun Xiu spoke. Wu Huacheng is no ordinary character. He is cunning and cautious. Recently, he wreaked havoc in the vicinity of Lufeng County, where a practitioner of the I Ching technique personally intervened. Yet Wu Huacheng managed to escape. We have now received word that he has fled to the Chongqing County area, by eliminating him. One can earn a third-class merit, which carries immense value. It can be exchanged for an official position, for thousands of taels of silver, or for a lower-tier martial art that you desire. The leader of the Bloodwind Bandits. And he escaped even from a practitioner of the I Ching technique. Su Hao expressed mild astonishment that Wu Huacheng was undoubtedly a highly dangerous individual. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned a third-class merit bounty. While Su Hao remained cautious, he was equally confident in his own abilities, believing that as long as Wu Huacheng was not a practitioner of the I Ching technique, he would not be inferior. Very well, I accept this bounty. After a moment's contemplation, Su Hao decisively declared that Wu Huacheng was certainly a perilous figure. Otherwise, he would not be valued at a third-class merit. Gong Sun Xiu had already elucidated the dangers involved. Yet Su Hao accepted the bounty with minimal hesitation, showcasing his confidence. Regaining his composure, Gong Sun Xiu continued. Wu Huacheng has been evading capture in Chongqing County, maintaining a low profile. However, we recently received intelligence indicating that some of his Bloodwind Bandits have entered a small town to procure supplies. We did not wish to alert them that it is highly likely that he is currently hiding within the Mongshan Mountains. Brother One, if you venture to the Mongshan, you should be able to find Wu Huacheng. The intelligence Gong Sun Xiu provided was invaluable. Without such information, it would be impossible to track Wu Huacheng's whereabouts. Additionally, this wanted notice was typically accessible only to those holding a silver badge as hired blades. Should any hired blade attempt to apprehend Wu Huacheng and fail, the consequences could be dire, with the loss of life being the least of worries. However, Wu Huacheng was also aware that his whereabouts had been compromised and would likely flee to a new hiding place. Yet Su Hao had demonstrated his strength and capabilities before Gong Sun Xiu, leading Gong Sun Xiu to perceive him as equally enigmatic. It was reasonable to entrust this bounty to him, as there was a genuine possibility of success. Rules merely constrain the weak. True strength allows one to transcend regulations and establish their own. Then I shall make my way to the Mongshan, having received the wanted notice from Gong Sun Xiu. Su Hao wasted no time, that he promptly bid farewell to Gong Sun Xiu, aware that delay could lead to unforeseen complications, and prepared to head straight for the Mongshan. As Gong Sun Xiu escorted Su Hao to the door. He observed Su Hao's departing silhouette and silently hoped that he would successfully capture Wu Huacheng, for the latter was no ordinary adversary. The fact that Wu Huacheng had evaded a practitioner of the I Ching technique underscored his extraordinary prowess. Moreover, Wu Huacheng did not operate alone. His formidable subordinates were equally remarkable, as Yu Hao's solitary pursuit of Wu Huacheng posed a significant risk. Should he fail, his life would likely be forfeit. Of course, Gong Sun Xiu had already made the dangers clear to Su Hao, who nonetheless chose to accept the bounty, that if he were to perish, it would be of no fault to anyone else. By the way, did he just employ the transformation of strength? To unleash such destructive force from a seemingly delicate teacup is truly extraordinary. Gong Sun Xiu marveled inwardly as he gazed at the scattered fragments of the teacup on the ground. Refining strength, tempering the bones, transforming the tendons, and cleansing the marrow. These are the stages of mastery. The first stage, refining the body through strength, forms the foundation of all realms. That a sturdy foundation allows for the subsequent pursuit of greater prowess at an accelerated pace, emphasizing the importance of comprehension and talent in the process of repeatedly refining strength to elevate it to higher and more profound levels. In Gong Sun Xiu's estimation, the teacup Su Hao had casually thrown, infused with substantial strength, likely indicated that he had achieved the transformation of strength. However, No matter how Gong Sun Xiu speculated, he could never envision that Su Hao had cultivated the Dan's strength achievable only through 4 rounds of refinement, an even more potent and controllable force, capable of surging forth like a wild stallion, unstoppable with a mere flick of the wrist. Unbeknownst to Su Hao, he had already exited the city, swiftly making his way toward the Mongshan Mountains. The Mongshan, a peak located within Chongqing County, has its only gathering point in the impoverished and remote Mongshan town. Utilizing his agility and lightness of foot, Su Hao traversed a distance of 70 to 80 miles before dusk fell. Arriving at the foot of the Mongshan, from a distance, the Mongshan appeared dense with trees, and the pathways were overgrown with weeds, typically frequented only by hunters and woodcutters. Let us proceed. I hope to quickly uncover Wu Huaqing's whereabouts. Su Hao did not hesitate, following the mountain path into the depths, knowing that Wu Huaqing and his cohorts were concealed within the Mongshan. While the exact location eluded him, he was confident that traces would be left behind. And it was only a matter of time before he discovered Wu Huaqing. As night descended, the Mongshan was filled with the sounds of mosquitoes and birds, enveloped in profound silence. There are movements beyond. It is not just one person. As Su Hao strolled deeper into the Mongshan, he suddenly detected a faint sound carried by the wind, his ears attuned to even the slightest rustle thanks to his 4 rounds of body refinement. His gaze sharpened, and he stealthily approached the source of the noise. I could see this moment. Among the trees, a group of about 10 individuals navigated through the forest, clearly familiar with the terrain. Moreover, most of them had robust physiques, armed with weapons, indicating that they were martial practitioners. Their expressions were grave, tinged with a sense of urgency. These damn thieves are truly harassing our Lu family. 2 young men gritted their teeth, seemingly filled with intense loathing for the bandits. They were members of the Lu family from Mongshan town below. Recently, a band of thieves had kidnapped their women, ladies, and young masters while they were out for a spring outing, leveraging this to coerce the Lu family into submission. And this had persisted for some time now. We are nearing the location. Everyone, be silent. A composed, middle-aged man clad in blue commanded sharply. Silencing both individuals, as they traversed a thicket, a modest courtyard nestled amidst the trees came into view, overgrown with weeds and shrouded in cool shade. Have you brought everything? Just as the blue-clad man and his companions halted outside the courtyard, a cold voice abruptly pierced the air. The tall figure emerged from the shadows, a man in white, slender and long-limbed, resembling a specter of death in the darkness. Everything is here. These are the provisions you requested, along with some rice wine, exquisite brews sourced from the local distillery. The blue-clad man gestured, and several warriors from the Lu family promptly delivered large bundles containing food and drink. Very well. The white-clad man nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Martial artists, especially those of considerable strength. Their appetites were prodigious. Some could consume an entire cow in a day. The band of blood-wind bandits, concealed within this locale, required substantial sustenance for their survival. Thus, they had resorted to abducting the Lu family's hold in the town beneath Mang Mountain to secure their supplies. The white-clad man licked his lips, seizing a wine jar and uncorking it, releasing an intoxicating aroma into the air. Yet as he savored the scent, his expression shifted abruptly, darkening ominously as he coldly declared, "Such audacity! You dare to poison the wine." The blue-clad man's eyelids flickered in shock. Poison? Surely you must be mistaken. These provisions were personally overseen by me, the captain of the Lu family guards. There cannot be any issue. However, before he could further defend himself, the white-clad man vanished in an instant to the astonishment of all present. His form blurred, only to reappear as if he had never moved at all. Yet in his grasp lay a still beating, bloodied heart. One young man among the Lu family warriors looked down in confusion, only to find a gaping wound in his chest where his heart had once resided. Ew. He attempted to speak, but his body succumbed to weakness, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lu-E. The remaining members of the Lu family cried out in despair, completely unprepared for the sudden violence that had claimed the life of such a promising young warrior. The blue-clad man, torn between fury and shock, bellowed, "Sir Bai, I swear on my life that these provisions are entirely untainted. The Liu family merely wished to endure this ordeal in hopes of persuading the ruthless bandits to depart swiftly. Yet here they were, faced with the cold-blooded murder of one of their own, without even a chance to plead their case. Enough, fifth brother. One death suffices. We still need them to be of service. A chilling voice echoed from within the courtyard. This. The white-clad man's expression softened slightly, then turned cold as he regarded the blue-clad man and his companions. For now, I will let you go. Should you entertain any thoughts of treachery, I alone can ensure that not a single Liu family member remains alive. Yes, the blue-clad man, drenched in cold sweat, could only acquiesce repeatedly. The remaining Liu warriors trembled. Their teeth clenched in rage over the loss of their comrade. Yet the display of the white-clad man's power left them acutely aware that even a united front might not suffice against him. Furthermore, their young master and mistress were still in the hands of these villains, and the white-clad man was not alone. 4 other ruthless bandits lurked within the courtyard, each a formidable threat. Now, be gone. Do not disturb our rest. The white-clad man waved dismissively, prompting the Liu family to retreat. The blue-clad man opened his mouth to inquire about the safety of their captured young master and mistress, but, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, he restrained himself. How could the Liu family, known for their kindness and generosity in Mang Mountain Town, be subjected to such calamity? The blue-clad man felt utterly powerless. Uncertain of when this band of calamity would depart, he motioned for the others to carry away the young man's body. The heart of this vigorous youth would serve excellently as an accompaniment to the wine. The white-clad man gazed at the blood-red organ in his hand, licking his lips. His nefarious cultivation had warped his nature, leading him to crave the taste of human hearts. The intent behind the murder of the young man was to utilize his heart as a macabre enhancement to his drink. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a man in black, his hair cascading, eyes sharp, appeared with blinding speed, as if propelled by the very winds themselves. The black-clad man surveyed the scene, locking his gaze on the white-clad figure. You are one of the Bloodwind bandits, are you not? Where is Wu Huacheng? The newcomer was none other than Su Hao, who had hastily arrived upon hearing the commotion, upon witnessing the white-clad man clutching a heart. He surmised the individual must indeed belong to Wu Huacheng's faction. And who might you be? The white-clad man's eyes turned icy, recognizing that the intruder was aware of their identity. Clearly, he had done his homework, and his intentions were anything but benign. I am when Tai Lai, and I come bearing the bounty from the magistrate, requesting Wu Huacheng's presence. His head is quite valuable, and I intend to collect it. Su Hao replied calmly, seeking confirmation of Wu Huacheng's whereabouts. The bounty for his head was equivalent to a third-class merit, sufficient to exchange for a lower-tier martial skill. A bounty hunter from the magistrate? The white-clad man's expression relaxed ever so slightly. Bounty hunters, hired by the authorities, were not unfamiliar to them, as members of the Bloodwind bandits. They had encountered numerous bounty hunters before, all of whom had met a grim fate at their hands. Did this black-clad man truly believe he would fare differently? Fifth brother, do not waste time talking. Eliminate this fool quickly. I wish to dine, the white-clad man declared, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he let out a maniacal laugh, his bones cracking with the sound of unleashed power. The Bloodwind bandits were few in number, but comprised only the most elite warriors in the wake of their previous purges. Those remaining, including the white-clad man, formed the core of the band, each one a master in their own right. The white-clad man, being a bloodthirsty individual, understood the necessity of caution. As his muscles tensed, he propelled himself forward with blinding speed towards Su Hao, trailing after him a series of afterimages. The earlier young warrior had met his end at the white-clad man's hands in an instant, leaving no time for anyone to react. Star-plucking claw. The white-clad man's fingers curled into claw, aiming directly for Su Hao's heart, intent on extracting it in a single blow. Yet, the white-clad man's expression shifted abruptly. Just as his claw was poised to strike, Su Hao seemed to anticipate his attack, his right hand thrusting forward with a swift jab to the side, as if he had deliberately collided with the man's wrist. Su Hao's fingertip struck the white-clad man's wrist with precision. Possessing mastery over 10 martial arts techniques, along with unparalleled combat intelligence, Su Hao often dominated encounters against peers through sheer skill, consistently managing to outmaneuver his opponents. With a sickening crack, the white-clad man emitted a groan as his wrist felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. The bones fracturing painfully under the force of the blow. Save me. The man in white was seized by an excruciating pain in his eyes, his heart filled with horror as a surge of force emanated from his wrist, spreading throughout his body, making him feel as though he might tear apart. He let out a startled cry, disregarding his dignity and calling out for his companions to come to his aid. The technique employed by Su Hao was known as Jimaiji, one of the martial arts he had meticulously studied over the past year. This technique could penetrate from a single point to encompass a broader area, striking vital points and meridians, causing a torrent of energy to surge in, effectively sealing the opponent's ability to channel their strength, rendering them immobile and allowing for their inevitable demise. Not good. Quickly save the fifth. The remaining members of the Bloodwind Bandits were shaken by the scene before them, realizing that the strength of the man in black far exceeded their expectations. They rushed to intervene, but it was already too late. With a precise jab to the wrist, Su Hao sealed the white-clad man's energy pathways, showing no mercy as he swiftly struck at the man's heart. Poof! The force pierced through, accompanied by a faint sound of rupture as the heart was penetrated, the vital meridian shattered by Su Hao's finger. The man in white's eyes turned bloodshot, wide with fear and unwillingness, his body succumbing to weakness as he slumped to the ground, his face still bearing a look of bewilderment. It seemed incomprehensible that he, a key figure of the notorious Bloodwind Bandits, a killer of countless foes, could meet his end like a stray dog, casually dispatched by someone whose name he had never even heard. He killed this villain with a single blow. The Liu family members stood agape, astonished at the unfolding spectacle. They had previously feared that Su Hao might meet the same fate as the young man, falling prey to the white-clad man's heart-extracting prowess. Yet the so-called knife holder who identified himself as Wen Tai had effortlessly dispatched him, demonstrating a level of skill that was on an entirely different plane. Fifth, a chorus of shocked exclamations erupted from the strongmen and rogues gathered in the woodland courtyard, completely unprepared for the swift demise of the white-clad man at Su Hao's hands. The fearsome Wen Tai was truly terrifying. Had it been them, they might have met the same fate. The middle-aged man in blue, secretly astonished, recognized that he was one of the few bone-forging martial artists from Mingshan Town. Yet, compared to this knife holder, he felt utterly outmatched. What a remarkable technique! A voice of admiration rang out as a figure stepped into the courtyard, leading several others. This man, pale-faced and cold in demeanor, donned a light red robe, his triangular eyes resembling those of a venomous snake, instilling fear in those who met his gaze. Wu watching. Su Hao's eyes narrowed as he recognized the cold man, the notorious leader of the Bloodwind Bandits, whose features matched those on the wanted poster. Brother, this man's strength is extraordinary. Could he possibly be a Yi-Jin martial artist? Someone whispered nearby, casting suspicion on Su Hao's effortless defeat of the white-clad man. Wu Huacheng shook his head slightly. It's highly unlikely. He lacks the aura similar to that of Sun Feisha. He did not employ the unique muscle strength typical of an Yi-Jin practitioner when he struck. His martial skills are simply at an exceptionally high level, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's moves and kill the fifth with a single blow. Sun Feisha was the Yi-Jin martial artist who had previously pursued Wu Huacheng, and having faced Yi-Jin warriors himself, Wu Huacheng could ascertain that Su Hao was not one of them. If he is not a Yi-Jin martial artist, then his death is assured. Hearing this, a burly man remarked ominously. They were all bone-forging level warriors, especially with Wu Huacheng, the pinnacle of bone-forging warriors in their midst, as long as they were not facing a Yi-Jin warrior. It would be a dead end. My head is worth a third-class merit. It seems the authorities hold Wu in very high regard. Wu Huacheng fixed his gaze on Su Hao, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, his expression turned icy, as if bloodlight flickered in his eyes, and he hissed, "Even Sun Feisha could not subdue me, let alone you. Kill him." Wu Huacheng understood the intentions of the intruders, and having already lost one of his men, there was no room for negotiation. The only solution was a fight to the death. Kill. With this command, 3 elite members of the Bloodwind Bandits lunged towards Su Hao, each possessing the strength of bone-forging warriors. Armed with weapons, some wielded swords, while others brandished iron whips, encircling Su Hao, who was unarmed. Unarmed against armed foes was a significant disadvantage, especially considering that all three were adept bone-forging masters. However, Su Hao moved like a flash, darting past two Liu family warriors. They were startled to find their weapons had been snatched away without their noticing, with a sword in his right hand and a knife in his left. Su Hao faced the three attackers who were already upon him, their blades slicing through the air with earth-rending might. Su Hao engaged both hands, directing his knife and sword toward the incoming blades. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted as blades met with a shower of sparks. Employing the two-instrument sword technique, Su Hao parried their assault and instantly counterattacked, twisting his weapons to create a swirling vortex of blades, causing the two bandits to feel their arms grow heavy as if they were caught in a whirlpool. The two-instrument sword technique was one of the four martial arts Su Hao had mastered over the past year, focusing on the duality of yin and yang, a technique designed for dual wielding. The two bandits struggled to break free from Su Hao's grasp. Yet, just as they exerted their strength, Su Hao abruptly shifted his energy from an inward pull to a forceful push. Thud, thud, thud. With a powerful yank, coupled with Su Hao's pushing force, the two were caught off guard and stumbled backward, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over them, their energy depleted and nausea rising. Whoosh! A piercing sound cut through the air as one of the Bloodwind bandits wielding an iron whip lunged at Su Hao from behind, his whip slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. This iron whip was lined with metallic barbs. Should it strike true, it would not only break bones, but also tear away flesh. Clang! Su Hao, armed with his knife and sword, deftly deflected the whip's attack by striking its point of origin with his sword, sending sparks flying as the whip's trajectory was altered, crashing down onto the ground with a resounding crack, causing the earth to shatter and debris to scatter. If that whip had struck a human, its ferocity would have surely torn flesh apart. Kill him! The furious shouts of the other two bandits surged as they once again charged at Su Hao, launching a coordinated assault. With blades and whips in the hands of these bone-forging warriors, their power was capable of cleaving through metal and shattering rock. Clang, clang, clang. Yet, Su Hao faced their onslaught with unwavering resolve, his weapons blocking the relentless strikes, producing a series of shimmering afterimages accompanied by the continuous sound of clashing metal. His long sword and knife defended and attacked in perfect harmony, making it exceedingly difficult for the three to breach his defenses. This knife holder, when Tai Lai, was overwhelmingly powerful. Even these three rogues, all at the bone-forging level, would struggle against him. How could he stand against three foes at once? The middle-aged man in blue, along with the Liu family members, watched in silent horror as the trio struggled to subdue Su Hao. From the speed and strength exhibited by the Bloodwind bandits, it was evident they surpassed human limits by several folds, truly embodying the essence of bone-forging warriors. Yet, Su Hao was able to take on three at once. To defend is to lose. It's time to shift from defense to offense. Su Hao silently resolved, his momentum suddenly shifting as he opted for an aggressive approach. Roar! His body surged forward, covering a vast distance in a single step, as he closed in on the sword-wielding bandit, his left-hand knife swinging down with ferocity, resembling a tiger pouncing on its prey. This was the black tiger knife technique that Su Hao had mastered. Block it! The sword-wielding bandit shouted, raising his blade to meet Su Hao's fierce strike. Clang! The knife and sword clashed, sending shockwaves of energy rippling, carving several deep gashes into the ground. Just as the sword-wielding bandit felt a moment of relief in blocking Su Hao's overwhelming attack, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left chest. Looking down, he was astonished to find a long sword had pierced through his chest, piercing his heart. What just happened? The sword-wielding bandit was utterly bewildered, having no idea how he had been struck. He hadn't even seen Su Hao draw his sword. Fourth, the remaining bandits gasped in astonishment, for they, as mere spectators, witnessed Su Hao executing a swift strike, in the very moment he swung his blade. His right hand, which grasped the sword, moved imperceptibly. It appeared excruciatingly slow, Yet in reality, it was a lightning-fast thrust that emerged beneath the cover of his earlier slash, silent and deadly. The bandit wielding the sword was able to parry the overt strike, but was unable to counter this chilling thrust. This was the manifestation of Su Hao's training in Mizong fist, a technique that fused the skills of this martial art with swordsmanship, resulting in a most eerie and cold strike. Martial arts, fundamentally, require adaptability. With Su Hao's potential and insight, utilizing the blade as a hand or the sword as a fist was a mere expression of his natural disposition. Weapons are but extensions of one's arms. They were too weak. I merely employed the martial arts I had mastered, along with my enhanced physique from undergoing bone tempering, rendering these few tempered warriors utterly defenseless, having slain 2 of them. Su Hao mused inwardly. Su how I perfected 10 martial arts and undergone bone tempering twice. Why simply applying these martial arts in conjunction with his own speed and strength, he could easily dispatch ordinary tempered warriors. Thief! Suddenly, the pale-faced leader of the Bloodwind bandits, Wu Huacheng, surged into action. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, resonating with such power that it caused pain to the eardrums, clearly the result of prolonged build-up. Even Su Hao could not help but look up, following the sound to meet Wu Huacheng's gaze. In that moment, Su Hao felt as if a blinding crimson light flashed from Wu Huacheng's eyes, captivating his very soul and causing a fleeting moment of distraction. In that instant, Wu Huacheng moved with the swiftness of a blood-hued bat, silently darting towards Su Hao, now mere inches away. Such a rapid movement. Su Hao felt a tinge of surprise. Wu Huacheng's initial strike was indeed different. Having escaped the clutches of an easement warrior and being rewarded with a third-class merit by the authorities, he was no mere name. His prowess and cunning far surpassed that of the other bandits. Despite his astonishment, Su Hao's movements did not falter. His left hand wielded the long knife, vibrating like a roaring black tiger, exuding a fierce aura as it descended with great force, while his right hand brandished the long sword, creating indistinct illusions that obscured the line between reality and mirage, aimed at Wu Huacheng's abdomen. What unwavering resolve this one Tai Lai possesses. Has my dazzling only affected him momentarily? Wu Huacheng, too, was secretly astonished. He had just employed a tactic of preemptive intimidation. Against weaker foes, a brief moment of distraction sufficed to be fatal. Yet Su Hao seemed to instinctively respond in an extraordinary manner, his moves too remarkable. Faced with the oncoming blade and thrust, Wu Huacheng did not evade. His long, slender fingers transformed into gaunt, bat-like claws. Reaching out directly to grasp the edges of the weapons, clang! The blades quivered as Su Hao's knife and sword were unexpectedly seized by Wu Huacheng's bare hands. Grasping a blade with bare hands? Su Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Warriors train their bodies to withstand the rigors of combat. Even the most formidable warriors cannot withstand the slicing of blades. It's exceedingly rare for one to endure the cutting edge of metal with mere flesh. Just as an elephant or a whale, despite their massive size, cannot resist the blade strike. The fact that Wu Huacheng could grasp a weapon with his bare hands was nothing short of astonishing. Wu Huacheng exhaled forcefully, his blood-tinged fingers tightening suddenly, a sharp metallic cracking sound resonating as the 2 weapons shattered in his grip, sending fragments of metal flying. Blood-fiend palm. Wu Huacheng crushed the weapons, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and struck forth with a right palm. As swift as lightning, a blood-red energy manifested within his palm, conjuring a tempest of blood and rancor that left onlookers dizzy with its noxious aura. Diamond Fist, Su Hao abandoned the shattered weapons, standing firm and unyielding. His powerful, unrefined punch erupted with the raw ferocity of a wrathful deity, emanating an extraordinary presence. Boom! As their fists collided, an explosive clash resonated, reverberating like thunder, causing the ground beneath them to tremble violently, fracturing like a spider's web, while shockwaves sent debris flying in all directions. Was this the clash of top-tier tempered warriors? The Liu family members instinctively recoiled, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the scene before them. The confrontation between 2 of the most elite tempered warriors resembled the collision of 2 colossal beasts, a spectacle of unimaginable power that transcended the limits of mere flesh. Su Hao, though slightly taken aback, could feel the icy, feminine force emanating from Wu Huaqing's palm, attempting to infiltrate his body and damage his meridians. The blood fiend palm that Wu Huaqing employed was an extension of a demonic technique he had cultivated. Its blood fiend energy capable of tearing muscle and sinew with insidious potency. Yet, Su Hao remained composed amidst the turmoil, channeling his own energy to dissipate the force of the attack like flowing water. Is this the transformation of energy? Wu Huaqing's brow furrowed, sensing that his palm had struck not against flesh, but rather against a great tree or a tranquil pool of water. Much of his force had been diffused and resolved, failing to inflict any harm upon Su Hao. Having seen much of the world, he immediately recognized this as the phenomenon of energy transformation. It required 3 stages of body tempering to cultivate such a skill, and mastering it demanded acute perception and innate talent. If one lacked the ability, it was simply unattainable. This one Tai Lai appeared to be in his early 30s, yet his talent and insight were evidently exceptional. Kill! Wu Huaqing bellowed, channeling his vitality to its utmost potential. In a blur, his figure flickered, trailing blood-colored afterimages as he split into 2, attacking Su Hao from different angles with a relentless barrage of heavy punches and slaps. Each strike imbued with the chilling blood fiend energy that corroded the very bones. Bang! 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 Faced with Wu Huaqing's ferocious onslaught, Su Hao unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, his techniques flowing seamlessly together in a harmonious display. The air was filled with explosive sounds as each clash sent shockwaves through the ground. My elder brother practices the bloodbath demonic technique, nearly equating to the threshold of mainstream martial arts. Logically, one should dominate within the same realm, yet I find myself unable to gain the upper hand against this one Tai Lai. The 2 remaining bandits watched the fierce battle unfold, their hearts racing with trepidation. Wu Huaqing had mastered a demonic technique, notorious for its side effects, which could alter one's mindset, rendering them cruel and remorseless, requiring regular consumption of human blood. Correspondingly, this bloodbath demonic technique was comprehensive, encompassing matching footwork, claw techniques, and the like, rivaling mainstream martial arts. Having committed numerous murders over the years, Wu Huaqing had honed it to a high level, easily overpowering other tempered warriors of the same rank. Yet against this sword-wielding figure when Tai Lai, he found himself unable to secure victory. This one Tai Lai appeared to have no weaknesses or flaws, exhibiting extraordinary mastery in swordplay, knife techniques, and martial arts, leaving one in disbelief at how someone so young could attain such profound skill across multiple disciplines. This one Tai Lai possesses mastery over various martial arts, each with commendable proficiency, and has even cultivated energy transformation. My blood fiend palm, capable of tearing flesh and sinew, seems futile against him. To defeat him, I must unleash my full power. A cold glint flickered in Wu Huaqing's eyes, mingled with a hint of savagery, as he recognized that this sword-wielding figure was no ordinary foe. His murderous intent surged, compelling him to extract the very heart and lungs of this opponent to quell the rage within him. Suddenly, Wu Huaqing retreated, withdrawing from the fray. Excellent. The ability to cultivate energy transformation is commendable. You deserve my utmost effort. Locking his gaze on Su Hao, a sinister smile crept across Wu Huaqing's face. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Wu Huaqing plunged his hands into the chests of 2 slain bloodwind bandits, extracting their still-beating hearts and consuming them raw, chewing slightly before swallowing. Ugh! This gruesome and repulsive spectacle provoked involuntary retching among many Liu family members. The horror of cannibalism eclipsed even that of beasts devouring humans. Su Hao frowned slightly, recognizing Wu Huaqing's actions as an ominous prelude to a lethal attack. Yet to Su Hao, this was precisely what he sought. That Wu Huaqing's speed was extraordinary, enabling him to evade the grasp of an easement warrior. Thus, Su Hao needed to deliver a critical blow that would incapacitate him before he could escape. From their previous exchanges, it was evident that Wu Huaqing's agility and lightness of foot were remarkable. Should he choose to flee with all his might, it was likely Su Hao would struggle to keep pace. Therefore, Su Hao resolved to deliver a decisive strike when Wu Huaqing unleashed his full power against him. Otherwise, should Wu Huacheng sense impending doom, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. Let him witness my bloodbath demonic technique. Consuming two freshly pulsating hearts, Wu Huacheng wiped the corners of his mouth and then emitted a high-pitched, piercing howl from deep within his throat. The sound was so sharp that it sent painful shockwaves through the eardrums, causing dizziness and disorientation. On Wu Huacheng's pallid skin, veins protruded like crimson earthworms. A sight most horrifying, an invisible aura of ferocity seemed to blaze around him, instilling a sense of dread and causing one's scalp to tingle. In an instant, Wu Huacheng's entire body was veined with a deep blue. His skin flushed a fiery red, exuding an overwhelming heat. His older brother summoned all his strength, unleashing the bloodbath demon technique, which would rapidly consume his own vitality, necessitating a substantial replenishment of fresh blood afterward. Fortunately, there were many warriors present, all potential sources to restore his brother's strength. The other two bandits watched with a mix of trepidation and excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when Su Hao would be torn to shreds by Wu Huach. GW. The shrill, piercing cry reached its zenith, compelling many of the weaker warriors from the Liu family to cover their ears, their faces contorted in agony. Whoosh! At that very moment, Wu Huacheng sprang into action, his body trailing a series of afterimages, moving with such astonishing speed that even those prepared could not perceive him, let alone respond. His prowess had more than doubled since before. Blood fiend palm. Taking advantage of his momentum, Wu Huacheng's pale visage was tinged with a sickly flush, and his right palm radiated a blinding crimson light, hot to the touch and reeking of a pungent, metallic scent. Before the palm even arrived, the air was suffused with a dizzying stench of blood and death. To withstand such an attack head-on would surely result in torn flesh, shattered tendons, and broken bones. As if one could only await their doom, Wu Huacheng transformed into a colossal, blood-red demon bat, his fierce aura enough to instill profound fear in any ordinary warrior, rendering them utterly paralyzed with terror. Devoid of any courage to resist, Su Hao, too, appeared immobilized by Wu Huacheng's overwhelming presence. However, beneath his seemingly calm exterior, monumental changes were occurring within Su Hao. The energy coursing throughout his body began to contract violently, compressing in the lower dantian region, coalescing into a singular mass. The surge of energy pulsated, its might contained, transforming into a condensed essence akin to a pill. This extreme compression signified the potential for a tremendous explosion. Like a remarkably elastic sphere, once released from such constriction, it would unleash a cataclysmic force, embodying the quintessence of Dan power. Wu Huacheng's pupils constricted as he witnessed Su Hao's movement. That Su Hao's simple punch seemed to distort time itself, appearing as if it were executed in slow motion. Yet in reality, it was so swift that it created an illusion for the naked eye. Rumble. In the instant Su Hao's fist was thrown, the energy he had gathered in his dantian erupted violently, reminiscent of a long-dormant volcano, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated for miles. The sound startled countless birds into flight, scattering them into the skies. This is bad. Wu Huacheng felt a tingling sensation crawl across his scalp, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. The sheer intensity of Su Hao's punch was beyond what a mere mortal could unleash. It was a force of nature, and he realized the imminent danger, desperately attempting to retreat. However, it was too late. He could only grit his teeth and push his palm technique to its limits, hoping to withstand Su Hao's blow. Rumble. Although it felt elongated, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The fists of Su Hao and Wu Huacheng collided with a deafening explosion, the shockwaves akin to two meteors colliding. The earth trembled violently, as if caught in a fierce gale, the energy swirling around them causing the ground to fissure and crack, extending several yards in every direction. Crack. A tree, as thick as a human's leg, splintered and shattered under the strain of the unleashed energy, its fragments flying through the air. Even from a distance of over 10 yards, onlookers felt the ground tremble beneath their feet and witnessed the terrifying spectacle of the earth being torn asunder. A shocking testament to the clash of flesh and bone. At the moment of collision, Wu Huaqing's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed that his blood-fiend palm met with a power so profound it was akin to an egg striking a boulder. Shattering into pieces, utterly overwhelmed and crushed, the remaining force pressing inexorably towards him. Crack, crack, crack. The might of the impact was tyrannical and dense, comparable to cannon fire. Wu Huaqing's right arm twisted violently, the iron bones that had been tempered through rigorous training fracturing inch by inch. The entire arm contorting and splintering, bones piercing through flesh in a grotesque display. Wu Huaqing himself was sent hurtling backward, akin to a broken sack, crashing to the ground and rolling to a halt several yards away, creating a fissure in the earth as debris flew in all directions. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Huaqing coughed violently, spewing forth blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, his vitality swiftly diminishing. Had that villain been defeated? The Liu family members gazed in shock at the scene before them. Just moments ago, Wu Huaqing had exuded an aura of menace, yet in the next instant, he was gravely injured and sent sprawling. The power of Su Hao's punch was nothing short of overwhelming, an unstoppable force. Are you a muscle-forging warrior? A true muscle-forging warrior is utterly despicable. Wu Huaqing struggled to rise, his arm grotesquely mangled. His already pallid complexion now ghostly white, his eyes fixed on Su Hao with a hoarse voice that, in Wu Huaqing's estimation, only a muscle-forging warrior could inflict such a devastating blow. Surely Su Hao had concealed his true strength, launching a sudden assault that dealt a fatal strike. A true muscle-forging warrior, preying on the weak while masking their abilities, was the epitome of cowardice. Su Hao shook his head in silence, unbothered by the label of a muscle-forging warrior. He had merely utilized the Dan power cultivated from refining his body 4 times. Regardless of your accusations, I only intend to borrow your head for a while. Su Hao replied indifferently. Wu Huaqing had committed countless atrocities and deserved his fate. Taking his head to secure a third-class achievement was Su Hao's primary objective. Without further ado, Su Hao advanced towards Wu Huaqing, each step generating an invisible pressure that made Wu Huaqing's heart convulse. Cold sweat dripping from his brow. Not only had Su Hao's overwhelming strike incapacitated Wu Huaqing's arm, but had also damaged his internal organs, rendering him incapable of escape. Brother, flee quickly. A furious shout erupted from the thick-browed man wielding a whip who now stood in the way. Channeling his strength, the thick iron whip in his hand slithered like a python, producing a sharp clang as he swung it with the might of a single arm, capable of cleaving a person in 2. Yet, in the face of this man's attack, Su Hao remained unfazed, activating his Dan power, compressing the strength rapidly before unleashing it in a single motion, sending forth a gust as fierce as a tempest. Crack, crack! With one strike, the iron whip emitted a groan of protest, sparks flying as it shattered under the strain, collapsing back towards its wielder. Shush. In a cacophony of flesh being torn, the thick-browed man was unable to evade. His body pierced by the jagged metal fragments propelled by immense force, blood oozing from multiple wounds as he collapsed, eyes wide in shock. The warriors of the Bloodwind Band were all formidable. Yet in Su Hao's eyes, they were nothing more than insignificant pests. Should he choose to engage seriously, he could dispatch them effortlessly. Wu Huaqing struggled to rise, attempting to maintain composure as he declared, I concede defeat, but we have no enmity. Your intent to kill me is merely to secure that third-class achievement and attain wealth and secrets. If you spare my life, I am willing to impart the bloodbath demon technique that I have cultivated. This technique was a demon art, not inferior to most mainstream martial arts, and promising rapid advancement that Wu Huaqing, desperate to cling to life, sought to exchange his knowledge of the demon art for mercy. Su Hao hesitated momentarily, seemingly intrigued. Wu Huaqing's heart leaped with joy, ready to elaborate further, but in the next instant his pupils dilated in terror. Puffed. In the blink of an eye, Su Hao crossed the distance. Appearing before Wu Huaqing in an instant, his middle and index fingers aligned, piercing into Wu Huaqing's chest, the force driving straight through to his heart. Betrayal. Wu Huaqing's lips twitched, his eyes filled with disbelief. His body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, unable to close his eyes in death. Once he had basked in glory, wielding life and death at will, living a life of unrestrained pleasure. Yet here, in this desolate mountain, he became mere fodder for a fledgling assassin's record. The demon art Wu Huaqing had mastered was likely of a mainstream level, yet given his manic demeanor and penchant for consuming human hearts, the side effects seemed significant, leaving Su Hao uninterested in the art. Killing Wu Huaqing would suffice to secure his desired mainstream martial technique. Attempt to flee? Everyone, surround him. We must not allow this villain to escape. At that moment, the middle-aged man in blue shouted, spotting the remaining bandits who, realizing the dire situation, attempted to escape stealthily. Kill him. The Liu family, having previously suffered threats and compelled to provide food and other necessities to the adversaries, who had even slain their own kin, seized the opportunity for vengeance and encircled the bandits. Deprived of their fighting spirit due to the deaths of Wu Huaqing and his accomplices, the bandits were brutally dispatched by the Liu family members. Thank you, noble hero, for slaying these vile ruffians and ridding the world of their menace. The middle-aged man in blue approached Su Hao, expressing profound gratitude. There is no need for thanks. I merely sought his head in exchange for a bounty. Su Hao replied nonchalantly, revealing he was not a gallant hero championing justice, but rather a pragmatist who would not engage in battle without personal gain. After all, in life and death struggles, one could easily become the victim. With that said, Su Hao swiftly searched the corpses of Wu Huaqing and his companions, as well as the small courtyard they had occupied. However, his efforts yielded little. These individuals were on the run and naturally carried no treasures. In addition, he discovered two desiccated corpses within the courtyard, a man and a woman, both meeting tragic ends. Young master, young lady, these wretched thieves should not have been allowed to die so easily. The Liu family members were filled with grief and fury upon seeing the two bodies. Recognizing them as their young master and young lady, who had been taken hostage by Wu Huaqing and his gang, only to be left as lifeless husks. Yet they also understood that the Liu family was fortunate in its misfortune. Had it not been for the arrival of the sword-bearer Wen Tai Lai, they might have faced the slaughter of their entire clan by these brigands. Witnessing this scene, Su Hao shook his head inwardly. This world was indeed a realm of the survival of the fittest, where the weak were left to fate and could only pray for good fortune against the more ruthless. After severing Wu Huaqing's head and wrapping it in cloth, Su Hao wasted no time and set off for Chongqing City, encountering no unexpected events along the way. By the time Su Hao returned to the constabulary in Chongqing City, it was already late at night. However, upon hearing of Su Hao's return, the head of the constabulary, Gongsun Xiu, promptly met with him. Gongsun, here is Wu Huaqing's head for your confirmation. Without further ado, Su Hao placed the wrapped head upon the table and unveiled it, revealing the lifeless visage of Wu Huaqing. Gongsun Xiu remained silent. Meticulously examining the head, he first scrutinized the facial features to ensure they matched the intelligence he possessed while running his fingers over the skull. Assessing the strength of the flesh and bones, that a powerful martial artist's bones and muscles are typically much denser than those of an ordinary person. This was not something that could be faked. Is this truly Wu Huaqing's head? Has Wen Tai Lai genuinely put an end to him? After a considerable pause, Gongsun Xiu confirmed that the head was indeed authentic, leaving him inwardly astonished. It was remarkable that Wu Huaqing had managed to escape from the hands of a skilled martial artist, only to meet his demise at the hands of a fighter whose name Gongsun Xiu had never even heard before. Of course, Su Hao's ability to slay Wu Huaqing did not imply he was stronger than the martial artist pursuing him. Wu Huaqing was aware of the danger posed by the skilled pursuer and would have focused on evasion, while he chose to confront the relatively unknown Su Hao directly, which ultimately led to his downfall when Su Hao seized the opportunity to unleash a devastating strike, leaving him no chance to escape. When brother, I will report this matter to my superiors. You shall undoubtedly receive a third-class merit award if you wish to exchange it for a martial art of the entry level. I have a list here from which you may select any entry-level martial art, which will be delivered to you within 3 days. Reining in his emotions, Gongsun Xiu spoke earnestly, confirming Su Hao's achievement as he retrieved a pre-prepared scroll from the table and handed it to Su Hao. The prospect of acquiring a more profound martial art was finally within reach. A flicker of fervor ignited in Su Hao's eyes. He had only practiced foundational martial arts, but with his potential and talent. Delving into entry-level martial arts would undoubtedly lead to significant breakthroughs. This world truly harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who exactly was this one Tai Lai? He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Possessing such formidable strength, yet not exhibiting the typical background of a powerful family or faction. Yes, Su Hao accepted the scroll. Gong Sun Xiu's eyes also glimmered with intrigue. The ability to slay Wu Huachang indicated Su Hao was no ordinary individual. Yet Gong Sun Xiu had never heard of such a figure in Chongqing City. Moreover, judging by Su Hao's eagerness for entry-level martial arts, it appeared he was not from a powerful family or faction. Otherwise, he would not have risked himself as a sword-bearer to earn merit in exchange for martial arts manuals. Nevertheless, Gong Sun Xiu was astute. As long as Su Hao posed no threat, there was no need to delve deeper into his background, which might provoke unnecessary conflict. Unbeknownst to Su Hao, he was oblivious to Gong Sun Xiu's thoughts at that moment. He perused the scroll, pondering that only 3 entry-level martial arts were available for exchange: Dripping Rain Sword Technique, Frenzied Demon Staff Technique, and Void Breaking Divine Fist. Among these 3 lower-tier martial arts, 2 were weapon techniques, while 1 was a fist technique. The scroll also contained descriptions of each martial art. The Dripping Rain Sword Technique emphasized the principle of dripping water penetrating stone, focusing on the exquisite control of force to deliver the most potent damage with minimal exertion. The Frenzied Demon Staff Technique, on the other hand, was characterized by a wild and frenzied spirit, infusing madness into the staff techniques, making it overwhelmingly powerful. The last technique, the Void Breaking Divine Fist, particularly piqued Su Hao's interest. This fist technique, beyond its moves, emphasized the application of force, allowing the practitioner to condense their energy to strike from mid-air, seemingly missing their target while actually hitting true. However, this technique demanded an exceptionally high level of energy from its practitioner. For an ordinary martial artist who had only refined their energy a couple of times and grasped only the Ming and in levels, mastering the Void Breaking Divine Fist would be exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. That if I must choose only one from these 3 lower-tier martial arts, the Void Breaking Divine Fist is undoubtedly the most suited to me. Su Hao thought to himself that, at this moment, Gong Sun Xiu remarked, "When brother, all 3 of these martial arts are lower-tier entry-level techniques, each with its strengths. Simply mastering any one of them is something many people spend their entire lives striving to achieve. However, I recommend you select the Void Breaking Divine Fist. It is the most challenging among the 3, yet, given your level of energy refinement, you will have a significant advantage in mastering it, having previously gauged Su Hao's high level of physical refinement." Gong Sun Xiu suggested the Void Breaking Divine Fist, which aligned with Su Hao's own thoughts. The Void Breaking Divine Fist, being the most difficult among the 3 lower-tier martial arts, required not only exceptional comprehension, but also robust energy to support it. For Su Hao, whose energy was particularly dense, it would be the simplest to master it, of course. Gong Sun Xiu was unaware that Su Hao's energy was far beyond what he imagined. It was not merely at the level of refined energy, but rather the level of Dan energy, truly remarkable. "Then, Gong Sun, I shall choose the Void Breaking Divine Fist," Su Hao declared, lifting his gaze to Gong Sun Xiu, decisively opting to exchange his achievement of slaying Wu Huachang for this technique. "Very well. When brother, return in 2 days, and I will retrieve the manual for you." Gong Sun Xiu nodded in agreement. Su Hao had no objections to this arrangement. After conversing with Gong Sun Xiu for a while, he took his leave. "It seems our constabulary has gained a sharp blade." Gong Sun Xiu smiled as he watched Su Hao's departing figure. Despite Wen Tai Lai's mysterious identity, his prowess was undeniable, and since the constabulary possessed what Su Hao desired, mutual cooperation would surely lead to a win-win situation. As time passed, 2 days later, after completing his daily tasks at the blacksmith shop, Su Hao, having used a shrinking bones technique to disguise himself, arrived punctually at the constabulary in the evening to meet Gong Sun Xiu, finally obtaining what he had long desired. "When brother, here is the Void Breaking Divine Fist," Gong Sun Xiu said, handing the manual to Su Hao. "However, I must emphasize that this martial art is to be practiced solely by you. It must never be disclosed to others. Otherwise, our department will not take it lightly." before handing over the manual for the void-breaking divine fist. Gong Sun Xiu cautioned Su Hao, an martial arts manual from any faction is easily shared. Even if one earns merit and is granted access, they are only entitled to practice it themselves and may not share with others. I understand. Su Hao, undoubtedly aware of the rules, nodded slightly in agreement and took the secret manual from Gong Sun Xiu's hand. As he caressed the cover of the manual, a fervent excitement surged within him. He could hardly wait to return and delve into its depths. That moment, Gong Sun Xiu spoke. Brother Wen, according to my superior's wishes, since you have eradicated the villain Wu Huaqing and relieved the people of this menace, we are willing to employ you as our Bureau's officially registered Golden Blade Hunter. Golden Blade Hunter? Su Hao gazed at him, awaiting further explanation. To become a Golden Blade Hunter entails the eligibility to accept high-level bounties and intelligence, as well as possessing a token that grants a monthly stipend of 10 taels of silver. Gong Sun Xiu briefly outlined the benefits associated with the position of Golden Blade Hunter. 10 taels of silver a month. Su Hao's heart stirred slightly. Earning 10 taels monthly for no work at all would amount to 120 taels annually. Given that Su Hao's cultivation was already an expensive endeavor, he certainly would not disdain the prospect of additional silver. Very well, I am willing to become the Golden Blade Hunter for your Bureau. Su Hao readily agreed, knowing that he would undoubtedly pursue bounties in the future to acquire more advanced martial arts skills. After all, under the guise of Wentelai, he could act with caution and avoid attracting trouble. Having concluded discussions with Gong Sun Xiu, Su Hao took his leave. The following day marked a rest day for the blacksmith shop, which provided him the perfect opportunity to study the breaking void divine fist. Upon returning to his residence in Enyafang, Su Hao was filled with immense anticipation to the break of dawn the next day. Before the sun had risen, Su Hao awoke early and began to peruse the breaking void divine fist. Accompanying it were foundational stances designed to help him more adeptly harness his internal strength. After thoroughly reviewing the manual, Su Hao immediately commenced his practice, following the postures outlined within, and began to train in the foundational stances. He positioned his feet firmly, arms hanging naturally, moving with a relaxed grace, circulating his qi and blood in accordance with the prescribed path of the breaking void divine fist, executing the fist techniques. With each punch, the air crackled with explosive sounds as he struck a brick positioned upright before him. Despite being half an inch away, the force of his punch reverberated, shattering the brick into countless fragments. Breaking void divine fist, entry level, potential, 34 points, 1 in 10,000, 3 days later. As Su Hao gazed at the attribute panel, he couldn't help but marvel at the addition of the breaking void divine fist. I have reached the entry level, and my potential has increased by 1 point. Truly, this is a remarkable martial art. In merely 3 days, he had mastered the entry level of the breaking void divine fist, and his potential had risen by 1 point, considering Su Hao's current potential. Each point he gained was akin to stacking boxes, becoming increasingly difficult. Previously, achieving perfection in a foundational martial art might yield a single point. This breaking void divine fist, when mastered at higher realms, might shatter the limitations of his potential and lead to a profound transformation. With fervent determination, Su Hao immersed himself in the practice of the breaking void divine fist, eager to undergo this transformation. His days settled into tranquility. Aside from forging weapons at the blacksmith shop, he devoted the rest of his time to honing the breaking void divine fist, thanks to Su Hao's inherent potential and his rigorous training regimen. His progress in mastering this exceedingly challenging martial art was nothing short of astonishing. That a month later, he had advanced to the minor achievement level of the breaking void divine fist, with his potential having increased by 2 points, reaching a total of 36 points. During this time, he also visited Gong Sun Xiu, and the patrol division had some enticing bounty notices. However, Su Hao refrained from taking any, prioritizing his personal transformation during this crucial period of seclusion. 3 months swiftly passed in a desolate forest 10 miles outside of Chongqing City. Su Hao diligently practiced the breaking void divine fist. Crack, crack. Within the thicket, Su Hao's fists moved with such swiftness that they left behind ephemeral shadows, as rapid as lightning. The force of his punches cleaved through the air, and even though the surrounding flowers and grasses were several feet away, they shattered and scattered as if struck by an invisible force. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a colossal beast dancing wildly as his chi surged to its zenith. Su Hao let out a low shout, suddenly condensing his fist's strength and launching it toward the tree trunk as thick as a thigh. 3 feet ahead, the intangible yet palpable force of his punch surged forth, accompanied by a piercing whistle, crashing into the tree with tremendous force. Crack! The deafening explosion resonated, causing discomfort to one's eardrums as the tree, struck as if by lightning, splintered in two, sending wood chips flying as it fell with a thunderous crash. This spectacle would leave the average person in sheer disbelief. To break a tree from 3 feet away with a single punch surpassed the comprehension of ordinary folk. Breaking void divine fist. Major achievement in that moment. Su Hao felt a slight tremor within himself. 3 months of cultivation had enabled him to elevate the breaking void divine fist to the major achievement level. This progress was extraordinary. It was noteworthy that Wu Huacheng, who practiced demonic techniques comparable to advanced martial arts, had only reached a major achievement level himself. Yet, Su Hao had accomplished this feat in a mere 3 months. A testament to his remarkable aptitude and robust danqi. Finally, a significant transformation began to unfold within Su Hao's potential. Upon achieving the major accomplishment in the breaking void divine fist, he distinctly sensed an unprecedented metamorphosis occurring within his potential. A stream of energy surged from within, flowing through his flesh, his mind, and even his spirit, seemingly purifying and elevating his very soul, rendering it crystalline and immaculate. With a mere thought, he found himself perceiving the mysteries and transformations of the world around him from a divine perspective. An experience both wondrous and profound. As this transformation gradually subsided, Su Hao reopened his eyes, and the world appeared entirely different to him. As the wind swept by, he could discern its origin and destination. Sensing the life force coursing through the tender green blades of grass that in the simplest of things, he found enlightenment, potential, 40 points, extraordinary talent. Within the attribute panel, his potential had reached 40 points. Transitioning from 1 in 10,000 to extraordinary talent. 1 in 10,000 signifies a genius among thousands. Such individuals, through diligent effort, can achieve great accomplishments, destined to rise above the masses. In contrast, extraordinary talent is even rarer and more formidable. Those with extraordinary talent possess unique gifts and abilities that others cannot match, transcending the limits of mere effort. Some may toil tirelessly, yet only attain a level slightly above mediocrity, while others, with minimal practice, effortlessly reach the pinnacle of excellence. Individuals blessed with innate strength, keen senses, and exceptional cognitive abilities exist at a level unattainable through mere hard work. Extraordinary talent is a divine endowment, a true manifestation of genius. Crack. Su Hao endeavored to execute the fist techniques, and as he did, his movements flowed seamlessly, with a cascade of brilliant insights flooding his mind. He could easily discern the subtleties he had previously misapplied, adapting and refining them to align perfectly with his own style, achieving an ever greater level of perfection. This sensation was remarkably enchanting, as if he were gliding downstream, effortlessly navigating through the intricacies of his training. Barely feeling any obstruction, this was the height of potential at the extraordinary talent level, a realm that others could never hope to attain in their lifetimes. Yet for him, it felt like merely a small hill he could easily climb over. In no more than 2 months, he would elevate the breaking void divine fist to the level of perfection. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, marveling at his current potential and understanding, as if bestowed by the heavens. A level of comprehension beyond ordinary grasp. The lower-tier martial arts of the entry level possess complexities far exceeding those of foundational techniques, with ordinary individuals struggling to even reach the entry level. The difficulty of advancing from major achievement to perfection was unfathomably greater than that of progressing from no knowledge to major achievement. Yet Su Hao could achieve perfection in a shorter time frame, a testament to the remarkable height of his potential. With his potential having undergone a transformation, Su Hao did not squander his gift. He continued his diligent training in the breaking void divine fist, as he had always done. Boom! 2 months later, as the weather grew increasingly sweltering, a thunderous roar erupted from the desolate woods outside of Chongqing City during the evening hours. Amidst the wilderness, Su Hao, clad in black, moved with grace, unleashing the void-breaking divine fist. With a sudden and fierce clenching of his 5 fingers, he grasped the air, producing a sound akin to tearing fabric, as if he had captured swathes of air. Tightly held between his palms, merging with the condensed force to form an unyielding power. Boom! As the power reached its apex, Su Hao unleashed a punch, the force coursing through his legs, spine, and arms, erupting from his fist. In that instant, the air became distorted, compressed like a wall, forcefully pushing forward. Crack! 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 The flowers and grasses at his feet, along with the very ground, were uprooted and swept away as the overwhelming might of his punch collided with a tree trunk. Thick as a man's waist, mere yards away, with a resounding crack akin to thunder, the tree was severed in two, its upper half propelled by the sheer force of the blow, toppling nearby trees and flora. While the birds and beasts of the forest fled in terror, as if struck by lightning, the void-breaking divine fist had reached perfection. This terrifying spectacle was enough to leave one in awe. To deliver such a powerful strike from a distance was beyond ordinary comprehension. The perfected, void-breaking divine fist was several times stronger than its previous form, its power capable of slaying foes from afar. Moreover, when combined with the explosive technique of Dan energy, its might could amplify even further. Su Hao gazed at his fist and the chaotic scene ahead, reminiscent of a beast's rampage. Even he could not help but feel astonished. With the mastery of the void-breaking divine fist, he could strike at enemies 3 feet in mid-air. Now perfected, he could annihilate foes from a distance of 10 feet, his power vastly surpassing his former capabilities. Armed solely with his perfected, void-breaking divine fist, he could effortlessly vanquish Wu Huacheng in just a couple of exchanges, without the need for pretense. Clenching his fist, Su Hao felt the tangible progress he had made. Previously, when confronting Wu Huacheng, he had concealed his strength, waiting for an opportunity to strike with Dan energy, delivering a crushing blow. Now, he could incapacitate or even kill Wu Huacheng with a single exchange, leaving no chance for escape. A mediocre martial art, no matter how gifted or well-founded the practitioner, would typically require decades, if not a lifetime, of arduous training to reach advanced levels. Yet in less than half a year, Su Hao had perfected the void-breaking divine fist, his fourfold refined strength, coupled with his extraordinary potential, resulting in this astonishing advancement. Void-breaking divine fist, perfection, potential. 46 points, extraordinary talent. The perfection of the void-breaking divine fist had also caused Su Hao's potential to surge by an impressive 6 points. What he needed next was to practice more lower-tier martial arts, and he must also elevate his bone-forging level. Otherwise, the explosive force he unleashed would soon become too immense for his bones to withstand. He required superior bone-forging elixirs, calming his agitated blood flow. Su Hao began to contemplate his next course of action. He needed to cultivate more entry-level martial arts to enhance his potential and deepen his foundation. Additionally, he must prioritize improving his bone-forging level. His second round of bone-forging had already fallen behind the intensity of his current power. It was akin to a child wielding a massive hammer weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds. Striking against a rock wall, the wall might remain intact, but the child's bones would suffer damage. Su Hao found himself in a similar predicament. The combination of Dan energy with a perfected, void-breaking divine fist felt like a cumbersome hammer that he struggled to wield. Thus, he needed top-tier bone-forging elixirs to elevate his bone-forging level. Tomorrow, he would visit Gongsun Xiu. The government office surely possessed the finest bone-forging elixirs. Resolutely, Su Hao decided that for nearly half a year, he had visited Gongsun Xiu once a month to collect his salary as a gold medal enforcer, yet he had not taken on a single bounty. Now, he could see if any suitable bounties were available to exchange his contributions for what he desired. Su Hao's ability to act was always formidable. The next day, on his day off, he disguised himself as Wen Tai Lai, the enforcer, and made his way to the patrol division to meet with the division commander. Gongsun Xiu in a quiet chamber. Gongsun Xiu invited Su Hao to sit, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Brother Wen, you have come today with a purpose, I presume." In the past, Su Hao would only visit to collect his salary. But today was not a payday, indicating he had other matters at hand. Su Hao, succinct and direct, nodded and stated, "Commander Gongsun, I require a powerful bone-forging elixir. A bone-forging elixir? A potent one." Gongsun Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Astonished to him, Su Hao's ability to slay a master like Wu Huaqing suggested that his bone-forging level must be exceedingly high. Yet here he was seeking a bone-forging elixir, implying there was still room for improvement in his bone-forging level. This one Tai Lai was truly peculiar. He appeared youthful and possessed considerable strength, not stemming from a prominent family or powerful background, yet he had managed to kill Wu Huaqing. This realization left Gongsun Xiao both surprised and intrigued, further heightening his sense of the man's uniqueness. Regaining his composure, Gongsun Xiao replied, "We do have bone-forging elixirs in our office, but we can only provide you with finished products, not the formulas, and they must be exchanged for merits." As an enforcer, Su Hao was not considered one of their own. He was merely contracted labor, and thus, it was only natural that he could not receive benefits for free. Everything had to be earned through merit. "That is acceptable." Su Hao nodded in agreement. He did not necessarily require the formula. The finished elixir sufficed. He was performing a service for the office, and they were compensating him fairly, an equitable exchange, with no debts owed. Then, Su Hao inquired, "Commander Gongsun, are there any recent bounty orders?" His inquiry was aimed at accepting a bounty to exchange for what he desired. After a moment's contemplation, Gongsun Xiao recalled something, his expression shifting. "There is indeed one, though its success is not guaranteed." "Not guaranteed." Su Hao regarded Gongsun Xiao, awaiting an explanation. Gongsun Xiao elaborated, 3 days hence, at noon, a group of death row inmates will be executed in Chongqing City, among whom is a significant figure. County Lieutenant Li is concerned that someone may attempt to rescue the condemned. Although the likelihood is low, it is still a possibility. Furthermore, Lieutenant Li does not trust certain masters, fearing they may be bribed. Su Hao understood. There was a notable inmate among those scheduled for execution, leading Lieutenant Li to worry that the guards might be compromised, potentially allowing a rescue operation to succeed. Should that occur, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. That it was evident that the inmates slated for execution were of considerable importance, which had raised concerns among the officials. Privately, Su Hao mused that he was unconcerned with the inmate status. After all, he was operating under a false identity and had no fear of making enemies. Gongsun Xiao continued, "If someone does attempt to rescue the inmates, and you are able to thwart them, it would be a significant contribution, and the bone-forging elixir you seek would be assured that if no one comes, we can only offer you a small token of appreciation, and I hope for your understanding." The possibility of an attempted rescue was merely speculative, lacking certainty. Thus, Su Hao's role in guarding the execution would not necessarily lead to a confrontation. It was more of a precautionary measure. 3 days. "You say, very well, I will accept this bounty." After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Hao nodded in agreement. If a rescue were to occur, he could seize the opportunity to eliminate the intruders and earn merit. Conversely, if no one came, it would simply be a day spent idly. A mini-vacation. Excellent. With brother when present. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, we can manage them with ease. Seeing Su Hao's acceptance, Gongsun Xiao expressed his delight, offering a compliment. With this inscrutable gold medal enforcer when Tai Lai on their side, it was akin to having an extra layer of security. After finalizing the arrangements with Gongsun Xiao, Su Hao took his leave. 2 evenings later, within the forge, Su Hao was in his private smithy, wielding a hammer as he forged a weapon before him. His skills were polished, each movement fluid and precise, every step executed flawlessly. Even those unfamiliar with smithing would appreciate the artistry of the scene. He completed yet another finely crafted weapon. After finishing the quenching, edge blunting, and tempering processes, Su Hao examined the long knife in his hand. Glistening with a cold sheen that radiated an icy aura, he nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment. For Su Hao, smithing was not just a skill. It was a means of earning a livelihood. In recent years, he has also come to regard this as a hobby. Only with love in one's heart can one tread further along this path. What a fine blade. Ah, how your forging skills have become increasingly exceptional. At that moment, A voice of admiration rang out as a robust man, resembling a small giant, appeared in the forge. It was none other than Su Hanjin, the master of the blacksmith shop. Master Su, I'm feeling a bit fatigued lately. I would like to request a day off tomorrow, Su Hao said upon seeing Su Hanjin arrive. The reason for Su Hao's request for leave was, of course, that he was to serve as a guard at the execution ground the following day, to see if any audacious bandits dared to raid the site. Su Hanjin paused slightly, then nodded readily, saying, a minor matter. Of course it is permissible. Such trivial requests for leave did not require personal attention from him, and given Su Hao's status as a blacksmith, no one would oppose his wish for a brief respite. Thank you, Master Su. Su Hao expressed his gratitude. When the time for work concluded, Su Hao punctually finished his tasks and, after dining at the forge, returned home like tea that moment. Su Hanjin was examining the weapons crafted by Su Hao, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Hao's forging technique has reached an extraordinary level, utilizing the properties of materials to their utmost potential. Among all the blacksmiths in the shop, he must surely be the best. His innate talent for forging is remarkable, and it is highly likely he will one day produce top-tier weapons and become a master blacksmith. That Su Hao's potential was rising ever higher, having now reached a level of extraordinary talent. Although his forging skills were already perfected, he continued to improve, and his craftsmanship was becoming increasingly impressive. As the master of the blacksmith shop, Su Hanjin naturally recognized Su Hao's talent and progress. His character was also impeccable. He worked diligently and did not form cliques that, in time, he would impart the shop's secret techniques to him. Su Hanjin surveyed the weapons crafted by Su Hao with growing delight. Secretly nodding in approval, his heart resolved that such talent should not be squandered and deserved further cultivation. Su Hao, however, remained unaware of Su Hanjin's thoughts. Upon returning home, he adhered to his daily training regimen and retired early, for he was to serve as a guard at the execution ground the next day. The following day, Su Hao altered his appearance and went to meet Gongsun Xiu. Brother Wen, please put on this uniform, Gongsun Xiu said as he produced a prepared guard uniform. It was merely a plain gray and silver guard outfit, adorned with metal plates and accompanied by a sword, designed to be inconspicuous. All right, Su Hao replied, donning the guard attire. Now of moderate height, he blended seamlessly with the other guards, appearing utterly unremarkable. Early in the morning, under Gongsun Xiu's arrangement, Su Hao proceeded to the execution ground located at the intersection outside the Kai Market in Chongqing City. Approximately 30 to 40 soldiers, clad in armor and wielding weapons, were stationed outside the execution ground, attracting a considerable number of passing civilians who paused to observe. Were more condemned prisoners to be publicly executed? Excellent. Hurry, go buy some steamed buns. It is said that buns dipped in blood can cure all ailments. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacles, and soon a large crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the execution ground, eagerly discussing and waiting to witness heads roll. Dressed in soldier's attire, Su Hao stood quietly among the group, completely inconspicuous. As the crowd stirred slightly, a middle-aged man in official robes, his demeanor imposing, approached the execution ground surrounded by several guards. This man was none other than Li Shou, the county magistrate of Chongqing City. In a county, the highest authority is the county lord, beneath whom are two county vice magistrates, and the county magistrate, responsible for maintaining public order and conducting interrogations, is a significant official within the county. Li Shou sat solemnly on the execution platform. Lordly, the time is nearly upon us, a scholar-dressed man whispered in his ear. Li Shou glanced at the sky, nodding slightly. Let us commence. All condemned prisoners were to be brought forth, identified, and executed publicly as a warning to others. The scholar-dressed man immediately issued the command in a loud voice. Move! One by one, prisoner carts arrived, each carrying condemned prisoners with black hoods over their heads and shackles binding their limbs, escorted by soldiers to the execution ground. Spare me. I am innocent. I am wronged. Some of these prisoners cried out in terror, hoping for a miracle to occur. More of the condemned, however, were numb, like puppets, their steps stiff as they were escorted to the execution ground and made to kneel. Among all the condemned, Su Hao's gaze fell upon the most remarkable one. This prisoner was exceptionally tall, and unlike the others, He was shackled with heavy steel cuffs that clanked loudly as he moved. Even on his back, silver needles had been driven into his acupoints, sealing his chi and strength. All of this indicated that this prisoner was a highly dangerous individual, more perilous than a beast. Such heavy restraints were necessary to prevent any unexpected incidents. The towering prisoner did not resist, kneeling on the ground, and compared to the other kneeling prisoners, he stood out like a crane among chickens. He was the very prisoner that County Magistrate Li Shou feared might be rescued during the execution. Su Hao understood this man's identity. A masked executioner approached from the left, removing the hood from the first prisoner, revealing a common, haggard face. His eyes were vacant, teeth chattering, yet he remained silent. Having accepted his fate, execute him. While perusing the roster in his hands, County Magistrate Li Shou scrutinized the prisoner's features, confirming his identity before giving the nod. Swish! The executioner wielding the grim blade raised his hand, and with a tearing of flesh, the prisoner's head fell, rolling on the ground, the headless corpse collapsing, blood oozing forth and pooling like a stream. Quickly, blood buns can cure all ailments. Many civilians rushed forward with buns to soak in the blood. Some sought to help a sick family member, while others intended to sell the blood-soaked buns. Rumors claimed that blood buns could cure all ailments, but it was evident that such beliefs were unfounded. Many spectators shook their heads at this scene, although most knew the remedy was ineffective. The arrow was not short of foolish individuals. No, please don't kill me. Some condemned prisoners screamed in terror, wetting themselves in fear. The dread of life and death was overwhelming, yet all who stood on the execution ground were deeply culpable. And the executioner's blade showed no mercy. Heads fell continuously. Among the onlooking crowd, some cheered, while others turned pale, even retching at the gruesome spectacle. The purpose of public execution was to deter others soon. It was the towering prisoner's turn. As the executioner removed his hood, a face that appeared quite ordinary, even somewhat simple-minded, was revealed. Not all villains were their wickedness on their faces. Shi Ying, you slaughtered more than 20 members of the Zhao family in Qingshui town, leaving no survivors among the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Your crimes are heinous. Do you acknowledge your guilt? On the execution platform, County Magistrate Li Shou looked down from his elevated position, interrogating the heavily shackled tall prisoner. Shi Ying, what does it matter whether I acknowledge guilt? Does knowing my guilt change anything? You hawks will still kill me, won't you? All I did was eliminate a few exploitative landlords. I am a hero, a champion of the people. With the blade behind him, Shi Ying smirked disdainfully, his defiance evident. I Shou's expression darkened with anger. The blood on Shi Ying's hands amounted to far more than just a handful of lives. He had indiscriminately slaughtered countless innocent civilians, yet here he was brazenly defending himself and turning the tables. You dare to distort the truth? Execute him. Li Shou threw down a token and commanded sternly. Execute. The executioner, receiving the order, raised his blade high and brought it down with fury toward Shi Ying's neck. However, the originally kneeling Shi Ying suddenly strained against his bonds. The heavy chains clanked as the two men holding him could not maintain their grip and were pushed aside. The blow did not strike Shi Ying's neck, but instead met his hardened skull. Though the blade sliced through the flesh of his head, it could not sever the reinforced cranium that had been tempered. You dare to resist? A group of executioners hastily surged forward, forcefully pinning the struggling Shi Ying back to the ground, while the executioner raised his blade, poised to strike again. Blood streamed down Shi Ying's face as he writhed in desperation. His voice a desperate roar tinged with a glimmer of hope. Father, save me. You are my only son. At that moment, Su Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. From the crowd, one by one, dark spherical objects were suddenly hurled forth, plummeting towards the execution ground. Upon crashing to the earth, they erupted violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the very stones beneath. In an instant, soldiers were sent sprawling, hurtling backward from the explosion, their arms shattered. Flesh torn apart. Nearby civilians, drawn by the commotion, were also caught in the blast, sent flying and collapsing to the ground in anguished cries, though the shockwave from the gunpowder blast surged toward Su Hao. He remained unfazed, his own power dissipating the force with ease. Save my son. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd, as figures clad in black began to push through the chaos, their faces obscured yet their expressions fierce. "They are here!" A glint of determination ignited in Su Hao's eyes. Li Shou feared that audacious bandits might attempt to raid the execution scene. Yet, this worry soon became reality. For Su Hao, it was an opportune moment to slay the brigands and earn the merit he sought for the coveted bone refinement elixir. The scene was chaotic, with nearby civilians either knocked to the ground by the force of the explosion or overwhelmed by fear, wailing in terror. Little did they anticipate that in this bustling Chongqing city, merely seeking entertainment, they would be caught in the crosshairs of audacious robbers. "Protect County Lieutenant Li," cried a soldier clad in silver armor, as a throng of guards flocked around Li Shou, encircling him protectively. Their faces a mixture of confusion and concern. For these soldiers, it was evident that those bold enough to raid an execution ground were no ordinary foes. The risk of death in confronting them was significant, making the protection of Li Shou a far safer option, not to mention a convenient excuse. How dare they raid the execution ground? Some soldiers recognized this as a prime opportunity to achieve glory. Should they vanquish the intruding robbers, it might propel them to prominence that a cadre of armored soldiers charged towards the group of nearly 10 black-clad figures. Clang, clang, as the two sides clashed, the sounds of metal colliding rang out incessantly, accompanied by the sickening sound of blades tearing through flesh dye. A black-clad man, his eyebrows streaked with gray, bellowed furiously as he swung his broadsword, carving a massive gash through the chest of a soldier, armor and all. However, the protectors at the execution ground were numerous, and Li Shou was acutely aware that someone might attempt to storm the scene. Thus, the soldiers he had summoned were almost all elite. More soldiers formed a military formation, a veritable wall of copper and iron advancing relentlessly in the front ranks. Soldiers wielded shields, while those behind thrust long spears and blades through the gaps, striking and hacking. The white-browed man, formidable in skill and possessing a high level of bone refinement, found himself forced to retreat against the relentless assault of the unified formation. Thud! Thud! Two of the black-clad robbers, caught off guard, were pierced through by weapons thrusting out from the shield gaps. These soldiers were indeed no mere fodder. The robbers found themselves thoroughly obstructed. "All of you, get out of my way!" Suddenly, a roar like thunder shattered the tumultuous clamor, causing the soldiers in front to tremble as they beheld a towering figure clad in black. The man stood over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and imposing, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Father, save me!" Upon seeing this mighty figure, the condemned Shuriying's heart leapt with joy. Though the man's face was concealed, Shuriying could recognize him by his formidable stature. This was indeed his father, Stone Taizan. As an elder of the Diamond Sect, how could you violate the law and not fear bringing ruin upon the sect? County Lieutenant Li Shou rose abruptly, glaring at the towering figure, recognizing his identity. Shuriying had committed heinous acts, captured by the authorities, and his crimes were unforgivable. During the interrogation, Li Shou had learned of Shuriying's lineage. His father was an elder of the Diamond Sect, named Stone Taizan. The Diamond Sect, located in Diamond Mountain, was one of the most prominent sects in Chongqing County, established for several centuries. Over the years, many renowned masters had emerged from the sect, wielding considerable influence, and few dared to provoke them. Although Stone Taizan rarely descended from the mountain and his reputation was low-key, his true abilities were likely unfathomable. Otherwise, he would not have attained such a status within the sect. The formidable black-clad figure, Stone Taizan, spoke with a heavy voice. "County Lieutenant Li, I have long since withdrawn from the Diamond Sect. I am but a father now, and my son has indeed erred, yet he has only taken the lives of insignificant ants. I implore you to spare him. I shall ensure he reflects upon his misdeeds and repents." Li Shou's brow furrowed. The blood on Shuriying's hands numbered in the dozens, and he had committed atrocities against entire families. Yet Stone Taizan referred to them merely as ants. "It is my duty," Li Shou replied coldly. "Shuriying must face the death penalty for his crimes, and your raid on the execution ground, causing harm to the innocent, is utterly inexcusable. Seize them all. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy." Understood. The soldiers, forming a military formation, surge forward to encircle Stone Taizhan, their coordinated attack impenetrable as a hedgehog. Then those who stand in my way shall die. Stone Taizhan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. His position within the Diamond sect was unique, as he undertook tasks that could not be publicly acknowledged. Now that he had resolved to rescue his only son, he would let nothing stand in his way, even if it meant turning to banditry and seeking refuge with the powerful Black Deer army, led by the illustrious King Huangtian. With a single command, Stone Taizhan moved swiftly, his massive palms thrusting forward with such force that it seemed a tempest had arisen, barreling towards the soldiers ahead. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as a line of soldiers, shields raised, felt as though they were struck by 10 furious stallions charging headlong. The sheer force was beyond what mere flesh could withstand. In a cascade of horrified cries, several soldiers were launched into the air, colliding with those behind them, who groaned and fell, many suffering broken bones and internal injuries, spitting blood. The sight sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. With a mere push, Stone Taizhan had obliterated the military formation. "Why aren't you saving my son?" Stone Taizhan bellowed, commanding his subordinates to rush to his son's aid. Yes, yes. Several black-clad figures seized the opportunity created by Stone Taizhan's overwhelming force to charge into the execution ground. "Quick, untie my bindings." Shuriying scrambled to his feet, elation flooding his face as he shouted. Having been captured and sentenced to death, he was relieved that his father had not abandoned him to his fate. With Stone Taizhan present, escape seemed within reach. "Hurry and stop them. Do not protect me." Li Shou, filled with urgency, yearned to intervene, but as a county lieutenant, he too was a practitioner of bone refinement, yet his expertise lay purely in administrative matters. Lacking combat experience, should Li Shou fall prey to the robbers, the consequences would be dire. However, his guards remained steadfastly at his side, concerned that if they left him unprotected, robbers might seize the opportunity to attack. Moreover, they all sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Stone Taizhan, a figure exuding lethal danger. Confront him directly could very well spell their doom. "Be careful." Suddenly, a white-browed man in black felt a jolt of alarm and shouted, as an unassuming silver-armored guard unexpectedly positioned himself in their path. This silver-armored guardian was none other than Su Hao. Die. The group of black-clad figures, witnessing someone daring to obstruct their advance, prepared to engage. In an instant, without the slightest hesitation, he swung his blade, intent on dismembering Su Hao into countless pieces. Roaring, Su Hao's hand, resting upon the hilt, suddenly moved, with a resounding clang, accompanied by a deafening tiger's roar that echoed in the mind. It momentarily induced a dizzying sensation. The black tiger blade technique, a martial art of unparalleled ferocity, exuded a menacing aura that instilled terror in the hearts of the weak, making them utterly paralyzed in fear and unable to resist. Sizzle! In the next moment, a chilling, pitch-black arc of the blade swept past, descending like a black tiger from the mountains, unstoppable in its speed and ferocity, slicing through the necks of two black-clad men who were momentarily stunned. Blood rained down in torrents as the two figures clutched at their throats, unable to stem the crimson tide, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The only remaining black-clad man with white brows, upon catching sight of Su Hao, trembled in fear, feeling as if he were gazing into the abyss of a cold corpse, devoid of any emotion despite having just slain two bandits. The white-browed man screamed in terror, lacking the courage to confront Su Hao directly. Turning to flee instead, puffed. Without a doubt, fleeing in such close quarters was a foolish act, exposing himself to a fatal blow. In the instant the white-browed man turned, the blade flashed, and a head was severed from its neck. Rolling lifelessly to the ground, it was Wen Tai Lai. Li Shou, witnessing someone stand up to prevent the abduction of Shuriying, felt a slight sigh of relief, recognizing Su Hao's identity. Wen Tai Lai, though not well known, displayed exceptional prowess upon striking down the villain Wu Huaqin. Recently, Li Shou had been concerned that the Jin Gang sect might attempt to raid the execution ground. Thus, he had instructed Gong Sun Xiu to keep an eye out for capable fighters. And it was this enigmatic gold medal executioner who had answered the call. Meanwhile, the joy on Shuriying's face froze, blood splattering across him, and his heart quaked as Su Hao's gaze locked onto him. "Then let me take your head." Su Hao fixed his icy stare upon Shi Ying, the chill in his eyes unmistakable. Just moments prior, the executioner had failed to sever Shi Ying's head, and now, with Shi Taizan leading a group to forcefully break into the execution ground, chaos erupted, leaving little attention for Shi Ying, given his heinous crimes, and with Su Hao having accepted the bounty from the authorities. He would not allow anyone to successfully abscond with Shi Ying. The best course of action was, of course, to execute him. Do not kill me. Otherwise, my father will never forgive you. He will have you torn to shreds. In the face of death, Shi Ying shouted desperately, attempting to leverage Shi Tieshan's fearsome reputation to intimidate Su Hao. However, Su Hao paid no heed to Shi Ying's threats. His sole purpose was to eliminate Shi Ying and the arriving Shi Taizan. With no concern for anything else, stop. Spare him. Shi Taizan, who had been swatting away soldiers surrounding him, caught sight of Su Hao raising his blade towards Shi Ying from a distance. He bellowed in an attempt to intercede. But it was already too late. Su Hao's long blade descended. No! Shi Ying screamed in madness, but bound as he was, he could not evade Su Hao's relentless strike, which sliced through his neck before his terrified eyes. Shi Ying fell to the ground, his head severed from his body, blood slowly pooling beneath him and forming a small stream, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. This wretched soul, who had relied on his strength to mercilessly slaughter the innocent, ultimately met his end. The scene plunged into a momentary silence. Who is that soldier? He had the audacity to slay Shi Ying, yet I fear he will not escape unscathed. The surrounding soldiers, as well as martial artists gathered near the execution ground, understood that the seemingly unremarkable soldier's act of slaying Shi Ying was a cause for exhilaration. But there stood Shi Taizan. He had come with reckless abandon to rescue Shi Ying, yet witnessed his death right before his eyes. How could he possibly let the killer go? How could he refrain from madness? Indeed. Ah, scoundrel, I will kill you. After the brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted. It was Shi Taizan, his eyes bulging with rage as he saw Su Hao mercilessly slay Shi Ying before him. His face twisted in fury. He ripped away the black cloth covering his face, revealing a rugged visage, now flushed with crimson, his eyes bloodshot. Boom! In a fit of rage, Shi Taizan lunged at Su Hao, his heavy footsteps shaking the ground, akin to a rampaging colossus, unstoppable in his advance. Soldiers in his path instinctively chose to retreat, not out of cowardice, but from a primal fear of death. They sensed that anyone bold enough to obstruct him would surely meet a tragic fate. Faced with the towering, frenzied Shi Taizan, Su Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let us stretch our muscles. It had been nearly half a year since he last engaged in combat, and now, facing this formidable opponent from the Jingang sect, his blood surged with fervor, igniting a fierce battle spirit. The very act of slaying Shi Ying in front of Shi Taizan was intended to provoke him, ensuring that Shi Taizan would not consider fleeing, but would instead engage in a battle to the death. Black Tiger Blade Technique. Shi Taizan charged at him like a rampaging beast, and Su Hao, gripping the hilt tightly, unleashed a strike from the Black Tiger Blade Technique. The dark blade gleaming like a cascading waterfall, exuding an overwhelming aura. As the blade approached, Shi Tieshan's bloodshot eyes widened, and he struck with an enormous palm, a fierce wind howling in its wake. Crack! The relentless blade, akin to a black tiger, shattered under the tremendous force of Shi Tieshan's strike. The sturdy iron blade groaned under the strain, fracturing like glass die. With one crushing blow, Shi Taizan obliterated Su Hao's blade, and his massive palm followed suit, creating an ear-splitting sound akin to fireworks exploding, the air crackling with tension. The oppressive force surged toward Su Hao, nearly suffocating him. The ferocity displayed by Shi Taizan far surpassed that of Wu Huaqing. Come on. Su Hao felt no fear. Rather, he reveled in the presence of such a powerful adversary, his blood boiling with excitement. Shi Tieshan's furious palm, if it struck flesh, would surely twist and contort even the strongest metal. Gentle Cloud Palm. In response to Shi Tieshan's ferocious strike, Su Hao opted for a defensive softness against strength, his palm guiding and drawing in a gentle, cloud-like force that contrasted sharply with Shi Tieshan's overwhelming might. Boom! In the next instant, their palms collided, And at that moment, the clash of their opposing forces produced a shockwave that rippled outward, warping the very air around them, stirring up a tempest that caused the banners of the execution ground to flap wildly. To Su Hao, Shi Tieshan's palm felt terrifyingly heavy, solid and fierce, akin to a solid iron block. Though he had perfected the gentle cloud palm to counteract brute force, he could not fully dissipate the power behind Shi Tieshan's blow. Deng! The force of Shi Tieshan's strike forced Su Hao to take a half-step back to diffuse the impact, leaving a deep imprint in the earth beneath his feet. The strength of this blow bore the might of at least 3 rounds of bone tempering. Su Hao thought to himself, 0.1 round of tempering grants resilience akin to an ox bone, significantly enhancing strength. 2 rounds yield copper bones, greatly increasing resistance to impact. 3 rounds result in iron bones. Iron bones possess immense power, along with a tremendous explosive force. Only those with exceptional roots, paired with advanced tempering elixirs, might achieve 3 rounds of bone tempering. The bull tempering ointment he employed had limited effects. He had reached the 2nd round of tempering, but could progress no further without a more advanced elixir. Die. Following the blow that pushed Su Hao back, Shi Tieshan unleashed an even more ferocious strike, roaring as he drew his right hand together, executing a downward palm strike. Though it appeared to be merely a fleshly palm, the edges of Shi Tieshan's hand shimmered with a faint metallic luster, exuding a razor-sharp sensation. Even a thick wall would be cleaved in 2 by this strike. Shi Tieshan intended to split apart the scoundrel who had slain his own son. Su Hao remained unfazed, channeling his internal energy once more, ready to counter with the gentle cloud palm. As his arms moved, the energy flowed like a soft, white cloud, enveloping the air in a misty shroud. Boom! As the palm strike descended, the ground beneath Su Hao was cleaved open, creating a gaping fissure several feet long and half a foot wide. The force dissipated through the gentle cloud palm, leaving Su Hao unscathed. Can Wen's brothers hold back Shi Tieshan? Amidst the throng, the chief constable Gongsun Xiu mingled among the crowd, his gaze fixated on the 2 combatants in the execution ground. At a flicker of concern flickered in his eyes. The ferocity of Shi Tieshan was formidable. And even though Su Hao had mastered the art of transforming strength, the outcome remained uncertain. 1 could not triumph over an opponent without a blend of offensive and defensive tactics. As Su Hao disengaged from Shi Tieshan's powerful palm strike, he resolved to shift from defense to offense. That he unleashed a flurry of blows, his left hand executing a palm strike while his right delivered a punch, one swift, the other deliberate. The 2 energies he emitted were entirely distinct. The palm strike embodied a blend of gentleness and strength, while the punch surged forth with unparalleled ferocity. Simultaneously, he executed the soft cloud palm and the diamond fist, with Su Hao's innate talent and comprehension. Managing 2 techniques at once was effortlessly achievable. Faced with the incoming blows, Shi Tieshan extended a massive hand to counter the approaching palm. Yet, to his astonishment, although Su Hao's palm strike was swifter, it was as if an illusion occurred. The punch that followed arrived first. Caught off guard, the punch landed solidly against Shi Tieshan's chest. This was the technique of the mysterious shadow fist, where slowness belied swiftness, and stillness intertwined with motion. The mastery of 3 levels of martial arts, combined with Su Hao's profound martial wisdom, elevated its intricacy manifold, catching Shi Tieshan unawares. Bang! The heavy fist struck Shi Tieshan's chest, akin to the galloping force of a wild stallion, producing a resounding thud. Thud, thud, thud. Shi Tieshan's towering frame was pushed back 3 or 4 steps, each footfall shaking the ground, causing stones to crack. Had that formidable man been repelled? Who was the soldier engaging Shi Tieshan? Not one of ours. Many soldiers surrounding the scene were shocked and exhilarated. The previously unstoppable Shi Tieshan had been forced back by Su Hao. Not a scratch had marred Su Hao. Yet, within Su Hao's heart, there was no trace of joy, for he felt as though his punch had struck a wall of bronze and iron. Shi Tieshan's physical prowess was akin to that of a titan, suggesting he had cultivated a formidable body protection technique, and his body refinement level was extraordinarily high. Transforming strength? Not unimpressive, but before me, it merely elicited a slight discomfort, insufficient to comprehend the true essence of overwhelming violence. Indeed, Shi Tieshan stood firm, and scathe, a cold snort escaping his lips as a sinister expression crept upon his face. He was acutely aware that this was within the confines of Chongqing City. He could not afford to linger much longer. He must swiftly annihilate this wretched fool and depart. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted from Shi Tieshan's imposing frame, akin to a taut bowstring, clear and melodious, as his aura surged dramatically. This is not good. Gong Sun Xiao, observing from the crowd, perceived the sounds emanating from Shi Taizhan, causing his pupils to constrict as foreboding filled his mind. This was muscular strength? Shi Taizhan was a practitioner of the muscle transformation. At the forefront, Su Hao's brow furrowed, a sense of unprecedented gravity washing over him. Muscular strength. This was a technique only attainable by those who had mastered the muscle transformation. Strength refinement, bone forging, muscle transformation, and marrow cleansing. The difficulty of entering the muscle transformation realm far exceeded that of the bone forging stage by tenfold or more, as this phase tempered the entire network of meridians. Should the meridians be weak and sustain damage or rupture, one would almost certainly become incapacitated. Throughout history, many martial artists had faced dire consequences in their pursuit of the muscle transformation, regretting their rashness. Yet, despite the risks, those who succeeded in breaking through to this realm experienced a dramatic surge in strength, their meridians becoming resilient like bowstrings, enabling them to wield muscular strength, each punch and kick striking with the precision of arrows, effortlessly piercing rock and stone. Moreover, the broadening of their meridians allowed for a multiple increase in strength output. Every practitioner of the muscle transformation could be deemed a 100-man foe. Shi Taizhan was a master who had entered the muscle transformation level. It was no wonder he possessed the audacity to raid the execution ground. Now, having resolved to conclude this swiftly, Shi Taizhan had unleashed his muscular strength. Die! Deafening roar erupted, and as the sound reached the ears of onlookers, Shi Taizhan amalgamated the power of his muscles, bones, and flesh into a single punch that in that instant. A tempestuous wind surged, the punch hurtling forth like a released arrow, seemingly traversing the distance of several steps to strike Su Hao's head in the blink of an eye. The ferocity of the attack and its astonishing speed rendered even seasoned martial artists unable to react in time, to evade. But the moment Shi Taizhan unleashed his fist, Su Hao instinctively sensed a prickling danger at the back of his head. Reacting on pure instinct, he employed the 8 steps to chase Cicada's technique, sidestepping a distance to the side. Whoosh! Shi Tieshan's arrow-like punch grazed past Su Hao's face, leaving him with a stinging sensation on his cheek. A strand of hair severed by the fierce wind. The perilous moment went unnoticed by those around them. The soldiers and others could only witness Shi Taizhan closing in on Su Hao, delivering a punch akin to an arrow, yet it only struck Su Hao's afterimage. Dodge! Come at me! Controlling crane hand, Shi Tieshan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. As an elder of the Diamond Sect, having undertaken numerous arduous tasks, he had ultimately acquired a muscle protection pill, allowing him to successfully enter the muscle transformation realm. The disparity between muscle transformation practitioners and bone forging practitioners was akin to that between an adult and a child. With the activation of muscular strength, Su Hao was afforded no opportunity for significant resistance. With a fierce shout, Shi Taizhan curled his left hand into a claw, exerting force as a vortex of strength coalesced between his fingers, generating a pulling force aimed at Su Hao, confining his movements. Due to the broad and resilient nature of their meridians, muscle transformation practitioners could output multiple times the strength, executing visible force as if it were concealed. Manifesting the prowess of transforming strength, Shi Tieshan's grasp, charged with condensed strength, had yet to reach its target, but the pulling force was already exerting its influence, dragging Su Hao as though it would tether him regardless of his attempts to evade. Then let it come. Su Hao neither dodged nor evaded. His eyes shone with a palpable brilliance as he fiercely compressed the energy and blood within him, consolidating it to an extreme, forming a compact sphere akin to a small pill. Rumble! When the compression reached its zenith, it erupted with a thunderous roar, resounding like a clap of thunder, and then Su Hao's right fist shot forth like lightning, the air fracturing, a tempest accompanying him as his energy surged like tumultuous waves. Hum! Sure, Tieshan's pupils constricted slightly, sensing the terrifying force of Su Hao's sudden outburst. Bang! The collision of fist and claw reverberated like rolling thunder, the very winds and clouds seeming to shatter under the impact of their clash. The released energy causing the ground beneath them to crack, bricks exploding and scattering like bullets, a cloud of dust billowing forth. Even those standing outside the execution ground could feel the tremors beneath their feet. A force that transcended the mere clash of flesh and blood. Thud, thud, thud! To the astonishment of Li Shou, Gongsun Xiu, and others present through the swirling dust, a towering figure staggered back several steps. It was Shi Taizan. Shi Taizan had been repelled. He was a practitioner of the muscle transformation. Li Shou stared in astonishment and delight at the unfolding scene. When Shi Taizan revealed his prowess at the muscle transformation level, Li Shou's heart sank, fearing for Su Hao's safety. Yet to his surprise, Su Hao's sudden and overwhelming strike had forced the muscle-powered Shi Taizan back. No wonder the martial artist was brought to his demise by Wen Tai Lai. It seemed Wen Tai Lai had employed this very technique to slay him. His fist struck like thunder. What kind of martial art is this? Gongsun Xiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Hao's ultimate technique could even suppress Shi Taizan directly. However, they failed to recognize that Su Hao was employing the Dan strength. Is this Dan strength? Only Shi Taizan, in sheer shock, recognized that Su Hao was utilizing Dan strength. Within the Diamond Sect, only the sect leader had cultivated such power. A man well over a century old, a master of considerable repute within Chongqing County. Yet before him stood Su Hao, who appeared to be no older than 30. Kill. Unfazed by Shi Tieshan's thoughts, Su Hao pressed the attack, forcing Shi Taizan back, that he did not grant Shi Taizan a moment of respite, once more gathering his Dan strength, striking forth with the might of thunder, determined to obliterate Shi Taizan in one fell swoop. Shi Taizan, feeling the remnants of his strength waning, could only barely raise his arms in defense as he stood his ground, while deep within his eyes, a glint of ferocity surfaced. Not good. Just before Su Hao's fist made contact with Shi Taizan, a sense of foreboding welled up within him, a lingering instinct warning of impending danger. Though it was too late to retract a strike, he instinctively tempered the force behind his punch. Clang! With a force imbued with the essence of Dan, Su Hao's fist descended upon the crossed arms of Shi Taizan, producing a resounding crack akin to metal striking metal. The surface of Shi Tieshan's skin was densely covered with energy, giving it a faint golden hue. Golden Bell Shield, Golden Bell Shock, Shi Taizan howled, as the golden aura enveloping his body rippled with energy, and Su Hao felt the force of his own punch rebounding back from Shi Tieshan's form. Whoosh! Su Hao was hurled backward, dispersing the gathered energy throughout his body, stabilizing himself only after being propelled 3 to 4 zhang away, while his right side tingled from the counterforce. Is this a protective hard skill? Capable of rebounding the enemy's force. Su Hao could not help but feel astonished. Had he not undergone the refining of his body 4 times, honing his perception, he would have likely been shattered by the rebounding force from Shi Taizan. The Golden Bell Shield is a foundational martial art of the King Kong sect. It can reflect the attacks of adversaries. Gongsun Xiu was equally taken aback, urgently calling out to warn Su Hao. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly. This Shi Taizan is not only a practitioner of the Yi-Jin technique, but has also mastered the Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell Shield, a foundational martial art controlled by the King Kong sect, is a closely guarded secret. Not only outsiders, but even insiders must undergo rigorous trials to learn it. Shi Taizan has mastered the Golden Bell Shield to a high level, and with his remarkable physique, he can withstand enemy attacks while unleashing a counterforce. You little brat, to force me to use my full strength, you have every reason to be proud, but now, perish, utilizing the Golden Bell Shield to send Su Hao flying. Shi Tieshan's visage twisted in fury, his muscles bulging, a manifestation of his energy being pushed to the limit. The faint golden aura surrounding him intensified as he screamed and charged at Su Hao. With the offensive and defensive capabilities of the Golden Bell Shield, Shi Taizan was now in an invulnerable position. Although Su Hao's energy erupted fiercely, even capable of suppressing him as an Yi-Jin practitioner. The greater the destructive power, the stronger the counterforce of his golden bell shield. The I Ching practitioner truly is extraordinary, Su Hao thought to himself with a sigh. Those who can ascend to the I Ching realm are nearly all individuals of exceptional talent and insight, often hailing from prestigious sects, possessing martial arts training and resources beyond ordinary comparison. To defeat Shi Taizhan, Su Hao realized he could no longer hold back. With that thought, facing the approaching Shi Taizhan who had abandoned defense, he suddenly clenched his left hand into a fist. Whoosh! As Su Hao's fingers coalesced tightly, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn in, encapsulated within his grasp, merging with his energy, with his blood surging. An indomitable force formed, coursing through his arm and meridians, erupting forth as he unleashed a powerful punch. The intensity of this blow compressed the surrounding air into a wall of force, surging forward with relentless ferocity, scraping and shattering the bricks beneath him as if a colossal beast had charged through. Shi Taizhan, at the forefront, felt a jolt in his eyelids, despite the distance of nearly a zhang between them. He sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Nearly suffocating, he hastily activated the golden bell shield, his arms bracing defensively before him. Dong! In the next instant, the fierce punch struck Shi Taizhan's formidable frame. It was as if a steel stake had collided with a great bell. The ear-splitting sound of metal on metal erupted, with the rebounding force tearing the ground apart around them, as if a colossal hammer had fallen, causing the hard blue bricks to splinter. Boom! The burly Shi Taizhan's feet remained planted on the ground, yet he was thrown back by the force of the punch, his saws carving deep trenches into the earth as he was propelled 4 to 5 zhang away before coming to a halt. His complexion shifting between green and white, blood surging in his throat, nearly spewing forth but forced back down. Is this the void-breaking divine fist? The perfected form of the void-breaking divine fist? The most shocking sight, however, was that of Gongsun Xiu, whose scalp tingled as he beheld the scene before him. The void-breaking divine fist, it was no surprise that Su Hao could wield it, having acquired it through slaying a martial transformation. Yet to unleash such a formidable strike from a distance of nearly a zhang was clearly the work of a perfected void-breaking divine fist. In less than half a year, Su Hao had elevated this technique to perfection. What a monstrous prodigy! Shi Taizhan has been repelled. Li Shou's face displayed delight, having witnessed Shi Taizhan demonstrate his I Ching prowess and formidable hard skills. Capable of rebounding forces, he had prepared for the worst, but he never expected that this one toe is equally unfathomable, managing to unleash a punch from midair that sent Shi Taizhan flying. It seemed that this was a low-level technique, void-breaking divine fist, available for outsiders to learn from their department. To achieve such power from a distance of a zhang, this one Telez swiftly mastered the void-breaking divine fist to such a profound level. The void-breaking divine fist, in less than half a year. Su Hao has brought it to completion, primarily due to his extraordinary potential, and secondly because his energy is exceptionally robust, giving him a deep foundation that allows for swift progress. The power of the punch unleashed from midair has left me with some internal injuries. Shi Taizhan's countenance darkened, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. This Shi Taizhan is indeed formidable, driving me to nearly reveal all my trump cards, since his golden bell shield can rebound force. I shall attack from a distance. Even if he rebounds the energy, it cannot harm me. Su Hao's face was shrouded in an icy demeanor. Shi Taizhan was the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far. An I Ching practitioner with the strength of 100 men, an adept at a foundational martial art cultivated to a profound level. Even he had been compelled to unleash all his means. Shi Taizhan's golden bell shield could reflect force. The more ferocious the assault, the more violent the rebound, a perfect blend of offense and defense. Yet having just sent Shi Taizhan flying with the void-breaking divine fist, it indicated that Shi Taizhan could not redirect the incoming energy back to its source. Then I must obliterate you. Su Hao's figure flickered as he closed in on Shi Taizhan, leveraging his momentum. Channeling the void-breaking divine fist, his energy and blood surging, he unleashed a punch from mid-air, the force propelling the air itself, forming an indomitable punch directed at Shi Taizhan. Damn! The golden bell shield. Having learned from past experiences, Shurtaizan was alarmed, cursing inwardly as he dared not let his guard down. Hastily activating the golden bell shield with all his might, the veins on his skin swelling and protruding, resembling little earthworms, as he harnessed the resilience of the transformed E-gene practitioner, exponentially increasing his energy output. Dong, dong, his fists smashed down upon Shurtaizan's robust form, erupting in a thunderous metallic clash, the sound reverberating, even from a great distance, causing pain to the eardrums. Crack, crack. The faint golden hue enveloping Shurtaizan rippled, reflecting the energy, the violent force tearing the bricks of the ground apart, shattering them as if they were laden with explosives. Yet this rebounding force could not harm Su Hao, standing a zhang away, in the slightest step back. Shurtaizan staggered backward, his internal organs roiling, despite activating the golden bell shield. Facing such a powerful attack took a significant toll on his body. Kill. Su Hao offered no respite, channeling his Dan energy, his might formidable, unleashing successive strikes of the void-breaking divine fist aimed at Shurtaizan. Damn it, his force is too overwhelming. He can continuously unleash such lethal moves. Confronted by Su Hao's aerial punches, Shurtaizan found himself unable to approach, forced into a position of passive defense, as a wave of desperation surged within him. The void-breaking divine fist, when executed, consumed a vast amount of energy. For any other martial artist, even one who had refined their energy thrice and mastered the transformation, would be unable to deliver more than a few punches before their strength was depleted. Yet Su Hao, possessing Dan energy, could unleash this energy-draining void-breaking divine fist in rapid succession, firmly suppressing Shurtaizan. Stand down. If you kill me, the King Kong sect will not spare you. Shurtaizan, now desperate, felt his internal organs suffer from the onslaught, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, the threat of death looming over him. He roared, hoping to invoke the authority of the King Kong sect to compel Su Hao to cease. But for Su Hao, he cared not for the reputation of the King Kong sect. Having already struck, there was no turning back, especially since he was using a false identity. Die, with his blood boiling. Su Hao's emotions surged, and with a roar, he compressed and coiled his energy, employing the Dan energy release technique in conjunction with the void-breaking divine fist, delivering an overwhelmingly powerful punch. Boom! Su Hao's fist struck forth, creating a thunderous roar as it cut through the air, akin to the deafening sound of a train racing through a tunnel. The very earth beneath trembled, bricks and stones shattering into fragments as a deep chasm was plowed open. Faced with this colossal blow, like that of a ferocious beast, Shurtaizan felt a wave of despair wash over him. All he could do was grit his teeth and cross his arms in front of him, activating his golden bell shield. Crack, crack, crack! At the moment the fist's force collided with him, Shurtaizan's body quaked violently. His faint golden protective energy shattered like glass. His arms splintered under the impact, and the tyrannical, thunderous force of the punch crushed his bones and ruptured his organs, sending his robust form flying like a rag doll. Bang, bang, bang! Shurtaizan fell and then bounced back, tumbling over a dozen times before finally coming to rest at the edge of the execution ground. Could I truly perish at the hands of an unknown underling? Shurtaizan's eyes widened in horror. He felt as if countless bones had been shattered, his insides obliterated, blood mingling with viscera spilling from the corner of his mouth. His vitality swiftly dissipating. His gaze grew vacant, a flicker of fear and unwillingness lingering on his face. Once a venerable elder of the Diamond Sect, he had indulged his son's reckless behavior, ultimately leading to his own demise, truly a case of retribution. Having unleashed that ultimate strike, Su Hao's right hand hung slightly at his side, a frown creasing his brow. That overwhelming blow, a culmination of his internal energy and the void-breaking divine fist, had pushed his body beyond its limits. Fissures appearing in the bones of his right hand, it was as if a child swung a 100-pound hammer, risking injury to their own bones. You have provided me with a thrilling experience, so I shall grant you a passage, allowing you to reunite with your son. Approaching Shurtaizan, who was already on the brink of death, Su Hao spared him further suffering. With a swift motion, He pierced Shi Tieshan's chest with his left hand, penetrating his heart and ensuring his final breath escaped him. Simultaneously, Su Hao began to search Shi Taizhan's body, but found no valuable spoils. After all, Shi Taizhan had come to rescue his son and would hardly carry treasures on his person. The previously chaotic scene fell into an eerie silence, as the likes of Shi Taizhan and his accomplices, who had sought to rescue him, lay lifeless, the ground drenched in blood. Had I truly prevailed? Who is he? How could he slay a practitioner of the Diamond Sect, a master of the muscle transformation technique? Numerous soldiers, civilians, and martial artists from the periphery gazed in awe at Su Hao, a formidable master of the muscle transformation technique, who had just dispatched Shi Taizhan with his bare fists. He resembled that figure who had slain the notorious Wu Huaqing, known as Wen Tailai. I have heard of the Liu family in Qingxi town. It is said that Wen Tailai possesses unrivaled strength, striking with the ferocity of thunder, slaying the wanted criminal Wu Huaqing. Some quick-witted individuals suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in astonishment. Wen Tailai, a name known to few, his sole recorded feat being the slaying of the bloodthirsty bandit Wu Huaqing nearly half a year ago. Yet, this tale was only whispered among a limited circle. Now, an unfamiliar and mysterious master had emerged on the execution ground, decisively ending Shi Taizhan's life, suspected to be the same Wen Tailai from half a year prior. Well done, Mr. Wen. You have rid us of these audacious bandits. This is a great achievement that will not go unrecognized. Li Shou rose to his feet, surrounded by several guards, approaching Su Hao with repeated praises. Do not forget the promise you made to me. Su Hao replied coolly, his demeanor unyielding. Of course not, Li Shou assured, undeterred by Su Hao's indifferent attitude, which lacked the expected reverence. The display of strength Su Hao had just exhibited left Li Shou secretly amazed. It was entirely reasonable for a capable individual to possess a temper. If he could not even tolerate such a minor flaw, he would not have attained his current position. With matters settled, I shall take my leave. Not wishing to remain in this chaotic place rife with gossip, Su Hao bid farewell to Li Shou. Then I shall not see you off. We will converse more leisurely at a later time. Li Shou did not impede his departure, as chaos reigned in the aftermath, requiring his attention for cleanup. With purposeful strides, Su Hao exited the execution ground, the crowd parting respectfully to grant him passage. What an extraordinary feat to slay a master of the muscle transformation technique at the level of the bone refinement stage. Truly, it borders on the monstrous. Gong Sun Xiu watched Su Hao's retreating figure, silently astonished. Those present believed that Su Hao, having killed Shi Taizhan, must also be of the muscle transformation realm. However, Gong Sun Xiu understood that Su Hao's intense desire for bone refinement secret elixirs suggested that he was most likely still at the bone refinement stage. To transcend his realm and slay a master of the muscle transformation level was nothing short of miraculous. Gong Sun Xiu could only marvel at the vastness of the world, which continually birthed individuals of extraordinary talent. Wen Tailai was a prime example. After leaving, Su Hao deliberately made his way toward the outskirts of the city and did not return to his residence in Chongqing City South Anyu Square until darkness enveloped the sky. This encounter with a master of the muscle transformation technique left me with only minor injuries. Within his abode, Su Hao had already removed his disguise, regaining his original handsome and tall youthful appearance. Feeling the pain in his right arm, he let out a small sigh of relief. Confronting a practitioner with the combat prowess of 100 warriors had exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, having mastered the void-breaking divine fist to perfection, Su Hao emerged victorious. The injuries he sustained would heal within a few days, given his robust physique. Moreover, the benefits promised by Li Shou and Gong Sun Xiu were precisely what he needed. As time passed, 3 days later, after returning home from the blacksmith shop, Su Hao discreetly altered his appearance and made his way to the constabulary, where he met with the chief, Gong Sun Xiu. Brother Wen has arrived. Please take a seat. Gong Sun Xiu greeted Su Hao with great enthusiasm, personally escorting him inside for a discussion in an elegant parlor. Su Hao got straight to the point. Chief Gong Sun, I have slain the bandits who invaded. The advanced bone refinement secret elixir I seek should be no problem, right? Absolutely no problem. Moreover, Lord Li Shou has directly requested a batch of premium bone refinement secret elixirs from above. Even those in the government may not have access to such treasures. Gong Sun Xiao replied mysteriously. Premium bone, refinement, secret elixirs. Su Hao's eyes brightened slightly. Anything deemed premium surely surpassed ordinary elixirs like the Magneto Bone Refinement Ointment. Brother one, take a look. Gong Sun Xiao wasted no time, retrieving a porcelain jar over half a foot tall and opening it. Instantly, a rich medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Inside the jar was a viscous ointment, uniquely radiating a faint jade-like sheen, appearing exceptionally extraordinary to the naked eye. This is Jin Yu Bone Refinement Ointment, the finest among bone refinement secret elixirs, the formula of which is a closely guarded secret. Even if outsiders were to obtain the recipe, they could never concoct this ointment. The rare ingredients required can only be procured by the government. Even with money, they are unattainable. With this for those with decent roots. Completing 3 rounds of bone refinement to achieve iron bones is not a distant dream, Gong Sun Xiao elaborated. The Magneto Bone Refinement Ointment can assist in achieving just 1 round of bone refinement at most. Su Hao, possessing good roots and a solid foundation, was only able to complete 2 rounds due to his strong absorption of the medicinal properties. However, this Jin Yu Bone Refinement Ointment can assist in achieving 3 rounds of bone refinement, culminating in the creation of iron bones. The value of this ointment is quite substantial. Even with much persuasion, Lee County Lieutenant managed to secure only 20 jars. Yet, each jar possesses potent effects, sufficient for an average bone refinement practitioner for several months. Far more than enough for Brother One to complete his 3 rounds of bone refinement. Gong Sun Xiao stated, gesturing to a box on the table containing 20 jars of Jin Yu Bone Refinement Ointment. The value was indeed remarkable. Then please convey my gratitude to Lord Li Shou. Su Hao expressed his thanks, even though this was rightfully his due. However, considering Gong Sun Xiao's repeated emphasis on the rarity of the Jin Yu Bone Refinement Ointment, it was evident that Li Shou had exerted every effort to provide him with the utmost benefits. Seeing this, Gong Sun Xiao smiled. Although their relationship was one of employer and employee, one party's willingness to exert effort and the other's readiness to offer benefits ensured a lasting collaboration. After conversing with Gong Sun Xiao, Su Hao bid him farewell, leaving with the 20 jars of Jin Yu Bone Refinement Ointment. As he returned home, Su Hao gazed at the jars of precious ointment, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his face. Finally, I can elevate my bone refinement stage. To what heights can these 20 jars of premium bone refinement secret elixirs assist my growth? To understand why Su Hao has refined his strength 4 times, one must acknowledge that his efficiency in harnessing medicinal power far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. His innate potential is of irremarkable talent caliber, with comprehension and foundational capabilities that ordinary individuals cannot hope to attain. A single dose of bone-forging elixir may yield a mere 1-fold effect for others, but for Su Hao, it could manifest as 8, 9, or even a full 10-fold effect. The process of refining and absorbing the medicinal essence is incomparable. Just as certain flowers, herbs, and fruit trees can thrive more vibrantly and robustly on the same nutrients, Su Hao, after practicing his martial arts and feeling somewhat fatigued, shed his garments and applied golden jade bone-tempering ointment over his entire body. Instantly, his weary body greedily absorbed the medicinal power. As Su Hao circulated his vital energy, his body transformed into a vast furnace, completely refining the power of the golden jade bone-tempering ointment, which then permeated his bones. Converting into the purest form of energy, he felt an invigorating tingling in his bones, a tangible sign of growth. Undoubtedly, this supreme bone-tempering elixir's potency is several times stronger than the crude bull bone-tempering ointment. At this rate, it seems likely that within a month or 2, I could complete the process of bone-tempering 3 times. Su Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he personally experienced this transformation. He finally understood why Gong Sun Xiao repeatedly emphasized the value of the golden jade bone-tempering ointment. Its potency, when compared to the previous crude bull bone-tempering ointment, is akin to the difference between a bicycle and a sports car. The days passed in tranquility as Su Hao diligently engaged in bone tempering, and 1.5 months later, in a quiet chamber, he gently moved his body, the bones emitting soft, cracking sounds. With his blood and energy flowing freely, a wave of refreshing sensation enveloping him. Another round of bone tempering was complete. Upon focusing inwardly, Su Hao's bones exhibiting a distinctly metallic sheen, larger and denser than those of ordinary individuals, possessing an indomitable quality. With each casual punch, he could feel a surge of overwhelming strength coursing through him. 3 rounds of bone tempering. It is accomplished. A smile of joy broke across Su Hao's face. His already solid foundation, combined with extraordinary talent and a superior bone tempering elixir, allowed him to achieve this feat in just 1.5 months, reaching the level of iron bones. Now, when he executes that ultimate strike, he would not risk injuring his own bones. Having used just a little over 3 doses of the golden jade bone tempering ointment, I sense there is still room for improvement if I fully refine the remaining ointment. Perhaps it will elevate my bone tempering realm even further. Su Hao felt a surge of anticipation within him. His efficiency in refining medicinal power was astonishing. A single dose of golden jade bone tempering ointment could sustain an ordinary bone tempering martial artist for months. Yet he had consumed over 3 doses in just 1.5 months. Moreover, he felt he had not yet reached his limit. It is time to rest. I must work at the blacksmith shop tomorrow. Su Hao stretched, washed up, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. The next evening, as usual, Su Hao completed his tasks at work and was about to close the forge and head home when a tall, robust man called out to him from within the smithy. It was Su Haijin, the owner of the blacksmith shop. That, Hao, please come with me. Without waiting for Su Hao to leave, Su Haijin beckoned him, and together they made their way to a quiet room within the blacksmith shop. Inside, Su Haijin turned to Su Hao and inquired, "Do you know how to forge a superior grade weapon?" Superior grade weapons, surpassing the 100 forged fine weapons, are considered divine armaments capable of slicing through iron like mud and can even serve as heirlooms passed down through generations. Many blacksmiths aspire to forge superior grade weapons and become masters of their craft. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hao replied, "It requires exquisite materials. Just as a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients, the same principle applies to forging weapons. That a proficient blacksmith can maximize the potential of materials. But one cannot transform ordinary iron into a divine weapon. Therefore, exquisite materials are essential for forging divine armaments." Indeed, Su Haijin affirmed with a nod, but then he continued, "Yet that is not enough, as the saying goes, to forge iron. One must be strong oneself. No matter how skilled a blacksmith may be, how could they possibly forge divine weapons without the requisite physical attributes?" Su Hao wholeheartedly agreed. This was indeed true. Forging is a labor-intensive task. If one's physical talent is lacking, even forging fine iron becomes a challenge, let alone the demanding superior-grade weapons. Hence, master blacksmiths are invariably practitioners of martial arts, not necessarily for combat, but to enhance their forging capabilities. The body is the foundation of all. That I have practiced a martial art that aids in forging. Hao, you must have also trained in martial arts, right? Su Haijin regarded Su Hao. Given Su Hao's demonstrated strength, able to forge several hundred fine weapons in a month, he must have trained in martial arts. Otherwise, such strength would be unattainable. Yes, I've only been practicing martial arts for a few years and have achieved some modest success, Su Hao replied candidly, feeling no need to hide the truth. In reality, most blacksmiths in the forge had practiced martial arts, and due to the lucrative nature of their work, many possessed a solid foundation. Su Haijin, being the proprietor of the blacksmith shop, exuded an aura that suggested he had considerable martial accomplishments. Otherwise, he could not possibly manage such a large business. Without strength, one cannot retain wealth. You have been with us at the blacksmith shop for about a year or two now, and your forging talent likely surpasses mine. It is time for you to learn our shop's unique skill. This martial art can assist in forging and should significantly elevate your forging abilities. Are you willing to learn? Su Haijin, being a straightforward and generous individual, wasted no time and got straight to the point. "You wish to impart your martial art to me?" Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Su Haijin's intention to teach him a martial art. Moreover, Su Haijin's serious demeanor suggested that this martial art was anything but ordinary, not the run-of-the-mill type. "I am willing to learn." Without overthinking, Su Hao nodded in agreement. For him, acquiring additional skills was never a burden, and he was curious to discover what remarkable martial art Su Haijin intended to share. Seeing Su Hao's agreement, Su Haijin wasted no time and stated, "Our Su family has relied on blacksmithing for generations. And the martial art we pass down is called melting gold hands." With that, Su Haijin reached out and grasped a long sword resting on the table, gripping the blade with his bare hand. Unafraid of the sharp edge cutting into his palm, that Su Hao observed closely, noting that Su Haijin's palm glimmered with a metallic sheen. The blade could not even graze his hand, and a wave of searing heat emanated from his palm, warping the air around them. The temperature radiating from Su Haijin's hand was even higher than that within a furnace. The finely forged long sword gradually melted under this intense heat, transforming into a puddle of molten iron that dripped onto the ground, scorching the surface black. Impressive. Even Su Hao could not help but be astonished by the spectacle before him. To unleash such searing heat from bare hands. A finely forged long sword could be melted within a short span. This was indeed a martial art of superior caliber, comparable to the void-breaking divine fist. In that instant, Su Hao comprehended that Su Haijin's melting gold hands was not merely a basic martial art, but rather a martial skill of superior rank. As the temperature of Su Haijin's palm gradually subsided, he explained, "The melting gold hands is an inferior grade martial art, characterized by its ability to render the hands as hard as iron, impervious to blades. While emanating a searing heat, it excels in melting gold and iron, and with sufficient mastery, even rare metals resistant to flames can be dissolved into molten iron. This martial art is used by our Su family to assist in forging. However, it is also a martial skill with considerable offensive potential. When facing an opponent, the intense heat can scorch flesh, meridians, and even internal organs, making it quite lethal." The Su Haijin clenched his fist. The melting gold hands, once mastered, would render one's hands as hard as iron, allowing them to withstand sword strikes and flame without fear, while delivering scorching blows that could melt gold and iron. This martial art is undoubtedly rare and profound. Is it truly appropriate for Su Haijin to pass it on to me? Su Hao hesitated slightly. He understood that superior-grade martial arts were precious treasures, cherished by every prominent family. It would be difficult even for family members to learn. Yet Su Haijin had decided to directly impart it to him. Su Haijin chuckled heartily. "What do I stand to lose by teaching you? Moreover, if your forging skills improve, you'll be able to create even more divine weapons for our blacksmith shop. Who knows, you might even become the shop's hallmark in the future." Su Haijin resolved to impart the art of the melting gold hand to Su Hao, a decision made after considerable contemplation. Firstly, Su Hao possessed an unblemished identity and had conducted himself with utmost integrity since joining the blacksmith shop. Secondly, it was Su Hao's remarkable talent in forging that endeared him to Su Haijin, who believed that mastering the melting gold hand could elevate Su Hao's future achievements in the craft, potentially leading him to become a master blacksmith. Thus, it was not until more than a year after Su Hao joined the shop that Su Haijin finally bestowed the melting gold hand upon him. "Rest assured, Master Su, I shall strive diligently," Su Hao replied, feeling a surge of gratitude, nodding vigorously. Despite encountering numerous nefarious individuals since arriving in this world, he had also met some magnanimous souls, such as Zhao Tai from the Zhao blacksmith shop, and, of course, the present Su Haijin. "Very well, then apply yourself. The practice of the melting gold hand is exceedingly challenging. Your forging talent is commendable, and your aptitude and foundation appear promising. With diligent practice, you should achieve notable progress within a decade," Su Haijin remarked with a smile, confident that Su Hao, at such a young age, had already reached impressive heights in forging, indicating both talent and perseverance. For the next several days, Su Haijin diligently taught Su Hao the intricacies of the melting gold hand. To Su Haijin's astonishment, Su Hao's comprehension was extraordinary. He grasped the concepts almost immediately after a single explanation. Unbeknownst to Su Haijin, Su Hao possessed an extraordinary proficiency in martial arts, having even managed to defeat the formidable Shirtai Shan, a practitioner of the easy muscle technique. Dong, dong, dong! The rhythmic sounds of hammering echoed from the forge as Su Hao, wielding a hammer, struck the iron ore before him. With his upper body bare, his muscles were finely honed and gracefully defined, each strike sending sparks flying. Upon closer inspection, one could see a faint metallic sheen covering his palms, and even when sparks landed upon them, He felt neither pain nor discomfort. Each blow allowed him to sense the transformation of the iron, enhancing his efficiency in forging. In Su Hao's attribute panel, a new entry for the melting gold hand had appeared, marking his entry into its practice within just 2 or 3 days. It is noteworthy that the melting gold hand is considered a low-level martial skill, far superior to basic martial arts. For an ordinary martial artist, even with foundational skills, it would typically take a year or more to reach the entry level. Su Hao's speed was nothing short of miraculous. The melting gold hand was quite formidable, enabling him to channel his strength through his hands, rendering them as hard as iron, capable of transforming energy and vitality into intense heat, if mastered to a higher level. Combined with his profound internal energy, his hands would become akin to divine weapons, impervious to blades and capable of melting iron. As Su Hao forged weapons, he simultaneously circulated his energy through his hands, diligently practicing the melting gold hand. This technique allowed him to train while forging, effectively doubling his productive time. In no more than 3 or 4 months, I shall perfect the melting gold hand, he thought, invigorated, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames of the forge. If Su Hanjin were to discover Su Hao's extraordinary progress, he would undoubtedly be left astonished and incredulous. Most individuals, even those with innate talent like Su Hanjin and Shi Taishan, would require substantial time to achieve success in a low-level martial art. Yet, Su Hao had mastered the void-breaking fist in less than 6 months, and now it appeared he would reach perfection in the melting gold hand in merely 3 to 4 months. This remarkable advancement was attributable to Su Hao's burgeoning potential. He had crossed into the realm of exceptional talent, with his foundation and comprehension continuously improving as Su Hao's days unfolded in a tranquil manner, diligently forging weapons while practicing the melting gold hand. Each evening, before retiring for the night, he applied the golden jade bone refining ointment, leading a fulfilling and industrious life. Though this repetitive lifestyle might seem monotonous to outsiders, Su Hao relished the daily sense of progress. Ignoring the distractions of the outside world, he steadily accumulated his foundation, patiently awaiting his transformation. As time passed, nearly 4 months had elapsed since his battle with Shi Taishan, and winter was swiftly approaching, bringing with it a chill to the air. However, within the blacksmith shop, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the melodious sounds of forging. In Su Hao's dedicated forging chamber, an astonishing scene unfolded. Before the forge, Su Hao grasped a piece of meticulously forged refined iron with one hand, his palm glowing a fiery red, reminiscent of a searing iron brand, emitting an intense heat that distorted the air around him. The already warm forge became even hotter due to the heat radiating from Su Hao's melting gold hand, enough to make anyone entering sweat profusely. The refined iron, which would typically require time to melt, was rapidly liquefying under Su Hao's control, flowing like molten metal from his fingertips into the molds, gradually filling them. If Su Hanjin were to witness this spectacle, he would be utterly astounded, for Su Hao's application of the melting gold hand had clearly reached perfection. Melting gold hand, perfection, potential, 56 points, exceptional talent. In the midst of forging, Su Hao took a moment to glance at his attribute panel, noting that the melting gold hand had attained perfection. This progression from novice to mastery in a low-level martial skill had significantly raised his potential by 10 points, soaring from 46 to 56, a remarkable leap when it came to close-range lethality. The melting gold hand surpassed the void-breaking fist, proving to be truly invincible. When combined, they could unleash a powerful and searing fist strike, capable of not only penetrating defenses, but also incinerating an opponent's muscles, bones, and internal organs. Even a master of defensive techniques like Shi Taishan would suffer grievous injury from a direct hit. Clenching his fist, Su Hao reveled in the searing power coursing through his palm, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The advantage of the void-breaking fist lay in its ability to strike from a distance, while the melting gold hand offered unparalleled destruction. Together, they formed an unstoppable force. Each perfected low-level martial skill deepened his understanding and mastery of strength, leading him to contemplate that further cultivation of such skills might yield transformative results. With his current tasks complete, Su Hao sealed the forge and returned home, where he retrieved the golden jade bone refining ointment for his daily regimen. Over the past few months, he had nearly exhausted his supply, leaving him with less than 2 jars, as the medicinal properties were rapidly absorbed. He recalled completing 3 rounds of bone refining 3 to 4 months prior. Now, as the vitality surged within him, he sensed his bones yearning for energy with an insatiable greed. Could it be that my bone refining realm is on the verge of another breakthrough? Su Hao pondered, his heart racing. The completion of his iron bones had not reached its limit, and now it seemed he was about to shatter his constraints. Feeling the intense craving emanating from his bones, Su Hao disregarded all else and swiftly uncapped a jar of the golden jade skin refining ointment, consuming it directly without application. Although applying the ointment would maximize its benefits at this critical juncture, he could not afford to be wasteful. As his vitality surged, the medicinal properties worked in tandem to reinforce his bones, which were already as resilient as iron. Now undergoing further transformation, a silvery, jade-like sheen enveloped his bones. And as dawn broke, the metamorphosis reached its conclusion. Upon introspection, each bone radiated a resplendent glow, resembling exquisitely crafted jade, perfect and unblemished, akin to a flawless work of art. Yet, they were anything but fragile. Rather, they conveyed an indomitable strength, impervious to even the fiercest external forces. With a mere flick of his wrist, Su Hao could feel the boundless power coursing through him, capable of unleashing thousands of pounds of force with a single motion, shattering the ground beneath him with a stomp. An unprecedented sense of strength enveloped him. Could this be the ultimate state of bone refining? Glassy jade bones? Su Hao focused intently, marveling at the transformation within his skeletal structure, his eyes illuminating with realization. And no longer the Navi village youth. His time in Chongqing City had broadened his horizons, and he had immersed himself in various texts, tales of humanity and geography, curiosities and martial arts. In one such book on martial arts, he had encountered a reference to glassy jade bones. It was said that such bones were the pinnacle of bone refining, as light as jade yet resilient. They possessed tremendous explosive power. Even under immense pressure, they would remain unscathed, a legendary phenomenon spoken of by many, but witnessed by FEWT. Cultivate glassy jade bones required not only exceptional refining elixirs, but also innate talent. The physical constitution of individuals cannot be generalized. Some individuals can ascend to the pinnacle of athletic achievement through diligent training, while others may exert twice the effort yet struggle to reach such heights. A lack of innate talent, regardless of the potency of bone-forging elixirs, cannot forge a flawless physique. Endeavor can only ensure one reaches their attainable limits. It is inherent talent and potential that ultimately dictate the heights one can achieve. Undoubtedly, Su Hao belongs to the realm of extraordinary talent. His immense potential and profound martial foundation, when complemented by sufficient golden elixirs for bone forging, have culminated in the creation of his remarkable glassy jade bones. Crack. Crack. Su Hao's casual punches and kicks unleashed a ferocious gale, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. With each movement, it was as if the winds surged and the thunder roared, the raw explosive power evident to the naked eye. After completing a set of strikes, a smile graced the corner of Su Hao's mouth. He felt overwhelmingly powerful. With his glassy jade bones perfected, his physical strength was now sufficient to engage the formidable Shurtaizan, a practitioner of the Golden Bell Shield, in direct combat, unafraid of his retaliatory force. Without employing any martial techniques, he could vanquish him with mere fists. Nearly half a year prior, Su Hao had battled Shurtaizan, utilizing all his hidden cards, ultimately shattering the bones in his right hand to deliver a decisive blow that left Shurtaizan gravely injured. In truth, that confrontation had drained him entirely. Yet now, after 4 rounds of bone forging, Su Hao, with his glassy jade bones, boasted such physical strength that he no longer feared Shurtaizan's retaliatory force. Engaging him in close combat would suffice to suppress him to death, leaving no room for counterattack. The next step was to challenge the realm of muscle transformation. Calming his thoughts, Su Hao contemplated his forthcoming plans. Muscle transformation represents the third realm of martial arts. refining one's fragile tendons. Once one enters the realm of muscle transformation, their tendons become like arrows, akin to a bowstring, resulting in a dramatic increase in explosive power and output of force, multiplying several times over. Had Sir Taizan merely been a bone-forging practitioner, the outcome of their previous battle would have undoubtedly been one-sided. However, having entered the realm of muscle transformation, he utilized his newly transformed tendons to wield muscle power, momentarily suppressing Su Hao, who had to exert all his effort to defeat him. It is easy to imagine that with Su Hao's foundation, completing the step in a muscle transformation would undoubtedly elevate his strength dramatically. The secret elixirs for muscle transformation were within reach of his savings. However, the protective tendon pills were elusive. He had previously inquired with Gongsun Xiu, who informed him that these pills were jealously guarded by the major families and factions. Seldom available for sale, in a certain sense, a single protective tendon pill could create a muscle transformation practitioner. The only slight headache for Su Hao was that the challenge of entering the realm of muscle transformation posed greater risks than bone forging. The tendons are delicate. A moment's carelessness during the process could lead to injury or even rupture, and given the medical standards of this era, tendon injuries would likely result in permanent disability. Consequently, many bone-forging practitioners find themselves unable to progress, halting at the bone-forging stage, fearful of becoming disabled from a single misstep. The protective tendon pill, when consumed during the muscle transformation process, can safeguard the tendons and significantly reduce the risk of injury. The various factions and sects reserve the muscle transformation pills solely for their most exceptional disciples, who are granted the opportunity to use them in their quest for the muscle transformation realm. Currently, Su Hao had nearly 1,000 taels of silver saved up, but it was likely insufficient to purchase a single protective tendon pill. There was no need to rush. He would take his time. Although Su Hao possessed confidence in his talent and potential, believing he could likely complete the muscle transformation step even without the protective tendon pill, he knew that it was better to be cautious. The potential consequences of tendon injury could lead to a lifetime of disability. Over the years, countless exceptionally talented martial artists have met with misfortune at this crucial juncture, their futures irrevocably shattered. Confidence does not equate to arrogance. When conditions allow for risk mitigation, Su Hao naturally preferred to have absolute certainty, to seize control of his own destiny. He was not in a hurry. He was still young. With plenty of time ahead, a month had passed since Su Hao completed his 4 rounds of bone forging, and on this day, he proceeded as usual to the blacksmith shop to work. Upon arriving, however, he noticed a group of blacksmiths huddled together in hushed whispers. What was happening? Su Hao approached, perplexed, and inquired. Master Su, Qin Yuanzheng did not come yesterday. We thought he was ill. Today, some of us went to his home to find him. But he has vanished, the blacksmith replied respectfully. Although Su Hao was young, as a blacksmith, his status within the shop was significant. Qin Yuanzheng was missing. At this revelation, Su Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Qin Yuanzheng, the one who had guided him in joining the blacksmith shop, was a fellow blacksmith with whom Su Hao shared a good rapport, often discussing forging techniques. It was indeed strange for him to suddenly disappear without notice, and Master Wang and Master Wu are also missing. What on earth is happening? It was not just Qin Yuanzheng. Other apprentices were also worried as their masters had disappeared. That moment, the murmurs ceased, and the crowd respectfully bowed as the imposing figure of Su Haijin approached. Su Haijin's expression bore a hint of seriousness as he stated, I am aware of the situation. I have reported it to the authorities and enlisted the help of acquaintances to gather information. Master Chun and the others will surely be safe. Everyone, please return to your posts. Yes, the crowd complied. The head of the blacksmith shop. Su Haijin held considerable authority, and his words calmed the anxious workers. But who could have abducted Master Su and the others? Most of them were martial artists, having practiced to a certain extent. Although they had rarely engaged in combat, they were primarily at the bone forging level. It was unlikely that ordinary individuals could make them disappear without a trace. While temporarily assuaging the crowd's concerns to maintain normal operations at the blacksmith shop, Su Haijin himself was not as calm as he appeared. He was deep in thought, feeling a growing headache. Undoubtedly, the sudden disappearance of several blacksmiths was no coincidence. It was the work of someone operating in the shadows. To make three bone-forging martial artists vanish without a trace was no small feat. Su Haijin could only mobilize all available resources to investigate. Had Master Chun and the others vanished? Had the blacksmith shop offended someone? Su Hao proceeded to the forging room to work, all the while contemplating the recent events. The blacksmith shop conducted its business without engaging in any disputes. During his nearly 2 years there, nothing of note had occurred. Yet now, several blacksmiths had disappeared, making him suspect that someone might be targeting the shop's operations. He sincerely hoped for the safety of Chun Yuanzheng and the others. Without knowing the specifics, Su Hao could do little but wait patiently for news. 2 days later, Su Hao left the blacksmith shop and returned home. As night fell, the entire Chongqing city was engulfed in darkness, with weary citizens resting after a long day, preparing for the arrival of a new dawn. Yet, this night, the courtyard was anything but tranquil. In his simply furnished bedroom, Su Hao suddenly sensed something amiss, his eyes snapping open as a glimmer of coldness flashed within. Someone was attempting to infiltrate his home. Could it be that those responsible for the disappearance of Master Chun and the others had turned their attention to him? With 4 rounds of body refinement and 4 rounds of bone forging, Su Hao's senses were keen. He could detect even the slightest movement within a 20 to 30-foot radius. He heard multiple breaths lingering outside the courtyard wall, as if observing something, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within him. A few days prior, when Chun Yuanzheng and others went missing, Su Hao had suspected that this group was capturing skilled blacksmiths. And now, it appeared they had come for him as well. Let us see who you truly are. Su Hao sprang into action, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light in the darkness. Quickly capture that Su kid. The head of the blacksmith shop is said to be a muscle transformation practitioner, but we must be cautious and avoid provoking him. I can handle capturing a mere boy on my own. Why do we need all 3 of us? Outside the courtyard, 3 figures clad in black whispered amongst themselves, observing the movements within. The only one they feared within the blacksmith shop was Su Haijin. The shopkeeper, as long as they kept an eye on his movements and avoided confrontation, it would be easy to target the other blacksmiths. After a brief observation, the 3 figures swiftly scaled the high courtyard wall and landed within the yard. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, they were taken aback to see a young man in black standing not far from the flower bed, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at them. "Gentlemen, do you always take so long to get to work?" Su, having waited patiently for a moment, fixed his gaze upon the 3 individuals before him, his expression unwaveringly calm. "Have you been discovered? This fellow is quite astute." The 3 cloaked figures exchanged startled glances. Despite their mastery at the bone-tempering stage, each had concealed their aura, yet seemed they had not even breached the courtyard wall before the other party was already anticipating their arrival. Regaining their composure, a tall man among them spoke. "Master Su, it has come to our attention that your forging skills are exceptional. Our employer wishes for you to assist him. Why not accompany us?" "You seek me on behalf of your employer? Who is he, and what is his purpose in finding me?" Su inquired, a hint of suspicion lacing his voice. The disappearance of Chun Yuanzheng and his companions seemed linked to these very individuals. "Master Su, when one is out in the world, one must adhere to the code of the martial realm. Naturally, we cannot disclose the identity of our employer. However, if you accompany us, you will soon learn," replied a dark-haired man with a cold demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips. In that case, allow me to ascertain whether your bones are indeed sturdier than your words," Su retorted icily, intent on subduing these men and interrogating them to uncover the mastermind behind the recent disturbances at the armory. "Arrogance, ignorant of your own limitations." The slender, tall man on the left's gaze turned frigid as he spoke. While many of the blacksmiths at the armory practiced martial arts, their combat prowess was lacking. The only one they truly feared was the chief steward, Su Haijin. This young man might possess ample resources and a modicum of martial foundation, but he was still beneath them in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the tall man launched into motion, his shadow flickering as he executed a series of dazzling movements that rendered him nearly indistinguishable, creating the illusion of multiple forms. His lightness of foot was indeed impressive. The other 2 nodded in silent agreement. Among them, the tall man's agility was unmatched. Su stood rooted in place, momentarily bewildered by the tall man's mesmerizing display. Yet in an instant he turned his back and, with a casual sweep of his right hand, grasped behind him. This seemingly slow motion was, in reality, so swift that it confounded the eye, akin to a flash of lightning. With a sharp sound, the illusion dissipated and the tall man's face contorted in shock and terror as Sue easily seized him by the neck, akin to lifting a chick. "Let go," the tall man gasped. Struggling in vain, his feet flailing helplessly in the air, unable to budge Sue's iron grip, his face turning crimson from asphyxiation. "I shall ask you only once. Who sent you?" Sue queried, tilting his head slightly. His eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. "I cannot tell you," the tall man stammered. Fear etched across his features as he struggled to resist betraying his employer. With a dismissive sigh, Sue tightened his grip, accompanied by a series of sickening crunches as the tall man's neck and flesh were crushed into a mangled mess. His previously thrashing limbs fell limply to his sides, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sue had asked but once, and with ruthless efficiency, ended his life. Casually discarding the lifeless body as though it were refuse, Sue was unconvinced that the remaining two would be as resolute in their silence. He would make an example of one to intimidate the other, for he had no doubt there was more to uncover. The remaining two stood frozen, staring at the discarded corpse, a chill creeping over them as they realized that this young man might be the most formidable and hidden threat within the armory. With a mere flick of his hand, he had slain a seasoned warrior of the bone-tempering stage. "Now, I shall ask you again, who is your employer?" Sue's gaze locked onto the cold man. His tone steady, yet it echoed like a chilling wind, instilling dread. The cold man felt the weight of impending doom, yet with gritted teeth, he chose to draw his sword and attack, embracing a path of no retreat. Clang, the long sword sang as it was drawn, the cold man merging with his weapon, the tip gleaming ominously as it lunged towards Sue's throat. However, Sue remained unmoved, standing his ground. Swish, the sword passed through Sue's neck. Yet it felt as though it had struck nothing but air, merely an illusion, for Sue's speed was beyond even a bone-tempering warrior's capacity to perceive. "Spare me." The cold man felt a wave of despair wash over him. Realizing he was no match for this adversary, he opened his mouth to plead for mercy. But before he could utter a sound, Sue's arm swept forward with overwhelming force, akin to a colossal iron pillar crashing into his chest. Crack! Bones shattered, his chest caved in, and blood gushed forth as he was hurled to the ground. Body contorted, blood mingling with fragments of his insides, pouring from his mouth. The cold man's eyes widened in horror. He felt like a lamb struck by a beast, utterly defenseless and on the brink of death. Having effortlessly dispatched two assailants, Sue turned his attention to the final tall man. "Only you remain. Should you choose to be obstinate, I assure you, your demise will not be as merciful as theirs." The tall man's hair stood on end. Witnessing Sue's casual execution of his comrades felt akin to the effortless squashing of ants. The realization dawning that this was a man with blood on his hands. He had initially believed this task to be simple, yet who would have suspected that a seemingly harmless young blacksmith concealed such terrifying power? Killing a bone-tempering warrior was no different than slaying an ordinary civilian. Both were extinguished without a second thought. The tall man dared not flee, nor cry out, nor resist. He could sense an overwhelming pressure locking onto him. Should he make a single misstep, he would meet the same fate as his companions. With a forced smile, he quickly said, "Master Sue, I am merely following orders. It is the master of Wu Family Manor who requested we invite some skilled blacksmith to their estate." In a desperate bid for survival, the tall man revealed the identity of their employer without hesitation. Had their employer's information been accurate, they would not have found themselves in this perilous situation. Why then risk their lives to remain silent? Wu Family Manor. Sue's brow furrowed slightly at the mention. He had heard of Wu Family Manor, located outside of Chongqing City, and its master, Wu Yannian, was reputed for his benevolence, often providing aid to impoverished refugees, earning the moniker of Wu the Kind-Hearted. However, judging by the tall man's demeanor, he appeared sincere. Wu Family Manor. What do they want with blacksmiths? Sue pressed further. "I do not know." The tall man replied hastily, seeing Sue's eyes narrow. "I truly do not know. We were simply paid to do the job." Without questioning Wu Yinyan's intentions, the tall man spoke the truth. They had been tasked with capturing skilled blacksmiths to deliver to Wu family manor. The others had not faced any life-threatening danger and were likely safe within the manor now. They were merely mercenaries following orders, and the entire sum of 500 taels was in his possession. He offered it all in exchange for his life. "Please, spare me," he pleaded, offering all his money as a bribe, hoping to appease Su's wrath. Su nodded slightly, causing the tall man to feel a flicker of hope. But the next moment, without warning, Su's figure flickered, appearing before the tall man. With a quick jab of his fingers to the man's forehead, a soft sound echoed as his brain was pierced, his eyes wide in shock, that he opened his mouth to speak. Yet no words emerged. His body slumped to the ground, lifeless. "To offer my money for your life? How naive." Su scoffed coldly, showing no mercy as he rifled through the bodies of the three men, ultimately uncovering a silver note from the tall man's possession. Its value a staggering 500 taels. 500 taels of silver is not an insignificant sum. That it is important to note that Su Hao is a master of forging, possessing remarkable abilities in this craft, and his efficiency is exceptionally high. However, he only earns around 40 to 50 taels of silver in a month. To accumulate 500 taels would require a year of hard work. Conversely, he acquired an equivalent sum in mere minutes by eliminating these three men. Engaging in the nefarious path may offer swift gains, yet it is fraught with peril and cannot be sustained for long. After disposing of their bodies, he would likely need to pay a visit to Wu family village. Otherwise, his identity would undoubtedly be compromised. Su Hao carried the three corpses away to discard them in the desolate outskirts of the city. He pondered deeply. For reasons unknown, Wu family village had sent individuals to apprehend blacksmiths, and Qin Yuanzheng and his companions had gone missing, presumably captured and taken there. That Su Hao had a decent rapport with Qin Yuanzheng, and he could not bring himself to stand by idly in such a situation. Furthermore, these three men had been dispatched by Wu family village to capture him, and their prolonged absence would surely alert the village to potential complications. Su Hao could no longer remain hidden, which was anathema to his cautious nature. Therefore, he resolved to take the initiative, investigate Wu family village, eliminate the threat, and rescue Qin Yuanzheng and the others. This was the most prudent course of action. Alas, Wu family village, seeking its own demise, would receive its due. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Su Hao's eyes. He had always adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. Had he lacked the strength to vanquish the three martial artists hired by Wu family village, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences if captured. The audacity of Wu family village to draw his ire left no room for inaction, whether for self-preservation or vengeance. Once he disposed of the three corpses, Su Hao returned home, stood before a bronze mirror, and employed his technique to alter his physique, rendering his tall stature inconspicuous. After a slight change in appearance, he transformed into the guise of one Tai Lai. With that, he set off to investigate Wu family village. Su Hao was always swift in his actions, under the cover of night, while Wu family village was likely still unaware of the recent events. He wasted no time and headed toward the outskirts of the city. Wu family village lay approximately a dozen miles north of Chongqing City, a relatively low-profile estate in Chongqing County, managed by the reputable Wu Yin. The estate was nestled against the mountains, presenting a picturesque view of a manor at the foot of the hills, adorned with festive red lanterns at its entrance. This late hour, the gates of Wu family village stood firmly closed. But this posed no challenge for Su Hao. With a swift leap, he scaled the imposing courtyard wall, which was fortified with iron spikes to deter intruders. Yet, with a single bound, he soared several feet high, effortlessly clearing the wall and landing silently within the compound. Indeed, there was something amiss at Wu family village. Numerous sentinels patrolled the premises, many of whom possessed steady and powerful breathing, indicative of formidable martial prowess. As Su Hao stealthily navigated the grounds, he sensed guards patrolling behind trees and rockeries, that he made minimal noise, intent on confirming the safety of Qin Yuanzheng and his companions before taking any action. However, the extensive layout of Wu family village, coupled with the presence of guard dogs and countless patrolling sentinels, made it precarious. Any engagement could easily reveal his presence. After stealthily exploring the estate for half an hour, Su Hao's heart suddenly stirred. The guard behind a rockery let out a sudden cry as a hulking figure clad in black lunged at him. The guard hastily reached for his blade. But before he could draw it, the robust figure struck with a powerful hand, rendering the guard unconscious in an instant. Who goes there? The brief commotion roused the previously tranquil Wu family village, causing numerous guards and martial artists to converge towards the source of the disturbance. The imposing figure in black remained silent, striding purposefully towards the rear garden of Wu family village. Kill him! The Wu family warriors shouted angrily as they surrounded the intruder, attempting to thwart his advance. Yet the black-clad figure, possessing considerable strength, fought fiercely with bare hands, sending anyone he struck flying as if they were mere sacks of straw, their bones shattered and sinews torn. Many of the Wu family's martial artists found themselves unable to impede his progress. That Su Zhonggue, Su Hao observed with surprise, recognizing the formidable black-clad figure amidst the carnage. It was indeed Su Haijin. Su Haijin's imposing stature and distinctive features made him easily identifiable. Although his face was obscured, it was evident that he had come to Wu family village for a reason. And his silence as he forcefully entered suggested that he had uncovered some leads, much like Su Hao surmised that Su Haijin's purpose for infiltrating the estate was to rescue the missing blacksmiths. Excellent. He would follow closely behind, hoping that Su Haijin could extricate Chen Yuanzheng and the others without requiring his assistance. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Su Hao discreetly trailed Su Haijin, believing that it would be best if Su Haijin could liberate the blacksmiths on his own. This way, Su Haijin charged forward, and with his prowess, the ordinary guards and martial artists posed no obstacle. He quickly reached the rear courtyard of the estate, where he began to search behind a rockery, soon discovering a hidden mechanism. With a firm press, the ground shook, revealing a passageway that emanated an eerie chill, dissuading any rational individual from entering willingly. This must be it. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Su Haijin hesitated momentarily, heightening his vigilance as he descended into the darkness. He had sensed that someone was watching him, leading him to investigate Wu family village, with a high probability that the disappearance of his blacksmiths was orchestrated by this very village. He had interrogated a Wu family member earlier that evening and learned the location of where Chen Yuanzheng and the others were being held. As the head of the blacksmith shop, Su Haijin possessed the skills necessary to protect its interests. His expertise extended beyond forging. He had devoted considerable time to mastering martial arts, and with the ancestral protective elixirs of the Su family, he had long since reached the realm of muscle transformation. This gave him the confidence to confront Wu family village alone. Su Hao closely followed Su Haijin into the passage, eventually descending the staircase. At the bottom, he found himself in what appeared to be a natural underground cavern, spacious and transformed by Wu family village into a storage facility, illuminated by torches and lanterns affixed to the walls. Dang, 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 from deep within the cavern, Su Hao heard the sound of metal clashing, indicating that Su Haijin, who had entered ahead, was already engaged in combat. Before long, he saw a group of martial artists surrounding Su Haijin in the expansive cavern, attempting to overpower him, slay him. The assailants, all skilled fighters, shouted as they lunged at Su Haijin with their blades, the chilling energy of their strikes palpable. Su Haijin, however, had activated his melted gold hands, his palms glistening with a metallic sheen. As he met their attacks head-on with his bare hands, the clang of metal resonated as Su Haijin deftly shattered the incoming weapons with his palms, dispatching the attackers with swift precision. Martial artists of the muscle transformation realm. It seems that Su Haijin, the proprietor of the blacksmith shop, is quite formidable. Among those assaulting Su Haijin, one figure stood apart, clad in heavy armor that appeared ill-fitting and oversized. This armored individual had recently captured blacksmiths to forge various implements, and now, a robust martial artist had come to confront Su Haijin. Release the armored corpse, the armored figure remarked with interest, a smile playing on his lips. The nearby individual stiffened, but upon receiving a cold glare, he quickly nodded in compliance. As Su Haijin faced the relentless assault, he sensed an ominous presence in the shadows, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of chains clinking, reminiscent of a fearsome beast restrained. Creak, creak. Suddenly, the sound of an iron gate creaking open echoed through the air, followed by the heavy thuds of approaching footsteps. The group of martial artists encircling Su Haijin seemed to sense an impending danger and hurriedly retreated. Su Haijin glanced into the shadows, where he beheld several pairs of eyes glinting ominously with a blood-red sheen. Illuminated by the flickering flames of torches and lanterns within the cavern, the owners of those eyes gradually came into view. Towering figures, each exceeding 2 meters in height, donned heavy, meticulously fitted armor that concealed all but their crimson eyes, which brimmed with cruelty and ferocity, sending chills down the spine. The armored figure let out a boisterous laugh and proclaimed, "Su Zhangguei, you have traveled a great distance. Allow me to entertain you with these ironclad corpses I have painstakingly forged. Ironclad corpses. Are you from the corpse refining sect?" Upon hearing this name, Su Haijin's heart sank, and he fixed his gaze upon the armored figure. The corpse refining sect was once a notorious demonic sect in the vicinity of Chongqing County, reputed for its sinister methods of transforming humans into puppets and zombies. It had drawn the wrath of heaven and man alike and was ultimately besieged and eradicated. The armored figure before him was likely a remnant of that sect. Roar! The armored figure offered no response, instead emitting a series of deep, hoarse growls, seemingly issuing commands to the ironclad corpses clad in heavy armor. If responding to the figure's orders, the corpses unleashed a chilling, frenzied roar that reverberated through the enclosed cavern, causing Su Haijin's eardrums to throb painfully. Clang, clang, the harsh sound of metal scraping resonated as 4 ironclad corpses lunged at Su Haijin with astonishing speed, their movements leaving behind afterimages, akin to 4 rampaging beasts. Unstoppable, melting gold hand. Su Haijin's heart raced. He dared not let his guard down. Channeling his vital energy, his palms ignited with a fiery crimson glow, the intense heat capable of melting gold and iron as he prepared to clash with the 4 ironclad corpses. Clang, clang, the sound of his palms striking the unyielding armor rang out, echoing loudly. Yet with each collision, Su Haijin felt the overwhelming brute strength emanating from his foes, a practitioner of the muscle transformation technique. He possessed formidable explosive power, yet even he was forced to stagger back from the impact. The strength of these ironclad corpses was unparalleled. Each one was a martial artist of the bone-forging level, steeped in various medicinal concoctions through the art of corpse refining, rendering them as resilient as iron. Even the mightiest blows from Su Haijin, a practitioner of the muscle transformation technique, failed to inflict any harm upon them. Su Haijin felt his spirits sink. His melting gold hand, capable of liquefying metals, required time to work its magic, and the exceptional quality of the armor worn by these corpses made it impossible for him to dismantle their defenses in the midst of their relentless assault. He attempted to strike the armored figures with powerful blows, aiming to shatter their bones with shockwaves, but to no avail. Each ironclad corpse was fortified by the bone-forging technique and clad in thick iron armor. Even the mightiest of Su Haijin's attacks could not breach their defenses. Each of these ironclad corpses is a culmination of my years of effort. Each one is nearly a match for a practitioner of the muscle transformation technique. I have yet to experiment with corpse refining on someone of that caliber. The armored figure's aged face bore a smirk of pride. He was a remnant of the corpse refining sect, having assumed a new identity as the master of Wu family village, outwardly benevolent and righteous, while secretly practicing his dark arts on the living. The 4 ironclad corpses represented his greatest creations. His prior capture of those blacksmiths was solely to forge suitable armor for these entities. For an ordinary martial artist, overcoming even one of these ironclad corpses would be a formidable challenge. Su Haijin found himself besieged by 4 ferocious, beast-like ironclad corpses, and the peril was palpable. Not good. His heart raced as one of the ironclad corpses ensnared his left arm, while another from behind lunged forward with a clawed hand, poised to strike at his back. At that critical moment, a large hand shot forward, seizing the wrist of the ironclad corpse with the strength of iron, halting its advance mere inches from Su Haijin's body. The one who intervened was none other than Su Hao. Initially, Su Hao had hoped Su Haijin could resolve the situation on his own, thus sparing him the need to reveal himself. However, the dangers within the cavern proved greater than anticipated, and seeing Su Haijin struggle, He had no choice but to act. Roar, the ironclad corpse, thwarted by an unexpected interference, howled in fury and charged forward, its massive form bearing down like a freight train. Yet Su Hao remained calm, deftly employing the technique of the soft cloud palm to counter the brute force with finesse, shifting the creature's center of gravity. Clang, clang, the heavy ironclad corpse, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds along with its armor, was effortlessly tossed aside by Su Hao's single hand, colliding with the other two corpses in a chaotic tangle. Seizing the opportunity, Su Haijin broke free from the grasp of the ironclad corpse that had ensnared his arm, delivering a powerful strike that sent it reeling. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Su Haijin finally caught his breath, gazing incredulously at Su Hao, perplexed by his identity and intentions. Su Hao lowered his voice, responding in a gravelly tone, "I am here to kill. You're not on my list, so best step aside and do not hinder my purpose." Boom! As he spoke, Su Hao waved his hand, unleashing the soft cloud palm once more, sending a wave of force cascading through the air that sent the advancing ironclad corpse staggering back, killing. The mere mention of this left Su Haijin in shock. Could it be that he was targeting the remnants of the corpse refining sect? A realization dawned upon Su Haijin. This individual had come to eliminate those from the corpse refining sect, while he himself had come to rescue the living. The two parties had fortuitously crossed paths. Roar! The ironclad corpses continued their relentless assault. Yet Su Hao effortlessly repelled them with the soft cloud palm, as if toying with them. One particularly enraged ironclad corpse let out a furious roar, causing the very armor upon its body to clang ominously as it charged with even greater ferocity and speed. Annoying! Su Hao's expression darkened. These ironclad corpses, clad in their formidable armor, possessed exceptional resistance to blows. If that was the case, he would unleash a more ferocious force to obliterate them. Boom! With a flicker of thought, Su Hao's lily jade bone erupted with tremendous power, channeling energy from his feet through his spine, culminating in a violent force akin to a volcanic eruption as he propelled his right palm forward. The sheer force of his strike compressed the air into a wall, advancing relentlessly and momentarily halting the charge of the ironclad corpse. His palm struck solidly against the creature's chest. Boom! The heavy armor forged from refined iron caved in under the impact, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, as the nearly 1,000-pound frame was sent hurtling backwards, tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground, the metallic clang echoing ominously as the earth trembled. The sight left Su Haijin momentarily dumbfounded. With a single blow, he had sent an ironclad corpse flying. Having experienced firsthand the futility of battling these ironclad corpses, Su Haijin, with his muscle transformation prowess, had found it nearly impossible to inflict effective damage. Yet this mysterious figure had effortlessly struck the corpse away as if it were nothing more than a sandbag. The sheer force of that blow was astonishing, defying belief that such power could emanate from a mere human body. "Are you the renowned blade-wielding expert, known as the invincible divine fist, Wen Tai Lai?" The armored figure, witnessing the spectacle, suddenly recalled something, his voice tinged with astonishment. "He is Wen Tai Lai, the one who killed the Iron Mountain of the Diamond Sect." Su Haijin was equally taken aback. The name Wen Tai Lai had gained considerable notoriety in Chongqing City. He had famously slain the bone transformation practitioner, Shi Taizan, in full view of the public, thus earning his reputation. It was said that when Wen Tai Lai struck, his power was as thunderous as an eruption, quick as lightning, and utterly formidable. The individual before Su Haijin had effortlessly incapacitated a heavily armored ironclad corpse with a single strike, and the might of his blow, coupled with his apparent age and appearance, aligned perfectly with the characteristics of the renowned blade wielder, Wen Tai Lai. "You are the master of Wu family village, Wu Yannian?" Su Hao turned his gaze towards the armored figure, inquiring that Su Haijin had learned from the martial artist he had slain that it was indeed Wu Yannian, the master of Wu family village, who had ordered the capture of the blacksmiths. Indeed, the armored figure confirmed his identity, then expressed confusion. "I harbor no grievances against you, and I have not been wanted by the authorities. I fail to understand why you would come to my territory and oppose me." That Wu Yinyang was well aware that he was not listed on the wanted poster at the government office. Despite his low profile and cautious demeanor, He remained oblivious to how he had offended this one Tai Lai. Naturally, Su Hao would not divulge the reasons to Wu Yinyang. He brusquely stated, "If I wish to kill you, I shall do so without the need for explanation." That Wu Yinyang's eyes flashed with fierce light. Though he presented himself as the benevolent master of Wu family village, in truth, he was a remnant of the corpse refinement sect, practicing dark arts and taking lives without hesitation. A truly formidable foe. With rage transforming into a mocking smile, he venomously declared, "Good. Very well. You seem to believe you possess some strength, yet you are far from being audacious before me. I shall use you as material for corpse refinement, turning you into a puppet for others to command, leaving you unable to live or die." Roar. The iron-armored corpse, compelled by Wu Yinyang's furious bellow, rose once more, joining the other 3 iron-armored corpses in a frenzied attack on Su Hao, driven wild by the scent of blood wafting through the air. "You guard the passage outside to prevent anyone from escaping or damaging it," Su Hao commanded Su Haijin. "Take care, Your Excellency." Su Haijin understood his limitations against these iron-armored corpses and promptly warned Su Hao to be cautious before heading toward the passage. This was located within an underground cave. If someone were to breach the passage from the outside, it would indeed be a troublesome affair. Several warriors attempted to hinder Su Haijin's departure, but he effortlessly broke through their obstructive efforts. As a few iron-armored corpses with blood-red eyes charged forth, Su Hao employed a softening technique to counter their brute force, causing them to collide with one another, creating chaos. Each of these iron-armored puppets was crafted from the bones of warriors and, impervious to pain, they wore armor that made them seemingly invulnerable. Yet, Su Hao resolved to shatter their skulls, convinced that such a tactic would indeed prove lethal. With a resolute heart, Su Hao unleashed his diamond fist, his body radiating a terrifying force as he struck with a simple but powerful blow, akin to an indignant titan. Bang! His fist collided with the head of an iron-armored corpse, producing a thunderous impact. The armor of the corpse's head crumpled under the force, fracturing even the skull, which was as hard as iron and gold, causing its heavy body to collapse to the ground, convulsing but unable to rise again. These iron-armored corpses were all forged from the bones of the tempered warriors, devoid of pain, fearless in death. Yet a devastating blow to the head, an essential vulnerability, would undoubtedly lead to their demise. One punch was sufficient to vanquish an iron-armored corpse. Su Haijin, who had retreated some distance, glanced back and was astonished to witness Su Hao's overwhelming strength in dismantling an iron-armored corpse. Su Haijin himself was a practitioner of the muscle technique and had cultivated a lesser martial art, the golden melting hand. Yet, even at full strength, he found it challenging to inflict significant damage upon the iron-armored corpses, while this one Tella had obliterated one with a single punch. Such strength was unfathomable. This realization brought Su Haijin a measure of reassurance as he guarded the underground passage, preventing any sabotage. Crack! Su Hao's formidable diamond fist struck with unyielding force, and his body, honed through 4 rounds of bone tempering, allowed each of his strikes to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. Again, he landed a punch that twisted and deformed another iron-armored corpse's head, rendering it immobile. Renowned for good reason, this one Tai Lai is no ordinary adversary. To eliminate him, I must intervene personally. Observing Su Hao dispatching the iron-armored corpses, Wu Yinyang's expression turned grave and exhilarated, realizing that these corpses were no match for Su Hao. He must take action himself. Corpse armor technique. Wu Yinyang roared, channeling his energy, his blood circulating, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds from within his body. In mere moments, his average height surged, expanding from just over 5 feet to towering over 7 feet, his physique ballooning. The oversized armor he wore, once ill-fitting, now conformed seamlessly to his enlarged form. He appeared as a colossal, silver-armored deity, imposing and solemn, with the seams of the armor seemingly vanished, encasing him entirely, save for small openings around his eyes through which he could see. Wu Yinyang's aura is incredibly strong, surpassing that of Shi Taizan, and this technique that enhances his size is intriguing. Su Hao pondered as he smashed his fist down upon the last iron-armored corpse, crumpling its head and leaving it lifeless on the ground. He regarded the figure of Wu Yinyang, now resembling a small giant clad in silver armor, with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Su Hao's shrinking bone technique could alter his size, but it only allowed for contraction, not expansion. In contrast, Wu Yinyang's transformation from an ordinary stature to one of imposing height clearly indicated a high-level martial skill. Even more astonishing was how Wu Yinyang seemed to merge with the armor, the joints appearing completely seamless, a flawless integration. This is the secret art of our corpse refinement sect. The corpse armor technique, wide donning armor for an extended period, it becomes part of the wearer, making them impervious to blades and fire. Wu Yinyang moved his body, a slightly muffled yet self-assured voice emanating from within the armor. The corpse armor technique is integral to corpse refinement, ensuring that the puppets become one with the armor over time, rendering them as tough as bronze and iron, indestructible. To dare wreak havoc in my territory, I shall turn you into a puppet. With a sinister grin, Wu Yinyang lunged towards Su Hao with incredible speed. His heavy iron armor weighing several hundred pounds, yet feeling weightless on his form, bearing down with a terrifying sense of pressure. Boom! His fist swung, the metal gauntlet heating as it sliced through the air, generating a cloud of white mist. A fierce and rapid assault. Diamond fist. Su Hao clenched his right fist, the tension in his bones igniting a surge of raw power as he propelled his right fist forward to meet Wu Yinyang's ferocious strike. Clang! The collision of flesh and metal echoed, sending shockwaves through the air as sparks flew from the clash, causing the ground beneath them to tremble violently. Su Hao could sense the formidable strength behind Wu Yinyang's blow, even exceeding that of the iron-armored corpses. Wu Yinyang, too, felt the impact reverberate through his body, his feet sinking into the ground as he absorbed the recoil. The prowess of this when Tailai's bone tempering was remarkable. Daring to counter my metal-clad fist with his bare hands, Wu Yinyang was inwardly astonished. Striking with his bare fist against metal was akin to rock colliding with iron. Bones could easily fracture. Yet, Su Hao appeared unscathed. Unbeknownst to Wu Yinyang, Su Hao's glazed jade bones were exceptionally resilient, allowing him to withstand tremendous force without sustaining injury. Kill! Despite his surprise, Wu Yinyang did not relent. He unleashed a torrent of strikes with his metal-clad fists upon Su Hao, intent on overwhelming him with sheer force. In the face of this relentless barrage, Su Hao remained composed, his left hand flowing like soft clouds, countering with a powerful yet gentle force, while his right fist combined speed and power, delivering precise strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Every one of Wu Yinyang's heavy punches was deftly parried by Su Hao, unable to breach his defenses. Though each strike was fearsome enough to shatter rock, they could not inflict even a scratch upon Su Hao. This was the might of the glazed jade bones. Otherwise, even with Su Hao's exceptional skill in dissipating much of the impact, the residual force could still injure his bones, though Wu Yinyang's relentless punches were thwarted. Su Hao's counterattacks against him also failed to yield results. Wu Yinyang was far more formidable than the iron-armored corpses. Not only did he possess greater strength and speed, but he was also an adept practitioner of the muscle technique, employing intricate martial arts. Su Hao realized he needed to deliver a decisive blow to subdue him. Internally, Su Hao reflected that while the iron-armored corpses relied solely on brute strength, they posed little challenge compared to Wu Yinyang, who was armored against blades and fire, and whose refined techniques rendered ordinary strikes ineffective. Only overwhelming force would suffice to bring him down. Rumble! As Wu Yinyang charged at him once more, Su Hao coalesced his energy at the core of his dantian, tightening his right fist, pulling in vast amounts of air. His internal energy surged like thunder, and he unleashed the void-breaking divine fist with a resounding force. Approximately 6 months ago, during the fierce battle against Shi Taizhan, Su Hao successfully unleashed the void-breaking divine fist, powered by his Dan energy, which shattered Shi Taizhan's golden bell shield and ultimately led to his demise. Now, Su Hao is untroubled by the fear of exerting excessive force that might harm his bones. This void-breaking divine fist is considerably more powerful than before. As he strikes, the air distorts around him, akin to a surging thunder, launching toward his opponent with such ferocity that evasion is utterly impossible. Bang! Wu Yinyang's chest is suddenly struck by a tremendous force. feeling as though an unparalleled power has collided with him, sending him uncontrollably flying backward until his back crashes against the cavern wall, causing the rock to splinter and crumble, resembling a mural before it falls away. The violent impact echoes throughout the underground cavern, shaking it to its core, with rocks tumbling from above. Master Zhu, the remaining warriors, witnessing this scene, are rendered speechless, clearly observing Su Hao's unmatched prowess as he launches a fist into the air, and in the next instant, Wu Yannian is sent sprawling like a rag doll. The might of this strike is terrifying. Such overwhelming force could shatter the bones of an ordinary person, even one clad in iron armor, reducing them to a mere pile of mush. Yet, Su Hao furrows his brow as he sees Wu Yannian rising to his feet, his armor still shimmering faintly silver. With only a shallow imprint left on his chest, Wu Yannian stretches his limbs, exclaiming in astonishment, "Incredible! What a terrifying fist! If it weren't for this armor infused with star-patterned gold, combined with my corpse armor technique that diverts most of the impact to the armor, this strike would have severely injured me." The armor Wu Yannian wears is extraordinary. Even Su Hao's explosive fist can only leave a slight imprint on its surface, showcasing its remarkable quality. Armor, on the battlefield, is more vital than weaponry. Being clad in armor and being unarmored are two entirely different concepts. In the annals of the Dian Empire, there exists a tale of two armies clashing, where one general, seeing defeat inevitable, charged into the enemy ranks, sustaining countless wounds yet remaining unharmed. Due to the formidable armor he wore, he fell only when utterly exhausted. Yinyan's martial arts are designed to maximize the defensive capabilities of his armor. As long as it remains intact, he is nearly impervious to injury. And no matter how profound his training and hardening techniques, nothing surpasses the practicality of wearing a suit of armor. Wu Yannian embodies both aspects. It's futile. How many such heavy punches can you throw? I can withstand them all. Wu Yannian lets out a maniacal laugh, confident in his impregnable heavy armor, believing that while Su Hao's fists can shatter stone, they cannot harm him in the slightest. Su Hao's expression remains stoic. Indeed, Wu Yannian is resilient. However, before him stands no impenetrable shell. With the sound of clanging armor, Wu Yannian relentlessly charges at Su Hao again, relying on his defensive strength to exhaust Su Hao, convinced that as long as he can inflict some damage, victory will be his. Faced with Wu Yannian's renewed assault, Su Hao employs a gentle technique to counteract the force. He seizes Wu Yannian's incoming fist with both hands, simultaneously executing a leg technique to trip him, causing Wu Yannian to lose his balance and crash to the ground, where he collides with the rocks, causing them to fracture. Wu Yannian is momentarily taken aback. Before he can rise, Su Hao has already secured his wrist from behind, applying a reverse hold while pressing down with his knee against Wu Yannian's spine, pinning him to the ground. That it resembles a constable subduing a street vendor, making it exceedingly difficult for Wu Yannian to muster the strength to escape Su Hao's grasp. That Wu Yannian struggles with all his might, yet cannot dislodge Su Hao, having cultivated his body to a state akin to crystal jade, possesses strength far surpassing his former self, even capable of slaying formidable practitioners like Shi Taizhan with sheer physical might. Wu Yannian's armor fits him like a second skin, impenetrable to outsiders, and Su Hao has no need to remove it. He spreads his fingers, channeling energy and vitality into his palm, which glows a fiery red, emanating a searing heat. This is the melting gold hand. The melting gold hand enables him to harden his hands as if they were iron, allowing him to clash with blades and other sharp implements, and to unleash a heat capable of melting gold and iron. Su Hao presses his fingers against the back of Wu Yannian's head, believing he can breach the armor forged in fire. Sizzle! As his palm makes contact with the cold iron armor, a hissing sound resonates, igniting Wu Yannian's forehead with alarm. Even through the heavy armor, he can sense an intense heat, causing him to panic and struggle frantically, his muscles tensing, yet the weight of Su Hao feels insurmountable, as if he were pinned beneath a mountain. "Why are you still standing there? Come help me!" Wu Yannian shouts in a mix of anger and fear, calling for the remaining warriors in the cavern to assist him. Yes. One of the warriors, realizing the situation, rushes forward with a weapon to attack Su Hao, aiming to rescue Wu Yannian. However, as the Wu family warriors approach with blades drawn, Su Hao merely glances up coldly. An invisible aura of murderous intent fills his gaze, causing these warriors to freeze, enveloped in an icy dread, rendered immobile as if trapped in a frozen abyss. The four fearsome armored corpses lying on the ground bear witness to Su Hao's overwhelming power. Even they could not withstand his mighty fists. What chance do the others have? Their attempts would likely only tire Su Hao further, while they themselves would meet their end. Lord One, please spare me. I was forced by the old scoundrel Wu. A young warrior drops his weapon, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears. Having recognized the dire state of affairs and choosing to plead for mercy, the remaining warriors exchange glances, the realization dawning upon them that Wu Yinyan's defeat is inevitable. Damn you fickle traitors! I will turn you all into puppets. Wu Yanyan curses vehemently, enraged that his comrades are intimidated into inaction by Su Hao's display of might. Yet, Wu Yanyan soon finds little time to berate them. The once impenetrable silver armor, under the relentless assault of Su Hao's melting gold hand, begins to soften and dissolve at the back of his head. Don't stop. I concede. We have no enmity. I will give you all my savings for mercy. Wu Yinyan's scalp tingles with fear as Su Hao's heated palm begins to melt away the helmet protecting his head, leaving him vulnerable to the searing agony that follows. Die. Yet Su Hao remains unfazed, his face obscured by a veil of murderous intent. Killing Wu Yanyan means claiming his wealth for himself. Moreover, Wu Yanyan sought to capture him. Had he not concealed his strength, his fate would have been dire. Wu Yanyan, a harbinger of evil, practiced the vile art of turning the living into the undead, committing heinous acts that must be avenged. Sizzle, sizzle. Su Hao's fingers, imbued with the power to melt gold and iron, penetrate Wu Yinyan's skull, scorching his brain. Wu Yanyan, who had been thrashing about wildly, convulses a few times before his screams abruptly cease, leaving only the scent of charred flesh in the AI. Su Hao slowly withdraws his hand, gazing down at the armored corpse of Wu Yanyan with a cold scoff. Did you truly believe that donning a turtle shell would protect you from death? With Wu Yinyan's demise, the surrounding warriors are plunged into utter despair, gazing upon Su Hao as if he were a demonic deity. Wu Yanyan, a practitioner of the Yijin technique, clad in armor impervious to blades, had been thought invincible. Yet he was slain by Su Hao, who had shattered his defenses. The malevolent figure has been vanquished, killed by one Tai Lai. Shortly thereafter, Su Haijin, hearing the commotion subside, arrives to investigate, his gaze falling upon the fallen armored corpses. Wu Yanyan, an imposing figure of Su Hao, he swallows hard, realizing that Su Hao single-handedly defeated all the formidable foes within this underground cavern, his power unfathomable and terrifying. You, come here. Su Hao's gaze fixes on a young warrior who dares not breathe, his voice low and gravelly. Yes, yes, Lord One, please command me. I am willing to die 100 deaths. The young warrior, suppressing his trepidation, hurriedly jogged over, forcing a strained smile upon his fearful countenance. Take me to the place where Wu Yinyang has hoarded his treasures. Su Hao commanded, having dispatched the foe who dared to confront him, yet he did not forget to seize the spoils of victory. Yes, yes, the warrior nodded fervently, not daring to exhibit the slightest indication of dissent. What about the captives you have brought? Lead me to them. Meanwhile, Su Haijin, who had not lost sight of his mission to rescue, promptly seized another warrior, instructing him to guide him to the location where Wu Yinyang held the prisoners. The young warrior escorted Su Hao to Wu Yinyang's treasury, passing numerous dungeons along the way. Within these dark confines, Su Hao beheld a multitude of emaciated commoners, both men and women, languishing in hunger. Wu Yinyang, though presenting a facade of benevolence, had ensnared countless innocent souls, utilizing them as materials for corpse refinement and sustenance, treating them like livestock. Master Chun and the others are safe, Su Hao noted with a slight sense of relief upon spotting Chun Yuanzheng and several other blacksmiths. One of his primary purposes for coming was to rescue these artisans. Wu Yinyang had captured them to forge more armor, yet he had not harmed their lives. In a locked storeroom within the subterranean cavern lay Wu Yinyang's amassed treasures. With ease, Su Hao forcibly broke the iron lock and, torch in hand, surveyed the contents. Initially, he encountered some gold and silver, amounting to just over 1,000 taels. Not a substantial sum, that Wu Yinyang, preoccupied with his own cultivation and the tremendous costs of corpse refinement. Possessed little in the way of liquid assets, but he had other valuable items. Is this a prescription? Su Hao mused, discovering a scroll labeled 10 treasures nourishing tendon soup, a secret elixir employed by those practicing tendon transformation. His heart leaped with joy as his eyes gleamed upon recognizing its significance. This prescription, composed of 10 precious and rare medicinal ingredients, boasted gentle effects, making it ideal for novice practitioners of tendon transformation. Wu Yinyang, also a practitioner of this art, had possessed such a valuable recipe, a dire necessity for Su Hao. The bounty did not end there. On the shelves lay numerous martial arts manuals, though most were rudimentary and of little use to Su Hao now. 2 particular tomes caught his keen interest. One bore the title Corpse Refinement Technique. Upon a cursory glance, Su Hao's brow furrowed slightly. This technique was a form of dark sorcery, encompassing methods of corpse refinement, even to the extent of transforming oneself into a zombie to prolong life, a rather remarkable skill, yet utterly useless to him. Dark arts typically offered rapid advancement or possessed various nefarious methods, yet they invariably came with significant side effects or moral transgressions. Given Su Hao's innate talent and comprehension, he had no need to tread the treacherous path of the unorthodox. The other manual, Iron Cloth Shirt, was a form of foundational martial practice. However, what delighted Su Hao was the fact that it shared a shelf with the corpse refinement technique. The Iron Cloth Shirt, renowned among hard Qigong practices, had spawned numerous variations that Wu Yinyang's version was a respectable instance of this martial art. His ability to withstand Su Hao's void-breaking divine fist powered by vital energy without injury was not merely due to his armor. He had also cultivated the Iron Cloth Shirt. Otherwise, even the armor could not entirely neutralize the residual force, which would have been sufficient to obliterate him. Su Hao collected all the treasures, manuals, and prescriptions, reveling in the magnitude of his haul. Indeed, this act of redistributing wealth from the affluent far surpassed the slow accumulation of riches. Su Hao reflected on the substantial rewards of this endeavor. Secret elixirs, martial arts manuals, and over 1,000 taels of silver. It was no wonder that so many bandits roamed outside. Some individuals might labor a lifetime only to be eclipsed by a single act of brazen theft. Yet the bounty did not cease there. In the underground cavern, Su Haijin had successfully liberated Chun Yuanzheng and several other abducted blacksmiths, who now surrounded Wu Yinyang's lifeless body, their faces etched with astonishment. "Thank you, Lord One, for saving our lives." Upon Su Hao's arrival, Chun Yuanzheng and the others deeply bowed, expressing their gratitude. They were aware that it was this one Tele who had slain Wu Yinyang. Otherwise, even Su Haijin might have perished here. "I merely came to eliminate Wu Yinyang." Su Hao maintained an outwardly calm and aloof demeanor. Su Haijin then clasped his hands respectfully, inquiring, "Might we request the armor worn by that fiend for our own use?" Su Hao's gaze shifted toward him. The armor Wu Yinyang donned was extraordinary. Even his void-breaking divine fist could not mar its integrity, and its value was undoubtedly considerable. "Do not misunderstand, Sir Wendat, I am Su Haijin, the owner of the blacksmith shop. You saved our people, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Based on my observations, this armor is likely infused with star pattern iron. I can extract it and even forge it into weaponry. Top-tier weaponry." Su Haijin hastily clarified, anxious that Su Hao might misconstrue his intentions as an attempt to usurp the spoils. Star pattern iron for top-tier weaponry. Su Hao's eyes sparkled. He was well-versed in the art of forging and had indeed heard of star pattern iron. This exceedingly rare metal, when mixed into weaponry, could render blades as sharp as a razor. When incorporated into armor, it could enhance its resilience, making it one of the essential materials for crafting elite weaponry. Of course, star pattern iron alone was insufficient. Other rare metals were required for the forging process, but it was the primary and most valuable component. Our blacksmith shop is willing to exhaust all efforts to forge a suitable weapon for you. Sir One, as a token of our gratitude, Su Haijin's sincerity was palpable in return for Su Hao's assistance. He was eager to offer his services in crafting a weapon of potentially elite quality. a divine instrument that would significantly enhance a warrior's combat prowess. Such weapons, categorized as elite, could serve as heirlooms, their renown often extending across generations. Very well, I shall entrust this armor to your blacksmith shop. Su Hao mused for a moment before giving a slight nod of agreement. However, there is one more matter I would request assistance with. Master Su Hao's tone shifted. Please speak, Su Haijin responded promptly. If your blacksmith shop successfully crafts an elite weapon, I would like to request that you exchange it for a tendon protection pill on my behalf. Without hesitation, Su Hao articulated his request. Su Haijin, being a practitioner of tendon transformation himself, likely had consumed a tendon protection pill to reach that realm. For Su Hao, a top-tier weapon and a tendon protection pill were of unequal value. He favored the latter. Although weaponry constituted a part of strength, he yearned to enhance his own capabilities. With his potential, possessing a tendon protection pill would undoubtedly grant him a near-certain passage into the realm of tendon transformation. This revelation left Su Haijin momentarily stunned, his mind racing with astonishment. This one Tai Lai seeks, a tendon protection pill. Could it be for his own use? Given the prowess Su Hao had just demonstrated, slaying the 4 fearsome ironclad corpses along with Wu Yinyang, adorned in armor mixed with star-pattern iron, Su Haijin surmised he must be a formidable practitioner of tendon transformation. The tendon protection pill held little value for those already in the realm. Thus, Su Hao's willingness to barter an elite weapon for one implied he intended to use it for himself. How remarkable it was for one who had yet to complete the tendon transformation to vanquish such fiends. Perhaps it was intended for a descendant or loved one. Su Haijin swallowed hard, considering his earlier speculation might have been misguided. The request for a tendon protection pill did not necessarily pertain solely to Su Hao's personal use. Indeed, I have connections with several prominent families. They may be willing to negotiate an exchange, Su Haijin assured Su Hao, regaining his composure. The tendon protection pill was invaluable, capable of creating a practitioner of tendon transformation. It was a rare treasure with no fixed market value. Meanwhile, an elite weapon was akin to a divine instrument, capable of serving not only the current generation but also the next, making the trade for a tendon protection pill quite feasible. Master Su, I shall visit your blacksmith shop in due time. Please handle the aftermath of this affair. I must take my leave, Su Hao stated, not lingering any longer. What an extraordinary individual this one Tai Lai truly is. The martial artists who perished at his hands were not few in number. A group of blacksmiths could not help but reflect on the enigmatic figure known as Wen Tai Lai, a golden medalist and a true phantom whose presence was as elusive as a dragon's tail. However, there was something peculiar, as the fatal wound of Wu Yinyang was inflicted upon his head, where the armor was seared open by an intense, scalding heat. This technique bore a striking resemblance to the melting gold hand employed in our blacksmithing workshop. Chun Yuanzheng gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, noting the gaping hole in Wu Yinyang's helmet. The result of being burned through. Su Haijin had also discerned this detail early on and shook his head, stating, "It appears that this heroic figure, one possesses a martial art akin to the melting gold hand, one capable of incinerating gold and transforming iron." Indeed, Chun Yuanzheng and the others nodded in agreement. The world of martial arts is replete with profound techniques, and it is wholly natural for various skills to share similarities. It is no surprise that the martial art used by one Tai Lai to dismantle Wu Yinyang's armor bears resemblance to the melting gold hand. Moreover, Su Haijin had only imparted the melting gold hand to a select few in the blacksmithing workshop, and to achieve the feat of dismantling armor infused with star-pattern iron would require mastery of the technique. Within the workshop, only Su Haijin himself possessed such prowess. In truth, they had encountered a master like Wen Tai Lai, who had dispatched the nefarious Wu Yinyang, a stroke of fortune amidst calamity. The group felt an unspoken relief, attributing their narrow escape to mere luck and coincidence in meeting Wen Tai Lai. Yet, Su Haijin and the others could never fathom that the martial art displayed by the famed and mysterious figure was not merely similar to the melting gold hand, but was in fact the genuine technique itself. They could not imagine that the illustrious figure Wen Tai Lai was none other than their modest blacksmithing prodigy, Su Hao, even if I had just employed the melting gold hand. Su Haijin and the others would never suspect it was I.8T this moment. Su Hao had departed from Wu's residence, Reflecting on the gains from his endeavor, he mused that he was not the only one training in the melting gold hand. And having practiced it for merely half a year, he had made rapid progress. As typically, a martial artist would consider themselves advanced after such a short time, Su Haijin would undoubtedly be unable to connect the dots back to him. In the span of a single night, numerous events transpired, but fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Chun Yuanzheng and the others were unharmed, while Su Hao had vanquished the sinister figure Wu Yinyang and acquired the spoils he required. The coveted muscle guard pill was now within reach. Upon returning home, he experienced a night of peaceful slumber, and the dawn of the next day arrived. As the sun rose as usual, the citizens of Chongqing City busied themselves with the day's labors, striving for their livelihoods, and the events of the previous night at Wu's residence did not cast a significant shadow over their lives. Su Hao, too, proceeded to the blacksmithing workshop as he typically would. Shortly after his arrival, Su Haijin approached Su Hao, his countenance grave, and conveyed an important matter. Hao, we have recently received a request from a distinguished guest for a quality weapon to be forged by our workshop. I hope you can take the lead as the primary blacksmith for this project, while I assist you, Su Haijin stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Su Hao felt a moment of silent amusement, for he was well aware that the esteemed guest in question was none other than himself. In gratitude for Wen Tai Lai, Su Haijin promised to forge a quality weapon for him in exchange for a muscle guard pill. After some contemplation, Su Haijin decided to designate Su Hao as the head blacksmith for this task. Although Su Hao was young, his unparalleled talent in blacksmithing was evident, making him the most skilled artisan in the workshop, and thus the best choice for crafting this quality weapon. This opportunity would be immensely beneficial for Su Hao, as successfully forging such a weapon would elevate his status to that of master blacksmith, bringing him renown and attracting many to seek his services, propelling him to instant fame. With Su Haijin providing assistance, it also served as a form of mentorship for Su Hao. Surely, Su would not let him down and would give his utmost effort. Su Hao did not hesitate long, and, filled with excitement and gratitude, readily accepted the challenge, that he understood the significance of this quality weapon, as it was intrinsically his to forge in exchange for the coveted muscle guard pill. Very well, let us prepare for this endeavor. We shall commence in half a month's time, Su Haijin declared, patting Su Hao's shoulder with satisfaction. To extract the star pattern iron from the armor, only someone skilled in the melting gold hand, like himself, could accomplish it, and it would be a significant undertaking. While Su Hao agreed to participate in the forging of the quality weapon, he remained committed to his own training. He began procuring the materials for the 10 treasures muscle-nourishing powder, for once he obtained the muscle guard pill, he would commence his practice of the changing tendons technique. Additionally, Su Hao delved into the study of the iron cloth shirt technique acquired from Wu Yinyang. This technique was of moderate rank and classified as a hard external practice. The iron cloth shirt trained one's resistance to strikes, and upon reaching the minor success stage, one's skin would become resilient like leather, impervious to ordinary blades. Upon attaining major success, one's ability to withstand blows would greatly enhance, allowing the muscles to absorb powerful impacts without pain, significantly diminishing the force received as if protected by a layer of armor. If the iron cloth shirt were perfected, one could instantly distribute strength throughout the body, rendering even fragile clothing impervious to harm, leaving one's skin untouched by blades. As Su Hao perused the manual for the iron cloth shirt, his eyes gleamed with increasing brilliance. This technique was truly remarkable, as its essence lay in the manipulation of one's strength. Strength could be wielded for offense, enabling one to shatter stone with a fist, or for defense, hardening even the most delicate cloth to withstand harm. However, mastering the iron cloth shirt was a formidable challenge. It required honing one's resistance to strikes while simultaneously refining the application of strength, where a single misstep could result in injury, necessitating accompanying medicinal aids for recovery. Nevertheless, for someone as gifted and with a solid foundation as Su Hao, practicing the iron cloth shirt posed no real danger, although enduring some hardship was inevitable. Su Hao dedicated several days to preparation, setting up sturdy solid iron posts in his training room, suspended by chains, resembling swinging hammers, which would serve as apparatus for strengthening his body. Clang, 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 in the training chamber. Su Hao waved his arm, propelling the iron posts weighing over 1,000 pounds, the chains snapping taut, and with momentum, they struck his bare body, producing a dull thud. The force of the impact was enough to fracture the bones of an ordinary person. Yet Su Hao remained silent, feeling only a modicum of pain without sustaining any injury. Typically, martial artists practicing the iron cloth shirt would progress gradually, beginning with skin toughening, followed by the use of blunt instruments like fists and sticks to slowly build resistance. However, due to Su Hao's robust foundation and his exceptional physique, he could immediately engage in high-intensity training. As the iron post collided with his body, Su Hao employed the iron cloth shirt's defensive techniques, transforming the strength into a solid protective force, making it even more resilient against destruction. Upon reaching a certain level, further training would involve using swords and blades to strike the body, enhancing one's resistance to cutting weapons, a rather chilling prospect. With Su Hao's innate talent, potential, and foundation, he achieved entry-level proficiency in the iron cloth shirt in less than 2 days. Perfecting it was merely a matter of time. Half a month later, Su Haijin was also prepared and began assisting Su Hao in the forging of the quality weapon. Heat it up. The temperature is insufficient, Su Hao commanded, wielding a forging hammer as he struck a piece of metal before him. The massive bellows roared as they were pulled, the furnace's coals flaring. While Su Haijin beside him executed the melting gold hand, exerting his utmost support. Clang, clang, clang. Su Hao, bare-chested and perspiring profusely, focused intently. Each strike sent forth a spray of sparks, igniting a fervent atmosphere within the forging chamber. Utilizing star pattern iron as the primary material, complemented by various rare metals, he skillfully blended them into an alloy, maximizing the material's properties to forge a weapon of extraordinary caliber. Hao is continuously advancing. He is truly a genius, Su Haijin observed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he noted Su Hao's progress during the forging process, akin to acquiring new knowledge and immediately applying it in practice. Such talent and insight left Su Haijin in awe, confirming that he had made the right choice in entrusting Su Hao with the forging of the quality weapon. The compatibility between green-scale iron and star pattern iron was unmatched. Using star pattern iron as the foundation would activate all of its properties to their fullest potential in the realm of forging. Su Hao has indeed been making continuous progress. Previously, he crafted exquisite soldiers. But due to limitations in materials, creating top-notch weapons was the extent of his capabilities. Now, however, his exposure to these rare metals used in forging has allowed him to gain profound insights into the craft. Time has passed, and a month has swiftly elapsed, bustling with activity. Buzzing in the forge as Su Hao brought down his final strike. The hammer collided with the blade, producing a resonant hum in that instant. A glimmering light danced along the blade. Reminiscent of the stars, the multitude of blacksmiths present were momentarily dazzled, their eyes wide with astonishment and delight as they fixated on the long sword. Measuring over 3 feet in length, the blade was slender with an elegant curve, yet possessed a weighty presence that balanced practicality with aesthetic beauty. The entire blade shimmered in a silvery hue, as if adorned with starlight. The sword was complete, radiant with celestial brilliance. It took several breaths for the brilliance of the blade to gradually subside. Anyone who laid eyes upon that silvery long sword, regardless of their knowledge, could discern that it was undoubtedly a treasure capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, an indomitable weapon. It was done, finally accomplished. Our forge has produced a weapon of superior quality. Within the forge, Su Haijin and the others trembled with excitement, casting envious and reverent glances at Su Hao. The ability to personally forge a weapon of such caliber was the aspiration of every blacksmith. Even if one were to craft 100 or 1,000 exquisite soldiers, eventually, those sharp weapons would lose their luster and become mere scrap metal. Yet, a weapon of superior quality can serve as a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Even after many years, people will remember the blacksmith who forged it, ensuring their legacy endures for a century, in contrast to the awe and envy radiating from the crowd. A flicker of astonishment and peculiarity crossed Su Hao's face. This was because, upon completing the forging of this superior weapon, he distinctly sensed a change within himself. A refreshing stream seemed to rise, sharpening his mind and enhancing his agility. This sensation was familiar to Su Hao. It was the feeling associated with a potential increase. Could it be? Su Hao pondered silently, discreetly opening his attribute panel for a glance. Forging beginner, potential points, 61 points, exceptional talent. This revelation astonished Su Hao. For a newly acquired skill, forging had appeared on his attribute panel. This forging skill, which was a derivative of blacksmithing, was significantly more profound. Just being at the beginner level had already increased his potential points by a substantial 5. Su Hao was both surprised and gradually enlightened. All roads lead to the same destination. Forging is foundational. While its elevated version is refinement, it was evident that Su Hao's opportunity to grasp refinement stemmed from not only mastering forging, but also personally crafting a superior weapon, thus achieving a breakthrough. Generally, those who master refinement are referred to as master blacksmiths. Forging maximizes the material's performance, while refinement transcends that, imbuing materials with extraordinary abilities. However, Su Hao's current level of refinement was merely at the beginner stage. Lacking the intricate techniques, Hao, you crafted this superior weapon. Why not give it a name? At that moment, Su Haijin's voice rang in Su Hao's ears, pulling him back to reality. Su Haijin was smiling at him, while the others displayed expressions brimming with envy. Naming a superior weapon is a mark of honor for a blacksmith. Holding the silver-bladed, starlight-infused long sword, Su Hao pondered briefly before declaring, "Let it be named the Starshine Blade." Excellent, the name suits its tranquil brilliance perfectly. Su Haijin and the others nodded in agreement. The Starshine Blade, a superior weapon, was forged by the newly minted master blacksmith, Su Hao. This Starshine Blade, commissioned by one Tai Lai, was intended to exchange for a coveted item, and Su Hao had already found a party interested in it. Soon, they would personally visit our forge, and everyone is to be commended for their hard work. Once the business is concluded, a break will be well-deserved, Su Haijin announced. The Starshine Blade was to be exchanged for a muscle-fortifying pill, and Su Haijin had already leveraged his connections to find someone capable of facilitating the trade. Now that the blade was complete, he would send word to the individual to bring the item for exchange. Master Su shall henceforth be referred to as Master Su. The ability to forge a superior weapon is likely to make our forge a renowned establishment. Many of the artisans in the forge secretly envied him. However, they understood that to bear such fame, one must possess the requisite skills. Otherwise, Su Haijin would not have made such an effort to cultivate him. Although Su had assisted significantly in the creation of the Starshine Blade, Su Hao realized he could achieve such feats independently. In truth, his mastery of metalworking surpassed even that of Su Haijin. Now that he had advanced to refinement, he possessed the capability to independently forge a superior weapon. In 2 days, when the muscle-fortifying pill arrived, Su Hao eagerly anticipated the moment. By exchanging the Starshine Blade for this essential item, he would ascend to the realm of muscle transformation, experiencing a significant leap in power. 2 days later, in the afternoon, the forge was abuzz with activity. A luxurious carriage came to a halt outside. Drawn by a magnificent steed, clearly of exceptional lineage, an emaciated elder opened the carriage door, and a strikingly handsome and regal young man stepped down to Su. There is no need for such grandiosity. I feel quite overwhelmed. The young man, adorned in fine garments, said with a beaming smile, having spotted Su Haijin and others waiting at the forge's entrance. Su Haijin quickly approached. "Young Master Zhao, your presence here is what truly honors us." Is he the renowned young Master Zhao from the Zhao family? Su Hao mused upon seeing the dashing young man. The Zhao family is a prestigious lineage that has thrived in Chongqing City for over a century. Known for its strength and an abundance of talented individuals, far surpassing the local gentry and landlords. Zhao Bufan, as the Zhao family scion, had a business relationship with the forge, and Su Haijin had requested a trade for the muscle-fortifying pill, which Zhao Bufan graciously accepted by coming in person. "Please, come inside." Su Haijin invited Zhao Bufan warmly. In the spacious reception hall of the forge, Zhao Bufan got straight to the point. "I heard that your forge has crafted a superior weapon. May I take a look?" "Of course." "How?" "Present the Starshine Blade for young Master Zhao to examine." Su Haijin replied without hesitation. Turning to Su Hao, understood. Su Hao nodded, carrying the starshine blade before Zhao Bufan and presenting it with both hands. The starshine blade remained sheathed, and as Zhao Bufan grasped the hilt and drew it forth, the blade was once again bathed in light, its silver brilliance shining forth, emanating a chilling aura that pricked the skin with its evident sharpness. Old Wang. Zhao Bufan's eyes sparkled as he recognized the exceptional quality of the blade. Given his experience with numerous treasures and fine sword, he turned to the emaciated elder beside him. The elder nodded in understanding and, in the next moment, drew his own blade, executing a swift strike that showcased his expertise. Zhao Bufan met the attack with the starshine blade. Clang! The two blades clashed, producing a sound of metal striking metal, followed by a tearing noise. The elder's blade snapped in half, the tip embedding itself in the ground. Remarkable blade. The elder nodded in quiet admiration. Though his weapon was not a renowned one, it was still an exquisite creation. Yet, it was effortlessly severed by the starshine blade, revealing the vast disparity between their qualities. Zhao Bufan, entranced, caressed the blade, unable to part with it. Witnessing the elder's weapon being cleaved, he noted that the starshine blade's edge remained utterly unscathed, still sharp as ever. In truth, a truly sharp sword is not necessarily the best. An overly sharp blade is prone to damage and will dull quickly. That a good sword must balance sharpness with durability. This is indeed a superior weapon. My sister is in need of a reliable blade, and the starshine blade is perfectly suited for her. Zhao Bufan mused internally. He then looked at Su Haijin, stating, Su, as per our prior agreement, the Zhao family will trade one muscle-fortifying pill for the starshine blade. The muscle-fortifying pill significantly reduces the risks associated with muscle transformation in many respects. It can enable a promising martial artist to successfully undergo the process, making it highly valuable. Meanwhile, a superior weapon offers immediate enhancements to a martial artist's strength and can be passed down through generations, making the value of both items comparable. Just as Su Hao previously confronted Wu Yannian, had Wu Yannian not possessed that impenetrable armor, his combat prowess would hardly surpass that of Shi Taizan. Su Hao could have dispatched him with a mere couple of strikes, yet clad in invulnerable armor, he rendered even Su Hao's most forceful punch ineffective, requiring considerable effort before finally vanquishing him. Weapons and armor hold immense significance for many warriors. Su Zhanga, take good care of it. The emaciated elder beside him produced an exquisitely crafted wooden box and opened it. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of medicine wafted forth, revealing a pill the size of a fingertip, gleaming with a luster akin to white jade. Thank you. Su Haijin, having previously consumed the muscle guard pill, recognized it immediately and expressed his gratitude as he accepted it. Zhao Bufan, as the scion of the Zhao family, had engaged in numerous transactions with the blacksmith shop and harbored no intention of resorting to unscrupulous means to seize the starry blade. The transaction was flawlessly executed, allowing Su Haijin to breathe a sigh of relief, having fulfilled the request of the esteemed heroine. Was this weapon forged by Master Su? Truly a remarkable talent. Zhao Bufan, casting a glance at Su Hao, did not hold back his praise that in any realm. Competence earns one respect and admiration. Despite his youth, Su Hao is already a master blacksmith. One can never tell when his skills might prove advantageous. Zhao Bufan's visit was, in essence, a gesture of goodwill intended to elevate Su Hao's standing. After a smooth transaction devoid of any unforeseen events, Zhao Bufan exchanged pleasantries with Su Haijin before departing with the starry blade. For someone of Zhao Bufan's distinguished lineage, seizing a starry blade would be beneath him, tarnishing his family's reputation. Fortunately, nothing amiss transpired. Witnessing this entire episode, Su Hao too felt a sense of relief, apprehensive of any potential hiccups. However, the transaction proceeded without a hitch, benefiting both parties splendidly. With the muscle guard pill in hand, Su Hao felt confident in his ability to successfully undergo the transformation of his muscles. The following evening, after finishing his work, Su Hao assumed the identity of Wen Telian, paid a visit to the blacksmith shop, where he met Su Haijin. Su Haijin, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, handed the muscle guard pill to Su Hao. After all, retaining the muscle guard pill posed a risk. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would find himself in a precarious position, having crafted a quality weapon and exchanged it for the muscle guard pill. He felt he had repaid the kindness shown to him, leaving him with a sense of lightness. This hero, when truly appeared and vanished like a wraith, shrouded in mystery. Su Haijin could only wonder about the true identity of this enigmatic figure. Observing Su Hao's silhouette fade into the darkness, Su Haijin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Though Entilai's martial lineage remained ambiguous and his age seemed youthful, his prowess was unfathomable. Although he was merely a hired hand for the authorities, it was likely that even they were unaware of his true origins. With a muscle guard pill secured, Su Hao could finally embark on the journey of muscle transformation, unbeknownst to Su Haijin. At this moment, Su Hao had quietly returned to his residence, gazing at the white, jade-like muscle guard pill within the box, his heart brimming with joy. Having slain the remnant of the demonic path, Wu Yannian, he had reaped significant rewards, including the rare star-patterned iron utilized to forge a quality weapon, which he exchanged for this precious muscle guard pill. Without hesitation, Su Hao tilted his head back and swallowed the pill whole. He could feel the medicinal power of the muscle guard pill manifesting, cooling his meridians as an invisible force enveloped and protected them from harm. The 10 treasures muscle nourishing soup, priced at 50 taels of silver per serving, would be worth a TRY.SU. Hao shed his garments and stood before a wooden tub filled with a pale green medicinal liquid, wherein various herbs were steeping. The 10 treasures muscle nourishing soup was a secret remedy for muscle transformation discovered among Wu Yinyan's treasures, suitable for novice warriors embarking on the muscle transformation journey, with effects leaning towards gentleness. Over this period, Su Hao had procured these medicinal herbs, coupled with the muscle guard pill and Su Hao's inherent foundation. He believed that if he could achieve success in this transformation, then others would have little chance of doing so. The effects of a single muscle guard pill last for 3 months. Ample time for him to strengthen his meridians, allowing him to transform without fear of injury, with the prospect of entering the realm of muscle transformation imminent. Without delay, Su Hao stripped down, revealing his finely honed physique, and leaped into the tub, quietly soaking in the medicinal liquid. His entire being began to circulate with energy, drawing forth a refreshing and relatively gentle medicinal power from the liquid to cleanse his meridians. Su Hao's meridians greedily absorbed this energy, fortifying themselves as once feeble strands grew ever stronger. Like a tender sprout transforming into a resilient vine, he embraced the gradual process, patiently awaiting his metamorphosis when not focused on muscle transformation. He devoted his spare time to practicing the iron cloth shirt. After nearly an hour had passed, Su Hao sensed a saturation in his meridians, signaling the conclusion of this session of muscle transformation. The process was notably slow and required a substantial amount of precious secret medicine to nourish the growth of his meridians. The 10 treasures muscle nourishing soup, costing 50 taels of silver per dose, necessitated around 6 to 7 doses monthly, accumulating to approximately 300 taels of silver. Such expenditures could be likened to a torrent of money flowing freely. The head of Wu family village, whom he had slain, left behind merely 1,000 taels of silver in his treasury. The remainder had been consumed by Su Hao's own needs. Fortunately, Su Hao's previous savings, combined with his recent gains, left him with over 2,000 taels of silver, sufficiently supporting his cultivation for an extended period. Due to Su Hao's overwhelming vigor and robust blood flow, he could fully harness the power of each dose of medicine, enabling his muscle transformation efficiency and progress to far exceed that of the average warrior. Su Hao's life was remarkably tranquil and stable, since forging a quality weapon, his status in the blacksmith shop soared, with everyone addressing him as Master Su instead of Su Shifu. Many sought him out to craft bespoke weapons, often offering additional payment to secure his services. This influx of clientele effectively doubled Su Hao's income, allowing him to earn hundreds of taels of silver each month. Furthermore, Su Hao diligently pursued both the practice of the iron cloth shirt and his muscle transformation, making remarkable strides in both disciplines. In the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 months had passed since the incident with Wu Yannian. Within the spacious training room of Su Hao's residence, a breathtaking scene unfolded. On the flat ground lay numerous blades thrust into the earth, their tips pointing skyward, gleaming with sharpness, resembling a mountain of knives. Su Hao, barefoot, sprang onto two of the pointed blades. Astonishingly, the sharp edges did not pierce his skin in the slightest. Crack. Su Hao walked leisurely upon the knife tips, even pressing down with his full weight, causing the blades to bend and break. Yet his feet remained unscathed. With a whoosh, Su Hao, dressed in simple cloth, reclined atop the cluster of sharp blades, rolling about, a sight that would send chills down anyone's spine. Yet, as he rolled over the mountain of knives, there was not a single scratch on his skin, nor was there any damage to the delicate fabric of his clothing. It was as if he were clad in a layer of impenetrable iron armor. Iron cloth shirt, perfection. Potential points, 70 points, exceptional talent. Su Hao stood up and stretched lazily. The iron cloth shirt, a rigorous practice demanding exceptional physicality and innate qualities, had been mastered to perfection by Su Hao in less than half a year. Thanks to his extraordinary talent and the resilience of his body, this perfected iron cloth shirt not only significantly enhanced his muscular resilience against strikes, but also condensed his energy, hardening the cloth as if he wore impenetrable iron armor. Combined with his profound strength, even standing still, individuals like Shirtaizhan would find it arduous to breach his defenses. Su Hao mused. Back then, when confronted by Shirtaizhan, the latter had mastered the Golden Bell shield to a high level, compelling Su Hao to exert his utmost, ultimately defeating him with a void-breaking divine fist. Now, with his iron cloth shirt, which surpassed even the Golden Bell shield, reaching perfection, Su Hao's physical defenses far exceeded those of Shirtaizhan. The muscle transformation was also nearing its critical threshold, and he anticipated its completion soon, ushering him into a new realm. Most exciting for Su Hao, however, was his muscle transformation progress, which was also on the brink of a breakthrough. With the muscle guard pill, ample resources, and Su Hao's solid foundation, he encountered little resistance. Progressing steadily. 3 nights later, the breakthrough came naturally. Bang, bang, bang. In the depths of a bath barrel, Su Hao sat in tranquil meditation, his entire being enveloped in a surging tide of vitality. The energy coursed vigorously through his meridians, while the 12 major tendons within him writhed and trembled, producing a distinctly audible resonance, a symphony of sinew and bone. Delightful, he exclaimed, as the energy flowed effortlessly, his blood circulating unobstructed. In a mere thought, his vital essence could traverse through the 12 principal tendons, reaching every corner of his body. This exquisite sensation compelled Su Hao to release a soft, pleasurable moan. Focusing his mind, Su Hao turned inward and beheld his meridians, each one significantly thicker than when he had first begun, exuding a sense of resilience and having grown half an inch longer. With each half inch of tendon length, his strength increased tenfold. Su Hao could distinctly perceive the formidable power residing within his tendons. It was the essence of tendon strength, a force derived from the sinews. Akin to muscular strength, yet accessible only to those who had undergone the transformation of their tendons. This singular transformation marked the realm of Nugene, the strength of an OX. Su Hao mused inwardly. The ox, among common creatures, possesses the most resilient sinews, much like the bowstring of a crossbow, typically crafted from ox tendons. Hence, this transformation was aptly named Nugene. Feeling the surge of power within him, Su Hao could no longer contain his excitement. He leaped from the bath barrel, bare and unadorned, and made his way to the courtyard to unleash a flurry of punches. Crack, crack. Each of Su Hao's tendons tightened like the string of a bow, his fists and limbs launching forth with explosive force. Each punch released a sharp sonic boom, rendering his strikes invisible to the eye as they were unleashed faster than light. It was as though he had gained several additional limbs. Each blow was terrifyingly heavy and exceeded the speed of sound. Crack! A sweeping kick thundered forth like a bolt of lightning. The force of it was astounding. Even a tree as thick as a man's waist would be cleaved in two by his strike. Even from 2 to 3 meters away, the flowers and grasses in the garden were uprooted and torn to shreds by the gust of wind generated by his kick. After completing a set of punches, Su Hao came to a calm halt, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. How powerful he had become! Was this the transformation that followed the refining of the tendons? Without resorting to Dan power martial techniques, The speed and might of my punches now rival those I previously unleashed with the void-breaking divine fist. Previously, Su Hao had needed to channel substantial energy to execute the void-breaking divine fist. Yet now, even without exerting energy, the potency of his strikes could easily compare to that of the void-breaking divine fist. This was the essence of tendon strength following the transformation. Initially, Su Hao relied on the power of his muscles and bones, but now he had also harnessed tendon strength. The amalgamation of muscle, bone, and tendon, a triad of power, yielded a result far exceeding the mere sum of its parts. Moreover, my meridians had become broader and more resilient, enhancing the efficiency of energy output manifold. In other words, the energy I could unleash would far surpass my previous capabilities. Su Hao clenched his fists. Acutely aware of the remarkable enhancement in the output of his tendon strength following this transformation, it was well known that even a slight increase in Su Hao's Dan power would yield a significant boost in its potency. Thus, an increase by 1 or 2 times, that would be akin to the difference between a child and a robust adult. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Su Hao were to face Wu Yinan again, even without employing the molten gold hand for advantage, he could obliterate him with a single, heavy punch. With the completion of the 3rd tier of martial arts, having entered the realm of tendon refinement, Su Hao's strength had undeniably undergone a metamorphosis. He felt the steady progression of his own power. However, Su Hao remained humble, fully aware that the expanse of this world far exceeded his imagination. Even now, he could not claim to be the strongest within this county, let alone across the entire Dine Empire. In the days to come, aside from continuing to refine his tendons, he sought to practice deeper and more profound martial arts, to elevate his potential, enriching his energy even further, and perhaps even achieving a qualitative transformation. There were still 2 martial arts at the entry-level tier waiting for him at the government office, and he was determined to acquire them. Su Hao contemplated his next course of action. The path of martial arts knows no bounds. Stagnation equates to regression, that he must remain relentless in his pursuit. Scaling ever greater heights, previously, Su Hao had become the knife wielder for the government office, where 3 entry-level martial arts were available for exchange: the void-breaking divine fist, dripping rain sword technique, and mad demon staff technique. Su Hao had initially chosen the void-breaking divine fist, but he desired the other 2 as well. Perhaps he could visit Gongsun Xiu to claim the bounty in exchange for the remaining 2 martial arts. Months had passed since Su Hao broke through to the tendon refinement realm. One evening, in Wushan town of Chongqing County, bustling with travelers due to its strategic location, the atmosphere was lively. The weather was frigid, with delicate snowflakes falling gently. Inside a bustling tavern, patrons filled the space, engaging in hearty meals and lively conversations. Have you heard? Recently, the infamous blood killer Duan Yud was slain, and his killer is said to be Wen Tai Lai. Wen Tai Lai, the golden knife wielder Wen Tai Lai. This blood killer is rumored to have likely entered the tendon refinement realm, having taken countless lives, even officials, yet he fell in Tai Lai's hands. A table of drinkers animatedly discussed the recent news. Alas, this world is too chaotic. If only there were more chivalrous souls like that one hero, surely the rampant thieves and villains would diminish significantly. But what impact can one Wen Tai Lai have? These individuals lamented, believing that this tumultuous world could not be saved by just a few so-called heroes. Wen Tai Lai, merely a cunning lackey, as they discussed the recently risen figure of Wen Tai Lai. A cold laugh cut through the noise, silencing the lively tavern. The crowd turned to see a boyish figure. Yet this person was not a child, but rather a diminutive man, deformed with mismatched eyes, who had just mocked Wen Tai Lai. Why speak so ill of the one hero? Who do you think you are? A young martial artist, hearing the derision directed at Wen Tai Lai, flushed with anger. Though Wen Tai Lai was a knife wielder, he had eliminated many strong and wicked foes, earning the admiration of countless people. Yet here was someone belittling him as if he were worthless. Don't provoke him. That person seems to be the blood boy. Someone's expression shifted, hurriedly reprimanding the earlier speaker. Recognizing the features of the boyish figure, they identified him. Blood boy. At this revelation, not only the man who had spoken, but others in the tavern were taken aback. The blood boy, resembling a dwarf with an ugly visage, possessed formidable strength and was notorious for his brutal methods, evoking dread in all. Clearly, he harbored ill feelings towards the recently celebrated Wantai Lai and did not hesitate to mock those who praised him. He's the Blood Boy. The young martial artist's complexion paled slightly. Having heard of the Blood Boy's fearsome reputation, he had not anticipated encountering him here, and now he found himself embroiled in trouble. The childlike, dwarf-like Blood Boy regarded the now pale young martial artist with a sly smile and said, "Since you know who I am, you should also be aware of my methods. You have offended me. However, today I am in a good mood. If you kneel and bow 3 times, calling me grandfather, I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall shatter your limbs and flay your skin, letting you die in agony." As he spoke, the Blood Boy licked his lips, a glimmer of bloodlust in his eyes, his face twisted into a cruel grin. The young martial artist trembled, filled with both fury and fear. The Blood Boy's cruel methods were well known, and he could certainly make good on his threats. Yet to kneel and beg for mercy in front of so many witnesses, that would be more painful than death. Don't interfere. A martial artist in the tavern, incensed, attempted to speak out. However, his companions quickly pulled him back, knowing that the Blood Boy was no ordinary adversary. Their words would not help, but might instead draw them into danger. It is better to die than to be humiliated. Ultimately, the young martial artist gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening slightly, and chose to draw his blade, opting for a desperate fight. "Very well. I shall strip your skin and pull your tendons." Seeing this, the Blood Boy's lips curled into a sinister smile. He relished in killing, and even more so in torturing others. And witnessing the young martial artist's courage in drawing his blade only fueled his desire to make him regret it. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, ready to erupt into Conflict Creek, at that moment the tavern door, slightly ajar, was pushed open. Cold air and swirling snow entered, and through the wintry gust, a figure stepped into the tavern. This person was of average height and possessed an unremarkable appearance, entirely ordinary. However, with slightly elongated eyes, he exuded an aura of sharpness. "Are you the Blood Boy?" The man surveyed the quiet hall of the tavern, ultimately locking his gaze upon the Blood Boy, who appeared as a dwarf, childlike in stature, that he inquired in a calm tone. Under the man's intense scrutiny, the Blood Boy felt an inexplicable surge of panic, akin to a mouse fixed in the sight of a predator. Upon seeing this unremarkable man, the Blood Boy's heart fluttered, his pupils constricting as he exclaimed, "You are the invincible Wantai Lai." Is he truly Wantai Lai, the very same who recently slew the Blood Assassin? It is said that the practitioners of the Golden Vajra sect have all met their demise at his hands. As the name Wantai Lai echoed through the tavern, it ignited a fervor among the patrons. Wantai Lai's reputation had been steadily rising in the vicinity of Chongqing County, though he seldom intervened. Each of his actions resulted in bloodshed, and those who perished at his hands were no mere weaklings, earning him a formidable reputation through sheer, unyielding accomplishments. Su Hao, with an expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze upon the Blood Boy. His presence here, of course, indicated that he had received a bounty from the Yamen. However, his target was not the mere Blood Boy, but rather his master, the Blood Taoist. The Blood Boy's expression shifted, inwardly cursing his fate. Had he known he would encounter Wantai Lai here, he would have certainly fled beforehand. Hearing Su Hao's inquiry, the Blood Boy forced a laugh and said, "Hero 1, we bear no grudges. Why go through the trouble of coming all this way?" Su Hao replied indifferently, "Where is your master, the Blood Taoist? Speak the truth, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall methodically crush every bone in your body and see if your tongue is sturdier than your bones." At this declaration, the patrons of the tavern felt an exhilarating satisfaction. Moments ago, the Blood Boy had boasted of flaying the young warrior, yet now he found himself at the mercy of a formidable character, treated as a lamb for slaughter. Furious, the Blood Boy understood that this Wantai Lai was no simple adversary. He immediately roared in anger, "Wantai Lai, do not overstep your bounds. Otherwise, I shall ensure you feel the sting of my vengeance, even in death." In a fit of rage, the Blood Boy appeared ready to confront Su Hao. But to everyone's astonishment, he abruptly turned and fled, darting towards the window. The Blood Boy did not believe he could best Wantai Lai in direct combat, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to flee for his life. Thinking to escape, Su Hao stepped forward, his movements fluid and swift, mastering the art of leaping with astonishing agility, as if transcending the limitations of space to pursue the fleeing blood boy. Yet the blood boy's eyes glinted with malice. He suddenly turned back, feigning fear as a ruse to lure Su Hao into a trap, intent on ambushing him. Swoosh! The blood boy spun around, drawing a blood-colored dagger from his sleeve, which he thrust violently towards Su Hao's abdomen. This dagger was coated with a lethal poison, capable of incapacitating even the mightiest of beasts with a mere scratch. However, as the dagger lunged toward him, Su Hao remained utterly unfazed, meeting the attack with his bare palm. Crack! Crack! The sharp, resilient blade struck Su Hao's palm, failing to penetrate his skin in the slightest. Instead, it bent and shattered upon impact, as if Su Hao's hand were forged from an indomitable material, proving utterly impervious. Bang! The force of Su Hao's grip sent the blood boy hurtling backward, his arm, still clutching the dagger, twisting grotesquely as bones splintered and protruded from his flesh. He crashed through several tables and chairs before collapsing to the ground, wailing in agony. This blood boy, a formidable master among bone-forging warriors, appeared as powerless as a child before Wen Tai Lai. The scene sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. The blood boy, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, found his tricks utterly futile in the face of overwhelming strength. Su Hao advanced toward the blood boy, who, blood trickling from his lips, still attempted to resist. Without hesitation, Su Hao lifted his leg and crushed the blood boy's uninjured left arm. Crack! A sound that would make anyone's teeth ache echoed as the blood boy's meticulously honed bones shattered beneath Su Hao's foot. Ah! With both hands rendered useless, the blood boy let out a piercing scream, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from the pain. This notorious figure, once feared, now resembled a harmless puppy before Su Hao. Having easily subdued the blood boy, Su Hao retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it on the counter, stating coolly, "The damages are on me." With that, he hoisted the unconscious blood boy and paid no heed to the mixed expressions of awe and reverence from the crowd as he exited into the swirling snow. Is this truly the invincible Wen Tai Lai? The blood boy was like a fledgling chick before him. A true man should be as such, acting chivalrously and ridding the world of evil. Inside the tavern, the patrons silently admired and praised him, believing that such a heroic figure was worthy of life itself. The entire sequence of events, from the blood boy revealing his identity to Su Hao's effortless capture of him, transpired in mere moments. Yet, Su Hao was not the heroic figure the crowd imagined. He sought only to procure more martial arts techniques from the Yamen and had come merely to claim the bounty. In a grove outside Wushan town, Su Hao casually tossed the blood boy onto the ground and spoke calmly. "Now, tell me where the blood Taoist is. Otherwise, I will hand you over to the Yamen officials, who possess ample means to extract the truth from you." The bounty Su Hao had taken was aimed at the blood Taoist. The blood Taoist was a practitioner of dark martial arts, notorious for his murderous ways, and had long been a source of calamity. The blood boy, as his disciple, had been tracked down by Su Hao, who intended to use him to uncover the blood Taoist's whereabouts, eliminate him, and exchange the bounty for the final martial arts technique he sought. The blood boy, who had been feigning unconsciousness, no longer pretended upon being exposed that he opened his eyes, teeth clenched, a wicked expression on his face, and venomously declared, "Wen Tai Lai, if you seek death, I shall gladly facilitate it. My master resides within Wushan. Should you dare to go, I will lead you to him." The blood boy understood that resisting would only lead to his demise. However, guiding Su Hao to the blood Taoist presented him with a sliver of hope. The blood Taoist was an unfathomable figure. Even if Wen Tai Lai faced him, the blood boy believed it would be Wen Tai Lai who would meet his end, as long as the blood Taoist killed Su Hao. He would be spared. Thus, the blood boy readily agreed to lead Su Hao to the blood Taoist. Lead the way. Su Hao showed no inclination to waste words with the blood boy. Delays could bring unforeseen changes. He needed to locate the blood Taoist swiftly and claim his head. The blood boy, his hands useless, wobbled as he took the lead, with Su Hao following closely behind, deep within the mountains of Wushan. Where few dared to tread and teeming with venomous creatures and beasts, even the most seasoned hunters could become mere bones if they were not cautious. Under the Blood Boy's guidance, Su Hao ventured deeper into Wushan, remaining vigilant to the shifts in his surroundings. Meanwhile, in a modest dwelling deep within Wushan, a lively gathering unfolded. Nearly 30 individuals congregated here, divided into two factions. One group was robust and well-equipped, exuding a martial aura akin to soldiers. The other group emanated a chilling, sinister air, their pallid faces and malevolent gazes betraying their intentions. Within the dwelling, two figures sat across from each other at a stone table. One was an ethereal Taoist clad in a brown robe, his gaunt features suggesting he was in his 40s, though strands of silver in his hair hinted at a much older age. The other was a burly, bald man, his imposing figure marked by a scar that ran through his eye, radiating an aura of ferocity akin to that of a beast, even while seated. "Brother Jean, our guest has arrived. Why not indulge in a fine drink? This exquisite wine is crafted from the pure blood of innocent maidens, aged for years, reserved only for esteemed guests." The brown-robed Taoist smiled, as a dazed yet beautiful young woman stood behind him, pouring the crimson liquid that not only bore a fragrant aroma, but also a strong scent of blood. The imposing bald man, referred to as Brother Jean, subtly furrowed his brow but maintained his composure as he replied, "Blood brother, I have come at the behest of King Huang Tian, seeking to invite you to join the Black Deer Army." The brown-clad Taoist, notoriously known as the Blood Taoist, possesses an ethereal appearance that belies the heinous acts he has committed. It is often the case that malevolent individuals do not bear the mark of their wickedness upon their faces. Rather, they may appear benevolent and kind-hearted, such as the Blood Taoist. Upon hearing the words of the burly bald man, a flicker of surprise crossed the Blood Taoist's heart. Huang Tanwang, born Huang Xuanba, emerges from a shrouded past. Seemingly appearing out of nowhere, he was once the chieftain of the Black Deer stronghold, swiftly expanding its reach to become the leader of the Black Deer Army. The name Black Deer Army alludes to its ambition, symbolizing Huang Tianwang's aspirations, and it currently stands as the largest insurgent force within Chongqing County. Huang Tianwang's depths remain unfathomable. Not only does he command a formidable army filled with skilled warriors, but it is also rumored that his martial prowess is equally enigmatic. Rarely does he engage in combat, yet when he does, his adversaries are often vanquished in a single stroke to end the present landscape of Chongqing County. Huang Tianwang is undoubtedly a figure capable of stirring storms. The Blood Taoist furrowed his brow, stating, "Such a person as Huang Tianwang would deign to notice a humble practitioner like myself? I am indeed flattered, but I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure and freedom. It seems I cannot accept his invitation." The Blood Taoist, known for sowing discord and reveling in chaos, would hardly wish to serve another, even one as formidable as Huang Tianwang. Behold this! The burly man was not surprised by the Blood Taoist's refusal. Instead, he drew forth an object from his bosom. The title on the cover read Baicao, Danjing. Upon recognizing the words, the Blood Taoist's brow twitched, and even his usual composure could not suppress his astonishment. The Blood Taoist had formerly been part of the Taoist sect, having studied medicine since childhood. His medical skills were exceptional, allowing him to heal with ease and demonstrating profound knowledge in pharmacology. Furthermore, he was well-versed in the value of rare and superior medicines, referred to as Dan. Ordinary remedies are merely labeled as powders or decoctions. But Dan is something most people may never encounter in their lifetime. For instance, the Hujin pill is a type of Dan, albeit of a lower grade. Mastery in alchemy would grant one a prestigious status anywhere. This Baicao Danjing contains the secrets of alchemical practices. Seeing the Blood Taoist's eyes widen, the burly man beamed, "Blood brother, the Baicao Danjing is incomprehensible to ordinary folk. Only someone with your medical expertise can delve into its depths. Should you choose to join the Black Deer Army, this Baicao Danjing shall be yours." The burly man, a commander within the Black Deer Army, had come to invite the Blood Taoist, not for his martial prowess, but for his medical talents. Should he succeed in mastering the Baicao Danjing, the Black Deer Army would gain an alchemist. Noticing the hesitation on the Blood Taoist's face, the burly man continued, "If you join the Black Deer Army, Not only will the Baichao Danjing be yours, but Huang Tianwang has also promised to assist you in cleansing your marrow. This revelation made the blood Taoist's pupils constrict slightly. Was it true that Huang Tianwang possessed the ability to aid others in marrow cleansing? The rapid rise of the Black Deer Army was attributed not only to Huang Tianwang's inscrutable strength, but also his capacity to help others transform their martial capabilities. It was said that an ordinary individual of mediocre talent could become a martial genius through Huang Tianwang's assistance, while those already gifted might ascend to even greater heights. Indeed, it is no falsehood. Not everyone qualifies for Huang Tianwang's aid in marrow cleansing, but if you, blood brother, were to receive his support, you may one day step into the realm of marrow cleansing, extending your life by 100 years. The burly man's voice held a trace of pride, as if he reveled in serving such a distinguished figure. The conditions set forth by the Black Deer Army were utterly irresistible to the blood Taoist. The prospect of acquiring the coveted Baichao Danjing, coupled with the promise of future assistance in marrow cleansing, made the offer tantalizing. The martial realms are divided into 4 stages: refining strength, forging bones, marrow cleansing, and ultimate transformation. Ascending into the realm of marrow cleansing would provide the opportunity for an extended lifespan. Although the blood Taoist appeared to be in his early 40s, he had mastered the art of maintaining his youth. And in truth, he was already in his 70s. With only a decade or 2 remaining in his life, the prospect of entering the realm of marrow cleansing could afford him several more decades of carefree existence. Thus, relinquishing his freedom to serve Huang Tianwang began to seem less of an insurmountable obstacle. The conditions offered by the Black Deer Army left the blood Taoist with no choice but to acquiesce. Just as the blood Taoist was about to respond, his words were abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of desperate cries from outside. "Master, help, help!" The distant shouts pierced the air, darkening the blood Taoist's expression. This was his domain, yet intruders dared to disrupt his affairs. "Jean, brother, it appears I am faced with some trouble. Please allow me a moment," the blood Taoist stated. The burly man, rising to his feet with righteous indignation, declared, "If you wish to join the Black Deer Army, we are brothers. Naturally, I shall assist you in resolving this matter." "Then let us venture forth and discern the identity of these intruders," the blood Taoist replied, not refusing the offer. Both men were filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, curious to know who would dare interrupt their significant discussion. The blood Taoist's mind was clouded with dark thoughts as he recognized the voice of his disciple, Blood Boy. If someone had come to threaten him, it could only mean ill intentions. He vowed to make the intruders pay dearly for their folly. Meanwhile, outside the mountain residence, Su Hao followed closely behind Blood Boy. The urgent cries for help were a warning to the blood Taoist of impending trouble, and Su Hao did not intervene. Such a multitude. Su Hao observed, surprised to see 30 or so individuals gathered outside the modest estate, some bearing a resemblance to Blood Boy, while others exuded a robust, iron-willed aura. Before long, he witnessed the crowd parting as 2 figures emerged. Point one was an exceptionally burly man, towering over the rest, while the other was a middle-aged Taoist clad in a brown robe, exuding an air of serenity and harmlessness. Blood Taoist. Su Hao's eyes brightened. He had accepted a bounty and received the wanted poster with the blood Taoist's image and information, recognizing him as the target of his mission. "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm my disciple?" the blood Taoist inquired sternly, wanting to ascertain Su Hao's identity. Before Su Hao could respond, Blood Boy interjected urgently, "Master, he is Wen Tai Lai, a bounty hunter from the Yamen. And he is here for you." Wen Tai Lai. The mention of a name caused both the blood Taoist and the burly man to react with surprise. The blood Taoist had indeed heard of him. Recently, he had emerged as a formidable threat, having claimed the lives of skilled martial artists. "Jean, brother, it seems this individual has some grievances with you as well," the blood Taoist remarked, casting a curious glance at the burly man. With a cold snort, the burly man replied, "It seems fate has brought us together. Very well. Let us make an example of Wen Tai Lai and settle some scores." Wen Tai Lai, undoubtedly a dangerous foe, had arrived at an inopportune moment. As the burly man known as Jean Bu Po was there to recruit the blood Taoist. Jean Bu Po, who had entered the realm of marrow cleansing more than 20 years ago, was a formidable warrior under Huang Tianwang's command. And his personal vendetta against Wen Tai Lai further fueled his resolve to confront him. Jean Bupo's gaze fixed on Su Hao, his eyes gleaming with a piercing intensity as he demanded, "Are you in Tai Lai? Who are you? If you're not involved, leave immediately. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise." Shifting his gaze to Jean Bupo, Su Hao sensed the depth of his strength and knew he was no ordinary opponent. However, he was unfamiliar with him and simply replied, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet if they insisted on provoking him, Su Hao was prepared to respond in kind. "Huh, such bravado." The bald, muscular man known as Jean Bupo erupted into a thunderous laughter, his mirth resonating through the mountains and forests, echoing for miles around, startling the birds into flight. His profound mastery was nothing short of astonishing. As his laughter subsided, Jean Bupo's voice turned icy. "I am Jean Bupo, the captain of the Black Deer Army. The one you killed, Sher Taizhan, was my sworn brother. He too was of the Diamond Sect, and now serves in the Black Deer Army." Su Hao felt a flicker of understanding within him. The Diamond Sect, renowned as the foremost sect within Chongqing County, was a breeding ground for formidable warriors. The first of the muscle-forging practitioners to fall at Su Hao's hands was indeed Sher Taizhan. And now, Jean Bupo, serving under the Black Deer Army's King Huang Tian, held the position of captain, also hailing from the Diamond Sect, and was a blood brother to Sher Taizhan. "Very well, since you are Sher Tieshan's brother, I shall facilitate your reunion." A cold glint flashed in Su Hao's eyes. Recognizing this man as an enemy meant there was little more to discuss. He would be swiftly dealt with. Charge, eliminate him. The Blood Taoist shouted, his voice rising above the fray. His followers, dressed in Taoist robes and bearing cold expressions, 7 or 8 male and female Taoists, immediately surged towards Su Hao upon receiving the command. With a swift motion, 2 Taoists swung their blades towards Su Hao's neck, the blades glinting ominously with a chilling sharpness. Yet, Su Hao did not even glance in their direction. With fingers pressed together into a blade-like form, he swept his hand, slish. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as 2 heads flew into the air. In Su Hao's eyes, these minions were no more than mere fodder. Su Hao was slightly taken aback. The severed necks of the 2 Taoists did not spurt forth blood, but rather seemed to constrict and contain. Explode. At that moment, the Blood Taoist's lips curled into a sinister grin as he whispered. Crack! In the next instant, the corpses of the 2 Taoists swelled violently, akin to inflated balloons, until they reached their limit and suddenly burst apart. In an instant, a powerful gust swept through, carrying blood and flesh. The fragments of their bodies hurtling towards Su Hao. The Blood Taoist, practicing dark arts, had manipulated these Taoists and children of the Tao into mere expendable resources, ready to serve as human bombs to wreak havoc upon their enemies. Utterly devoid of humanity, Cloudy Palm, facing the tremendous shockwave generated by the explosion of the 2 Taoists, a force comparable to gunpowder or dynamite, Su Hao remained unfazed, channeling his energy and thrusting his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of force like a billowing fog. Whoosh! The oncoming wave of pressure was forcefully diverted by Su Hao's palms, scattering to either side without so much as ruffling a hair on his head. The sheer strength displayed by Su Hao's palm strike instilled a sense of gravity, revealing that he was no mere pretender. "Everyone, attack together!" Jean Bupo commanded sternly, as the captain of the Black Deer Army. Leading 1,000 soldiers, he had not brought his entire battalion in this endeavor to recruit the Blood Taoist, but instead only 20 elite troops. Kill. Over 20 Black Deer soldiers, armed with swords, spears, and shields, formed a nearly impenetrable formation, advancing upon Su Hao with ferocity. Jean Bupo, even slightly depleting Su Hao's stamina would be worthwhile. Swoosh, swoosh from the gaps in the shields, long spears and blades lunged forward. Swift and fierce, targeting various angles to restrict Su Hao's escape. Even a muscle-forging or marrow-washing practitioner, bound by flesh and blood, could be wounded by sharp instruments. These well-trained soldiers posed a credible threat to an opponent stronger than themselves. Crack! Crack! In response to the thrusting spears and blades, Su Hao's hands shimmered with a metallic sheen, impervious to their strikes. With a decisive clap of his palms, he crushed the weapons as if they were mere twigs. Then, with an apparent gentleness, he pressed his palms against the shields, The energy within him surged forth, transforming from soft to hard, unleashing a tremendous force akin to that of 1,000 pounds. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering erupted as the robust shields, composed of leather, wood, and metal, exploded under the pressure of Su Hao's palms. The black deer soldiers behind them groaned as their arms were flung away, their bones shattered, knocking their comrades to the ground. What had initially seemed like an impregnable formation collapsed in an instant. Having refined his body and strength over a considerable period, and having mastered multiple lower-tier martial arts to perfection, Su Hao's power and control surpassed that of his early days. To him, these so-called elite soldiers were no different than lowly chickens. Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of Jean Bupo, who, unable to contain himself, launched an attack. Embrace your death, great diamond fist. Flames of fury blazed in Jean Bupo's eyes as his massive right fist hurtled towards Su Hao, the air crackling with friction and a plume of white smoke trailing behind, resembling a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Capable of shattering the earth itself, Jean Bupo's strike displayed a formidable might, surpassing that of Shi Taizhan from the Diamond Sect. The great diamond fist, Su Hao neither dodged nor evaded. He unleashed his own powerful strike, his fist descending with an unadorned simplicity that, through his execution, transformed decay into wonder, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Boom! The fists collided, and after a brief moment of silence, the pent-up forces erupted in a deafening roar. The clash igniting sparks that danced through the air. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath them fractured, jagged fissures spreading far and wide. Transformation of strength. Su Hao sensed the immense power behind Jean Bupo's punch, akin to a galloping stallion. Yet it also contained an enigmatic energy that exploded successively, amplifying the force of his strike. That Su Hao, slightly startled, recognized that Jean Bupo was utilizing the transformation of strength. Refining strength is the threshold of martial arts, the foundation upon which it is built. However, it typically requires insight. If one cannot comprehend it, no amount of practice will suffice. Unlike bone tempering or muscle forging, where sufficient resources could lead to opportunity, it was evident that Jean Bupo not only possessed a high mastery of body refinement, but also a profound understanding of martial arts. But the transformation of strength was insufficient. A glint of determination sparked in Su Hao's eyes. Transformation of strength? That was merely a level he had surpassed in his early days, as Jean Bupo believed he had the upper hand and was about to amplify his output. Su Hao's retracted energy exploded forth in a flash. Like thunder crashing down, boom, the sudden eruption of Dan's strength surged forth, a force that no mere flesh could withstand. Thud, thud, thud. Jean Bupo let out a muffled groan as Su Hao's explosive Dan strength overwhelmed and shattered his own, causing him to stagger backward with each step, the ground trembling beneath him. Was this Dan's strength? Jean Bupo, a man of experience, was struck with awe. He recognized that Su Hao wielded Dan's strength. It was worth noting that Jean Bupo himself had only grasped transformation of strength 4 or 5 years prior. Yet this one Tai Lai, seemingly younger than him, had cultivated Dan's strength? This was indeed astonishing. With the sudden onslaught of Dan's strength suppressing Jean Bupo, Su Hao pressed his advantage, delivering a powerful punch. His left fist, propelled by the Dan strength, shot forth like a thunderbolt, hurtling towards Jean Bupo's chest. The might of this punch was enough to send flesh and bone flying. The golden bell shield. Veins bulged on Jean Bupo's forehead as he felt the imminent threat of death. A low growl escaping his throat. Desperately, he mobilized all his energy, his blood and strength surging forth, resembling the sound of rushing streams. Just before Su Hao's heavy punch descended, a layer of faint golden light enveloped his skin. Shielding him entirely, this was the Diamond Sect's martial art, the Golden Bell Shield. This formidable external technique not only provided exceptional defense, but also generated a recoil that could injure an enemy. Clang. Su Hao's fist struck Jean Bupo's chest with an ear-splitting metallic sound, akin to a hammer striking a colossal bell. Golden ripples erupted, and a shockwave rebounded, sending debris flying and causing Su Hao's garments to billow as he staggered back half a step, the ground beneath him cracking. Yet he managed to withstand the force with his body. Thus is the formidable power forged from the exquisite, glazed jade bone through the trial of bone tempering, with its resilient skeletal structure deemed nearly indestructible by external forces. In stark contrast, Jean Bupeau was sent reeling back from a relentless assault, crashing against the walls of the courtyard behind him, causing it to collapse in a cloud of dust and debris. Lord Jean, a chorus of soldiers from the Black Deer Army, gasped in shock. Jean Bupeau, a centurion commanding 1,000 elite troops, was himself a warrior hailing from the esteemed Diamond Sect, possessing immense strength. Yet upon facing Su Hao, a brief skirmish saw him overwhelmed and struck back with a single punch. Could this one Tai Lai be some sort of monster? My golden bell shield has been cultivated to perfection. How could he not only withstand such a powerful blow, but nearly shatter my protective technique? Jean Bupeau laboriously pushed aside the rubble pinning him down. Struggling to rise, his heart filled with a profound shock and dread. Jean Bupeau surpassed Shi Taizhan by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the second level of muscle transformation, mastering the art of transformation, and had perfected the golden bell shield, making him incomparable to Shi Taizhan. Confidently, he believed he could vanquish Wen Tai Lai, the one who had slain Shi Taizhan. Yet upon their first encounter, he was thoroughly suppressed. Unbeknownst to Jean Bupeau, Su Hao had been continually advancing. Compared to the time he had slain Shi Taizhan, he was now exponentially stronger. Disciple, this formidable foe was summoned by you. You must contribute to your master's cause. The blood Taoist did not allow Jean Bupeau to face the enemy alone. His eyes glinted with a crimson light as he seized the blood boy, who sought to slip away in the chaos, and calmly spoke, "No, master, please don't." The blood boy, realizing the dire situation, cried out in desperation for mercy, but the blood Taoist paid him no heed, channeling a surge of energy into the blood boy's body. Instantly, the blood boy's form swelled rapidly, and with a single flick of his wrist, the blood Taoist hurled him towards Su Hao. Having previously encountered such tactics, Su Hao understood the blood Taoist methods. He was capable of turning individuals into living bombs, sky-shattering divine fist. Su Hao concentrated his energy and unleashed a powerful punch into the air. Ah! The diminutive blood boy shrieked in despair, his body exploding before even nearing Su Hao, showering the area in a torrential blood rain. The gruesome scene, accompanied by the acrid scent of blood, left even the soldiers of the Black Deer Army pale and on the brink of retching. "Bring me my sword." Seizing the moment to regain his composure, Jean Bupeau snatched a heavy long sword from a loyal soldier, a vicious expression crossing his face. Against such an adversary, only by exerting his utmost strength could he hope to slay him. "Brother Jean, let us strike together and kill him." The blood Taoist's countenance grew grave and ominous as he spoke, for Wen Tai Lai was coming for his head, and he intended to make it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon finishing his words, the blood Taoist flicked his wrist, causing glimmers of silver light to flash, a multitude of fine silver needles, raining down like droplets. Each of these needles bore a deadly poison, and with decades of experience in refining energy, the blood Taoist had cultivated a formidable level of power. Bolstered by his energy, these needles could penetrate even the thickest of armor, should they find their mark on Su Hao. The blood Taoist was confident it would spell his demise. The myriad of silver needles shot forth, but Su Hao, with a mere flick of his wrist, swept his sleeve to deflect them. Puff, puff, puff. Though his garb was composed of fragile fabric, the needles, infused with penetrating force, could not harm him in the slightest, being repelled with ease. Regaining his strength, Jean Bupeau's muscles bulged, wielding the heavy battle sword now shimmering with a faint golden hue. Having tapped into his muscle power, outputting his energy and vitality several times over, causing his veins to swell beneath the skin, on the verge of bursting, the blood Taoist, shrouded in a chilling aura, his eyes glowing with crimson light, maintained a subtle yet deadly energy, causing the temperature of the air around him to plummet, a rich scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. These two warriors, both at the level of muscle transformation, understood the necessity of exerting their full strength against Su Hao. United, they vowed to eliminate this formidable foe. As the saying goes, two fists cannot contend against four hands. let alone when faced with two masters of muscle transformation. Warriors who reach the level of muscle transformation possess unique skills, transcending the ordinary. Both the Blood Taoist and Jean Bupo were exceptional in their own right. The former practiced demonic arts with insidious techniques that were nigh impossible to guard against, while the latter hailed from a prestigious lineage, serving as a centurion in the Black Deer Army. Together, they believed they could slay an adversary they could not defeat alone. The remaining warriors of the Black Deer Army were equally astonished. This one Tai Lai, once a nameless figure, now displayed an unfathomable power, managing to suppress Jean Bupo outright, prompting him to realize the necessity of allying with the Blood Taoist to have a chance at victory. Jean Bupo had pushed his physical capabilities to the zenith. His second muscle transformation made his sinews as resilient as bronze. His strength far surpassing that of an initial practitioner, he was capable of exerting even greater force with abandon. And under full exertion, the faint golden hue enveloping his skin grew richer, subtly taking the shape of a grand bell, exuding a profound aura. Kill! In a flash, his figure surged forward, his feet striking the ground. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Jean Bupo, wielding the heavy battle sword, closed in on Su Hao, his weapon flashing with a chilling brilliance, reminiscent of the clamor of war horns that he appeared as an invincible general. Charging through the battlefield, unstoppable. This was a lower-tier sword technique Jean Bupo had mastered, combined with his perfected golden bell shield, allowing him to maneuver through throngs of adversaries. Meanwhile, the Blood Taoist figure flickered, trailing blood-red afterimages as he approached Su Hao from behind, retrieving a feather duster that, instead of bristles made from animal hair, was composed of fine metallic strands of unknown origin. Whoosh! The Blood Taoist swung the duster, the strands stiffening under the infusion of power, resembling sharp arrows as they shot towards Su Hao. The two masters of muscle transformation advanced upon Su Hao, one in front and one behind, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Su Hao, undeterred, activated his molten gold hands, his palms gleaming with a metallic luster, radiating an intense heat as he struck towards the battle sword, simultaneously extending his right hand to grasp the incoming duster. Clang! His powerful strike met the battle sword, resonating with a harmonious clang that pierced the air, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The blade trembled, sparks flying, yet the sharp edge could not mar Su Hao's flesh in the slightest. The molten gold hands, a clandestine technique for tempering weapons, had been cultivated to perfection by Su Hao, enabling him to withstand even the mightiest of strikes. With his left hand, Su Hao spread his fingers wide, deftly seizing the duster in his grip. Su Hao was taken aback to see the strands of the duster seemingly animated, extending and winding around his arm, constraining his movements with their remarkable flexibility. Despite his efforts to break free, he found himself ensnared, blood-binding needles. The Blood Taoist's eyes flickered with a crimson gleam as he formed a fist with his left hand, summoning blood-hued needles that coalesced between his fingers. Crafted not from metal but from his very essence, vivid and translucent, exuding a potent scent of blood. Each needle consumed a portion of the Blood Taoist's vitality, serving as his lethal trump card. And their power was extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, the surface of these needles shimmered with a bloody glow. Should they pierce Su Hao, his fate would be as grim as that of the warriors previously turned into living bombs. Whoosh, 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 the Blood Taoist flung his hand, unleashing a rain of blood needles towards Su Hao's back, a deadly assault from such close range that even Su Hao could scarcely evade. Diamond Spike. Simultaneously, Jean Bupo, his battle sword intercepted, swung his left arm, his veins bulging, fingers clenched into a cone radiating with a faint golden light, thrusting towards Su Hao's chest. This was the daunting reality of facing multiple adversaries. It was all too easy to become ensnared in their combined assault. I could see the pinnacle of the iron cloth shirt technique. Su Hao's expression hardened, aware that evasion was futile against the onslaught of these two masters. Within him, his vitality surged, causing his robes to billow as if caught in a wind. Jean Bupo's fist struck first against Su Hao's chest, a blow packed with immense power. Even clad in armor, it could concave the surface, shaking bones and fracturing sinews. Clang! A singular punch, capable of shattering gold and iron, struck Su Hao squarely in the chest, producing a sharp clang reminiscent of metal upon metal. Yet, Su Hao stood resolutely, his legs trembling slightly, as he absorbed the full force of the blow. The ground beneath him, however, was violently torn apart, fissures of considerable magnitude splitting the earth, bearing testament to the immense weight of Jean Bupo's strike. Was this the result of formidable internal training to withstand my diamond cone without yielding? Jean Bupo's lips twitched in disbelief. The ability to endure such an extreme eruption of force without sustaining any damage was comparable to the unparalleled internal strength he himself had mastered. It is worth noting that Jean Bupo possessed exceptional skeletal structure, having devoted decades to perfecting the Golden Bell Shield, achieving its consummate form only a few years prior. He rarely encountered opponents at his level capable of breaching it. Yet, Su Hao not only commanded the art of Danjin, but also possessed internal strength that rivaled his own. The tide of battle did not waver due to Jean Bupo's astonishment. The blood Taoist, wielding needles of condensed blood energy, had already descended upon Su Hao's spine. Thud, thud, thud. The needles, however, failed to pierce Su Hao's seemingly fragile garment. Although it appeared to be but a delicate fabric, it shimmered with a metallic sheen, impervious to blades and projectiles. With each impact, a crisp sound resonated. Even the needles, compressed from blood energy, detonated with explosive force akin to gunpowder. Yet they were rendered harmless against Su Hao's attire, which acted as a veritable suit of armor, inflicting no harm upon him whatsoever. The iron cloth shirt, a technique derived from Wu Yinyang's internal training, had been elevated to perfection in the hands of the exceptionally gifted Su Hao, granting him defensive capabilities that were the equal of Jean Bupo. A master of internal strength, two sheep daring to conspire against a fierce tiger. With the perfected iron cloth shirt, Su Hao withstood the lethal techniques of two formidable experts. His eyes blazed with fervor as his vital energy surged, invigorating his entire being. Melted gold hand. Channeling all his Danjin into the melted gold hand, crimson flames enveloped Su Hao's palms, akin to searing hot branding irons, radiating palpable heat even from several paces away. This is dire. The blood Taoist's heart sank as Su Hao's left hand seized the silk threads of his whisk, the intense heat instantly igniting it. The flames surged upward, threatening to engulf him, prompting him to hastily discard the whisk in a panic, stumbling backward as if fleeing from a venomous serpent. Meanwhile, Su Hao's right hand had already grasped the blade of Jean Bupo's combat knife, the searing energy disassembling the metallic structure as Su Hao exerted his pressure with his glazed jade bones. Crack! The finely forged weapon, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, emitted a lamentation of fracture as Su Hao crushed it with sheer force. Breaking it into two pieces, Jean Bupo, equally astonished, retreated in alarm. Let us see just how powerful I can become in this extreme state. With the two masters momentarily repelled, Su Hao felt a surge of heat coursing through him, his blood boiling with excitement as he faced these two adept practitioners of the Yi Jin technique, eager to test his limits. Boom, boom, boom! Within Su Hao's being, a series of light sounds erupted, akin to the string of a bow being drawn taut. Powerful sinews visibly protruding beneath his skin, Su Hao's breath escalated rapidly, his hair defying the wind, while the surrounding grass wilted under the weight of his unseen presence. All present felt a palpable aura that sent shivers down their spines. The Su Hao of yesteryear resembled a dormant tiger, while now he resembled a ferocious beast, awakened and ready to pounce. What? He had not even utilized his muscular strength before. The blood Taoist and Jean Bupo's hearts both lurched, their eyes wide with disbelief, sensing the impending peril. The vital energy and strength surged through the expansive sinews, more than doubling his prior output. As a practitioner of the Yi Jin technique, his sinews had transformed, becoming far more resilient, thus enabling him to exert tremendous force, converting visible energy into a covert, potent strike. When Su Hao had vanquished the likes of Shi Taizhan and Wu Yinyang, he had not truly faced Yi Jin practitioners. Rather, he had relied solely on his profound martial knowledge and formidable strength. Yet now, in confronting the combined might of two Aegean warriors, he was prepared to unleash the true power of the muscle strength inherent to Aegean practitioners. Having previously suppressed both foes without utilizing his muscular strength, the prospect of unleashing it now was a harbinger of horror. Yes, they sensed Su Hao's escalating ferocity. Both Jean Bupo and the Blood Taoist felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. The Blood Taoist swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he stammered, "Hero One, we bear no grudge against each other. Your desire to slay me is merely for the bounty placed by the authorities. I can offer you assistance. Shall we transform our conflict into an amicable resolution?" Jean Bupo, gritting his teeth, declared sternly, "When Tai Lai, I'm a captain of the Black Deer Army. You must have heard of the Yellow Sky King's renown. Do you truly possess the audacity to oppose the Black Deer Army?" The two men, recognizing Su Hao's concealed prowess, reacted in disparate ways. One chose to concede, offering benefits in exchange for Su Hao's departure, while the other brandished his background, attempting to intimidate him. Now they seek mercy. It is too late. You shall all perish. With his blood boiling, Su Hao's voice, though not raised, resonated with a thunderous finality. He had always refrained from striking unless necessary. When he did, it was to eradicate his enemies, leaving no chance for these two to escape. Breaking void divine fist, Su Hao's right hand, engulfed in crimson flames, clenched into a fist as his Danjin erupted forth. Propelled by the transformed sinews, far surpassing his previous capabilities, he drew in the surrounding air, merging it with the fire energy of the melted gold hand, creating an unstoppable torrent of searing force. When this energy reached its zenith, it erupted forth like a volcanic blast. Not good. Jean Bupo's pupils constricted. The moment Su Hao unleashed the punch, a chill gripped his heart, before the punch even reached him. A wave of scorching energy rushed forth, compelling him to shout in alarm as he crossed his arms defensively, urging his golden bell shield to its utmost limits, hoping to withstand the onslaught of this formidable blow. Boom! In the next instant, the punch collided with Jean Bupo's form. The heat was overwhelming, powerful, and domineering, akin to a meteor of flame descending upon him. Something no mere flesh could endure. Crack, crack, crack. The faint golden specter enveloping Jean Bupo's body shattered instantaneously under the impact, his arms emitting a sound akin to snapping metal. Boom! His towering frame was hurled uncontrollably backward, akin to a cannonball, crashing through the courtyard wall and reducing it to rubble. Lord Jean, soldiers of the Black Deer Army, stood frozen in shock, their astonishment soon giving way to cries of alarm as some rushed forward to assess the situation. This moment, Jean Bupo found himself in a state of utter devastation. Both arms were shattered, and a searing energy infiltrated his body, incinerating his sinews and internal organs, leaving him with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Cough, cough, cough. Jean Bupo coughed violently, hot, steaming blood spilling from his lips, his breath rapidly deteriorating. No longer resembling the fierce warrior he had been moments ago, one punch had shattered my golden bell shield, leaving me gravely injured. Fear and disbelief washed over Jean Bupo's pallid face, his entire being racked with pain. Unable to muster the strength to rise, by harnessing his muscular strength, Su Hao could exponentially amplify his Danjin, combining it with his glazed jade bones, the melted gold hand, and the breaking void divine fist, two perfected lower-tier martial arts unleashed in full force, directly incapacitating Jean Bupo. Attempting to flee, a murderous glint flashed in Su Hao's eyes, yet the Blood Taoist, sensing the dire turn of events, chose to bolt. Run, run, run. Damn it, why must this wretched individual trouble me? The Blood Taoist activated his skills to the utmost, fleeing with great speed, cursing inwardly. After years of carefree existence, he found himself targeted by this one Tai Lai. Whoosh! The sound of swift movement echoed behind the Blood Taoist as Su Hao sprinted after him, employing the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, his glazed jade bones granting him formidable explosive power, rapidly closing the distance between them. Damn it! The Blood Taoist, sensing Su Hao's relentless approach, gritted his teeth in fury. A cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so for him? Crack! With a fierce expression, the blood Taoist grasped his thumb with his left hand and brutally twisted it, breaking the bone, then aimed it at Su Hao. Channeling his energy, swoosh, the severed thumb detached from his hand, transforming into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Su Hao. This was the blood Taoist's ultimate technique, capable of launching a severed finger with devastating force. The price being the loss of a digit. In this life-or-death moment, the blood Taoist disregarded all else, desperate to eliminate Su Hao. Swoosh! With fingers ensconced in crimson light, a swift strike surged towards Su Hao's face. Arriving with such velocity that evasion seemed impossible, Su Hao raised his arm to shield himself, channeling his internal energy to its utmost potential, causing his clothing to emit a crisp sound akin to metal clashing. Puffed! The blood-stained fingers, imbued with an indomitable force, tore through the sleeve reinforced by Su Hao's chi, a small segment of the finger slicing into his skin and muscle before falling lifelessly to the ground. Blood trickled from Su Hao's arm. Indeed, this attack from the blood practitioner was formidable enough to breach his protective chi, yet that was its only accomplishment. How could this be, having unleashed such a lethal technique? The blood practitioner appeared pallid, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He had sacrificed a significant amount of vitality for this ultimate strike, only to inflict a mere flesh wound on Su Hao. Before he could react further, Su Hao was already upon him. The blood practitioner hastily cried out, "Brother one, hold your hand. Let us reconcile. All my treasures and techniques can be yours." However, Su Hao granted the blood practitioner no opportunity for reprieve. One hand seized his shoulder while the other clutched his head, twisting violently to the right. Crack, crack, crack! The blood practitioner's neck snapped audibly, his head spinning like a bottle cap, the neck contorting grotesquely. With a swift motion, Su Hao exerted force, violently tearing the blood practitioner's head from his body, blood cascading from the severed neck, a foul stench pervading the air. The blood practitioner's eyes bulged with terror and resentment. Unable to fathom that a figure notorious for his malevolence would meet such a gruesome demise, his head plucked from his shoulders as if uprooted like a carrot. One down, Su Hao glanced at the blood practitioner's head, his expression tinged with coldness. This blood practitioner had cultivated sinister arts, employing devious methods, yet all were rendered meaningless in the face of absolute strength as he lay slain by Su Hao. Quickly, escort Lord Jean away. Meanwhile, on the other side, two soldiers of the Black Deer Army supported Jean Bupo as they fled in the opposite direction, their faces etched with sheer terror. Yet behind them erupted a cacophony of furious shouts and anguished cries. The remaining soldiers unable to halt the relentless approach of the Grim Reaper. Before long, several soldiers escorting Jean Bupo came to a halt. A man clad in black, exuding a sharp aura, had intercepted their path. It was none other than Su Hao. "Wen Tai Lai, do you truly intend to kill me? You must consider the consequences. The Black Deer Army is not something you can provoke. That we can still turn hostility into harmony." Upon seeing Su Hao and the severed head of the blood practitioner he held, Jean Bupo forced himself to remain composed, his tone softer than before, still attempting to leverage the Black Deer Army's influence to intimidate Su Hao. However, Su Hao coldly retorted, "When the situation turns dire, what good is your background for survival? There is no such fortune to be had. You'll accompany the blood practitioner to the afterlife." Too arrogant, realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, Jean Bupo's expression hardened. Summoning his strength, he lunged at Su Hao for a desperate struggle. Yet, even in peak condition, he would be no match for Su Hao. Swish! In a mere moment, Su Hao's melted gold hand, capable of shattering weapons, penetrated Jean Bupo's chest, obliterating his heart. "Kill him! Kill him!" The remaining soldiers of the Black Deer Army were either driven mad by fear or paralyzed by terror. Yet none could pose any threat to Su Hao, who methodically dispatched them one by one. The once chaotic Mount Wu had regained its tranquility, as both the blood practitioner and Jean Bupo's factions lay vanquished at Su Hao's hands. Jean Bupo, being a member of the Black Deer Army, was significant, yet even the might of the Black Deer Army could not encompass everything. Moreover, since he had assumed a false identity, there was little cause for concern. Observing the corpses strewn about, Su Hao mused inwardly. His purpose was to eliminate the blood practitioner, and the presence of Jean Bupo was an unexpected complication. Nevertheless, with strength, any misfortune could be turned to fortune. He decided to search for any useful spoils. Regaining his composure, Suha did not forget to gather the spoils of war. Killing and looting was a venerable tradition in the martial world. Aside from some herbs, the blood practitioner's abode yielded little more than medical texts. In the dwelling of the blood practitioner, Suha's material gains were modest. However, he discovered a substantial collection of medical books. Despite the blood practitioner's cruel demeanor, it was surprising that his expertise lay in healing arts. Is this the Baichao Danjing? Subsequently, Suhao stumbled upon a thick tome resting on a stone table. The book appeared ancient, displaying signs of age, while the cover bore the striking characters Baichao Danjing, stirring excitement within him. This Baichao Danjing contains records on alchemy. At this revelation, Suhao felt a flicker of astonishment. As a martial artist, he had consumed numerous body-refining elixirs and tendon-protecting pills, yet he had never encountered anything pertaining to Dan before. Those well-versed in medical knowledge are regarded as physicians and pharmacists, while those proficient in alchemical arts are esteemed as alchemists. In the realm of Chongqing County, individuals worthy of the title of alchemist are exceedingly rare, each often pampered within affluent families or esteemed sections. The value of this Baichao Danjing is undoubtedly immense. I might as well study it in my spare time. Suhao recognized that this volume of Baichao Danjing was comparable to profound martial arts manuals, and he carefully stored away. Along with the various medical texts treasured by the blood practitioner, this endeavor alone, with the Baichao Danjing in hand, will be considered a resounding success. Suhao was exceedingly pleased with the gains of this undertaking. The Baichao Danjing held significant worth. Unbeknownst to him, this tome actually belonged to the Black Deer Army and was procured to entice the blood practitioner, ultimately benefiting Suhao instead. Having slain Jean Bupo, I must maintain a low profile upon my return. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Suhao turned to leave, grasping the blood practitioner's severed head. He contemplated silently. Killing Jean Bupo, a centurion of the Black Deer Army, would undoubtedly incur their ire. However, upon returning, he planned to practice quietly and discreetly, confident that the Black Deer Army would struggle to uncover his hidden identity. As he departed from Wushan town, Suhao returned safely to the Chongqing City Patrol Department, where he encountered the department head, Gong Suanxiu. In the early hours, the blood practitioner has perished at the hands of Brother One. Upon seeing the head of the blood practitioner, Gong Suanxiu was inwardly astonished. This one Tella had rarely failed. Each bounty he accepted was completed with remarkable success, his depths unfathomable. Brother One, here are the 2 martial techniques you requested, prepared for you. I hope you will keep this confidential. Regaining his composure, Gong Suanxiu produced 2 books of martial arts manuals he had carefully safeguarded. These 2 manuals were indeed the Dripping Rain Sword Technique and the Frenzied Demon Staff Technique. Initially, Suhao had chosen the Void-Breaking Divine Fist from 3 lower-tier martial techniques, and now he had acquired these 2 as well. A single accomplishment in slaying the blood practitioner was sufficient to exchange for 2 lower-tier manuals. Gong Suanxiu believed Suhao would likely fulfill the bounty, hence he had preemptively prepared the manuals. Thank you. Lord Gong Suhao suppressed his joy and accepted both manuals. After a brief conversation with Gong Suanxiu, he took his leave, carefully taking a roundabout route, vigilant for any signs of pursuit, and returned quietly to his residence. Next, he would delve deeply into studying new martial arts, uncertain if it would lead to new insights. At home, Suhao gazed at the 2 manuals in his hands, his heart brimming with anticipation. The following morning, Suhao went about his routine at the blacksmith shop, dedicating his breaks to the focused study of martial arts. The Dripping Rain Sword Technique, akin to a gentle drizzle, featured a concentrated sword force, capable of converging minuscule power into a singular burst, unleashing formidable penetration through seemingly trivial strength. Even if the enemy dons iron armor, one can still shatter it with exquisite swordplay. Suhao, wielding a simple longsword, practiced diligently in the courtyard. Remarkably, after merely glancing at the sword techniques and manual, he executed them with impressive skill, progressing swiftly from clumsiness to proficiency. Presently, Su Hao's potential had soared to an astonishing 70 points, far surpassing the initial limits of his extraordinary talent. His exceptional comprehension was further complemented by a solid foundation in martial arts, allowing him to master ordinary techniques after just a few repetitions. Even the more complex dripping rain sword technique would soon be perfected, merely a matter of time for him. The frenzied demon staff technique, distinct from the dripping rain sword technique, had its own merits. While the latter emphasized ultimate control over strength, the former was far more unrestrained, emphasizing a heart like a demon and a staff like madness. With every move deadly and unpredictable, even to the wielder, it was akin to embracing madness, infusing frenzied emotions into the staff technique. The essence of these two martial arts was something Su Hao lacked, yet it could greatly enhance his martial path. Combining these two new low-tier techniques with his prior insights might elevate his understanding and mastery of strength to new heights. Su Hao felt an intuitive premonition. After 4 rounds of body tempering and strength refinement, he had long practiced the dance strength. During this time, he continuously absorbed new martial knowledge and gained new insights, resulting in an increasingly robust internal strength. These two novel lower-tier techniques might facilitate his transformation. While practicing the frenzied demon staff technique and the dripping rain sword technique, Su Hao would also peruse various medical texts obtained from the blood demon. These texts encompass the principles of healing, the application of various medicinal herbs, and even the crafting of lethal poisons that kill without bloodshed. The intricacies of medical science and pharmacology were indeed fascinating. As Su Hao delved into these medical texts, he became increasingly engrossed. The multitude of medicinal materials available in the world could be combined to heal, but in proper combinations, even of restorative herbs, could turn deadly. Conversely, even poisons, when mixed correctly, could counteract and neutralize threats. The 100 Herbs Dance scripture was beyond his comprehension. It necessitated a profound knowledge of medical science and pharmacology as its foundation that he resolved to take his time. The 100 Herbs Dance scripture was akin to university-level knowledge. He must first master the basics before he could understand it. However, medical knowledge not only required theoretical understanding, but also practical application for improvement. Su Hao could only commit things to memory for now, awaiting an opportunity to practice. Su Hao's life progressed rather peacefully. He practiced discreetly while working at the blacksmith shop during the day. Ever since forging the entry-level weapon, the Starlight Blade, he had attained the status of a master blacksmith, and his worth skyrocketed. Frequently, martial artists from the Jianghu sought him out by name, requesting his assistance in crafting suitable weapons, often offering generous payments. Aside from the commission given to the blacksmith shop, Su Hao's monthly income exceeded 200 taels of silver, a sum that far surpassed that of ordinary people and even some powerful martial artists. Any skill, when honed to perfection, could garner wealth that the average person could never hope to accumulate in a lifetime. For safety reasons, Su Hao refrained from visiting the constabulary to collect his monthly salary of 10 taels of silver. In such fulfilling days, time passed swiftly, and half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye as the weather gradually grew warmer. A gentle sound echoed from a desolate mountain situated a dozen or so miles west of Chongqing City, reminiscent of a soft rain falling upon leaves. Yet with clear skies above, where could this rain have come from? Amidst the desolation, Su Hao, clad in black, wielded a long sword. As he swung the 3-foot blade, fine streams of energy cascaded like raindrops, causing the surrounding flora to tremble with a hazy, gentle beauty. The sword light flickered like a continuous drizzle, rendering him enveloped in a shroud of mist, his figure appearing ethereal and indistinct. Suddenly, Su Hao's sword momentum shifted. The once gentle raindrops transformed into lethal sword energy. The ground around him seemed to be pelted by indomitable raindrops, tearing deep, bottomless holes into the earth, effortlessly piercing through even the hardest rock. It was unfathomable to imagine such a relentless and unyielding sword technique. Even an armored foe standing before him would be instantly riddled with gaping wounds. Su Hao sheathed his long sword and retrieved a heavy iron staff, beginning to wield it in stark contrast to the previous, elegant yet deadly swordplay. The style he now employed was entirely different. With each swing of the staff, a tempestuous wind arose, and an overwhelming desire for madness surged forth, filling the air with a sense of impending doom. Countless birds and beasts in the forest scattered in fear. The surrounding flora and trees were mercilessly shattered by the frenzied staff strikes. Any object within a yard of him would be reduced to splinters. Time seemed to fly. Su Hao's vitality surged like a boiling cauldron, a flush of color rising to his cheeks. He could feel the energy and strength within him running wild, reminiscent of the sensation he had experienced during previous rounds of body tempering and strength refinement. That I in this desolate, uninhabited mountain. He relentlessly practiced various martial arts, accelerating the circulation of his energy and releasing the pent-up force yearning to break free. Iron cloth shirt, void-breaking divine fist, golden melting hand, dripping rain sword technique, and frenzied demon staff technique. These 5 lower-tier techniques were perfected by Su Hao, and as he continued to practice, the distinct energies within him began to blend and condense. Su Hao's skin flushed crimson, a searing heat radiating from his chest throughout his body, refining his flesh, bones, tendons, and organs. His strength was continuously condensing, leading to an all-encompassing transformation of his physical prowess. As dawn broke and the dark sky brightened with a hint of light, the intense heat gradually receded. Breathing heavily, Su Hao felt the toll of the night's transformation weigh heavily upon him. Yet in its place surged a formidable strength within his body. I have completed the 5th round of body tempering and strength refinement. Joy was unmistakable in Su Hao's weary eyes, and a genuine smile graced his lips. Since cultivating his dance strength, he had diligently practiced, mastering multiple profound martial arts, integrating their principles, and enhancing the robustness of his inner strength. Finally, on this day, he had achieved a transformative leap. Compared to the Dan's strength, the energy now coursing through Su Hao's body enveloped every inch of him. Fingernails, hair, teeth, skin, and even organs, all shrouded in a layer of incredibly refined energy. The sheer density and refinement of this power were nothing short of astonishing. In contrast, the previously condensed Dan's strength seemed like a mere block of wood, while Su Hao's current energy resembled a solid iron mass. When these two collided, it was akin to an egg striking a rock. The former would undoubtedly be shattered without hesitation. This was the transformation of Dan's strength into the formidable gang strength, refining strength into gang power. Su Hao's heart raced. Let's give it a try. His eyes gleamed with determination as he suddenly executed a kick. This kick appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking any distinct features save for its speed, creating no ripples as it swept toward a tree as thick as a human's waist. Whoosh! The kick passed with only a faint tearing sound. Su Hao retracted his leg and stood still, gazing quietly at the tree ahead. Crash! A gentle breeze swept through, and the tree astonishingly snapped in half, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust in a chaotic uproar. The tree, seemingly cut in two by a blade, revealed a smooth, mirror-like surface at its severed end, as if it had been cleanly sliced by a knife capable of cutting through iron like mud. This scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. To casually sever a tree as thick as a human's waist with a mere leg was a frightening prospect. One could only imagine the fate of flesh and blood should they face such a kick. It would be akin to rotten wood or straw. A keen observer might discern that even before Su Hao's kick landed, a thin layer of energy had already cleaved the tree trunk. This was the condensed gang strength, an energy that departed the body, forming an invisible yet tangible layer of power. It was truly astonishing. Su Hao's void-breaking divine fist could strike out a foot with force, obliterating foes. However, it was not purely about strength. It involved blending air with energy. It was akin to forcefully tossing a balloon. It had a foundation, merely substituting solid objects like blades or stones for air. Now, Su Hao had genuinely transcended, allowing his energy to permeate his being, condensing into gang strength, even at a mere inch away. It represented a transformation from nothingness to existence, an utterly pure form of energy without any foundation. This refined gang strength was indestructible, capable of easily tearing through resilient muscle and hard bone. Not only that, the explosive force of the gang gene is remarkably formidable. Su Hao lifted 1 foot high, then brought it down heavily, the surface of his foot imbued with concentrated gang gene. Boom! at the moment his foot struck the ground. The gangjin erupted, causing the earth to tremble violently. It was as if a colossal iron hammer had struck, shaking the ground with a thunderous roar, and massive fissures tore open. Flowers and trees shattered, as if they were caught in an explosion akin to a cannonball detonation. Centered around Su Hao, the ground within a radius of nearly 10 meters sank dramatically, dust swirling into the air, and the entire area of 20 to 30 zhang shook intensely. It is hard to fathom such terrifying power emanating from a mere mortal body. It is overwhelmingly strong. This is gangjin. Refining strength into gangjin allows one to slice through metal and sever iron. When unleashed, it resembles a thunderous volcano, unmatched in its might. Even my own physique, after undergoing 5 rounds of body tempering and strength refinement, has seen a significant enhancement. With just my bare fists, devoid of any force or martial techniques, I could effortlessly slay those of the Jinbupo and Zetaran ilk. Looking at his own hands, Su Hao couldn't help but feel a shock of joy at the enhancement of his abilities. Gangjin is indomitable, erupting like thunder. Even his body, after 5 rounds of tempering, has undergone a leap, capable of toppling an elephant with pure brute force and tearing apart tigers and wolves. After days of accumulation, he achieved a transformation in one fell swoop. With 5 rounds of body tempering and strength refinement, Su Hao experienced a qualitative change in his strength. Once gangjin is unleashed, even those proficient in external martial arts, like the fully accomplished Jinbupo, would feel as fragile as paper before Su Hao, easily falling victim to a single lethal strike, with no surprises to be found. Years of arduous practice, alongside the completion of 5 lower-tier martial arts, combined with his extraordinary innate talent and comprehension, ultimately led Su Hao to complete his metamorphosis. Body tempering and strength refinement represent the first realm of martial arts, serving as the crucial foundation upon which further advancements can be built. Akin to the bedrock of towering skyscrapers, only with a solid foundation can one construct a magnificent edifice. Su Hao felt a sense of relief in his heart, finally sensing a semblance of safety. With his current strength, ordinary characters seemed as insignificant as mere chickens and dogs. I must continue to advance. My current goal is to become the strongest in Chongqing County. However, Su Hao did not allow himself to become complacent. Knowing that there are unfathomable experts in the Chongqing County region, such as the Shisui practitioners from some top-tier families, and figures like the leader of the Hailu army, the illustrious Wang Tianwang, his present goal is to become the most formidable individual within this county. Without arrogance or stagnation, the greater the strength, the more one ought to maintain a sense of reverence. Having mastered gangjin with a robust and profound force, the efficiency of refining the I-Jin's secret medicine has surged for Su Hao, multiplying his effectiveness in the path of I-Jin's severalfold. Merely 2 months after mastering gangjin, Su Hao, utilizing the Shijin Yangjin soup from the I-Jin's secret medicine, completed his second I-Jin. Focusing his mind inward, Su Hao could see his tendons, now thick and flexible, seemingly coated with a faint metallic sheen. Both their toughness and explosive power exceeded anything from before. This second I-Jin produced steel-like tendons, surpassing even that of ox tendons that Su Hao casually moved. His tendons tensed, emitting crisp sounds akin to bowstrings being drawn tight, harboring formidable explosive force. The second I-Jin, tendons like steel. However, the Shijin Yangjin soup is running low. I must procure a more advanced I-Jin secret formula, along with more lower-tier martial arts, to expedite my potential's further transformation. Su Hao moved his body. He contemplated his next course of action. The Shijin Yangjin soup, obtained from Wuyani, is suitable for those beginning their journey into I-Jin. With its properties being mild, Su Hao's ability to utilize it for a second I-Jin is purely due to his solid foundation. For others, achieving even a single I-Jin would be the limit. He requires a more potent and robust I-Jin secret medicine. Additionally, there's his potential points. 87 points, extraordinary talent. Over this period, Su Hao has perfected 2 lower-tier martial arts, delve into medical science and pharmacology, and even practice some foundational martial arts, broadening his martial perspective, which has resulted in a significant surge in his potential to 87 points. Based on Su Hao's estimation, The threshold for his next potential qualitative change should be at 100 points. He is not far from this critical juncture. Practicing 2 to 3 more lower-tier martial arts to perfection should suffice for his transformation. Unfortunately, the 3 entry-level martial arts available for exchange at the Yamen have already been acquired by him. Entry-level martial arts belong to the secrets of various families and sects, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain for outsiders. In any case, I should visit Gongsun Xiu first. Su Hao made a firm resolution. In Chongqing City, his connections were limited, and Gongsun Xiu, who worked in the government office, was one of them. In the evening, Su Hao disguised himself as one to meet Gongsun Xiu, deep within the patrol department. Su Hao sat across from Gongsun Xiu, explaining his intentions, seeking a more advanced Yi secret medicine formula. Wouldn't it be more convenient to request the finished product? Upon hearing Su Hao's request, Gongsun Xiu frowned slightly. Su Hao had 2 reasons for asking for the Yi secret medicine formula. One being that having the formula would allow him to procure the necessary herbs, significantly reducing his financial costs. The second was that Su Hao was delving into medical science and pharmacology, studying more secret medicine formulas, and understanding the applications and combinations of herbs, which also serves as a pathway to enhance his medical skills. Thus, he preferred the formula over the finished medicine, wishing to concoct it himself. Brother One, the formula for this advanced Yi secret medicine is far more precious than many martial arts manuals. I fear it will be difficult for me to satisfy your request. Moreover, there are currently no suitable bounties that I could inquire about for you with the Shou County Lieutenant. But do not hold out too much hope. Gongsun Xiu smiled wryly, directly indicating to Su Hao not to harbor excessive expectations. The formula for advanced Yi secret medicine is not something that can be exchanged for mere merits, and recently there have been no suitable bounties for Su Hao, even if he wished to trade merits. There were no opportunities. All right, then Su Hao felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not blame Gongsun Xiu, nodding slightly. Finally, with Gongsun Xiu seeing him off, Su Hao exited the patrol department. It was now nighttime, and the streets were sparsely populated as Su Hao walked through a narrow alley. Suddenly halting, he spoke expressionlessly. No need to hide in the shadows. Why not show yourself? Undoubtedly, it was the indomitable one, Tai Lai. After a brief silence, a figure emerged from the darkness at the alley's corner, prompting Su Hao to exclaim in genuine admiration that it was a small, wiry man in gray, around 30 years old, resembling a monkey. However, his eyes were sharp, and his long arms extended down to his knees, notably robust, indicative of an extraordinary physique. This gray-clad man possessed considerable strength and was adept in the art of concealing his presence. Had it not been for Su Hao's heightened sensitivity, honed through 5 rounds of body tempering, allowing him to detect even a mosquito buzzing within several dozen zhang, he might not have noticed the stalking presence. The gray-clad man had evidently been waiting outside the patrol department, stealthily tracking Su Hao, and his concealed aura suggested he was not of benevolent intent, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within Su Hao. Who are you? Do you have business following one? Su Hao regarded him impassively. Yet an invisible force locked onto the gray-clad man. Should he ascertain the individual as an enemy, Su Hao would not hesitate to send him on his way. The gray-clad man felt a chill run down his spine, as if plunged into an ice cavern. He sensed that if the other were to strike, even with his commendable lightness of foot among Yi practitioners, he would stand no chance of escape and would be slain on the spot. Numerous Yi practitioners had perished at the hands of this one Tai Lai. The man's prowess was indeed elite within the Yi realm, proving not to be a mere facade. The gray-clad man felt a surge of fear. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Su Hao, he quickly shifted his eyes, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Brother Wen, you misunderstand. I bear no malice. My name is Yuan Feng, and I am here on the orders of our Longquan Gang's Vice Master Zhang Yuchuan to invite you to his banquet. At the same time, the gray-clad man remained tense, aware that should Su Hao truly wish to end his life, he would not simply surrender, but would fight fiercely to escape. Longquan Gang. The mere mention of this name stirred something within Su Hao. The Longquan Gang was indeed a well-known organization in Chongqing City, involved in both legitimate and illicit trades, with its master, the Flying Dragon Fistlong Chun, having been a renowned expert for many years. Although he had often secluded himself recently, and rarely appeared in public. His reputation remained formidable. This gray-clad man, Yuan Feng, claimed to be the Vice Master Zhang Yuquan's envoy, inviting him to the banquet. This left Su Hao somewhat puzzled. I have no prior connection with Vice Master Zhang. Why would he wish to invite me? Yuan Feng promptly replied. The Vice Master enjoys forming alliances with heroes and champions. Brother One, you have always been elusive, and the Vice Master tasked me with waiting here to invite you for a meeting. Yuan Feng harbored ill intentions, and Su Hao's mind swiftly reached a conclusion that if he truly wished to extend an invitation, why resort to such covert tactics? Dispatching a martial artist skilled in lightness techniques and the art of concealment to follow him in secret. Had it been the old Su Hao, he likely would have been oblivious to the presence of a pursuer. It seemed highly probable that Yuan Feng had underestimated Su Hao's ability to detect his stealthy approach. Thus, he hastily devised an excuse, claiming that their vice leader had summoned him out of course. It was also plausible that the other party was intentionally tailing Su Hao to test his abilities, yet the likelihood of that was quite slim. Damn it, does this one Tai Lai possess 3 eyes? Su Hao thought, vexed that my tortoise-breathing technique excels in concealing one's presence, enabling me to halt my breath and the flow of blood, and yet he managed to detect me. Under the unwavering gaze of Su Hao, Yuan Feng felt a shiver of trepidation, cursing inwardly. His task was to shadow Wen Tai Lai, to discern where he concealed himself and uncover his true identity, yet he had not anticipated being exposed, prompting him to quickly fabricate an excuse. Suddenly, Su Hao's murderous intent receded, but he regarded the tense Yuan Feng and inquired, "Does your vice leader possess a high-level formula for the Yijinjing elixir?" The question left Yuan Feng momentarily stunned, but he quickly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we certainly do. Our Longquan gang is one of the most prominent factions in Chongqing City. With a deep foundation, we undoubtedly possess a high-level formula for the Yijinjing elixir." Yuan Feng's statement was not a lie. As a major faction in Chongqing City, the Longquan gang boasted several practitioners of the Yijinjing, ensuring they had access to advanced formulas that Su Hao's expression softened. And he spoke in a gentle tone. "To be frank, I, one, am in need of the formula for the Yijinjing elixir. Since your vice leader has shown interest in me, it would be rather inconsiderate of me not to reciprocate. I am willing to attend the banquet and forge a friendship, but I kindly ask your vice leader to prepare the Yijinjing elixir's formula. I am ready to exchange a substantial sum for it." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Did the other party genuinely believe he was invited to the banquet? Yet, Yuan Feng quickly recovered, for he was also a practitioner of the Yijinjing and possessed notable composure. He promptly replied, "Of course, I shall convey your message. The banquet is scheduled for tomorrow evening at Chunyu Lu, and our vice leader will be sure to welcome you warmly." "Very well. I shall certainly arrive on time." Su Hao replied with a decisive nod. "Then I shall take my leave for now." With that, Su Hao turned and departed without hesitation. Watching Su Hao gradually disappear into the darkness, Yuan Feng was left in a daze. Had he truly left? Did he genuinely believe my words? Yuan Feng had initially thought the other party would not easily trust him, that he would have to risk everything for a slim chance of survival. Yet, unexpectedly, not only did the other party believe him, but he also readily agreed to attend the banquet. Regardless, this secured his life for the time being. He hastily resolved to report this matter to the vice leader for further decisions. "Zhang Yuquan's people are tracking me, and it doesn't seem particularly friendly. However, he possesses what I desire. Perhaps it would be wise to meet him, that if he is sincere, then I could forge a friendship and obtain the advanced Yijinjing elixir formula I seek. If his intentions are malicious, then he should not blame me for being ruthless." After concluding his conversation with Yuan Feng, Su Hao set off, his mind racing with thoughts. Yuan Feng, adept at concealing his presence, had likely followed him with ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Su Hao feigned belief in the other party's words, harboring his own considerations to personally confront Zhang Yuquan and acquire what he desired. Whether the other party's intentions were benevolent or malevolent, Su Hao was prepared to adapt. Su Hao's decision to attend the banquet was not born of arrogance, but rather confidence. Confidence in his own strength. Returning home, he spent a tranquil night, and, as dawn broke, he went about his day, working at the blacksmith shop as usual. During the afternoon break, he discreetly returned home to rest as dusk descended. Su Hao disguised himself and departed his residence under the guise of one Talak, navigating through secluded alleys to avoid passers-by as he made his way toward Chunyu-Lu, situated in the Long'an district of Chongqing City, boasted opulent decor and grandeur, rising 9 stories high. It attracted renowned courtesans, drawing countless scholars, wealthy merchants, and nobles, making it a famous den of indulgence in Chongqing City. From a distance, Chunyu-Lu shimmered under the moonlight, a kaleidoscope of colors, the aroma of wine and rouge wafted through the air, accompanied by melodious music, stirring feelings of envy and admiration among the pedestrians on the streets. This establishment was a coveted haven for revelry, but alas, it was not a place for the ordinary to afford. Su Hao arrived at the entrance of Chunyu-Lu, where a slender man in gray awaited him. Upon spotting Su Hao, the man's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, displaying a hint of deference. "Brother One, our vice leader has been waiting for quite some time. Please, let us ascend and converse." The gray-clad man was none other than Yuan Feng, who had met Su Hao the previous day. As Yuan Feng lowered his head respectfully to extend the invitation, a flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes. Did the other party truly come to the banquet? Was this a display of confidence or naivety? "Lead the way," Su Hao replied coolly. Yuan Feng nodded in agreement and guided Su Hao into Chunyu-Lu in the grand hall of Chunyu-Lu. Numerous patrons indulged in tea and dining while admiring the graceful movements of the dancers, accompanied by enchanting music that transported them to a realm of wonder. However, Su Hao merely cast a cursory glance, remaining unmoved. For him, the pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts was paramount. Mastering his own fate with unwavering determination made the allure of wine and beauty utterly inconsequential. They ascended to the top floor of Chunyu-Lu, a tranquil area reserved for esteemed guests. Within a resplendent hall adorned with exquisite decor and fine porcelain, the ambience was so captivating that one might mistake it for a royal palace under the soft glow of the lanterns. "Vice Leader, the esteemed one has arrived," Yuan Feng announced respectfully as he led Su Hao into the hall. "Mr. Wen, you have finally come. Zhang has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please, take a seat." A warm and enthusiastic voice greeted Su Hao, reminiscent of an old friend reuniting after years apart. Su Hao turned to see a tall, handsome man, appearing to be in his 30s, dressed in elegant blue attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that suggested noble lineage. This man was undoubtedly Zhang Yuquan, the vice leader of the Longquan gang in addition to Zhang Yuquan, there were 4 other individuals in the hall, 3 men and 1 woman, each possessing distinct physiques, appearances, and manners. The only commonality among them was the glint of intelligence in their eyes, hinting an exceptional aura. Their presence, alongside Zhang Yuquan, suggested they were not ordinary members, but rather esteemed elders or key figures within the Longquan gang, each holding significant status. All eyes were fixed on Su Hao, their expressions ranging from calm to mocking or serious. "My apologies for keeping the vice leader waiting," Su Hao said without hesitation, striding confidently to sit directly opposite Zhang Yuquan. Appearing remarkably at ease, seemingly oblivious to the unusual atmosphere in the hall, Zhang Yuquan beamed, his warm and handsome visage easily winning favor. "Mr. One, I have long heard your esteemed name, and today, seeing you in person, it is indeed as legendary as they say. Quickly, let us pour some wine." A servant promptly filled a glass for Su Hao, yet he did not reach for it. Instead, he addressed Zhang Yuquan directly. "Vice Leader Zhang, you must be aware of my purpose for coming here. I seek the formula for the Yijinjing elixir." Zhang Yuquan maintained his composure, responding gently, "I have heard from Yuan Feng, and indeed, we possess the formula for the Yijinjing elixir, though the price is rather steep." Su Hao remained silent, simply watching him. Zhang Yuquan chuckled lightly. 100,000 taels of silver, and the formula for the Yijinjing elixir will be yours." At this proclamation, a flicker of coldness flashed in Su Hao's eyes. 100,000 taels of silver. This was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Zhang Yuquan's demand for such an exorbitant price revealed his lack of genuine intent to sell the formula. And this single statement exposed his true motives. Not to sincerely invite him to the banquet or to foster goodwill, but rather to ensnare him in a trap. Who would have thought that Wen Tai would actually dare to attend this banquet? Is he truly so foolish? The remaining elite members of the Long Quan gang exchanged knowing glances, their hearts filled with amusement and derision. Zhang Yuchuan had dispatched Yuan Feng to tail Wentelai outside the patrol station. And when Yuan Feng was discovered, he hastily concocted a story about Zhang Yuchuan wanting to befriend him and inviting him to a banquet. Yet, the other party genuinely believed him and actually showed up. Zhang Yuchuan had summoned his most skilled subordinates to personally await the arrival of his adversary, intent on orchestrating a grand trap, ensuring that this Wentella would have no means of escape. It was unfortunate that Wentella had offended someone of significant consequence. Zhang Yuchuan, Yuan Feng, and the other four all held esteemed positions as vice leaders, elders, and key figures within the Long Quan gang, each possessing formidable prowess at the E-gene level. Their collective action left no room for error. Their hesitation to strike immediately was merely a reflection of their cunning plan. They had lured him into a snare, seeking to toy with and mock Wentelai. As for the potential repercussions of eliminating this rising star, the narrative spun would be simple. The blame could easily be placed on the victim for initiating the confrontation, a pretext easily fabricated. Everyone observed Su Hao's reaction, anticipating shock or outrage. However, to their astonishment, the expected expressions were absent. Instead, a glimmer of delight and a smile graced Su Hao's countenance. He regarded Zhang Yuchuan, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he said, "I was genuinely concerned that you might be sincere in your dealings with me, fearing I might lack the funds to purchase the E-Gene's secret recipe. Since you harbor ulterior motives, that simplifies matters. I am unwilling to part with my money, yet I desire the goods in your possession. If you willingly surrender the recipe to my satisfaction, I may consider sparing your life." Su Hao licked his lips, displaying a toothy grin. Why pay when one could simply seize the prize? He had his principles. If the other party approached him with genuine intent, he would ensure a fair exchange, devoid of any ulterior motives. However, should their intentions be nefarious, Su Hao would not hesitate to engage in a darker form of reciprocity. Although he was unaware of Zhang Yuchuan's motivations for targeting him, he was prepared to eliminate a few and extract information. Upon hearing Su Hao's proclamation, the countenances of the gathered crowd darkened. This one, Talai, despite being surrounded by their formidable experts, seemed poised to turn the tables and threaten Zhang Yuchuan in a handing over the recipe. This self-proclaimed hero, who touted his righteous endeavors, appeared to harbor secrets of a less than noble origin. Perhaps he had once been a slave to a wealthy landlord, or worse, a male courtesan, which might explain his furtive demeanor. Within the hall, two disciples of the Long Quan gang, positioned at the side, suddenly interjected, their voices rising in a mocking duet. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, a cacophony of derision directed at Su Hao. Zhang Yuchuan had orchestrated this moment of humiliation for Su Hao, seeking to fulfill a particular agenda.